G'day everybody, happy Friday and welcome to the Munted pub once again. And today we've got a special thing we're doing a blind tasting. So JD, Bourbon Approach, the awesome bloke that he is, has sent me a couple of bottles here. I have absolutely no idea what they are, I just know they're alcohol. And I'm going to get my missus to blind pour them, and then I'm going to try and see if I can find anything about them and see how far or close I actually get. So that should be a bit of fun. And then after we've done that, JD, the awesome bloke that he is again, sent me some bottles and they arrived in the mail today and I'm super pumped to open them up. Oh, there he is. JD's in the house. So I'll wait for a few people to pop in, and the question is, does everyone want to know what these bottles are? Do they want to see on camera what they are? So you can know what they are, and then I'm guessing blindly, or do you want to be blind as well and try and guess with me along? It's up to you guys. I'm happy either way. But yes, I did pick up the package. I don't even know if this is upside down or not. So I suppose I could open this before we do the blind tasting. Which way you want to go, JD?
Good day. Daniel Strachan.
Cameron might give it away in comments. True, so we'll make it Secret Squirrel, or I can just... Because I can just turn the camera off, that's not a problem at all. I can just go... And nobody... Oops. And put that on and nobody will know what's happening. You can still hear me, but you won't be able to see nothing. So I can do that. Daniel's like, tell me! Well, I can turn the chat off. But that's no fun.
Good day. Jim Morris.
G'day, Chief. It's fine to go open those boxes instead of hugging them. Yes. Well, this one only arrived today. And this one's for the blind tasting. And I'm having some Glenmoe to prep. So shall I open this one now? When she pours, hide the screen. Alright, done. Not a problem. Yep, we'll make that happen. And then I'll disappear and you can open the box first. Okay, open the box. Is this the right way up? I have no idea. We're about to find out. Awesome sauce. So big thanks to JD's wife for boxing this up and shipping it. I think I need a bigger knife. Where have you heard that before? Ooh. Ooh, I like that. That's cool. Oh, that's a good way of doing it. Oh, I like that. Oh. Oh, sweet. Red Empire. Loggable in 11. Oh. And the Glen Scotia Campbelltown festive release. Oh, I like these. This is cool. I haven't seen that before. I'm definitely keeping that. That's wicked. I like that. Oh, I can't wait to try this. Super pumped. Yeah, Offerman edition, the one I've been dying to get and could never get it anywhere in Australia. Well, the Whisky Club had it, but I completely missed out and I've been searching ever since.
Shane Long.
Oh man. I'm so excited to have this. I can't wait to put it up there, and I'm going to have 10, 11, finally got the 11, 12, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'll do it backwards though. Oh, thank you so much, JD. I got it! Right, now we'll put this together. It's like jigsaw puzzle time as well. Yeah, I'm so in love with the box. I even did contemplate just buying the empty box. Someone was selling it on eBay. Let me get this in here. Sweet. There we go. From an edition. Oh man, that is so awesome. How cool is that? And I've got one of the Redwood Empires, Lost Monarch. 45%. Can't wait to try that. Don't break the bottles when put it in the box. No, definitely not. Oh man, this has been on my radar ever since they announced this stuff, and I've been trying to get a bottle without pretty much having to get a second mortgage to import it in from the UK. I could only find one place in the UK. There's nowhere would ship, and if they did, it was so expensive. This is a sexy box too. I'm definitely going to be screwing away a couple samples of this. Oh, that is sexy. JD, you're a bloody legend, mate, and I can't wait till when we can catch up in person and have a few drinks together, and I can thank you personally. I'm so speechless, man, and this is so awesome. Shane, yep, it's definitely Christmas. Christmas came all at once today. I got Star Trek stuff. I got whiskey stuff. I got Lego stuff. It's definitely been Christmas all day today. I got 2 bottles of the 2021 Glen Scotch. Nice! Because that's only just come out, isn't it? And I know Daniel got a bottle of that. I mean, how cool is that going to look up there with 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? I've been dreaming of that day to have that up there. I know, right? What a day. Alright, missus, you ready? Babe? You ready? No, it's not open. Wrong box, it's not opened. It's still sealed, you silly goose. That was the other box. It's the other box. It's the other box, you silly goose. Do you have any Amrit? I've had Amrit in the past. I don't have any at the moment. That's going to be a hell of a Lego and Drams build. I know, and I'm going to make sure I thoroughly enjoy every bit of that build. Oh, you picked up a 7 bottle as well, Daniel. Nice. Yeah, I've had the Amrit Fusion is the one I had. I think, if I remember, it was ages ago when I tried it. Right, stick these awesome bottles over here. Out of the way.
Good
Actually,
day.
I got a better idea.
Jerry
I'll
Black.
take this up to the missus. I have a bottle of the weeded amaret, debating on grabbing it. G'day, Jerry. No, this is the Lagerbull in 11. Lagerbull in 11. And I can't wait to get the next one, which is meant to be released. Which is going to be done in Guinness casks. Alright, I'll take this up to the missus. She can do the pouring. So nobody will have an idea here. Here you go. Then just you bring your glasses in, don't bring your box inside. Yep, wine tasting up next. They're being poured as we speak. That is a sexy bottle. 750 mils too. Actually, how big is this one? Wow, that's a 750 as well. That's my first Lagerbull 750. Because we just don't get 750 mils of anything. It's super rare. I was really surprised this morning when I checked the thing and it said it was delivered. But it said they sent it to one post office, and then straight after they said they sent it to the other post office. So I went to the main post office and they said no, it's at. It took me like 20 minutes for them to track it down. They said it's at the other post office. So I went there, they immediately had it and grabbed it. And it doesn't look like it was open. It looks like it was. There's no letter or anything. So completely fluked it, and it came through unscathed and didn't get stopped in customs or anything. So kudos to the inspectors who inspected the maple syrup glassware. Awesome. Best maple syrup glassware ever invented. Look at those sexy bottles. Look at that. Alright, I've got some ice in there. So I've got my primer, some Glenmo 10. Damn slow customs. Yeah, they certainly were. 1 month almost from the box from C8. That's usually around the time it takes to get stuff from the States. It's usually, yeah, 3 to 4 weeks. But once it gets into Australia, it's usually... What was that? Don't get me started either, Shane. Still, I was really impressed with this.
Good day.
Really
Old
impressive.
Man Joe.
G'day, old man Joe. How you going? So, how common is this? These holders, because that's really, really cool. I've never seen it. They're awesome. I like that idea. I'm presuming they make bigger ones of these as well. That's cool. Man, there's a shitload of static there. It's like, if I had hair, they'd be standing up right now. Some serious static. Yep, Aussie slow roll, exactly. So as soon as it got into Australia, it just took forever for them to clear it through customs and all that bullshit. And I thought it was going to get more delayed, but yeah. And they didn't even send me the notification that I actually had it. I just checked it and it said it was waiting delivery, and I went, what? Because I was waiting for the letter to come. And it didn't come. Win-win. I do like the texture on this label, and that is sexy. Oh, it's all textured on the back as well. So how's our nuclear vessel going, Mr. Long? Our nuclear vessel. Oh, that's all textured too. Ooh. And that is so cool. And it's got his signature on there, signed. Oh, cool, they still put the date in there as well. 16th of August 19. $10.09.
Good day.
Something or other.
Christopher Molloy.
G'day, Chris, how you going? Blind tasting shit slow coming up. She's onto it. But you gotta open them and... Oh, it's a day off. Nice! Always a bonus. Oh, so you get them from your bottle shop. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've never seen them before. Hello. Oh, they're nice styrofoam. That's cool. Check this out. Is that telling me that the... What's... Is that meant to say something? It's empty! So, I know they're bottles. They're full-size bottles, maybe? That's cool! Yeah, that's pretty cool. And it's not going to fit every size bottle, but... fits these pretty well. Oh, I like that idea. This will be good when we go travelling. So you know which is which? Mm-hmm. Okay. Alrighty. Thank you.
A. B.
Well, as long as you know which one's the black one.
Yes, I know
which
which is which.
You know which is which?
Yes, I know which is which.
Okay. Alright, here we go. Here's the black one. I have no idea what the colour is because I got no idea. Ooh, slightly peated. Definitely thinking slightly peated. Oh, mate, no, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hey, what the hell did I... That's on the floor.
Probably a lime seed.
No, a dribble on the floor.
Too early to drink in New York? I don't think so. I mean, I had a little... I'm currently sipping on Glenmorangie 10, but now I've got 2 blind pours. I have no idea. From JD.
Good day. Ben Demon Hunter.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, these are pretty cool. I bought the whole set and then I bought these couple extras. So I'm thinking Campbelltown-ish or maybe Peated Isler-ish, kind of around there. It's definitely the lowlands. Low, as in... Ooh. So you're lurking over in the corner there to see how bad I do? Because the only two people on the planet that know are you and JD. On my last bottle of Scotch, glad I ordered the resupplies yesterday. Oh, that's on your last bottle of 105, isn't it? Actually, I don't even know if these are Scotch. Whingy dog. You can't have any. I'm definitely thinking this is Springbank. Scotch. Oh. Damn, that smells good though. That's got a heap going on in there. This one's got a real dried barley. Oh, not barley, hay.
Now what?
The dog.
Oh.
Yep, no clues. Completely blind. I don't even know what country they're from. Yeah, I mean this has got a nice smoky note to it. I mean this could be Australian. Stinky generator. Well, it has been stable, so we'll move the generator out of there. Well, that's got a decent ABV. I'm getting a bit of a lightheadedness then. That's got a decent ABV on it.
Good day. Jen Ardolino.
G'day, Jen. Are you working? Whoa, yeah, that's going woo straight to the back of the old brain box. So that's got a decent ABV in it. Whoa. Alright, I'm gonna let them open up a bit more because they are neck claws. So I'm guessing that's got a smoky, funky Campbelltown kind of thing, but it's almost got like an Australian smoked toasty kind of nose to it as well. That's what I'm guessing, around Campbelltown-ish. This one I really haven't got much of a clue. This has got a nice sweet hay with a hint of like lemon fresh wash in the background.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Clean out the old sinuses, that's for sure. I want to keep sniffing. This is a lot more subtle in the nose. This is more. I mean, I'm just gonna go on Scotch areas. It's almost. I wouldn't say space on. What are you after? Are you having a look in the book? So that kind of gives me a clue if you grab the book, because that's Scotch, Irish, Japanese, Australian. Actually, it's got a bit of the other stuff in there as well. So they're not bourbons? I'm guessing? Yeah, they don't smell like bourbons. Alright, I'm getting impatient. I'm going for a sippy sip of this funky Campbelltown smelling one.
That stinks.
What stinks? It's not in the book. Did you look in the index in the back? Is that what you're looking at? Alright. Don't forget that's distilleries, not whiskies. So it could be named something else. Oh, wow. That's interesting. The black one. I'm definitely thinking Springbank. It's got a huge amount of funk. It was almost moldy cheese, almost sick kind of funk in the middle of the palate. Oh, I like that. That's got a good finish. Did you see Roy on the V-pub drinking a whiskey from the African country Nambia? It was smoke peated from elephant poo. Yes, I did watch it. I only just... Yeah. Yep. Yep, I only just finished watching that actually a few hours ago. Catching up on it. I like that. I'm thinking Springbank. One of the... If it's not Springbank, it's going to be... It's definitely Campbelltown. I'm definitely thinking Springbank. And I can't judge it on... Second Ken's wife. What? But they drank the other dung one too, which is done in... What's the name? Poop. Alright, let's have a go with this one. This one's interesting on the nose. Hopefully it opens up after the sippy sip. Yeah, that's different. That's got a real grassy note to it. They liked it. Was like a space line. Yeah, yep. Yeah, that's got a real grassy note. With a nice little bit of oak finish on it. Yeah, I'm kind of a little bit lost on that one so far. I mean, I don't know if that's a Scotch or not. And that could be... Could be an Aussie. I don't know. I mean, I haven't really tried that too many Aussie whiskies. Or Japanese for that matter. Interesting. Right. The missus is studying up. She's learning all about them. I definitely like this one. And I'm getting that little bit of smoke on this. So this might be... I don't know if it's a long... I've only had the one long row and the one Hazelburn.
Aaron Hardiman.
G'day, Aaron. That's what I'm trying to find out, Aaron. I have no idea. These are two mystery drams. I have no idea. I'm thinking this is Springbank. This one I'm kind of clueless to at the moment. This I'm thinking Springbank. Springbank, Glen Scotia kind of thing. I'm tending towards Springbank, even though the only Springbanks I've had are the 15 and the 10. Not even the cask strength, it's a straight 10. I had a sample of the 10, but my main experience is the 15.
Nightbot.
So the black one's in the book? It's definitely Campbelltown. I'm definitely thinking
No,
that's
it's
that.
not.
It's not in the book. The black one. Really? You sure?
Was it?
Unless this is a special release kind of deal. Yeah, it's and that's what I would guess it as, even though I don't have that much of an experience with. Uh-oh, strike.
Who said strike?
Aaron's like, uh-oh, strike. It screams Springbank to me. Totally.
Good day. Bauer Ben.
Holy crap, they made it. They did. They did. Guess the age. Yeah. I mean, I've only had one sip of this. I've only had 2 little sips of this. I won't put an age on it yet. This has got a little bit going in it, but it could be a young. It could be an NIS. It could be young. And it's got a bit going in on the nose. It's got a bit going on in there. Hey? iPad. Are you Googling?
Yeah, just one's in it, one's not.
I mean, I don't think it's too old. Yeah, you could try bourbon. I mean, just put it as was it maple syrup glassware? That seemed to come through quite nicely. I don't think this is chill filtered. I definitely don't think this is chill filtered. Yeah, if I had to gun to my head, I'd pick this as Campbelltown. I'm definitely tending towards Springbank. Having stab. Could be way off, but that's where I'm kind of thinking it's from. Let's see how badly off I am. Alright, I'll add a couple of drops. The ABV is not too bad. It has got a bitter kick. It was giving me in the back of the sinuses and in the back of the brain, giving me a bit of ABV spin, but on the palate, it's quite pleasant. I'm thinking this is more of a grain. Yeah, maybe this is a single grain. Which I've never had. I've always wanted to try a single grain. I do like the nose on this. It's got that real hay grain, the sweetness. And the sweetness is like a... It's not a honey sweetness, it's like a floral kind of sweetness. I'm kind of lost in that one. I'm thinking a grain. I mean, this might not be even Scotch. Well, you got both of them? You've identified them?
Yeah. No, the first one was it. The second one was easy. The first one was doing shit.
Oh, and they're both in the book?
Yes.
Okay, so they're both in the book. So they're Irish, Scottish, or Japanese? Maybe. Well, this could be Japanese. I mean, I haven't had much experience with Japanese. No, give me clues. It could be, but I'm tending towards more a Scotch grain. I mean, off the top of my head, I did see somebody got a Loch Lomond grain today. So it might be that. We'll talk off stream what you want me to attempt. Why were you thinking Campbelltown? Dunnage Warehouse? Funk? No, it's actually got... It reminded me of Springbank straight away. It's got that little bit of funky on the nose. On the palate, it had a big pile of spew cheese, kind of... almost sick kind of thing in the middle of the palate, which is quite unique. But it's definitely got that funk on the nose, but a little bit of... It's a lovely little bit of toasted oat, kind of smoky. I do like it. Kerosene drinker. Alright, so I've added a bit of water to that. One more sip of this one. I'm thinking this is a grain. I could be way off, but... I get a lot of grassy, grainy hay on that one. It's I can't say I've had something as strong grassy hay note. Almost raw barley almost. Yeah. Like have you ever chewed on raw barley? Yeah, very grainy. I do like it. It's yeah, I haven't had anything like that before. That's unique. Alright, where's the water? ABV isn't as high as the black one. It's definitely a lower ABV. I would say 43, 46 tops. This one I think has got a bit more kick. Close to 50-ish, maybe 48. Between 48 52, kind of around that. Maybe a little bit high. It's definitely young-ish. It's got a decent ABV. This one, I'm kind of a little bit lost.
On the black one?
On the black one, I'm thinking between 48 and 52-ish, around that.
You're right. You're way too high.
Now she said I'm way too high, so... well, that's what I'm getting. No. I don't know anything yet. I'm gonna say what I'm guessing and then you can reveal it. It's youngish like the missus, yeah?
Thanks.
Hey, that's a compliment!
I'm old. I'm an old fart.
You're not an old fart.
Excuse me? I'm an old fart.
No, you're not. I'm an old fart.
Hey, I'm 39 this year. You're 40.
I wish I was 40. Can I be 40 again, can I? Oh, I got a nice little bit of orange peel then. Oh, I like that. Alright, I'm going to call that. I'm thinking this is high-ish ABV. You know, high 40s. Youngish. So, 12 and below maybe. Campbelltown. Springbank maybe. That's what I'm locking in for that one. This one, I really don't know. I'm going to guess it's a grain. And the only one I can think of is Loch Lomond because I saw that today, but it could be one of the other ones that are single grains. If it's not a single grain, I'm kind of up in the air. I really don't know. I'm guessing it's a Scotch. This one's a bit lower on the ABV, I'm thinking, and I think this has got more age on it. Tell her to bring in the bottle and set them in front of each glass when you make your final decision. Okay. Did you hear that, missus?
Yes.
Okay. Cheers, Ben. Thanks, mate. I mean, this has some characteristics of Deanston that are organic, but so maybe this is a Scotch that's organic. I don't know, but I do like the grainy quality that the barley, the wheat, that hay, dried hay with that little bit of sweetness. Yeah, so I'm thinking this is low ABV, a little bit older age statement, maybe a single grain, or it could be. I haven't had any of the compass box. It could be. Is it the hedonism? That's the grain one. Could be that. I don't know. And that definitely Campbelltown, tending towards Springbank. Could be wrong on that, but yeah, 48ish, 46, 48ish. I'm thinking 48, maybe ish, and a little bit younger, maybe 12, maybe 10 or 12. This age, I have no idea. 15, 18. Alright, that's it.
Done?
I'm done. Alright.
Done?
Yep. I'll close my eyes and then you can put the bottles in front of me. Well, facing the camera. I hear rattles of bottles. Nah. Am I done?
Nope.
No.
Hey!
Oh, I just saw the back of the thing. I thought that was it.
Right.
Done?
Done.
Hazelburn! Oh, Strathmill! Holy shit!
46 ABV.
46.
43 for this one.
Yeah, I definitely knew this was a lower. Wow, that's awesome, Strathmill. Oh man, which one is this? Campbelltown Single Malt, the 12-year-old.
And it's a 46.
Triple distilled.
Was
That's
it annoying?
a 46.
That's annoying because it wasn't under J&A Mitchell. It was under bloody something else.
It's under Springbank. The Springbank does, yeah. See, I could have told you that if I knew that, but yeah. Because Springbank does Hazelburn and the Long Rose. Wow. Oh man, that is awesome. Yeah, try that one.
I already smelt it and I tried a little bit of it.
Oh, you already tried a little bit.
Like a dribble.
You tried a little nipple of it. I mean, they are both delicious. I really like that. That is really grainy, barley. I've heard about this and I've always wanted to try it. I mean, that is awesome.
Very smooth.
Yeah, it's Campbelltown. I mean, it's Diageo, so it's filtered and coloured.
I knew that was Peter.
Good day.
Stunk.
So now I've got 3 of the
Whiskey
Flora and
Pilgrim.
Faunas. Thank you so much, Edith. I mean, that is awesome. So you've got a Hazelburn 12. Yes.
And a 10.
Oh, and this is discontinued. Yeah, that's my 10. Yeah, that's the only Hazelburn I've ever had. Is that?
And?
And that's the non-peated one.
Non-chill filtered.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're non-chill filtered, natural coloured.
So 10, 12.
Oh, man. That is awesome. Yeah, you definitely killed it, JD. I mean, you knocked that out of the park. I mean, you definitely know my palate really well.
Okay, now you got to guess the pricing.
I don't want to guess the price.
You don't want to know the price on one of them.
Well, I know that one isn't cheap.
No.
And the flora and fauna, I think this one's starting to get rarer and rarer to get, the Strathmore.
Ouchies? Not so ouchies.
You did well. Good guesses. Well, I didn't guess this one at all. I didn't guess this at all.
Do you want the invoice?
Yeah, stick it in the box. And I did not.
This one, this side, ouchies, this side, not so ouchies.
I didn't guess this one at all.
Yeah, not so ouchies. But that one? Yeesh.
Man, that's. Oh, it's got a little birdie on it. It's got a pied wagtail.
Mm-hmm.
Shane Long
How awesome is
just
that?
said it's tree fitty.
It's tree fitty.
Really?
Try that one.
Yeah, no, it's very peated. I could smell it when I poured it.
That's slightly peated. Slightly peated. It's got a heap of Campbelltown funk.
It's very caramelly.
Caramelly. Yeah, it has got a nice sweetness. Now this is opened up a little bit. This is really... I really like that grainy note to this. Yeah, I haven't anything...
Smoky. It smells very like caramel.
You get that?
Smoke flavour?
No, the funky cheese kind of
No.
sick in it.
No, I don't. I get caramel. I get caramel smell and
The toasty smoke.
smoky.
Yeah, it's a nice smoke.
But no,
Yeah,
I
that
don't
is-
get.
that
But I
is
don't get the
sexy.
funky cheese. No funky cheese.
Oh, that is nice.
I'm running away. I'm going to bed. I'm tired.
Okay, you're gonna run away.
Yeah, I'll go home.
Bye.
Bye. Where was scared?
Oh, Will. JD, you are an absolute fucking legend. Cheers, mate. I owe you big time. Well, at least I picked it as Campbelltown. Oh, man. Has it been? Well, hell yeah. Nice. Alright, now they can catch up on chat. What's that? Hats off to JD. Yep, definitely has been turned. Only 3,900. Oh, really? Hey, babe. Only 3,900 bottles on this.
Which one?
The Hazelburn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, for the 12-year-old, yes. It wasn't many cookies at all.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So it's very rare, that one.
I'm kind of gobsmacked. I'm gobsmacked.
Can't just hold out a whole goddamn pizza.
I did watch your thing today, Bourbon. The only thing I would say is turn your camera that way. That's the only thing. Oh man, Strathmore. Sweet! Dry finish. There we go. Provides water from a spring on the site, provides processing water, deep amber, rich malt, has a light rounded body and creamy sweet flavour with a dry finish and chocolatey aftertaste. Yep. Yeah, that's really nice. That tomato you just got says it's 2,000 bottles. Wow. That's crazy, isn't it? I mean, oh yeah, that is so cool. Holy shit. Working on spyglasses. Yep, and I just this morning I ordered another bottle of the Tomatin 14-year-old, the Portwood. I ordered another bottle of that today. And I ordered a... what the hell was it? I've forgotten what I bloody ordered. I got the tomato and... Nah, I'm drawing a blank. Oh, Glencairn 15. That's right. Glencairn 15. Somebody was asking me... Yeah, who was asking me last night? God, I'm hopeless. Is that you, Joe Dag, was asking me? Who was asking me about it? Yeah, it was. Yeah, you got the Demand 15. Yeah, because you got the 15, the Glencairn. You got 2 bottles of the one that I was drooling over. I'm trying to remember now. God, I'm fucking hopeless. The only Strathmill you got is the Cadenhead's bottle. I mean, this is awesome. So I have 3 of the 4 and 4 now. Sweet!
G'day. Nigel Hines.
G'day, Nige. Here it is, Nigel. It's pretty damn sexy. Man, I love that. These are all good. Hmm. You want one? It's definitely worth it. 2,354 pieces. And you can put the Hubble in the shuttle, coming out with the arm, or you can do it separate on its own little display. It's pretty damn cool. That hazelbrand is fucking delicious.
G'day. Cosmic Poet.
G'day, Cosmic. How you going? That was fun. I enjoyed that. I certainly didn't get anywhere close to this. Yeah, it's really grain forward on it. I like it.
G'day. Libation Exploration.
G'day, Libation. How you doing? Alright. Let's open the pub up, eh? If anyone wants to pop in. Oh, that Strathmill's good. I've heard good things about it. I've always wanted to try it, and I'm so thankful, JD, that I get to actually explore it now. That is awesome sauce. Copy link. You
Shane
hungover?
Long.
Excellent.
Just said can read MY post, damn it.
What? Read my post, damn it. Hold on, give me a second. Where is your post? Read my post, damn it. Your post in chat, or your... Have you... No, not that one. Scrolling. What did I miss? Where? What did I miss? Did I miss something? Oh, the Glengarry Brothers. The Glen Scotch is over 15. Edgedoor Belgian. The Glendronach 10 year. Oh, that's right. The Lochlann thought it was the Glendronach Port Pete one. That's the one I was ruling over. Yes. What did I miss? Did you put it in Discord or something? Because I see, have you heard anything on those Curado series tomato balls?
G'day. Bourbon Battalion.
Bourbon Battalion. There you go, mate. No, I have not. I know, that's what I was saying last night. That is a hell of an order. That is a awesome grab bag of wicked whiskies right there. No, I have not. Wow. Wicked. And I like the packaging on this that they've done as well. Gotta love that styrofoam smell. Alright, let's put this one back. I need another shelf. I'm gonna have to re-organize my shelf. This over there, get some room. It's awesome Strathmill. I'm gonna enjoy exploring that. How much have I got left in there? That's the thing, you can't tell. Well, there's a couple of sips left. And because these are weighted a little bit heavier than a normal Glencairn as well. Yeah, they're a little bit heavier. A lot more denser material. I'm thinking this one's heavier. Probably because it's solid as. You can't see shit through that. Alright guys, the link is pinned up there if you want to pop on in. Feel free. Now it's opened up a little bit. Now that water, it's got a lot more honey around it. Oh, but I love that grain in it, man. I fucking love it, JD. Both of them. Big fan, man. Big fan. And this is really unique because this has got that real lovely straw hay thing, but a little bit of the honey. Unlike what the Linkwood or the Linkwood is more rich honey without that hay barley kind of thing. This has got a little, yeah, I like that. After work? Well, that's no fun. Don't work too hard. Everyone's bugging off. After a meeting, need to try the 105. Been looking at the older motherfuckers, but more seem to be 146. Yep. The 105 is good. Nothing wrong with the 105. So you're in a meeting. Well, don't suffer your meeting too well. Too bad. Cheers, Shane. Cheers, Libation. Take it easy. I might still be lurking around when you finish. I love the contradiction between these two. And then side by side, they couldn't be further apart. And everything about them. That's so cool. Then you just go back to the Glen mode and it's completely different again. Mmm. Whoa. I so want to crack this right now. 20 port finished, aged 14 years, 52.8% peated. I mean, goddamn. That just, yeah. That makes me happy inside just reading all those words.
Good day. James McGoran.
G'day, James. How you going, mate? Yo! You just missed the blind. I did. JD hooked me up with some sweet whiskey. Hazelburn 12 and Strathmore. Hell yeah. Flora and Fauna. And the delivery of JD's awesome box of goodies arrived today. So I've got the Campbelltown commemorative release, the malt special festival release, Lagavulin 11, and this I'm super keen to try, Redwood Empire, the Lost Monarch, with this sexy texture. I know, right? Whiskey Mail for the win. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, brother! Ooh, that's... I've got that... Orange chocolate. Orange... Oh, what's an orange chocolate now? Almost like those orange biscuits, the chocolate biscuits you get with the orange in the middle. That's what I was saying earlier when I was doing the blind and I was getting that little bit of orange. Is Lagavulin 16 drastically better than the 12? I mean the 11? Well, I've never tried the 11, so I don't know, but I'm a big fan of the 16. It's a lot of beard oil. Well, these maple syrup glassware. The best maple syrup glassware you can ever get. Yep, I'm really liking that. Yeah, that's one of those orange biscuits, the chocolate orange biscuit. Fucking want one. Love those things, they're so tasty. Man. It smells so fucking good. It is totally those biscuits. It's those chocolate fucking orange ones. The Arnott's, I think they're the Arnott's ones. You know, like your James would know. Mint slice. The orange style ones. That's what this is. What are those? Mandarin slice? Mandarin slice. That's it. Yeah, Mandarin slice. Those fuckers. Mmm. Yep, I was totally just getting that on the nose. Yep. On the dot, man. Fucking delicious. I don't know, as soon as I walk into the shop next time and I see some of those fucking Mandarin slice, I'm gonna have to buy a couple packets of them fucking thing. You come back to this and there's that lovely grassy and sweet floral. Now this reminds me of springtime, and you've got all the fresh grasses growing, and you've got the butterflies fucking flying around, and palate spicy on the palate, nutty and cocoa, rich oak, coffee, gentle peat, finished coffee, spices, citrus, chocolate, unfinished. There you go. That's exactly what I was getting with the citrus chocolate. Definitely getting that. And yeah, and the cocoa rich, that's the chocolate. The nutty bit. Coffee, I never get coffee. I only get that. There's like a dark cacao kind of thing. Yep, the gentle peat. It's nice smoky, almost Aussie kind of smoky peat to that. Oh yeah, it's fucking delicious. Yeah, but it's not really on the palate. You get the mandarin slice, but on that nose. And that big, sick funk cheese kind of thing. It was on the only on the first sip. It really dulled back. But it's definitely there, but it really mellows out and blends into the rest of the. Yeah, fuck man, that's tasty shit. I'm super chuffed to have that. Can't wait for the boys to try it. Mmm. Yeah, that is good. And it has some of the characteristics of the Linkwood Klein Leash kind of honey. You get more of the honey towards the end after you've added the water and let it open up a bit. I'll buy another Glen Scotia 20-point festival and we'll send you another box then from you. I'm speechless. Thank you so much, man. That'd be awesome. I'm like a little schoolboy. Jeez, Gromit, jeez. I mean, this is so sick. Look at that silver on there. It's so sexy. Oh, that'd be awesome. I haven't had any reviews about the 2021. I mean, what are people saying compared to the 19, the 20, the 21 the reviews? What are people saying? I have no idea. I haven't been keeping up the... haven't looked in the reviews, to be honest. Because every time this comes out, I just turn away. I'm like, oh, I can't get it. I'm just gonna block that out of my brain. I know I can't get it. No, it's a distant unobtainium to me. Simon missed the show. He did indeed. You'll have to watch it on the replay. We'll give him something to do. Wow. Awesome. I think that's a bit frozen. Just a tad. 10-year-old limited edition with Bordeaux red wine. Oh! So it is definitely different. That's right, I didn't remember seeing something about that. Well, my fridge has definitely been working really well now the power's come back on and I defrosted it. It's freezing the water, so I might have to turn the temperature up a bit on it. Non-chill filter with an ABV of 56.1. Nice. Hope nobody needs to go to the toilet. It sounds amazing. Fucking oath it sounds amazing. Is that annoying yet? Palate is honeycomb sweetness with vibrant strawberry and apple, toasted with vanilla and a hint of lime citrus. Finishes long with the warming spice of cinnamon and aniseed. It sure is, Frederick. It's the 2020 Campbelltown release, the festival. Nice loot ASMR. Yep. That was a long one too. I mean, that's a pretty cool structure. They got some wicked looking icicles happening in there. That's pretty cool. You get everything at the Munted pub. ASMR, whiskey. You thirsty? Oh, you've got the 2018, 19, 20, 21. Damn! That's a nice little collection. Waiting for that now 21 Malts Festival Glen Scotia 10. Yep, I mean Daniel's got one. JD's got one. I'll never see it here. Yeah, I'm super chuffed to have this. I'm gonna refrain from opening it. I will open it on another stream. Fresh. I want fresh palate. Do I try this? Straight wire whiskies and straight bourbon whiskies aged 1 year aging in barrels in the temperate climate in North California, sorry. Coast allows for a slow and even extraction of flavour, producing a whiskey of exceptional balance and complexity. Open this one, JD. We'll save it for another time. Campbelltown getting popular, these seem super collectible. Man, they are super collectible.
Good day.
Says, do it.
Ben Carlson.
G'day, Ben. Friday happened early this week. What a selection today. It's 10 AM. Come on, 5 o'clock. Long time no see, Ben. How you doing, mate? I know it's not crazy rare, but I'm still in love with Lafroy. Why am I so curious? Curious on that Lagavulin. You gotta get Lagavulin. And yes, I'm a big fan of Lafroy myself. It's delicious. Been on Glen Scotia for 15 years now when I found them. I mean, yeah, they make some good shit. I mean, this Victorian, fuck me. I'm just a 15. Then I have to have some of this. Open all you want, drink and use your game, and to enjoy. Yeah, but I want to stretch them out. Hitting Sweden next month, I hear we'll probably have to get two myself, learn the hard way buying one bottle last year. Yeah, that's why I've got my little sample bottles, and I'm starting to screw away. So I'm screwing away little bottles, to stick away in a box in a cupboard somewhere. So in a few years down the track, I can look at my list and go, "Oh, I've got that," and I can relive that bottle for one last time. Yeah. More bourbon, no worries. I picked up the one last year, although it was almost sold out here. I had to drive an hour away to find stores anyway. Yeah, at least you can get it. Ah!
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, you're good. That's right.
How you doing, Ken?
Good, mate. Yourself?
Just got my second Moderna shot, so I figure I better drink up now before I'm like dead tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Oh, you got the second one. The second one's meant to hit a bit stronger than the first one, isn't it?
Yeah, and they said that it happens. It's a bit stronger if you had COVID and you had a bad reaction when you had it, that it's going to be worse for you. And I had a really bad reaction when I had COVID, so we'll see. Shit. So I'm thinking like if I put some alcohol in me, I can have it like fighting right away. It's
true, exactly. And it'll lubricate everything, and it'll just slide its way out.
Yeah, so it's good logical thinking, right?
Yeah, fucking oath. Bloody oath.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. The Lost
Monarch, yeah, that's the plan this time.
Lost Monarch, that Redwood Empire Lost Monarch is delicious.
Yeah, well, that's what I keep hearing. And then when Jay said he was going to send me a bottle, I'm like, oh, yes, please.
I think if you're a cigar guy, man, I'll tell you right now, it is without a doubt a cigar smoker.
Oh, fuck yeah. Well, in that case, I'll take it. My next cigar meeting is next week, so I'll take this along.
If we're going to open it, I'll drink it with you.
Oh, fuck yeah. Let's do it.
Let me find mine. It's down here somewhere.
Well, since you're on and I can't fucking open that, I'll go get a proper knife to open it with.
Oh.
And you knew exactly where I was fucking going with that.
In the K-bar now, right?
Yeah, fucking right.
You gotta have a K-bar. It's funny because like right here, like I'm sitting at my bar, and so every good bar has a K-bar.
Yeah, exactly.
That's part of the bar. Like I have an alcohol K-bar.
Yeah. Well, it's written on it. It says BAR.
Right. And mine says United States Marine Corps because I have 2 Marine Corps K-bars. Usually the K-bar will have a United States Marine Corps on it.
Oh yeah, this is USMC one for sure.
Yeah, because USMC is K-bar is a USMC type of typical what you'd find in the Marine Corps.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it was first patented for the Marine Corps back in.
It's been a while.
When was it?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but I have one that was actually. I have one that was
42.
given to me as a gift. Yeah, 1942. One that was given to me as a gift as I left that hangs on my wall, and then I have one underneath here for like someone gets in here and wants to get all shitty and saucy, and I don't want to pull like another device to corrective action stuff. You know.
Yes. Some freedom ticket dispensers.
Yeah. So Redwood Empire Lost Monarch, dude. It's a nice drink. I'm happy to do it. I'm happy I finally got a chance to get on with you.
I know. I've been on other streams when you've been on, but we haven't had to have a chance
to do this. And I'll tell you what, this thing opens up beautiful. It's okay off the neck. I like it off the neck, but I like it better on like the second pour and down the road. but it opens up delicious.
Yeah. Well, that's with most whiskeys. Let them open up.
But off the neck, it still comes with a really nice nose.
Oh, that's a nice fucking nose on that. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Ooh,
it's
I
not
like that
at all. And I can find this at my local store all day long.
Oh, man, that's rose water and cherries and.
Oh, it's definitely cherries. Yeah, it's a beautiful drink.
Oh fuck yeah!
And the thing I liked about it is it comes on your palate. It has this entry point that it comes in like really like you said, rose water or like a sugar water. Comes in really nice and smooth. About mid palate, it starts to open up. You start picking up some of these rye notes, but at the same time, it's just this wonderful, fruity, floral type of thing. But it has a great finish. And what I mean by great, it's a lasting finish.
A long last on the pellet, coats the pellet nicely. Yeah. So how much rye? So it's only got a small amount of rye in it, I'm presuming?
Yeah, it doesn't have a much. I think they actually put it right on there, right? Isn't there?
Aged at least 3 years. It just says, it's a combination. It's a blend of straight rye whiskeys and straight bourbon.
Yeah, so it's a boo rye, but you know what? It gives you a boo rye taste. I remember when I reviewed this, I didn't know that ahead of time, and me and the gunny was sitting here. I was like, dude, this tastes like a freaking boo rye because you can't get away from the bourbon. The bourbon's on the front of the palate because when it first enters, it's sweet, but it's not like horrible sweet where you're miserable. It's just a nice entry.
Yeah. No, I'm enjoying on the nose, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Oh, so Ben hit his second shot yesterday as well. Hit me like a freight train today. Bugger.
Well, I literally came home and started drinking.
Yeah, good man.
I was like, the only way.
Yeah, the only way to get around it is to fucking hit it head on.
I'll tell you what, I did the good old-fashioned military thing. The first thing, as soon as I got the shot, you have to go into this waiting area to be observed. And everybody looked at me like I was the biggest weirdo in the world. Because in the Marine Corps, right, when you go get your shots, they instantly tell you, hey, start doing push-ups so that you work it out in your arm. So I'm in there like, I didn't.
Did you do the arm thing?
Yeah.
I just went in my room and I was like this.
My daughter just walked down and she's in there trying to do it. Push-ups help. She just got her.
Hi.
Push-ups. Do push-ups.
I'm not working out. I did the arm swing. That's the one that I see recommended.
Yeah, so it's just arm swing, moving around.
Oh, the arm swing. Yeah.
The last time I did push-ups and I didn't have any arm pain. Now she didn't do anything and she had quite a bit. So
yeah.
But in Marine Corps, they made you do that. So for me, it was like, duh.
Yeah, I mean, when I got shots in the military, it was just fucking walk down a line, get fucking jabbed, and off you fucking go. There was no push-ups or nothing.
Yeah, we did the gauntlet, right? Because you had I think 7 people on each side, so you had 14 shots, 7 in each arm. And at the very last station, you couldn't leave until you did 50 push-ups.
Oh, okay.
You drop and do push-ups. You didn't have a choice. You dropped and did push-ups.
Yeah. No, I don't remember. I just remember fucking jab, swallow this, take that, jab this, fucking off you go. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was like literally there was someone doing commands. They'd be like, "Okay, ready, shoot," and they'd give you shots, and then they're like, "Ready, still," and you're like, "Cool."
Yep.
Then it's like, ready. It was efficient as hell.
Oh yeah. That's the fucking military for you. I just finished, literally before I started the stream, I just finished watching the 4-part documentary on the Devil Brigade.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, with the guys went back and trained for a month and then went to that Defendo in fucking next to Monte Casino, that hill, and they fucking climbed it and they had a mock army with the German military. They played the bad guys and it was pretty fucking cool. Yeah,
no doubt about it. So I was in Florida the other day, or last week. I was down there on spring break with my wife, and
here we go. I'll just jump in. So Lost Monarch blend is 60% rye whiskey, 95% rye, 5% malted barley. It's aged between 3 to 5 years. 4% bourbon whiskey, 75 corn, 21 rye, raw rye, 4% malted barley. It's aged between 5 and 12 years. So he's onto it. Nice.
The only thing that I would prefer as my palate evolves, right? Because I'm really focused on this palate evolution and going back. For me, because I'm not a Scotch drinker, I'm working on it. I'm getting there. I'm definitely liking changes. But the weird thing for me, because I'm such a high proof guy, this would knock it out of the flipping park if it was about 114.
Well, I was just going to say, oh, fuck, I like this. I like that.
Yeah,
the problem is at the end with that palate, that rye that comes through. Oh,
it's dangerous.
And I was thinking that it's light on the ABV. What is it? It's
90.
Light. Oh, shit, yeah. Because I was just thinking that. I was like, this is quite light. Yeah, but you're right. That finish is delicious.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. And you could pair that with a really nice freaking Maduro cigar and maybe a Nicaraguan.
Ooh. Yeah, that's going to pair nicely.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I just watched an entire segment on cigars on the pros and cons to double and triple caps. And I was like, I said, well, listen, so I went back and looked at a bunch of the cigars I have had, because I've had cigars for years. And I don't know that I ever really paid attention to what caps I had on it, because I always, if I can, I always punch cut. I don't want to, take as little as possible. And so I don't know that it's ever really been a major problem for me, because I don't cut. I punch cut. And so the problem, I think, is when you have someone that likes to cut the end, well then,
I like cutting. But when I cut, I already cut something super fucking thin.
Yeah.
So
I usually
just a little bit on that.
I have just a bullet cutter. Literally, my brother made it out of a 223 round. And so.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So it looks like a bullet. I don't know how many times I've gotten in trouble going through customs. It's not even fun. I quit making it. They see this.
I used to have a 7.62 fucking bullet on my key ring, and the same thing. It was like, I always have to remember to fucking leave that key at home when I ever go to the airport. It's like, you've got a 7.62 dangling around on your fucking keychain. Yeah.
Same token, I had this one time when I was going out there to work, and I took some tools with me, and didn't get anything. And I got out there, and I started unpacking my stuff, and I realized in my tool bag, I had a 6-inch knife. Never pinged it. No one noticed it. No one said anything. And I was like, I just made it all the way through with everything. I mean, I had like a heart stabber. I haven't said anything. Now, I'll tell you, since we're talking about travel, I'll tell you the most irritating, mad, agonizing thing I've ever went through in my entire life in travels. So for the past 11 years, well, minus 2020, so 10 years, I was about an 80% traveler worldwide. And I was coming back from the Middle East. And I think in their weird attempt to make it seem as though they weren't targeting Middle Eastern people or whatever, I got flagged at every stop where I had to go in and do custom everything.
The whole thing.
Close off, undo all of my bags, everything out. Well, I finally get to Newark. I'm going through. They pull me aside. Undo all my stuff. I had to stand on the wall in front of everybody. And right behind me is all the people internationally coming in, and not one of them got selected. Only me. And I was global entry, prior active duty military, Caucasian white male. There was no, I've already been through all of the TSA. I'm a global entry guy. I've already been interviewed. I had everything, but I felt as though I was targeted to show. And I'm talking to him. I said, you do know I'm like global entry, honorably discharged, top secret clearance. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And the one guy just looked at me and just said, we have to. And I was like, this is like just a shit show, right? You're taking probably the least likely bad person in the world.
Exactly.
Well, I watch a whole line of people that could be really good humans or could not.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, but
and do
I
you
was
think
so
I'd be? And you should have said, do you think I'd be fucking standing here if I was gonna fuck some shit up?
Oh yeah, you wouldn't have to wonder. But it's more
Yeah.
along the idea is that I had went through and done all the legal things, right? I was TSA, which means I went through interview processes. A global entry, you have to go be interviewed, background checked, fingerprint, everything.
All
So I
that jazz. Yeah.
had every security thing you could possibly have. And I was the only one that was pulled over in front of everybody and completely searched. It was like, I was so annoyed. I understood, in my mind, I understood why they did it, but I thought it was just a shit show. So what do you think of that Monarch?
I'm fucking liking this. I've just got a big waft of fucking citrus on there.
That's the right. I told you, it will evolve. I tell you what, the more it sits, the better it gets.
Yeah,
if you
that's
know,
what I'm trying to. Yeah,
that
I'm
mid
trying to let it
palate
sit for a
starts
little bit.
really open. That mid palate starts really opening up.
Yeah, yeah.
That first palate, the first one comes in like just smooth. It's like a beautiful spring day. It's like, hey, look at me, I'm spring. And then it starts like, hey, look, I got some shit going on. There's gonna be storms later, and it's all good. I don't know. It just the palate starts opening up a ton in the mid palate.
There's a lovely bit of sweetness in there, and that finishes. Yeah, it just drops off and then comes back with another bit.
And it's just it
oak.
lingers. Yeah, it just lingers. Like a lot of lurkers, we love they're
Yeah,
there. They just stay there, And I had someone ask me the
around.
other day on one of my feeds. They sent me a direct message, and they said, "Do I have to interact, or can I just lurk?" I said, "Lurk. If you don't feel comfortable interacting, then just lurk." They said, "Well, I don't."
Oh,
really
that's
know.
what I would say. Yep. Because the time that I'm usually on, everyone is working and vice versa. I'm on other people's stream and I'm working and lurking, so I totally get that.
Yeah.
But saying that, if anyone wants to pop in, the fucking pub's open. The keys at the door. There's pins. Jump on in.
Yeah. So the name of my bar, that's the significance of HQ. HQ is my bar name.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you something interesting. Like, so my emblem, right? So the obvious thing is Bourbon Battalion is my my thing, right? My call sign is Echo 6 Whiskey when I was in the Marine Corps. So if you look over here, that is a non-commissioned officer's United States Marine Corps sword, right? So that represents an NCO sword. This over here is a whiskey thief.
Yep. Nice.
People think it's a sword. It's not. It's a whiskey thief. But up here, it actually says Echo 6 Whiskey, which was my Marine Corps call sign. So I have a Glencairn here in the middle. HQ is the name of the bar when it was established. And then there's this weird emblem that goes around it all up here, right? That is the actual patch of 3rd Battalion, 8th Marine, 2nd Mardiv out of Camp Lejeune. That was my finishing duty station and my finishing unit. So that is our actual patch. And so
Just said if you're lurking, then hit the like button while watching.
That's awesome.
Thanks, JD.
That's right. Yeah, and you got to always hit the like button and all that stuff. And and I'll tell you, I don't think enough people are jumping into Patreons, and people need to jump into different Patreons and do that stuff because literally for $10 you can be a member of like 10 Patreons. And,
pretty much.
Benefits, And the only regret I did when I set up my Patreon is I didn't go down to $1, and I'm like, ugh. So I'm trying to think about what I should do to go through and maybe change it and drop to a lower level. I still started it pretty low. I think my lowest went like 3.
Oh, I'm the same. My lowest is 3. I think 3 is that's pretty fucking low.
Yeah, but when you get a chance sometime on your own, just sitting there, because you've been around here for a while, I'd really appreciate if you could. So my Gmail is bourbonbattalion@gmail.com. Real easy email. Yep. Sometime when you get a chance, go check out my Patreon and my tiers and give me some feedback. I'd love some feedback. They're all just stuff
I'll have a look. I mean, I'm pretty green to the whole Patreon thing myself. I'm really stumbling my way through it as well.
I'm a member of a couple Patreons. I'm a substantial member of them. I go to the ones that I identify palettes. And so I'm like, hey, this person's palette, this person's palette, I identify with. So for me, I kind of do that, like Jason C. From the Mash and Drown, him and our palates are pretty right on track. I've been down to his house. We've sit there and tasted stuff. I felt like he gave me a little test. He's like, hey, try this and tell me what you do. I get that, I get that. And I appreciate that what he did because, realistically to the YouTube universe, I'm pretty new. I don't even know. 6 months might be stretching it. It's somewhere in that range. But I've been doing this for years and years with my brother on our own because the only reason this came about was I went from being an 80% traveler to a 0% traveler.
Yeah.
I was like, how do I live in a house with a wife that I love that I haven't been around that has her hobbies and I have no hobbies? So she's like, well, what about your bourbon and stuff? And she's always been a big supporter. Like when the kids moved out, she said, take the entertainment room and make it a bar. And I was like, no, okay.
Fuck yeah. Yeah.
So I actually have like one of those weird things, right? So a lot of people have like setups. I'm like looking at your setup and that stuff. Some people have really small setups that look good. And some people actually have like full blown big bars. And I have a full blown big bar.
That's what I want. So when I get my house, that's what I'm going to be setting up as much as I can.
Yeah, so I'm in front of, I have a 7-foot bar that goes this way, and then it extends to the left over here, another 3 foot. So I can sit a lot of people. Plus I have like another area over there. So this whole entertainment room we used to have for the kids is now just a Marine Corps bourbon room.
Fuck yeah.
So I have a kegerator over here for my idiot friends that don't like bourbon because they're big freaking vaginas. And I usually put like some shit beer in there.
Yeah. So they just said, only Patreon I do is by shipping bottles for the donation for the channel to grow. Yep, and I totally appreciate that, JD. You don't have to be a patron. Every bit of, these bottles that you've donated to me that I've tasted and opened tonight,
no doubt about that. I don't know JD, but by no means am I saying anything. I think the thing that opens up with Patreon, right? You have an opportunity to talk more individually sometimes. And I have people that call me. I only have one Patreon, so I don't have a lot, right? I'm brand new. But I have people that will call me direct and say, hey, listen, you're in Ohio. You have a selection of things that you can find regularly. Do you want a bottle swap or a sample swap? And I said, I will sample swap anything I have. And between me and the Gunny, we have like 1,300 bottles. It's not major, but it's not little. But it's mostly bourbon, but we have like lots of ages because I started collecting in 98. My brother started in 77. So when he's talking about, Dusty Dan, he's like, man, I don't have Antique 107. I said, dude, I live in Ohio. I can get Antique 107. And my brother was like, are you going to get an Antique 107 for Dusty Dan? I said, yeah. And he's like, well, give me the bottle you bought. And I was like, well, why? He said, just give me the bottle. So I gave him a brand new gold foil cork bottle of Antique 107. And he said, here, give this to Dusty.
Oh. So
it's the old Antique 107, Weller Antique 107 squat bottle.
Yeah.
Because back in the day, this stuff, my brother was a whiskey guy before whiskey was cool. Like bourbon, especially bourbon. He was a bourbon guy before bourbon was cool. So like his hold is squat bottles and old stuff back when you could buy it for like $20.
Yeah.
Like, and so he's like, hey, I'm not married to this old bottle. I have a few of them. Why don't you give him one that will matter to him because he likes dusty stuff. And so I have some stuff going off. I'll tell you the thing I'm the most excited. Now, granted, Dusty Dan will really like that bottle, but this has been cooking. So I think this, Ken. I do a lot of smoking. Mm-hmm. So this is an Old Forester 1920 that's been smoked in mesquite and apple smoke since it's been cooking since February 17th.
Oh fuck!
Look how dark it turned.
Yeah, it's gone. Damn.
Oh my god! And it is straight. It is like the scotchiest smelling barbecue you've ever had at 115.
Oh.
I mean, literally, that's what it turned into. And it's weird. Like you can take bourbon, and depending on how you introduce the smoke to it and how long you let it set, it does this weird thing. If you don't set it for long, it just really enhances this bourbon flavor and taste and gives it a little note. But if you do it for more than 15 days, it starts to take on a scotchy note because of the smoke, and it dissipates. So what happens is you get your smoke into your vessel with your bourbon, right? And it'll be like cloudy, super cloudy, and then eventually it'll dissipate. You won't see it. But what you'll see is you have the overall, like any kind of condensation that rises. It's the more that you set something in a glass, the water comes out, so the proof goes up. Well, just like a cloud, when you're talking about rain, right? You have a cloud up there, it's capturing these molecules, it turns to rain, and blah, the moisture drops. Same thing happens in this stupid bottle. So the way the smoke is introduced into it is through that process. The water rises, the condensation comes up, you swirl it, and it drops back down. And you do that every couple of days. I move it because all the condensation's up, and I drop it back down and back up and back down. And then next thing you know, you have a completely smoke-infused drink that is completely changed, and you didn't do anything other than just put some smoke in it.
Yeah. Yep.
It's
no, it was awesome. I watched the stream. Was it on Jason's or was it on Whiskey Crusaders when you did the smoking?
Whiskey Crusaders when I was on there, and they both picked that they wanted me to make a bottle of Dickel.
Yeah, and you did the smoking on stream. That was cool.
Yeah, I did. I did smoke it on stream with one person. I forget who it was, but I did a blind. I sent a blind to the Whiskey Crusaders. It was Matt and Will.
Yeah.
Both of them picked
cool.
the one thing that they say they hate the most, which is Dickel 12. But I smoked it for 48 hours with mesquite, and it turned out to be absolutely delicious. You know, it got rid of the Flintstone vitamin, it got rid of all that kind of stuff, and just changed it. Yeah. Both said, "Hey, if you can make that by the bottle, we'll trade or swap or whatever." So I have some work coming up, and then I'm just going to go in and I'm going to go get a couple bottles of Dickel 12, and I'm just going to smoke them for about a month. Yeah.
Nice.
But I think that's what you do, right? You just try stuff.
Oh, fuck yeah. I mean, this is an Aussie whiskey. There was only 660 bottles of this made. It's only a 5 ml, but it's a small batch, and it is done in mesquite, and it's fucking delicious. And it's Australian mesquite.
Mesquite does some cool stuff, right?
It does. So it's real fucking tasty.
So it's really weird, right? When you look at different wood smokes, this is going to sound really silly. I'm going to say silly, but it's really going to sound fucked up. It's going to sound fucked up, right? I can take something that, like, the Gunny doesn't like high proof. I can take 115 proof, and if I smoke it in apple wood for 96 hours, it will taste like it's 90 proof.
Oh yeah, it'll drop it down for sure.
And I've done it, but apple does that. Hickory, that'll make that shit taste like 120. It'll jump it right up.
Yeah, it's prickly.
So proof to go up, hickory will jump it up. Applewood will knock it down. And it's just like such a fun. It's just a fun experiment. I don't do a ton with it. I still do it on the side. I don't do it on here because I don't think enough people grasp it. And it makes for boring content for someone that isn't into flavor. That's why I changed Wednesday Blends Day, because I don't think people grasp the idea of what I mean by it. It's the idea that I'm not saying stuff isn't good, but if I have something I can make better, well, why wouldn't I? Just
fucking oath.
So
I mean,
now it's all
make their infinity bottles and stuff, but if you can smoke stuff and blend it and smoke it and do it, hell yeah.
Yeah. So I'm taking a break from Wednesday Blends Day. I'm still on 7:30 to 9 every Wednesday before the Mash and Drum. But now, did you watch this you were on, right? I'm doing the Texas shootout.
Yeah. Yep.
Man, let me tell you, that is some really good shit. because I have never had Texas whiskey at all. So I went into it not only blind, but I had never had it to know anything about it. Oh yeah. Yeah. The first 4 I've ever had is the 4 samples I got from Daniel. I've never had them.
Yep.
I couldn't tell you anything about which one you had. Yeah, I don't. Yellowstone.
Brimstone.
Right? Brimstone. Yeah, I've never had it.
Yeah.
I've never had any Texas whiskey, but the thing I liked about all 4 of these, I told Daniel afterwards, I said, I would put all 4 of those above 50% of the bourbon I have in my bar.
But
Without a doubt.
that's saying something. Yeah. I mean, what they're doing is pretty damn good. I mean, I can understand why Zach is a big fucking fan of these guys, and a lot of people are jumping on. And I finished watching Roy Akavite's channel where today he was going through it, and they did the Brimstone, and they both fucking love it, and they're pure Scotch drinkers. You know? And so they were exploring a whole bunch of different stuff, and they both loved the Brimstone.
Well, I think the thing is the way they're the malting process and what they're doing with the malts and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know a ton about it, but I do know one thing for me is that I know my palate. I can taste something and I can tell you why I like it and what do I know about it. So like I can tell you a malt, if something's malted above 6%, I know it right now because it always throws off a straight cocoa powder to me. It's absolutely always cocoa powder. Now, how much it is and how long it goes on the finish, whether it changes from cocoa powder to like milk chocolate. But I usually have a good idea of how much cocoa's in that. And that's usually malted barley.
Yeah, yep. So JD said, I do the same for people on CA. I try to hook up people all around the world at least the cost of the product and shipping. I send whiskey to scotchdownunder, Kilco, Mashbill, and Drew. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah. No, I know who JD. I don't know JD personally, but I know I've seen him in the chats, for a long time. And yeah, and I've sent money to Kilco. I've supported the mash bill. Yeah. I always try, that's the thing that is, it's really a weird thing, right? So when I first started doing this, I was like, well, hey, I want to do YouTube and I want to do Instagram because they're kind of different worlds. And I'm slowly but surely getting to the point that I'm like really moving away from Instagram because there's so much hate. There is so much hate and so much clickiness that, well, if you aren't so-and-so and don't have enough subscribers or blah, 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 then they won't talk.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
I'm just like, I'm not a fan. Like there was someone doing a donation and I said, well, hey, you know what? That's a good cause. I'd be more than happy to donate. And they responded and said, well, what would you like to donate? And I said, well, that depends. What do you need? And they said, well, if I need you, I'll get back to you.
What?
And I was like, okay, whatever. But that's, that's one of the weird things. Instagram's a different beast. It's this clickiness. It's just, you don't have that in YouTube. YouTube, you don't have that because there's a more, this is going to sound terrible. I think there's just a true love for whiskey.
Exactly. I mean, the people that come and watch the streams love the whiskey and they're there for the whiskey and the people that are on stream. They're not there for some clicky fucking thing.
Yeah, true whiskey and true honest interaction, right? And
totally.
I think that's what separates YouTube from Instagram and other platforms is because here, I'm not, I don't have some of the issues that some of the guys do, like when you're talking about Kilco and Stan, some of those guys that have, whether it be that they're not good around people or they have, dealing with some depression and that stuff. And I get it completely. I don't fall in that category. And so I appreciate the fact that, hey, listen, how can I help you? Because those aren't my, I have my own strengths and weaknesses. I'm a front end technical trainer worldwide and have been front end for years and years and years. I could literally talk paint off a wall to myself and be happy.
Did I?
So, but I mean, but I appreciate that people rally
Good day.
around each other.
Donald
And-
rants.
G'day, Donald. How you going, mate?
Hello. Good
Old man
day,
Joe
Don.
says I'm here to sip whiskey in my favourite Munted pub. Cheers to that.
Favorite.
I need to pour more whiskey. I'm
Oh, I
going to
would-
have more of this fucking Red
I'm
Bull.
glad to finally be in the Munted pub.
Yeah.
But you know what I like is that you're pouring another one, aren't you?
Oh, fucking A.
Yeah, I have no problem. As soon as I saw you were talking about that, I was like, oh hell, let's go. I just need to start getting my Scotch rapport up. Now I know that Matt from the Crusaders.
Yep.
We was talking, and I was going through what I was doing Texas wise, and he's like, holy shit, the stuff you have is not entry level stuff. It's like amazing. Because my iron root stuff
fucking everything.
this week is stupid, but I don't know that.
Yep.
I'm a Texas noob, and so he's like, well, what do you think of peated whiskey? And I was like, well, I've never had peated whiskey. And he's like, but you smoke stuff, and I was like, yeah, I smoke stuff because I like smoke. And he's like, well, why haven't you had peated whiskey? I was like, well, I don't know. I was like, Matt, don't even do it. And he's like, oh, that's it. You're getting some peated whiskey, and I want you to go in. And I think the thing that was interesting about going into these is that I hope people appreciate that I just am honest. I give my palate what I think, what it's coming through, and all this stuff. Because on the Texas Balcones thing I didn't know anything about them. I've never tasted them, and I did them blind to the palate, blind to which one it was. And
Yep.
And I was fascinated that a lot of people said, dude, you rank those point on. And I was like, well, I was just ranking based on
What you were getting.
what you did. So I'm excited to do peated because I don't hate, like, one of the flavors I had, and someone corrected me on it, but it's only because they said what you were really tasting was this. And I said, well, it's probably true, but I've never had that. So in order for me to sit there and say, hey, this is a dark black tea, well, I've never had dark black tea. If you want to talk to me about village water, hey, you know what? I was in the Marine Corps. We had village water.
Yeah, fuck yeah. We can tell you about that when it's in a jerry can and it's been stuck in the fucking 40 degrees Celsius sun and you're on a fucking exercise and that's where you got the drink. Oh my god.
Yeah. Hey, everybody go over there to the old water buffalo. You're like, oh fuck. That thing's probably been out for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But I'm excited about doing the crusade. Matt's going to send me a big whiskey, peated whiskey blind.
Oh fuck yeah, that's sick. Well, that's like when Shane Long sent me those samples of the bourbons, because I'm not okay with the bourbons because it's hard to get stuff here, and I really fucking enjoyed that. And I fell in love with a couple of those.
Sir Lord, it's Sir Lord.
Yes,
right?
Lord Shane Long. Yeah,
he told me it was
now,
Sir Lord Shane Long.
Oh, he's saying it's Sir Lord.
He did to me.
He's only been saying Lord before.
He did Lord
hey, James,
before.
if you're getting fucking munted, get your ass in here, boy.
That's right.
No excuses.
Get the fuck in here.
And old man Joe, it sounds like he's getting munted too. Get your ass in here as well.
Now, have you
Bloody
started
snowing.
Do you have any merch?
Not yet. We'll bring about 6 months or more that possible to get in Europe for Ken to try. Ooh. I'm excited. Big Kev excited.
This is like my first midday workday stream I've ever done. So
I was on a Zoom call at 9 o'clock this morning. I'd only finished drinking at 3 o'clock this morning, so I finished my stream at 3 o'clock when I reopened the Munted pub after the power blackout. Wow. So I was drinking for 5.5 hours. Then I had some sleep. Then I went straight on the stream and fucking 9 o'clock in the morning poured a fucking dram. Then I did some work and then bang, I'm into it again.
Well, I told my reporting supervisor, boss, whatever, we have a great relationship. I said, listen, Friday I go in first thing in the morning, get a COVID shot. It's my second one. The first one kicked my ass. I'm expecting the second one to kill me. So I got my insurance papers out for my wife so she could collect and be a millionaire And
Yep.
you better not fucking do anything to my whiskey. It better sit there until eternity. So,
Yeah, exactly. I want to come back and if there's such thing as reincarnation, I want to grow of age when I can legally drink, so I can go back to my whiskey collection.
I'm gonna come back as like some kind of weird, like freaking, like little molecule that I can sneak inside of a fucking cork and just suck up shit.
Yeah, just suck it in and then pop over to the next one, and yeah, and it'll last for ages.
Leave that shit there. I'll get to it. You know. But
yeah.
I told him, I said, the first thing I thought the problem was is when I got my first shot, I didn't drink afterwards. And I was being dead serious with him. I said, I didn't drink anything. And I had a really adverse reaction. And for like 18 hours, my temperature now this is roughly average, but like every half hour, I went from 98 to 102. And then 98, 102. It kept going up and down, up and down. I was just miserable. And I said, so I'm going to go get my shot. And I'm going to come home and I'm going to drink bourbon the entire day. And so we could be on here a while.
Hell, I'm not going anywhere. Damn straight. So James is fucking drinking the 57.1 again. God damn it. You bastard.
What's he drinking?
He's drinking the fucking Kilkerran 8 57.1, the heavy shard Oloroso.
Oh, stuff I don't know anything about. Sounds amazing.
Oh, this shit is amazing. I think you would actually like it, because this is like, imagine a heavy charred bourbon, but alligator fucking shard, like super fucking shard, with a sweet kick of sherry on it. I think you would actually like it.
Oh yeah, I'd probably put it with a cigar. But I think, that's the thing.
Yeah. This would be great with it. Oh, I need more, because I only got this. James sent me this. He sent me 2 of these samples. I've got this one left, and I don't want to open it because I know it's going to disappear, but this would be amazing with a fucking cigar.
And I'll tell you, just based on what you said about it, it's one of those weird things that if you were to say, hey, this is what I got, and this is what it is, like you just did, and you said, what should I pair that with? It may sound strange to you, but I'd say, oh, dude, that needs to be paired with a Connecticut leaf wrapper. Mostly because the Connecticut wrapper is so smooth and doesn't have much complexity to it.
I don't think that would augment it really nicely. Fuck yeah. Yep, I totally agree.
Yeah, you would want that to be with a Connecticut. So maybe like a really nice limited edition Ashton Connecticut leaf, somewhere along those lines, something easier to find, would pair well, because I think that the palette that you're getting from that would go into the wrapper as you're taking in your drags, right?
You would. You would.
Yeah. Your intake of that Connecticut leaf, that buttery light chocolate would get that infusion of that. And I think it would be unbelievably good. Unbelievable.
As soon as you said Connecticut, I'm like, with you, that white chocolate smooth fucking wrapper, that would definitely go through. And James just said, you could put it side by side with the Balcones Texas single malt. Different but comparable. Okay. Yes. Well, hey, and even with this, it's similar to that with that charred brisket fucking.
This is the Balcones single malt, single barrel American oak at 128.6.
Yep, that's the one.
Yep. So, I'll tell you, I was fortunate enough that I won a bottle from Matt Porter, ADHD Whiskey, and it came in the mail the other day. So, I'm excited about it, mostly because 1, I didn't know anything about it, and 2, I'm not excited about the proof. But when you look at it and you look at the bottle, and I'm an eyes guy, I want to see whether it's a rich color, darkness, all that stuff. I was so excited about it. I won the Hancock's Presidential Reserve.
Oh,
which is Buffalo Trace 88.9. But the color on it is gorgeous. You're just like, whoa. And and I almost always, if you've ever seen me do a review, right? I'm a 6-step review guy.
Yep. I've seen your thing.
So I
JD
think
just said Glen Scotia 1832. Do you want to try? Yes, please.
Yes. Listen, I'm game. I'm into works, right? I'm not trying to be a mooch. I will swap for anything anybody wants that on my bar. I'll swap. I just want to evolve my palate. I just want to go into worlds that I don't know and figure out, because the one thing I liked on the one Balcones I had, I was saying earlier, someone said it was actually black tea. And I said, well, I don't know black tea, but I do know tar, fresh tar, seal coated tar, and that stuff. And that's not a bad thing for me. I just noticed it, and I was like, wow, I really like that. And it ended up being the Grand Cru. He said, well, that's a really heavy black tea note. And I was like, well, to me, it was seal coated tar. And I wasn't saying that was bad. So I'm thinking that because I hear a bunch of things I like, I watch the Whiskey Tribe, and I watch you, and I watch some other people. And when I hear these notes that people are going out, and I think more people need to be very comfortable in saying their notes, because it helps people like me advance our palates to like, hey, I know that note. I know that when you say asphalt, I get that. I'm not saying I'm out there licking the road. I know what you mean when you say asphalt.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right.
We clear every road from salt every year, so that's all.
James just said, silly question. Yeah, pretty much. If it's got alcohol in it, I'll fucking drink it.
So, I did a funny episode one time that was like, hey, that drain pour, no drain pour. Let's blend that shit, right? So the other day I had the Gunny, who's my brother, had somebody send him some samples. And so he brought them down. My brother's name is Steve. And Steve came down to the fire pit, and we was on the back. He's like, let's go through these samples. Now this guy sent us like 4-ounce mason jar samples. And so we hadn't heard, we only knew of one of them. One of them was a Rabbit Hole Derringer. So I knew kind of what to expect on that. And it's really nice. If you haven't had it, I think you'd enjoy it for what it is. It's a sherry cask. And it's good for what it is, right? And we went through, but the other 3 he gave me, I said, these aren't drain pours, these are flame pours. And I threw them in the fire, and it's like mushroom cloud.
Nice.
So I'm going to have a segment that says, if you're thinking drain pour and you just can't stomach it or blend it, here's what you do. And I'm going to take like a sample of a bunch of really bad stuff that's higher proof at night, and I'm going to put a light, and I'm going to cut the light and drink mushroom cloud.
Oh, fuck yeah. See all those different flames come off. Nice.
It's so funny, because I did the one, and it was a really high proof, and man, I'll tell you what, it came right at me.
So JD said, thought Ken only wanted Hazelburn products because of the blind pour, and maybe he doesn't like Glen Scotia anymore. Lol. Nope, I like them all. Give me them all of them.
Well, I'll tell you.
All of the alcohols. Donald just said, Glen Scotia Victorian is probably one of the best values on the market right now, and one of the best NAS scotches. I have to agree with that. That Victoriana for NAS fucking kicks way above its weight. It's a fucking good drop.
There's so much to learn. Like, I'm looking at names and I'm just like, holy Lord. It's like womp 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 womp.
Yeah, wow 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 wow. Ooh, orange tea in a glass. JP Wise's 35 was probably the most tea-forward whiskey I've ever had.
We'll find something that has a really high malted barley and mix it with it, and it'll be like a chocolate orange.
Yeah. But this Strathmore, that's got a huge amount of, that's like hay and grass, and it's fucking tasty.
Yeah. But yeah,
G'day, Mike.
Mike Stahl, holy mother humping.
Mike's in the house.
Freaking live
Mike
wire.
was in here last night. Yep, of live wire fame.
Mike
pretty much
Mike's
in the house.
And
James just said, too much whiskey, too little
Top
time,
shelf
and
Dustin.
budget. And
Top
Dustin's
shelf.
in the house.
Top shelf Dustin just jumped in.
Yep.
Kudos to you, my friend.
Awful old Carter, Kentucky batch one. I'll send you a sample, but it broke.
Top shelf Dustin was without a doubt the star of the show the other day, helping Wheels.
Oh yeah.
He-
Oh shit.
just a class act, man. I'll tell you what.
Oh man,
That's-
yeah. He threw
He's
down some. He flopped out his fucking big schlong and just fucking here we go.
Trying to be top shelf, you know what? You better challenge people, and he did a great job. And I've been on a couple of.
Brilliant.
Me and him have talked. I think we talked one time on Discord on the Whiskords, and what a good dude. Just a good dude.
Oh yeah. No, I've done quite a few chats just in Discord and on stream.
Yeah.
So if you're not busy, Dustin, get your ass in here, and Mike, get your ass in here. Come on.
You know, Ken, you're in the Whiskords, right?
Oh fuck yeah.
Throw up the link for people to know. You know, because there's people will look at it afterwards. I try to throw up the link.
Oh yeah, no, I quite often. Yeah. I'll put the fucking...
People understand how to get into it. Now, granted, let's be honest. Discord is not the easiest freaking thing to maneuver.
It's not too bad. Once you get in there and get your feet wet, it's not too bad.
But that's the thing, right? You have to get into it first. Because I remember the first time.
Yeah.
Just said hit the like button.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Whatever it's got to do.
Actually, I can hop on. Well, fucking do it. Get your ass on here. Do it. And James, what are you doing?
Yeah, freaking get on here. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get a
You getting
freaking
munted?
midday drink. I have like a scotch that I haven't even touched with. So I'll tell you, I did this weird thing, right? So I did a while ago. I did a Instagram with the sarcastic whiskey wench, which if you don't follow her, she is one of the absolute just greatest humans on this freaking planet. And I will plug her forever. She is a beautiful soul that was a U.S. transplant into Scotland first. And now she's in the UK that went from bourbon to Scotch. And she's very, very knowledgeable in her stuff. Nice. The thing that's really cool about her is that she's a mom that takes care of her children. And the husband's very involved in the family. And her children have autism. And
okay, yep.
She is just a grace. She's just such a nice human. She's doing this really cool series of interviewing people. And it's just a quick 15, 20-minute series of how did you fall in love with whiskey? And it's just, I'm just saying, she's a class act. She's wonderful to reach out to. If you follow anybody.
James just said, sarcastic whiskey wench, sold.
Yeah. Yeah, she is. I'm telling you right now, there's very few times that I will sit there and plug someone to the level like that. She is spot on with her palate. She's spot on with her whiskey, and she is an amazing human. Amazing human. Probably one of the nicest, kindest souls. I was her first live stream because she had in her thing, right? Anybody wanted to collab, DM me. So I DM'd her. And she's like, I've never had anybody DM me. I was like, well, welcome to being DM'd. I was like, what do you want to do? And she's like, I don't know. What do I do? And I was like, hey, listen, this is much easier than you think. Let's do a bourbon to Scotch and a Scotch to bourbon. And then we'll blend it. And that's what we did. It was just a real simple thing. We talked about it. And she's like, okay, I want you to do Glenfiddich 12. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I've never done it, so I will. And I said, well, I'm going to do Woodford American malt. Not because it's a bourbon. It's not. It's 51%, malt. But I know what malt is. And for a bourbon person, malt feels like scotchy. And so I went through, and malt is just cocoa and it's chocolate. And that Glenfiddich 12, when I tasted it, I was like, man, that is just orange zest. It's like someone just zested orange for days.
Oh, it's orange, apples, and pears all day.
I was like, yeah, it was. I think my notes were actually orange zest and white fruit. And I said, you know what's going to be really amazing? If we blend these one for one together, it's going to taste like a chocolate orange. And we did it. It did. And
that's what those fucking Mandarin sliced biscuits I was talking about when I was getting on that fucking. Yeah. Oh, there he is.
What's up?
Hey guys. See if I get this audio without headsets working. Sometimes
I hear you fine.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, I was worried you guys would hear yourselves though. That was my concern.
No, not right now.
No, I would have fucking known.
Other than in my head.
Yeah.
Ooh, you got some Hazelburn 12 there, Ken?
Oh, yeah, that's what JD hooked me up with today. I did a blind tasting, so
That's a
Hazelburn
good
fucking
bottle, man.
12.
No one gets
Fuck,
ignored. It's good.
Oh, man. It's fucking good. And
Yeah,
then
so,
the Strathmill 12.
This just showed up today at my place.
Oh, what? Oh, is that which telescope is that? Is that a telescope? I can't fucking tell. What the
Bourbon.
fuck is that?
Doc Swinson, 15-year, batch 11.
Doc Swenson.
Oh, it's Doc Swinson.
Yeah.
Nice.
Son of a monkey's uncle.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
that. I donated some money to Mash Bill's charity a few weeks back, and that was one of my wins. And
Oh,
then,
that's the one you won. Yeah.
yeah, and I got this one as
Yep.
as a prize too.
That's really nice. That's really
Yeah,
nice.
so
Yeah.
they just showed up. So I had a little taste of each, and I figured since I joined you guys, I'd pour a little glass. I got meetings the rest of the day, so I'm not really gonna be working. I'll just be sitting there talking.
Hey, you know what?
And
I'm
having a
on-
little sip.
I was sitting on like trying to make sure that I kill as much of this COVID vaccine second shot that I got so that I'm not like dead tomorrow.
Yeah, boss, she went down hard when she had the first shot.
I didn't go down hard with it, but I had a significant reaction. You know, I mean, I was jumping from 98 to 102 for 18 hours.
Yeah, I mean, she actually slept through a 2:30 meeting.
No, I think it was really interesting that I don't know. I just found it surprising, right? I think there's more information out there than people are being told. But when I went through and got my first shot, you know, you had to check, did you have a doctor certified COVID? Well, yeah, I did have COVID. And so they said, how was your COVID? Did you have a really rough COVID process, or was it just taste and smell and headaches? I said, no, I was bad. And the only reason I did not go to the hospital to be on a respirator is because, been on a respirator before in my life, and I'm not going to be someone's cash cow. So my mom had passed with lung cancer, and she had a bunch of exercises she had to do with that. So I literally, in December in Ohio, which is cold and snowy, I laid on my back deck with my arms spread as much as I could to do as much breathing treatments on my own to myself as I could to not go to the hospital.
Yeah,
They told
my
me
dad had it. He was in the hospital, but they never gave him a respirator. His O2 levels were always still good.
mine were bad. My
Yeah.
my fingernails were blue, and my lips started turning blue. So I knew my
Yeah, it was funny. My mom got vaccinated and she was healthy, and he actually, even with COVID, had better O2 numbers than her.
Yeah, my oxygen sat, I knew went bad. I just wasn't going because I knew what they were going to do. As soon as I saw my fingernails start to turn blue, I was like, no, I went right out on the back deck and started doing deep breathing exercise no matter how much it hurt. And but what they told me when I came in there, they said, if you had a bad reaction to COVID, you're going to have a bad reaction to the vaccines. They said, your first vaccine is going to be rough. Your second one's going to be horrendous. So I was like, so the first one I did, I went through and it was rough. I got the second one this morning and I was like, I told Ken this earlier. I was like, alcohol in my bloodstream has to help somehow. So
It's got
At least numbs the pain.
I'm just going to go on a bender.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just going to go on a bender for 24 hours. Me and Ken are just going to stay on here until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Nice. So I'll join you guys
I'll do that. Hey,
Yep.
I've been there
when I
before.
can really drink. I'll get set up in the whiskey room. You guys can look at my bottles.
Nice.
Give Ken a whiskey gasm.
Now you and I.
Yeah, pretty
we
much
talked-
all that fucking goddamn. So I thought
Yeah,
on
I
the
think-
blind
I
that
think
this was Springbank, but no, I was right. It was Springbank Distillery, but yeah.
Hey, I can definitely pull one of those out and we can drink it together, Ken. Yeah, we talked on I think
Oh,
Bill's
fuck yeah.
Yeah,
Mash Bill's live ones.
Well, and I think the other thing is, didn't we talk in Discord on Wiscord?
Probably, yeah. I'm on Discord all the time.
I think we actually went on.
Oh yeah, we were doing live.
It was
Yeah, we
you
were
and
on
I
Voice.
who actually went on Voice and just talked on Voice.
Dude, I love when we do voice on Discord. It's great.
Not enough people do.
No,
Like,
we need to get more of that. Every time I go on there and check, it's like fuck, no one's
I have
on.
my own channel. If you go into Wiscord, I have on the owners. I have a Bourbon Battalion channel in there. I would rather do voice. I hate typing in. I'd rather talk.
I love voice. I mean, the only problem with voice is especially when there's enough people there. There's enough of us who like to talk.
Oh yeah, that's true.
We start kind of it gets hard.
Well, the good thing is there's not a lot of
Yeah.
people jumping on my channel, so it'd probably just be us.
Well, you can jump on my Discord because there's only a small amount of people on there, and we can just chat in there.
Yeah.
I'm going to look at it right now.
Yeah, I mean, you get me, you get Swami, you get like Jason
Yeah.
mashing drum, and I mean, you got 3 talkers.
Yeah. You know
Oh,
what?
yeah.
That's true. That is no doubt about
That's
it.
usually pretty good for me because I'm usually working. And I can just have it in the background while I'm fucking working away. And
So you're in the Cleveland area, right?
Just south of Cleveland. I'm actually dead in the middle of Ohio, between Cleveland and Columbus, like right in the middle.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we should get together. We should meet up at Jason's.
Oh yeah, where are you at?
Cincy.
Oh, I was at Jason's not too long ago. We went down there, and it's like
I got absolutely blackout drunk with Jason on Saturday.
oh, this Saturday. Oh, I wish I had a fucking
I wasn't at Jason's though. I was up at Mike's place, and
Mike. Who?
like 6 reviews before everybody showed up. Then Jason came over, and then Adam, Mike's boss, came over, and Keith, Munted Man Cave, was there too.
Oh,
So
there's like people that I don't know that are in Ohio. That there's more that I do, but I just I have the availability. I can meet up anytime. I work 100% remote, except for next week I'm in San Jose.
you sure
Yeah,
can, old man Jay. You can definitely sit, listen, smoke, and drink. Fucking A.
But I was sitting there just, sitting back, drinking like all the cool stuff everybody brought. And then Mike's like, dude, I need those glasses from our reviews. You got to drink those.
Mike who? Which Mike?
Have you ever watched the channel Top Shelf Whiskey? So Mike and I's channel.
No, I don't think. Have I? Top Shelf. I think I've been on, but I don't know that I know the names. So it's YouTube.
We don't do lives right now yet. So we just do reviews. And we review high-end whiskey, mostly.
Right. I know what you're doing.
But his channel it used to be Mike's Whiskey Reviews, and then we've been together for about a year doing this. And he's like, all right, we got to change the name. We got to get you involved officially.
Yeah.
So,
it's
but
Top
yeah,
Shelf.
but dude, he's OCD about cleaning all of his glasses and everything. And you never drink out of the same glass twice unless it's been properly washed by hand.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'm not that bad.
He's
Yeah,
got 5 people.
When we
that-
do our reviews, I make sure the glasses are clean before we start. They're all nice. They're those ones. They're the ones we do our reviews with.
Mhm.
And when we finish one episode, and we all add water and we all rinse it out, and we add water and rinse it out, and we do that, and then we do the next one.
hand wash,
But he's
Dove
like full on,
soap,
got to clean it.
dishwasher soap, paper towel, properly cleaned, then set to properly dry.
No.
I can't
I
do the
did-
dishwasher thing.
He cleaned over 100 glasses that night.
Damn.
Fuck.
Yeah, no shit, right?
Like the next,
I'm not a
Mike
fan
is-
of putting them in the
if you
dishwasher.
go look at Mike. Mike is a built dude. I mean, Mike is a big
Oh
guy.
yeah, he's fucking yeah.
Yeah. Like I'm 6 foot 235 right now. Pretty good
He
size
makes
guy.
you look small.
Mike makes me look small.
Yeah.
Big dude.
Like
He's a
Mike
big
is.
boy.
I'm proud to not be a big guy no more. I'm still not small. I'm not.
Mike's got a 32-inch waist and he's big,
Yeah. I was not.
and he's in
that.
his 40s.
Last year, so at the beginning of 2020, end of 2019, I am a whopping 5'11", so not a tall guy, but I was 364.
Yeah,
But now I'm like 230 something. So
yeah. I got up to like 265 when Mike and I were doing reviews, and now I got to like 225, and I've put about 10 back on. So I got to offset.
a lot of that was I was a fat guy, but I was also I was a power lifter for years.
Same.
I did a lot of powerlifting in the Marine Corps. I did a lot of that kind of stuff. And then I got to the point of realizing that I'm a big dude and I don't need to lift heavy shit anymore. so
I got to where my back said, "Dude, you can't lift anymore. You're in all day."
Yeah.
you know what really truly triggered it for me is I have a grandson that came in 2019. And I was like, you know what? I want to live as long as I can and be a grandfather to this boy. And because his dad will be a good dad, but his dad does things of the new generation that's not old generation. And I want to take him and do the things that I never had a grandfather. So I want to take him and do the things that, are special, because I'm a young grandfather. I'm only 49, and all my kids, I've been married 30 years. It was all planned out, no accidents, nothing, and I'm just like, but we wanted to have kids early so that we could be active grandparents. And so,
yeah, I'm very happy not having kids.
that triggered. Grandkids are good.
Yeah, because you get to give them back.
I don't want the wife either. I mean, the woman part's also like, ooh.
Well, I've known my wife since we were like 9, so I didn't have a lot to figure out. I already knew most of it.
You were booked in.
Make this room down here my own bourbon bar. So
yeah, I'm more of a fan of the woman, who goes home at the end of the night.
So you're Barney.
The game.
That's right.
I definitely don't have his success.
No, but you know what? I'll tell you what.
Dustin's definitely got a fucking dildo going in the background there, because every time he talks, he's got this fucking dildo sound happening.
So Dustin, I was just in Florida last week, and I picked up a couple bottles of Horse Soldier, which I've never seen here in Ohio. And I picked them up, and
Of course, made here in Ohio.
Yeah, which is like, that's what I was going to ask. I looked at it and I was like, it's made in Ohio, and I was like, what the son of a monkey's uncle? Why? So I'm like going to reach out to him. I was like, hey, listen, I mean, I would love to do something.
OHLQ, man. OHLQ.
Is that what it's about?
I don't think they can produce enough whiskey to meet Ohio's minimum demands to distribute it here.
I bought it in Florida, and it's made in Columbus.
Yep.
It's like, criminy sakes, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, you can pick it up in Kentucky. I know that. God, their prices suck.
Now, I got mine down in Florida, and I wasn't upset by them. My prices, I
can understand why. How many bottles has fucking JD got of this Redwood Empire? I'm trying to fucking see. He did say he's got like 20 of them or some shit.
Well, you can buy that in Ohio all day long. It's everywhere. That Redwood Empire Monarch, Lost Monarch.
So I got a good look at some for work. I'll be right back.
Yep. Yeah, they have. I was just out.
Again, we're hooking up with a Kilkerran 8, 56.9. Is that the new one, or is that the American cask one? Glen Scotia 10. Ooh. Glen Scotia 11. Ooh. Glendronach 10-year-old. Ooh. He's got 24 bottles of this.
It's good stuff.
I was just thinking, it's like, I'm fucking really enjoying this. Now that's got down almost to the shoulder. I mean, this is really, as you said, it's opening up quite nicely. And
the nose on it, man, the nose has just gotten
the nose is, I can't stop fucking shoving my nose in there.
And it keeps getting better. I think, so like, you don't have a lot in that one, right? Do you have a secondary glass? You have another glass next to you?
Oh, always.
Yeah. So pour what's left in that glass. No.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you. Yep. And then let that fucking sit. Yep.
Yeah. And then what the back blast is that glass that you have. I'm telling you what, the back blast of that, and I wish more people did this. It's just going to go bonkers. It will just.
I always do this. I always do. When it's an empty fucking glass. Yep. When you've just got that coating on there, it makes such a good fucking.
So what happens is, we do this. All of us do this, but someone watching that doesn't know we do it doesn't know it. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
That's why I do it on my reviews. It's like I call it the back blast, right? I just let it sit. And I say, listen, this is the back end of my first pour. I'm going to set it over here, and I'm going to go to a second pour. It's not because we, as whiskey lovers and tasters and guys, do it. It's that people watching don't know to do it.
Yeah.
You can watch. There's nobody that ever comes on here except for it's bourbon night, and I even think they do it on their second bottle. But most people, when they go and do a review, you look at their bottle, they've already poured it once, right? You have to open up. I mean, you see some people will go through and do a neck pour, but you know, you're a true tasting, right? And listen, I'm not saying that I'm the paramount on this, but I have done it for years with my brother. We've always done the same 6-step rule. We go into eyes, we go to nose, we go to palate, we go to finish, we set it aside a little bit in the bottom, we pour a second one, and we go through doing the second pour because you've done this acclimation. And I think the second pour is the first time you get to where the distiller was getting to because they fully acclimated their nose, the aromas into the back part of the olfactory and all this stuff. You get into a second pour. And I've had second pours that were great. On first pours, I thought were shit. And then
fuck yeah. So
you go back to that back blast.
And the same with adding water.
Yeah. That first one that's there and you just let it sit and you come back to it.
I know you
Water's key, man. Water's key.
And I think that, you know, when you look at the first pour and you have it sitting aside and you come back to it, that's what it's going to become if you decant it. It's going to open up. And I think that that's one of the things I always look for is because I love I have 5 decanters on my bar. And I always am decanting stuff because I want to get, when I go to a bar and I'm pouring something for somebody, I want them to get the best expression of it.
Yep. Kilkerran 8 Oloroso Sherry. No, that's 57.1. The 56.9 is the or is that the new one?
Well, yeah, there's 3 out now.
57.1.
There's a fresh sherry, a burnt cherry, and then there's a bourbon cask.
Yeah, the burnt sherry is the 57.1. I think the 56.9 is the American cask, and then there's the new one. So you still got that dildo going in the background.
I'm going to open something that I bought.
Talking about the fan?
Because, you know, I'm trying.
Oh, you're hearing the fan on my laptop.
Oh, yeah.
Is it fucking revving its guts out?
Yeah. This video stuff, I don't have a graphics card in this laptop. It's just on the i7 processor.
Okay.
Let me, I'll switch over to headset here. Give me a second.
Went out and bought
some more cups.
I bought a single malt Scotch because I'm trying to move around and find some new stuff. So, and someone recommended, I hadn't had it yet, but I knew Solera aged. I'm very familiar with Solera aged. So I got the Glenfiddich 15 Solera.
Fuck yeah, that's a good drop.
So I was like, hey, you know what? So I haven't opened it yet, so I'm going to do it right now.
Oh, you haven't opened it? Oh, I haven't got one of them currently. I keep saying I need to get one of them because, yeah, that's good stuff.
So I like the Glenfiddich 12, but, you know, it was really funny. When I very first did the Glenfiddich 12, I liked it because it was what it was. I went back and had it later, and I found that I've already moved past it. I thought it was good for what it was, but it didn't feel like the things that I thought it was originally.
Yeah.
And so my palate is evolving. I mean, mostly I think it can, and maybe you can help me with this. I think my palate is evolving so fast because I'm into the high proofs. I'm into the bold expressions. I want it to hit my palate sweet, but I also want it to just explode into like chaos. So.
Yep. And your bog standard Glenfiddich 12 won't give you that, whereas that will give you a bit of that because that's a lovely Solera sherry cask finish.
Solera. I love Solera for sure. You know, I mean, my Hill.
That's a good one.
I have Hill Rock Solera.
That's one of my favorite Fiddicks. That one.
Yeah, so
I have that over the 18 any day. So the Kilkerran 8 is 12/01 2021. Okay, so that must be the new one. That's the new one.
Wow.
So that's the non-charred sherry one.
Yeah, I did not like the charred sherry at all. I know I'm in the minority, but I hated that bottle.
No, there's a few people that didn't like it. I mean, I like it for what it was, but it's not what Zach says he prefers the American cask one because it is Kilkerran forward, and I totally get that. Like, if you drink Kilkerran 12 and then you have that heavy shard 57.1, you don't really get much fucking Kilkerran. It's just a massive pile of heavy char.
All I got was new make. I got new make, and I got burnt oak, and I don't like either of those characteristics on a young whiskey. I don't like young new make still character, and I don't like charred sherry.
Oh.
Like,
Yep.
I don't hate it,
like
but I don't like
was.
it.
Yeah.
Well,
I would have preferred that needed age. That one needed a lot more age.
When I think that's the
Show us that
that's-
body. Bobby,
think that's-
you got to show us that bottle Mike Stoll just said. Well, Mike needs to get his ass in here so you can actually see the bottle.
the Glenfiddich 15.
Yep. Is that the new labeling? That looks like the new labeling.
I was gonna say that's new labeling. I think.
That's new. I just got
Yeah,
this.
it's the new labeling.
I don't like the new labeling. It looks like they're trying
No,
to make it
I'm
look
not
like
a
older
fan.
bottle.
Yeah,
no,
like
it's
the Glenfiddich and Glenlivet new labelings, not a fan.
old. You know, I mean, so if I jump out,
Well, when fucking Glenlivet went to 40% on all their whiskeys, used to be 43. I was just done with them. I was just like, go fuck yourselves, guys.
yeah.
Yeah. I do like their illicit still though. If they could make,
I
more
still
of
do
that.
want to. I do want to try one of their single casks though. I really do. Like their official bottling single casks.
I think that's why you
Yep.
need to, get to the point
And then
eventually.
the Dura.
Because the thing that I probably appreciate the most about you is that you're just
There
straight
he is.
fucking. You're just straight fucking honest. And
My pup is barking in the background. Hold on.
before that.
I can only be up for a
Yep.
minute. I have a Zoom call in 30.
What's
Yeah,
up,
same here. I got a call in 30.
motherfucking?
It'll be my third call today where I could just literally lay in bed and do nothing and listen.
Well, you
Like,
can
I
still
literally
be in
this
here
morning,
if you
I
just
rolled
gotta
up-
listen.
I may have to say a few words.
I was going to go get a
Oh.
haircut today, but freaking, I found out yesterday I got exposed on Sunday, so I guess I'll wait a
Oh.
week. Even though I've had COVID 3 months ago and both vaccines, but
Both vaccines? Like,
sorry. Yeah.
took
Well,
two
like,
vaccines or you just
both
took
shots.
both shots?
One vaccine,
Okay.
2 shots, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like,
it
man, you're hardcore.
Yeah.
Was it Moderna or
I
Pfizer?
believe in being careful.
Mike,
I don't know if a doctor recommends both.
Did you have Moderna or Pfizer?
I got the Pfizer, yeah.
Okay, I did Moderna.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, cousin just popped
my
out.
doctor warned me, like, you could get really sick with the, for a day or two from the second shot, especially.
Right.
And my wife got a headache, but that was about it.
I'm just
Because
gonna-
I had it bad when I got COVID. It was, I mean, I wasn't hospital bad, but like, I had 101 fever for 8 days.
Yeah, I was out for 2 weeks. I was
Well,
2 weeks.
Anytime I drink Heaven Hill-ish stuff, I always compare it to the best.
Which
This is the best.
A Rebel Yell single barrel.
Single barrel is 10
Oh,
years
yeah.
that are actually like 13, 14 years old. Oh my God, these are good.
John
Oh,
T.
yeah. Is it this one?
Yeah, it's the same. That's the same one. Probably different barrel, but same one.
Is that the same one?
G'day, John. Back to work.
There's no way it's the same barrel. They put out so many of these things.
Yeah.
This is barrel number 5008645.
Mine's
How
zero
many
five
numbers?
08650.
Hey, Jim.
Oh, so we're 5 barrels apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is
I've
big.
got about 5 or 6 of these bottles. I love it. I love it.
Yeah. They're pretty easy to find. I mean, it's not been hard for me to find these.
Where do you get them?
Rebel
You get
Yell?
them in Ohio?
I don't think we have Rebel Yell here.
I've had a couple of them I found in Ohio, but then I usually just go down to Kentucky and find them.
Yeah, I've had to get these in Kentucky, and they're not that easy to find for me. They're like when I see them, I buy them. Like I buy
There's
3 bottles every time.
There's like a little place that I go to in Louisville. When I go into Louisville,
Mm.
almost
Who's squeezing a rubber chicken? That's Dustin's laptop that's having a fucking heart attack.
Is it still not?
it's not that bad. It just
No,
happens.
but Alright, is it fixed now?
It just comes in like weird segments. It's like it goes, zzz, and then it'll come back with, zzz, but it's like
Yeah,
right-
well, everything should be coming through my headset now, and not through the.
Oh, the
Not
squeaky
through the
toy.
laptop.
That's Mike's doggy playing with the squeaky toy.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I tried to get her out of here.
Nah, she's
So
right.
which Rebel Yell is
Old
that
man-
you guys
old man-
have?
Old man Joe's dog wants to know.
the Rebel Yell 10-year single barrel.
He's like, squeaky?
Yeah. which are actually like 14 years old.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
don't get that here.
So I was just on Whiskey Nose last night, and I know Mike, you were on there too, right? You jumped on there.
Yeah.
Whiskey Nose. He went through and was doing that Dickel. That what is it? Dickel 9. That's actually a 13, but they didn't want to say 13 because the 15 was dropping.
Yeah.
He did a barrel pick of it, and he has availability to get a couple cases of it. And I was just looking at it as from the standpoint of the color when he was holding it up, and then he drank a half a bottle of it.
He drank a half bottle.
Of it, and he was just like, Jesus Lord, this is good. He's like, oh shit, I gotta work tomorrow.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't like everybody gives Dickel a hard time. I don't hate Dickel.
You know what? I'll tell you what. The thing that, it's like evolution wise, it isn't robust enough on there. I don't hate it. It just isn't enough for me to want to go out and buy. It's $17. If you want a good 12-year for $17 to go out there and just try. And
That's not 12 years old though. The Dickel 12 is not 12 years old. It's just Dickel 12. No age.
It's not an age statement.
Yeah, it's not an age statement. It's like old recipe number 12 or I don't know. It's marketing BS, but yeah, it's not a 12-year. My problem with Dickel is just
every Dickel. I'm just saying.
Yeah. My problem with Dickel has always been that I go buy a bottle like that I think is going to be something else, and then it's got Dickel in it, and I'm like, what? Like I picked up a Joseph Magnus store pick. I expected it to be MGP because that's what Magnus is. But no, apparently some picks are Dickel.
What do you think of did you get that new Old Scout rye barrel proof that dropped?
I haven't touched that.
Dude, it dropped all over Ohio.
Well, I think
I buy
blends-
0 bottles in Ohio. I buy 0 in Ohio.
Okay. Well, it dropped.
I don't even go into Ohio stores. The only time I've been to an Ohio store in the last year was to pick up an Ardbeg 25, and I got screwed out of that one.
Wow.
I had the bottle in hand, and they wouldn't sell it to me because it wasn't in the system.
Are you right there by the Party Source?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that where it happened? Didn't have a high enough membership rate or whatever?
So I actually Jungle Gyms, they got one bottle of the Ardbeg 25 in. So I went down there and I was like, hey, you guys have this. And I spent 30 minutes waiting for them to find it in the back. They found the bottle and it wouldn't scan. And in Ohio, you can't sell whiskey. It won't scan because of the OHLQ thing. So they took my name and number down, and I was going to pick it up the next day when they got it in the system. Well, they called me back, and apparently there had been somebody in there earlier that day who put his name down first, and they just didn't know about it. So I missed out.
Sure.
So that's the last time I tried buying anything in Ohio, and I haven't honestly. There's no reason to buy in Ohio. Prices are okay, but I can't find anything. People are waiting in lines at every store in the freaking city. So as soon as something gets released, there's 12 people waiting in line for it minimum.
Yeah, no, if I was where you were, I would do the same thing you do. I'd just jump over to Covington and buy.
Yeah, so what I do is I go down and I go to the stores that use points, and I just buy all my whiskey that I can from them. I get points, and then I use the points to buy bourbons that I want.
What did we got here?
JD, awesome. I got that.
Mike, I can't hear you if you're talking.
Sorry, I hit mute. Big League Bourbon just texted me this. That's what he found this morning.
Those dusty turkeys or something?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a dusty turkey.
Nice.
Nice.
That's one thing I'd like to get into at some point, are these dusty bourbons. Maybe a little more dusty than those are, but like I'd like to try some of that stuff, like, and do some proper reviews.
Justin, hook up with Dusty Dan. He's great about sampling. He'll sample.
Yeah, well, I mean, not just sampling. I want bottles to like really,
He'll
learn.
tell you where to get them and who his contacts are. I mean, Dusty Dan is a good dude. He just sent me 8 samples.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was what was it? It's a really old, I don't want to misquote it. I'll look at my paper here in a second, but I know one of them was a 1978 Wild Turkey 101 decanter.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is, like, I'm holding off on any kind of, like, big, buying like that until Mike and I get our Patreon thing set up.
1970 Cream of Kentucky is what he sent me.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, we've got a pretty cool. We got a couple pretty cool ideas that we think we can actually kind of help fund the channel pretty well, pretty quickly.
Well, I want to.
Despite being a small channel.
I want to try to figure out down the road somehow how to meet up. I mean, I'm not against driving 2.5 hours to Cincinnati. I mean,
yeah. Well, I mean, again, I'm in Columbus twice a month at least.
Let me know the next time you head up that way, and like if I'm available, I'll meet up.
Yeah. We'll coordinate with Mash and Drum because he wants Mike and I to come over to his place at some point. So we could probably just make it a bigger group.
Yeah. Everybody bring a little something.
Yeah, I mean, hell, I think Jason wants to treat Mike and I back because we've been. He comes over with like 2 bottles, and then Mike and I are just like, oh, try this $500 bottle. Oh, try this $700 bottle.
Yeah.
Oh, have you been back there? Oh, yeah, anything you want.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's fun going to Mike's. I mean, mind you, he doesn't like it when people go into his whiskey vault.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Like, what do you want?
That's
How
why
much?
it's really funny because like the.
Can you post the link to your channel? I don't know if I'm subbed to your channel.
Top Shelf Whiskey.
Oh, I'm subbed to Top Shelf. This is
Yeah, I'm subbed to it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I put in there, Dustin. I put in my thing. It's choosing to serve as a sacred choice. It's a double entendre, whether it's talking about the military and choosing to serve, or being able to be chosen to be served in my bar.
Yeah.
I don't just.
One of them's probably a little more selective than the other.
Yeah, that's my bar.
Exactly.
I'll have our channel subscribe as well.
I had someone visit, and I do tastings. I do corporate tastings. I've done some sales teams tastings and stuff like that at that bar. And they say, well, we want to try that. And I was like, yeah, you have to start here. You don't just make it there. So we're not going there. And
yeah.
And I'm fortunate because, if you ever watch the channel, I mean, Mike and I know Ken have, but I'll talk about my brother a lot. He's the gunny. It's actually my brother's. He's 2 houses away. And he started collecting in 77, 78 time. So, I mean, he's got a pretty vast collection of bourbon. So, like, when he's dropping bottles, he's, like, dropping squat bottles and stuff like that. So, we were looking at some of this stuff, and it's like, he's like, I can remember when I just paid $20 for this shit. He's like, now, we did this weird thing about 3 years ago. We went through what he thought MSRP was and what it would retail if he sold his collection. And it was insane. It was insane.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I got into bourbon like 2000. I mean, I was buying stuff like, 2009-ish? Mm-hmm. Even just then to now, it's like, not for $90, I picked up, it was a vintage Kentucky, which was some source distilled thing that Willett put out. 23-year-old rye. Absolutely delicious, and it was a $90 bottle back then.
Nice.
I mean, I was making like $16 an hour when I bought this bottle.
Sure.
Today it goes for $3,000 plus. You can find one.
That's stupid.
I mean, just think about that. A $90 bottle now is $3,000. We're not talking 20, 30, 40. We're talking 2009.
Well, you look at like I'm on ADHD whiskey. I won a bottle of Hancock's Presidential Reserve. Now,
I've never even seen a bottle.
MSRP is $50.
It's not John Hancock. It's Herbie Hancock.
Yeah, doing the rocket right. But we went through, and if you go on now, you can't find it anywhere for less than $150. But it's only a $50 MSRP still.
I don't think I've ever seen one. I legitimately don't think I've ever seen one.
Go grab it.
I mean, I know what it looks like, but I mean, like in person, I don't think I've ever seen it. And the thing is, I've got stores by me that literally look like a whiskey vault. Like they look like they've been storing whiskey for generations. Like it's insane. And let's see if I can find the picture. I took a shot of this the other day.
Yeah, I've never seen it either, Dustin. I know what you mean. I've never seen it. I didn't even know. I'll be honest with you. I didn't even know it existed. And then,
yeah, let's see if you guys can make out this at all. But
fuck yeah!
This is one of the stores I go to, and
dude, I need you to do a favor for me.
And so the thing is, you can get any of these bottles for retail-ish I use the word ish very lightly here, but they are. Yeah, it's
My brother is looking desperately because, you know, in the middle of Ohio, you can't find it. The only thing that he's really looking for hardcore is a Weller foolproof. You can't. Now, I can't. I don't have any of the old Fitzgerald bottle and bonds. He has a bunch of the old ones.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going? Well, you can just DM me. I'll drive down there.
Yeah, I mean, the problem here, though, is you have to spend a ton of money in the store for the right to buy these bottles.
Well, that's okay.
So, if you want to get to, if you want a foolproof, it's, I think, $1,100. Spend $1,100 in the store, and you can take one of those home for $50.
For Bobby, that's like 3 weeks.
I mean, the problem is that so many of the bottles you want to buy there are part of the point system. You're like, it got to where Booker's was showing up behind the counter for a while. They cut that back a little bit, but Booker's got allocated.
That's crazy.
What?
I mean, yeah, who the hell? God, that is a dark Hazelburn 12 there, Ken. That is dark.
Oh, this is so fucking good. It's not actually that dark on camera. I mean,
I'm telling you, that looks dark on camera. Okay, because mine's definitely not that dark. Mine's got some color, but it's not that dark.
I'll switch it up.
Mine's probably 4 or 5 years old. That still looks darker than mine. I'd have to go digging to find mine because it's not easily accessible. But
it's not that bad.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
It's not a clear bottle, but I mean, it's not. The one I've got's not that dark. And I love that Hazelburn 12. It's a good whiskey. I think it's one of the most underrated whiskeys out there.
Man, I'm fucking loving it. I just poured a decent pour of it right now, and I'm fucking just sitting back having a chubby. It's fucking good.
Yeah, I was drinking the 13 year. That is dangerous. And by the way, if anybody is out there who hasn't bought one,
Good day.
buy.
Zach Andrews.
Buy.
Which one?
Bye.
The Hazelburn 13-year Oloroso. That thing is. No, we don't get Springbank in Ohio. Period.
Yeah.
Which one's the 14? Because the 14's been a good one, unless I'm mixing up.
So they've done 3 releases of 13-year-old, and they did 1 release. So I mean, this is the one we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just for clarity,
Oh, the 13.
That's my second bottle.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
This is the newest release, man. I've literally been through a bottle and that much more in a month and a half. This is the whiskey I drink every time I'm drinking. I'm gonna go buy more. I absolutely. It's 130 to 150 range, and you're getting first fill, fresh sherry. It's awesome.
Awesome.
It's just awesome. It's coming in at 50.3%, which is a great ABV.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I don't know if you can even pick it up on the camera, but yeah, I mean it's gonna be tough to pick up. But I mean, you can definitely see there's proteins and there's it's dense. You can tell this was not chill filtered. Visually, just looking at it,
that looks great.
It's a quality bottle for it's priced a little high, but in today's market, $150 for that is not a bad price. Unfortunately, I mean, 3 years ago I'd have passed on it for that price, but nowadays it's hell, that's actually cheaper than anything else I could buy with that much sherry.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, where are you located at? Mute.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm in Colorado.
Colorado. Okay.
Yeah, we
I got the same mic. Mike, I got the same mic. Yeah,
it's right here. Blue one hanging over your head.
Blue Yeti.
Yep, got the Blue Yeti. Yeah.
I got a Blue Yeti too. I just did dark out version.
Oh yeah.
Ah, nice.
Or black ops, whatever it was. I got all kinds of gaming shit, and I don't game, so I gave it to my son.
Yeah, my son uses a blue snowball.
The snowball.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I always buy gaming stuff because it's the best products.
Yeah,
I don't game,
everything.
but I mean, you just
Literally,
buy
I bought my webcam, my computer. I went to my local guy. I got my webcam, my computer, and my everything was all part of a gaming stream stuff. So this computer is designated only for this. There ain't shit on this but this. And he's like, "Do you need a streaming one?" I was like, "Yeah." He said, "Are you gaming?" I was like, "No." I said, "I'm drinking bourbon." So he looked at me like,
The
"Why do you
real
want
game.
that?"
Game of
I don't
life.
I want it to be good. I don't ever want to have any fucking issues with it. I want my shit to be on point so that when I'm talking, I'm not going through some BS stuff. I just want to go through and enjoy doing what I do. And so
Yeah.
they hooked me up.
You go to Micro Center?
No.
Okay.
Now,
That's
also,
one of the places here in Ohio that's pretty awesome.
now there's a local store here, and I live in Ashland, Ohio, and we have a local Armodyne computers, and I'll throw it out there. They're great because Terrence owns it, but most of all the people that work for him are younger generation guys that know what the hell they're talking about because that's what they've always known, and most of them are diehard gamers, like diehard gamers. And so when I walked in, I said, "I'm going to be streaming," and they looked at me. I was like, "Don't you look at me like that." And because I know they thought a certain thing. And I was like, no. I said, "Listen, I just want a computer designated to live streaming for countless hours that will never have any issues. And the only storage I'll have would be like live videos and streams." And I told them what I was doing. They say, "Oh, dude, you want this and this and this and this and this," and hook me up. So,
Yeah, Micro Center's great. They're basically built as like a store that caters to people who build their own systems.
And they gave me a killer price. I'm telling you what, a killer price. I could not beat it. No way.
Yeah.
Hey, Ken, I gotta jump off. Make sure I'm not muted. I gotta jump off. I gotta get ready for a call here in 8 minutes.
All right.
I may be back.
All right, mate.
I may be back.
Cheers,
Yeah.
Mike.
See you on the
Here.
flip
Fighting off COVID too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna hop off too. I got a meeting here in 8 as well, so I'll hop off. But yeah, I might be back on as well, but probably gonna be 4 or 5 o'clock because I got the worst day of meetings I've ever had. It's like literally I've got like half-hour meetings every half hour. So like I get half hour of free time, and then I'm back on a meeting. It's ridiculous.
Jump on. I have a face to the voice now.
Yeah.
Cheers, bud.
That's brutal.
Here's bud.
I'll drink your share of the fucking 12-year-old.
Yeah, I'm probably actually gonna leave this bourbon just sitting here, and I'll come back to it in half an hour.
Yeah. It'll open up.
Exactly. All right, later, guys.
Cheers, bud.
Later. What are you doing, Zach?
Okay, so I don't know Zach, but I know Daniel, and I know Daniel and Zach are at the hip. Am I right?
Well, Zach is the man when it comes to fucking. He's Mr. Mr. fucking Valconis. He's Mr. Texas.
So yeah, I think Zach and Daniel kind of either know each other or do stuff together, right? How is Zach and Daniel? All right, so my question for Zach, how are you and Daniel connected? Because I know you are. Daniel Houston. I know you're connected.
And if you're not doing nothing, Zach, if you're not
Jump on.
going through that fucking shitty implementation crap, get your ass in here.
Top Shelf jump instantly went to Discord. Instantly went to Discord. Because I see my Discord jumping up. We need to jump on.
In lunch. Nice.
We need to like get on.
You will jump on. Good man.
We need to get on Discord sometime and do some live stuff on your side and live on my side and just chit chat. Because I want to know. I want to get more in. Because like this Glenfiddich was amazing on the nose, and it tasted good on the palate, but it wasn't great. And I don't mean that it's bad.
Let it open. You gotta let it open a little bit, but yeah, it's a good little sip. It's not amazing. It's not gonna blow your socks off. It's just a good.
Yeah.
A good.
Now, I would say to me, as a bourbon drinker, this to me is the Blantons of Scotch. It's a good drinker. It's a smooth drinker. I'm not a big Blanton's fan. Right, listen, I think Blanton's has a place, obviously. It's good for what it is. It's a drinker. People that want Blanton's like to drink. I like the sip, taste, and profile. I want a fucking 4th of July fireworks on my palate every time I taste something. This is not 4th of July. This is like this is like not. What's up?
There he is.
I lost my sound.
I can hear you.
No, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
I can't hear you guys.
Well, we can hear each other.
Oh.
We're damn good.
Yeah. Sounds like a personal problem, Zach.
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Am I muted?
No, because if you're muted, you can't be muted.
Can't wait for my Scotch port, the extra Glen Scotch 21 further you can. Just know all shit for the other bottles. Thanks, man.
So Ken, who is on this? Who is this?
This is Zach.
Oh, this is Zach, right? So he's the one that connects to
Zach
Daniel.
Andrews. This is Mr. Balconis.
Mr. Zach Andrews. Once he figures out why he can't hear us, I would assume if you can text him, tell him that his playback is probably set up to his mic and not.
There we go.
There you go.
I'm sorry. I'm not an IT professional. I'm just a freaking accountant. Okay. Give me just a second. No, man. No, Daniel's my buddy. So,
So Daniel, me and Daniel spend a lot of. We do.
Oh, I know. He was talking to me before he called you the other night.
Yeah.
Daniel, like, I gotta go. He's calling me right now.
Yeah, Daniel and I spent a lot of time around the fireplace, absolutely 100% lit, forgetting what we just said a second ago.
I've been there several nights.
It was fun.
There are some nights I just got to put him to bed.
I was with Daniel the other night, and he's like, damn it, Bobby, what did I just say? And I said, which part? I love him to death, man.
So it was pretty funny because we met about I want to say it's almost getting 2 years now. So it was like a Scotch for Dummies thing, and we were doing this sample swap, and he got me, and he sent me samples, and they got lost in the mail. So it's coming down to time, and he lives out in East Texas, close to Shreveport, Louisiana. He's like right across the river. And so he's like, man, listen, there's some barbecue places I want to go to. I'll just drive them down to you. And I was like, dude, just send them in the mail. Well, he hopped in the car and drove them down, and showed up at my house at 11:30 or something, and we hung out, and had a whiskey or two, a couple small samples, and I was like, hey man, well, he had to drive back, so they just drove in and drove back the same day. And so he was like, yeah, man, I wanted to try this Compass Box. So I set him up with 10 samples of, Compass Box selection. And I just was like, here, buddy, I really appreciate you driving this down. And I poured him a sample at Tobias and the Angel and sent him on his way. And he was like, dude, are you serious? And he was like, here, I was going to give you a sample of this Cabokin, but here, just have the rest of the bottle. And here, have this one too, and it's just, we talk probably 2-3 times a week. And when I say we talk, it's 2 hours.
Yeah, no, I know.
So
me and Daniel have been on some benders.
Years now. We do this just. Sarah's like, my wife will be like, so you're talking to Daniel, and she just knows it's going to go long, right? There is no quick call, right? It's just, we don't even try. It's just like, oh shit, man, it's been 2.5 hours, right. And it's 2:00 in the morning on a Wednesday now. You got to get up for work in the morning.
Well, it's funny because I did the Wednesday feed. My Wednesday time slot is 7:30 to 9. And that's when I do the Bourbon Battalion. And I do pre-mash and drum.
Yeah.
The mash bill always does the late show afterwards. Well, as soon as I got done modding for Jason,
For Stanley, yeah. For Jason.
For Jason, he sent me. He said, "Hey, you want to have a cigar?" And I was like, "Duh, I have a cigar as much as possible." Yeah, I'm with you, brother.
Fuck off! I can do a fucking stick right now.
You 100%.
Do I need to show this one too? I got a shipment in yesterday.
We went out and had a cigar, right? And then it was so funny. Oh my God, it was so funny. He was like talking so much smack about his fancy cutter. And he walked all the way out to the church to do it, and he forgot it.
No, it was in his pocket.
What? Did it end up being in his pocket?
It was in his pocket. Here's the fancy cutter.
Yeah.
So that's the newest Pravada cutter.
Right.
That's the blue bag.
I'm a Pravada guy too.
So it's as close as they could get to the match. But
listen, Ken, hold on. So Zach, you can validate something. Ken, if you are not a member of Pravada,
it costs too much. It costs too much. The import on taxes would make it.
I live in Australia.
Australia and Canada.
For me, it cost me $50.
Pravada is so. You know what? If it's only $50 though, holy Christ, I'd still do it. Pravada's good smokes. I've never had a bad stick.
Did you up your farm rolled subscription this month? You should have.
I didn't. So I didn't this month.
You should have. Because it's the Paul Stulax takeover. That $20 box is going to be worth about $60.
Damn it.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, man.
I've never been part of the farm rolled. I was so originally I jumped in. So hold on before you get all shitty, Zach.
I'm not.
But I saw the eyes, right? I deal with customers all day. That's all I look at is facial expressions. Most of them don't speak English, so I just read faces. And so, but yeah, so when I first got into it, I wanted to get some exposure to different brands outside of what I knew. And I got 2 subscriptions, one for me and one from one of my best friends at work. And then we would get together during 2020 and we'd have our Pravada together over a fire, right? We'd do it remote. We'd do like a little smoke and joke session. So I do smoke and joke sessions like crazy on my channels, Patreon. Like Daniel, I do smoke and joke with him. So if I'm modding or something and Daniel says, hey, because he's my Patreon guy. He says, hey, what are you doing? I was like, nothing. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. I'll drop in a second for my Patreon. And went outside. Well, the mash bill got all, because afterwards, Whiskey Livewire went on, which is Mike Stahl and
Whiskey Shits, Mr. Whiskey Shits.
But it's Adam Priest.
Adam, yep.
Yeah.
Adam. And so I jumped on a mash bill at the end right when he was stopping. So I didn't say anything because he said, okay, it's 10 o'clock. I'm dropping, go to the Livewire. So I went to Livewire and went over to Livewire. And then Stanley jumped on Livewire and was like pissed off that a couple of us went on his stream. And I was like, what? I said, well, first of all, I was with Patreon. And second of all, when I came on, you said jump to Livewire. So yeah. I was like, listen, I mean, I am the ultimate supporter at the same time. But at the same time, Patreon people, listen, you have my undivided attention. Like I've taken Daniel on a tour through the HQ, and he was even like, he's like, dude, your bar is actually quite big. And I was like, well, yeah, it's a whole entire room. And so, but and like, I'm getting ready to send him a whole bunch of stuff that, that he doesn't have. And, shirts and stuff like that. I mean, I take care of my Patreon. It's, even though it says you have to be there for X amount of months. Yeah, I send it within the week. I don't care.
Well, I mean, the thing about Patreon is people are giving you their support, and they don't have to. So, Stanley, from his standpoint, is kind of, it's still new. And I get it. People are going to give you their, support by their views and, showing up to your streams. But and people also have lives and they have other things going on. You're not the only thing on YouTube.
Right.
You know, you had quite totally differentiated yourself,
Right.
so much so. And if you tell everybody, hey, I'm going to give my focus to my Patreons, and that's always going to come first, then there's not much anybody can do. But no, my eyes were, because man, I think Farm World is probably the best value in cigar clubs, period.
Really?
Man, $20.
Well, maybe I'll jump onto the farm. Right? And I value. Listen, I don't say stuff lightly, and Daniel will tell you that I'm pretty honest. The thing, like when I'm asking Ken or Dustin about Scotch and stuff, it's because I'm ignorant. I'm not stupid. I just don't know anything.
I know just maybe a little bit.
Yeah, you know a little bit.
Listen, most of what Daniel got. The only reason I have ECVP is because of Daniel, because he can find it.
I can do the same thing with bourbon. Between me and my brother next door, we're like just shy of 1,500. So, but we are old school.
Zach, type that club into the chat. Mike wants to know what the club is.
I'm going to open up this just because it's from Ohio, but Ohio won't let me buy it here because they're dicks.
Horse Soldier. Yeah, we can find that.
So this is the Horse Soldier straight bourbon, 43.5, so 97. I'm just trying them because I have
shit. I better get my act together. Yeah, I know. What's a life? Hey Zach.
Holy cow! Now you actually have a reason to wear that NASA T-shirt.
Hey, hold on.
You fucking A. I've already got Saturn 5 and the fucking ISS.
So just because I'm pretty comfortable with, I don't know Zach, but I feel like I do. I know Ken, and so really, like, this should be the easiest build you've ever done. You could literally just throw it on the fucking table.
Yeah, you know.
It's like, what is that? Oh, that's Discovery.
Yeah.
Just
honestly,
at a different point.
if you can, and honestly, in reference to anybody that wants to join Pravada, if you have to go farm now to get into the actual club. You actually have to be part of Farm World first. But I don't know why you would ever drop a Farm World subscription. It would, to me, it's for the best damn smokes that you can get, and you can't go to a brick and mortar and pay these kinds of prices for the quality that you get, right? But this month, if it's going to go private, Brian Desmond has already said that Farm World will go private. It's the same way that the club did, just because there's just a limited amount.
Right.
But this month is a Paul Stulak takeover. And Paul came to Brian and said, I want to do this. And he goes, hold on, doesn't this kind of devalue your brand a little bit? He goes, who are you to tell me what the value of my brand is? This is a thank you. I've gotten more business in the last year because of Pravada. And because of the word of mouth of their members. This is a thank you. So this is a $12 to $15 average smoke, and you're gonna get 4 of them for $20.
Right. Well, and I'll tell you the second side of it. So there's like a double side. So the different side of this is that just recently, because I got with my financial advisor and I was making some changes, and he's like, hey, you probably need to drop these subscriptions. Not for any bad reason. He's like, just because, hey, we need to look at some stuff and retool stuff. So I got rid of DirecTV. I got rid of a whole bunch of stuff. One of the things I got rid of was Pravada. And so the next month comes around and a Pravada box shows up at the house.
Did you get a donation?
It had to have been. I didn't know what it was. I knew about that program, but I didn't really know much about it. So I was sitting there and I got a donation box. So it says, this was not a mistake. You've been a loyal member for years and we appreciate it. Because he actually sent me an email direct when I dropped. He said, was there anything we did? I said, no. I said, I'm just retooling some financial decisions. And, and so we went through and he did that. And I'm telling you what, and I can say this honestly, I was choked up. I was like choked up because I got this box.
That's pretty fucking cool.
And that box was paid for by current members.
I know that.
So on the website, there's actually a spot for you to go in and basically add a donation to your order.
Right.
So I mean, people go on and here's a box, send it to somebody. Here's a box, send it to somebody. You know.
But I think it came because one, I had been a member, and I was a dual membership, right, for years. And at the same time, it was one of those things where I talked to him directly, and I said, listen, it had nothing to do with you. And I'm not saying it has anything to do that I can't afford it. It's just that I've been with my financial advisor, and we're retooling some stuff because I'm going to be 50 in January, and we're looking at, down the road. And he's like, hey, we need to be at a certain place in 2 years. And so in order to do that, some of these things that you do, like the only thing that he doesn't give me shit about is the Bourbon Battalion, because he's like, listen, it's one of those things that I don't want you to ever lose focus on something that you love and you find near and dear to your heart. And I said, listen, I love this. I love people. I love interaction. I love palate exploration. And this is the best, man. I love this. And my wife appreciates that I don't sit there and just want to spend time with her. I can come here for hours. And she's like, and I don't want to be part of her crochet club because those bitches are crazy. Oh, no, listen. I've literally been on a live feed down here that was so loud upstairs that people were like, what's going on up there? I was like, it's a crochet club. He's like, why is this so loud? And I was like, you don't want to know.
It's a bunch of cackling ladies. Nothing you want to be a part of.
Cackling ladies crocheting and drinking.
Wine drunk is a special kind of drunk. Okay.
It is a very special kind of drunk. Us whiskey drunks, we just go to sleep.
Hey man, and listen, I didn't wake up 9 months later and have a kid. So I only did that once.
Yeah,
no more.
Yeah, but it takes two to tango.
Well, luckily that was only 19 years ago. And
hey Zach, did you happen to see my new series on Wednesday? It's going through the Texas shootout.
No, I'm interested because I like Texas.
So this is
just a little bit.
I've never ever had Texas whiskey, ever. So I went into my very first part of it with all of its samples from Daniel. And so he said, make sure that you call Matt from Crusaders first. So I did. And I told Matt, I said, hey, I'm doing this Texas shootout because I want to go into it not only blind, but palate blind. I've never had it. I don't know. And he said, well, what do you have? And I told him, he's like, motherfucker. He's like, you got what?
Hold on. Here you go. You mean this? Oh yeah. She is. That's what she is.
So I do have that, right? So my very first.
This is the one Daniel and I got. This is the one we found.
Which one is that? Hold on.
This is the Evo barrel.
Hold on. I have this. I'm just looking at. Oh yeah. Hold on. See this?
60.95.
Yep. I have the sample right. So it was really funny, right? So I was going through this with Matt, and it was batch 3, and he's like, he went dead silent. He went dead silent. And he's like, are you fucking kidding me? He said, Zach's supposed to be getting me that. And I was like, who's Zach? He's like, Zach Daniel, fucking Zach Daniel. And I was like, you mean Daniel Houston? He's like, yeah. And I was like, well, I don't know who fucking Zach is. And he's like, you
other half of the dynamic duo.
So it was really funny, right? That's how I first heard about Zach. So we were sitting there talking. And so like this week I did balcones, right? I did a blind ranking.
Let me see if I remember. You had the American Oak High Plains.
No.
Oh, that's malt.
He gave me the Balcones High Plains Europe.
Oh, he gave you the European Oak. Okay.
He was pissed because he wanted me to, because he's a Texas guy. He wanted High Plains to do better. I didn't know. Now, I'll be honest, I didn't know anything about these. I've never tasted them, nothing. So I went through and I did them. And then I tasted them. I told them what I thought of them. I gave them my flavor profiles. I gave them everything I thought about it when I do a regular review. And then I ranked them. And I ranked them after a second pour, right? Because I always do seconds. And everybody in the chat was like, Grand Cru. And it was like all this stuff. And I was really surprised because I thought my number 2 was going to be Grand Cru, just because it was
that baking spice. It's
weird because when I read on the label, it was like aged in St. Arnold Grand Cru barrels. I was like, okay, so you're dealing with this casking, and a lot of times I can really pick out because I cigar blend a lot, so you usually use that kind of stuff, port barrels, sherry barrels, something like that, because you want that finish. And I was like, man, I know you guys are going to be hating me, but I think number 2 is Grand Cru. I've never had it, so I didn't know. And Grand Cru ended up being my number 1. And it was number 1 because it was such an explosion on mid-palate, both on the first pour and the second pour. And that's what I'm wanting. I want a great introduction with 4th of July on, 2076, which are
that one I think overshadows a little bit of the underlying spirit sometimes because of it is kind of so finished, so to speak. And I'm not. I mean, when I go to pour, if I look at a Balcones, I'm either going, I really want something. I want something either really really dark, or I'm pouring a Mirador.
Now my second was Balcones single malt single barrel American Oak 64.3. That came in number 2. And then number 3 for me was the rye, the barrel strength rye.
Oh yeah.
Actually, the High Plains was number 4. But I even said in the thing, I said, listen, you can't slide a rye by me because everybody has a certain palate, right? We all have unique things from our youth that we think of as a kid or whatever. For me, I've never had a rye ever on earth that wasn't hot oatmeal.
Really? I don't know that I've ever gotten hot oatmeal.
I mean, on the nose, not in the mouth, but in the nose. So, like, if you take oatmeal straight out of like Quaker Oats or whatever, just straight out of the tube, and put it into water, there's no flavoring, there's no brown sugar, there's no nothing. It just has this really grainy kind of, and I don't know why it does to me, but I can sit there and be like, oatmeal, rye. It's a rye. It doesn't make any sense, but for whatever reason, we have individual palates. Some people pick up stuff. Like Absolutely. Me and my brother as baseball players, there's a lot of times we pick up baseball glove leather. Because you're out there, you're tying your strings, you're pulling on that leather chew, and and so it doesn't mean you're wrong. And I know on the Grand Cru, I pulled off this weird hot tar, like a sealed, like when you're sealing asphalt. Not the asphalt itself, but sealing it. Tar gives this like weird note. And I was like, dude, this is fucking hot tar to me.
Slight funk kind of. You just know it. You know it when you smell it. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Afterwards, someone said, hey, what you were smelling was black tea. And I said, well, I've never had black tea. I don't know what black tea is.
Okay. I can understand that kind of.
But parallel. I don't know black tea, but I know sealant because I have an asphalt driveway.
Yeah, but you go to the grocery store and just buy you some black tea and throw it in a pot. And
it's funny. My wife is like the most ridiculous tea drinker. I mean, she literally is getting ready to have a tea party. We have a tea cart with tea for days. I just don't drink that shit. I drink black coffee.
I mean, no one said you had to drink it. It's just to know what that kind of smells like.
Yesterday, I had my daughter make me a black tea because Daniel told me it's black tea, and I said, Kristen, make me a black tea. And she's like, you want cream in it? I said, no, I want to smell black tea with nothing. And so I came down, I was like, it was kind of similar.
Yeah. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep. I think the only reason I noticed, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure of this. The reason I picked tar, and I didn't pick asphalt, but I picked tar, is because it had a black tea smell. However, it had a malted barley smoke note, which is more like a tar. because you're not pulling smoky or any kind of hint of smoke. And I know, listen, Ken will tell you, I know fucking smoke.
It's that kind of mild sour note. It's kind of mixing with that black tea, and how those two, that's where your mind went. So your mind went to the only thing that you could kind of associate that to, and that was tar, right?
And it took the second pour. If you go back and watch this, I'm sitting there like, there's something here. What is this? I like over and over again, I'm getting like, I was like, oh, I know what this is, but I can't get. And then on the second pour, I was like, fucking sealant tar. It's sealant tar.
Yep. I have the same thing when everyone says coffee, because I don't drink coffee at all, but I get, like, I know the smell of coffee and like different coffee smells, and I might pick some of that up, but I usually interpret as the stringent character out of a dark cacao chocolate, which is very similar. Yeah. I think the thing that, and I did this, Ken, honestly, I went out to my local supermarket, and they have like a area you can ground beans. You can take your different coffee grounds, espresso beans, and I literally went through and did the smallest packets they have of a lot of different ones, and they have a grinder, and I did them just to come home to smell them. Yeah. I don't even drink them, but I can tell you right now, I can absolutely pull out something. I'm like, that is motherfucking espresso bean. Absolutely. Yep.
Now, once you drink, you know what? Then drink it, and you'll be like, oh, this is terrible for like, I don't know, 2 days, and then you're gonna be like, it's like, okay, here, Ken, Scotch down under.
Yeah, I'll have a fucking coffee machine. My missus got a real fancy fucking coffee machine, and I'll have fucking sitting here.
We're gonna start blending fucking
it was
Scotch.
Like, Scotch down under is over. It's now fucking coffee, and I'm going fucking.
It's like you need to have this espresso bean mixed with a double cast 12-year Scotch.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong.
And I love Black Rifle Coffee. What those guys do in the videos and their company and their ethos and stuff. If I was a coffee drinker, I'd be fucking all up in that.
Dude, on St. Patrick's Day, I did a really funny thing, and I had two people that did it, right? So all I did was I took Wednesday, and I took some Irish whiskeys, and I started blending them. I started tasting them back and forth and trying this. I had, what the hell did I have? I had, what's the normal freaking Irish whiskey in America? Jameson. I had Jameson. I had Fighter's Tears, and I had something way overpriced. I forget what it was. I had 3 different ones. And I went through and I started tasting them, and I profiled them. And then I was like, well, hey, I think if you blend this, it'd be good. And so I blended it, and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. But if you took this blend and poured it through your day-old coffee grounds into your coffee thing and into your drink, it would be absolutely delicious. And I had 2 people the next day said, dude, I just did that, and it was fucking amazing.
So just the old spent grounds, right?
Yeah.
You already brewed it, and then
you've had the coffee. You've already had everything. They took that blend and put a cup underneath it and poured it through the grounds and let it come through. And they said it was absolutely fucking amazing. So I went around and did it because I felt like a dick. I said to do it, and I didn't do it. So I went and did it. Oh my God. It was so fucking good. It was like, oh, holy shit. If you go to like my Wednesday, go to the St. Patrick's Day, just do like the last like five minutes. I think that's where it's at. 5 or 10 minutes. I said, hey, take this and fucking go it for your grounds. It was amazing because coffee has that weird note. And, you know, it wasn't like I was adding it to coffee. I just poured it through the already wet, used grounds. Oh, it was fucking delicious. One of the people that told me it was delicious was Daniel.
He would do that.
But that's palate exploration. It's okay if you do that shit.
Yeah.
At least you know it's not, right? And I don't think enough people get that. I only reason I really truly stopped Wednesday is because, you know, I don't think enough people understood what I was going for. I wasn't saying what I was having was good. I want to know if I can take something that's $20 and make it to resell it for and I've accomplished that, right? There's the best remarks I've ever had was I did a smoked blind with Will and Matt from the Crusaders. And both of them at the end told me they would buy my smoked Dickel 12 if I made it.
So like infused, like smoke infused, like one of the.
I smoke infused like crazy. I do that all the time. Okay. But because I've been doing it for so long, I can tell you what each smoke will do to something. Flavor profile, proof profile, and all that stuff. Because like you can change something to make it taste like if you're like, wow, I wish this had a higher proof. Smoke it in hickory. Wow, I wish this was like a little bit smoother and a little bit sweeter. Smoke it in applewood.
So, but what kind of a compound within what's coming off in the smoke is changing, or how is it affected? That's what I'm trying to understand.
It's definitely the phenols.
Oh, you think about the idea. You think about the overall thought, right? And listen, there's a process to the smoking, just the same as like Daniel will tell you when you're like barbecuing, right?
Yep.
You don't put something on there when it's flaming. You put something on there when it's coals, right? You have to char whatever you're smoking first to burn off those phenols and all this this stuff, because it's really tart. It's really rough, but you burn it and get it. I can't tell you why, but I know from experience, without a doubt, hickory will proof it up. Applewood will proof it down, without a doubt. Mesquite and applewood together will make whatever you're having pair with any fucking barbecue you ever want.
Well, maybe that's why Andalusia does their striker that way.
I'm telling you right
now, they're peating their malted barley with apple, mesquite, and oak.
But you know what? So that would give you a presence of on the nose. I can tell you without knowing anything at all. On the nose, it's going to smell like a fucking barbecue where someone's cooking pork ribs. Yeah, it's going to be pork ribs all day long. So like I have Dusty Dan whiskey reviews, right? Dusty Dan is a fellow jarhead Marine, motherfucking hoorah, leatherneck, devil dog. So he wanted me to take Old Forester 1920 and make it barbecue. So get this, right? This is Old Forester 1920 regular. It's been smoked in mesquite and applewood since 7:20 p.m. February 17th. Look at how fucking dark that turned. That is
you mean you smoked it into the container, closed the container, and you've just left it closed?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm catching up on the process. Okay. So as it stays closed, more of it becomes incorporated into the liquid.
So like this is the important part, right? You see this little foggy area? That's condensation.
Yeah.
It's evaporating. So what you have to do is you have to roll it to get it back down. The smoke is infusing into that. And in order to get the smoke back down, condensation back, it's like a rain cloud. I have to get the rain cloud back into the stuff because I don't want to change the proof, but I want the flavor of the smoke that's trapped in these molecules to be in this. So smoke infusion is more than just a smoking. It's the process of dissipation and condensation.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, you can change shit like ridiculous.
So is that also why like?
Oh, it's fucking amazing. I smoke like crazy. I just stopped doing it because there was so little interest in it because I don't think people understood it. And it's like a bummer because I'm all about, and I'll beat it like a fucking dead horse, palate exploration. I think we should all be trying to evolve our palate to understanding if I don't like something, why. Like when I do something like when I have tastings at the bar, my thing isn't what you like, but why do you like it? And then pulling out why you like it.
I don't know what you're.
But I am fully game, Zach. I am fully game with doing any kind of swaps, trades, samples, whatever. I am now on this Texas binge. Listen, I told people when I was done, these 4 balcones are better than 50% of my bar, and I have a substantial bourbon bar.
Just wait till you get some of the iron root stuff.
Well, you know what's even better? Let me step away for a second, and I'll tell you because you'll know this, and I don't know it. So I got a dusty sample of a Texas.
Oh, yeah, I don't. Oh.
And I'll tell you what, it's so much nicer being able to move around quickly and not be a fat guy.
Yeah, I mean, like here, there you go. That's a wonderful iron root Promethean.
Oh,
that's a $40 bottle.
what?
And man, I'll tell you what, man, I'm buying every single one of these P10s that I can get my hands on.
I'll tell you what.
If this is ECBP, like think ECBP 520.
Yeah.
A little bit lower proof. It's that really sweet, man.
Hook me up. I will Venmo you whatever. They know I will Venmo. I just can't get it. So so I was originally going to do. It's funny, right? Instead of a Texas shootout, I originally had the thought I was going to do a Texas 2-step, right? Because it's funny, Texas 2-step, you know what it is? And it was going to be 2-step. I'm going to take Balcones versus Iron Root. But I did have some Garrison brothers. And I was like, I didn't really have much.
Throw Garrison in there.
I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to until I got a Dusty sample. And Dusty sent me the Garrison Brothers Barrel Proof Single Barrel Pick Houston, Texas 122.5. It's 122.5 proof Garrison Brothers Barrel Proof Single Barrel Pick BSB, Texas. Matt said, oh my God, that's the Houston. So I don't know it's Houston. I'm just going by what Matt said.
HBS pick, Houston Bourbon Society.
Yeah. And so I was like,
listen, man,
well, I'm just doing it because, listen, the thing is that I will be given a review from a person that's never had it.
Hey, I think, and realize that bottle was probably twice the cost of all the other Texas whiskeys.
Well, I don't know any of that stuff.
So
I'm doing like a 4-step, right? I'm going to do Balcones versus, and I'll do these ones in rank number 1. Iron Root, rank number 1. This one, rank number 1. Then I'm going to put those 3 against each other. So just a fun thing, because like after I do that one is where I think when I get through to week 4, where I start my new one, it's going to go to Wednesday is going to be Battalion Hump Day. And Battalion Hump, in military, when you're on hump, it's like a long march. And so I'm starting to do collections.
Hump Day.
So Battalion Hump Day is going to turn into a collection, right? So I have bookers for days. And I have 14 bookers unopened under my bar. And so they're my seconds. I've had them, now they're my seconds. So I'm going to start doing collection series and going through ranking, tasting, and all this kind of stuff. So it's going to be a long haul. So like I have Knob Creek for days. But I will say this, Ken. If you have the single barrel 120 proof Knob Creek 9, the Knob 12,
nope,
and the Knob 15,
nope.
Ah, son of a bitch.
Y'all get one, don't you? If I remember correctly in the pick, you only had access to one.
That's just
not even
standard fucking.
No, I'll tell you.
Is it the 12-year-old? Is it the 12-year-old? The 12-year-old rye? Is that the 2009 rye? That was always.
It's not rye.
Was it
not rye? It's probably one of the best bourbons Knob Creek's ever made.
Yeah, that was always. That's my favorite.
I've drank so many bottles of it. It ain't even funny.
Luckily, I can still.
But I will tell you this:
Old man Joe, the elephant dung smoked whiskey. Yeah,
I'm going to tell you something that you're going to be like,
Oh yeah.
I'm going to clue you into something, Zach.
I'm coming to the inside circle, guys.
Yeah, so, do you have all 3 of those Knob Creeks?
I don't have the 15.
Yeah, find it. You can find it. You're in Texas. You'll find it. So if you take 2 parts, don't measure it. Never measure anything parts-wise. 2 parts Knob 12, 1 part Knob 9 single barrel 120 proof, and 1 part Knob 15. The Gunny, my brother, said the same thing I did. It was the best cigar blended bourbon we've ever had in our entire life, and we've been doing it for years.
Interesting.
Because the Knob 12 is just
this is the problem. On my shelf, like one of my I got the Knob Creek fucking single barrel 120 proof, and then I got the Brimstone right next to it. You know which one I'm fucking grabbing?
Brimstone.
Yeah, fucking A.
Do you know why he's grabbing it? Do you know why he's grabbing it?
Like,
because the missus likes it.
and I fucking Scotty likes it, Cuba likes it, I fucking like it. I break my missus, and yeah.
So can I ask a question? I'm going to ask a question and then make a request because I obviously don't have Brimstone. I think you should blend them. It's 120th proof Knob Creek, which is fucking off the charts. So you're going to proof it up. Brimstone is obviously not a high proof. Is it?
53?
So you're talking like 100,
yeah.
about 111.5. So you're going to take it up to about 112. Yeah. You're going to introduce Heaven Hills. Or no, that's Beam. You're going to put Beam. So it's going to get nutty, oily, and sweet elixir mixed with whatever Brimstone has to offer, which it sounds like it's probably more of like a malted something. I bet you that if you did a 1-for-1 pour of that shit, it would be delicious.
This is already fucking delicious.
Well, I'm telling you. But that doesn't mean something can't taste.
This has got everything. Oh, I agree, but this has got everything going under the sun in it already.
So tell me. So I want to know the palate of that. I've never had it, so tell me. Besides just it's fucking good, and I want to like dry hump it.
It's mesquite smoked barley.
Okay, so you're talking about
the scrub oak.
But I know mesquite smoke and I know barley, right? I know what you're getting with those 2 things. You know,
well, this is Texas barbecue, fucking brisket and burnt ends and fucking sweetness and
it's all that good barbecue char.
But you know what? You know what that Knob 120 is going to do? It's going to heat it up and give a finish because it's oily. It's fucking oily. You look at the Knob Creeks over 100 proof, they're always fucking big fucking legs, natural fucking
big juicy fat legs. Nice. Okay.
Their finish is oily. So you're going to make an oily barbecue. You're going to put pig fat in your barbecue.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm sold.
It's worth a try. Like just do 1 ounce of each. You don't have to waste much.
Yeah.
But let it open up, let it marry together, and let it open up. But if you talk about you're talking like mesquite, and you're talking about those things, and you know what 120 Knob has, right? It's a bean product. It's going to have peanut husk oil, and it's going to have what it has, and it's going to proof up, so it's not going to be super sweet. So you're going to take that and mix it to this. You're going to have you're going to add pig fat. I tell you right now, it's going to be pig fat added to your barbecue.
I like the sound of that.
Take it from a former fat guy that ate pig fat.
Hey, nothing wrong with fucking bacon. That's what I was doing on the fucking blackout. We're having bacon fucking every meal.
I had a buddy that we used to do ribeyes, and we would cut off the fat and cut it into sections so that every time we took a piece of meat, we could take a piece of fat with it.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? Yes. That shit's good for you.
Dude, you have to have fat. That way your body uses the protein to build your muscle. Let the fat be the energy. Right.
It's the good fat.
And listen, I know something because I lost like 130 pounds. So fuck off. Bourbon's a Whiskey is a key part of good health.
Fucking oath it is.
My doctor said when I was a big guy, he's like, I don't understand why the blood circulation in your extremities are as good as they are. I said, well, I drink whiskey every day. He's like, yeah, well, hey.
Yep,
He's like, well, explain it. This is when I was a big guy. I mean, I was a good big guy.
Well, hey guys, I need to jump off. I got a work thing that just popped up, and it is quarter close. So,
Zach, good to meet you, buddy.
Yeah, you too, man. It was a pleasure. Ken, have a good one. If you're still on later, maybe I got some time, and I'll pop on. And old man Joe, maybe if I can get this taken care of quickly, maybe I'll show up outside and I'll have a smoke.
Oh, I swear to God.
I take my setup outside. I just take my setup outside.
Sticks.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm about to put a fan and open the flue. I'll tell you what, real funny story though, right? I came back from vacation and I walked downstairs and we have a chimney. I have a wood burning chimney downstairs. I was just sitting there watching TV and I looked up to the right and I was like, there's a fucking bat just chilling on the chimney. And I called my wife. No, not open. I don't know how he got in. But I didn't care, right? I was like, oh, you know what? They eat bugs.
Yeah. I had this guy show up yesterday.
Ah, you fucker.
Oh, and it's the Toro, too.
You know, hey, listen. bourbonbattalion@gmail.com.
You got my address, Zach.
Zach, I have Cubans. Just saying.
Well, you got.
I know you probably do too.
You got the Supreme. Listen, man, I'd be down for a trade if you got that Supreme Leaf Toro from last year.
I'll have to check.
I only got like 3 left, so I'm like Jones, and I wish I'd bought another box of those. I didn't make the same mistake this year. I've got 4 boxes of the Corona Gordas, and I've bought like 3 boxes. I bought 2 boxes of the Rare Leaf Toros, and then 1 box of the Robustos, just to have a different control. So
last week I was on vacation down in Treasure Island, Florida, and I went to Cuban Paradise.
Oh.
We sat down there and we got to hand roll our own with.
Oh, that's sweet.
So I brought back a box of Cuban Paradise hand rolled that I did with them.
That's cool, man. That's cool. I'm holding off on these because I heard that they get better as they age a little bit. This is that Caldwell Matt Booth collab, the hit and run.
Don't you have to take the plastic off though?
It's cellophane. It's not plastic.
Is it cellophane?
Yeah, it's all cellophane. Yeah. Cellophane is a plant-based material.
Cellophane's aerofan.
Yeah, so it breathes,
Yeah.
As long as, listen.
Have you ever had something that came that was supposed to be cellophane that wasn't? I have.
Yes. Yeah.
I have for sure. So I always check it.
So, or I'll open up an end. I'll open up both ends or something. Just leave stuff kind of bundled.
Gonna make me have a cigar in the house.
Oh, I can't do that. I fear my wife. And
I open up the flue and I have fans that point right to the flue. And she'll be like, I can still smell that upstairs. And I was like, yeah, well, every time you guys crochet, I can smell that fucking yarn.
Well, I mean, my goal is I've got an outside window right here. All I need to do is set up really an exhaust fan.
Dude, just put the exhaust fan.
Yeah. I just need a small exhaust fan and then to weather strip the door.
Oh, dude.
Yep.
You do that and you let me know and I'm driving it. I'm flying it.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to go answer this question. Hopefully I can get this done quickly and I can enjoy my Friday.
We'll be here. I'm trying to kill off the COVID vaccine number 2, right? I might even go live later. COVID vaccine number 2 kill off.
Oh, man.
Fantastic. Nice. That's the title right there. The smoke outside.
Fantastic, guys. It was a pleasure.
Yeah.
All right,
we'll talk to you later.
All right, man. I'll catch you later on. I'd love to stick right now. I gotta hook up with my dealer. I got my cigar meeting next week, and I'll fucking hook up with my dealer and get some sticks. And this winter's coming, and I'll be able to sit out by the fire and have some drams and have a few sticks.
Oh, dude, there ain't nothing better than doing that. Like, you need to do like an Instagram, but only let people that are like your tubers follow you and do like a fireside. Like I do Fire Fridays every Friday, except for today.
No, I live stream. I live stream the fucking by the fire.
Yeah. You know, it's like, so I was going to say, it's like really funny, right? And I've had this like a couple times. One time it leaked on with the air because, you know, you do marathons and I've been known to do not a marathon, but pretty long stream. But a lot of times on my mediocre long streams, like 2 to 3 hours, I get in a rhythm and I'll be like, hey. And the next thing someone's like, I'm like this and I'm like this. And someone's like, dude, you're drinking a lot. And I was like, oh yeah, I know. Yeah, whatever. And then all of a sudden you got to pee. You know, as we get older, when you got to pee, it's like, you got to pee.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, you got to go. And so like, I was sitting here one time and I was like, and no one was interacting. And I was like, well, I can't leave because there's people in the chat. And I was like, and so I literally did this. I was like, hey, what's going on? I had a catch basin. I was like literally like taking a wee right on. I was like still talking a live stream. And
gonna do what you gotta do.
My wife was like, are you peeing? And I was like,
maybe.
Oh.
I'm pretty good when I'm drinking whiskey. And I drink a shitload of water while I drink fucking whiskey. I usually go for about 6-8 hours before I need to take a leak. If I have one fucking beer or a fucking cocktail or something like that, I'm fucked.
Yeah. So like I've been having like coffee and water all morning, and when I did that, I sat out in the line to get my test and all that stuff, and I came back. But I'm like, I got to there about 8:30, and it's like 2 o'clock, and I'm like, oh, I think I'm about ready to have to make a trip. But I hate it because once you break the seal, it's like, oh, it's a fucking.
Oh, you're done. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm fortunate because like we have 3 bathrooms, and I have a bathroom like right here behind this wall behind me is a bathroom. It's my computer work area and bathroom. So when I go have to hit the loo, I just run back here real quick, and I'm back, and they're like, "Where'd you go?" And I was like, "Oh, you know, I had to go grab something."
Yeah, well, I always say, 8 hours in, I'm like, oh, I'm due for the bio break. I'll be back in 20 seconds.
Well, the nice thing is if you have a couple people in here chatting, you can escape. You can escape while they're doing something. And I'm usually pretty aware.
Even if I'm here, even if I'm here by myself, I say, bio break, entertain yourselves. I'll be back in 20 seconds.
You know what's really irritating, right? So for 10 years, I was an 80% world traveler. The only continent I did not make it to besides the Arctics, because who goes to the Arctics, is Australia. Because we have a guy that was at the time had been there longer than me, and he was from the UK. And so he got first pick, and he always took fucking Australia. And I was like, dude, why are you such a dick? Why don't you like throw a bone every now and then?
He wanted it all for himself.
I'd rather go to Australia than Hawaii. And I went to Hawaii every year. And I was like, have you ever been to Hawaii? He's like, no. And I was like, I'm just saying that you might be missing out. I said, wouldn't you rather have a diverse portfolio instead of just a unidirectional portfolio?
Yeah.
Listen, Hawaii is what it is. It's fantastic. But it's like a weatherman's dream. If you wanted to be a weatherman that was super lazy, today in Hawaii, we're going to have 80-degree weather with a chance of rain, 10% chance of rain, and cloudy skies, and a good chance of seeing a rainbow today. Every fucking day of the year. It's going to rain, it's going to show a rainbow, and it's going to be 80.
Yeah. Yep.
Watch the Weather Channel, and they'll tell you there's something coming. He's like, hey, today we found that we're going to have this. You could literally be nobody that knows nothing and be the best one they ever had.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty much here for about fucking 8 months of the year. 110 every day. There you go. There's the weather.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Now is that Celsius? Fahrenheit.
No, Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
If it was Celsius, I'd be spontaneously combusting without even thinking about it. Yeah.
I always got to think like, I'm like, so it's funny because like when I talk to colleagues over there and they say, how much weight did you lose? And I said, well, 134 pounds. They're like, how many stones is that? I was like, 134 pounds worth of stones.
Nice.
I was like, I don't know. I'm not fucking British. Get off it.
Food quick when he forgets to mute and he's literally streaming on stream. Yeah. Oh god.
Oh, Jim,
at least mine's far enough away. Like my toilet's like literally over there, but at least it's far enough away you don't fucking hear it.
I'm looking over here at my phone because it says, Jim Morris put on here, Bourbon Battalion Gone Wild. No, Jim, this is just usually me. This is regular me. It's a totally different thing when you're sitting on your feet with trying to make sure you're going through these points and all this kind of stuff. And
I don't bother.
Well, it's when you're trying to do reviews,
doing a review. I mean,
like when
I know
do
reviews are pre-recorded. We go through all the motions, but my live streams are just like a pub.
Well, in the past
Come
I've
on
done,
in and we just chat.
I think the thing that in the past when I was doing the live streams of Wednesday, you're trying to really help someone understand why you're blending something they like. And I'm not saying I'm spending so much time trying to help someone understand the importance of evolving your palate. Yes, you like it, but what's it missing? If it could have anything, what would you really like it to have? Well, if you know your palate, you know what you would add. So why not add it?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's like when we got some Affinity bottles and we're doing exactly the same thing. We're taking a little sniffer, a little sipper, and we go, oh, it's missing this, it's missing that, and this, and you add it in and see what it does, and yeah. Yep.
Well, you don't have to have, so it's like really weird, right? So I was a wine guy way before I was a whiskey guy. I mean, wine, I like new wine. I was like really into it. But there's a lot of things that cross between whiskey and wine. One of the things.
How many wine finishes are there?
I don't see very many people do is that in wine world, that if you aerate it, it gives it a much more age statement, right? You can take a mediocre wine and run it through an aerator or decant it or whatever.
Yeah.
The simple trick is just pour it deep, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean when you pour it deep?
Yep.
When's the last time you've seen someone pour whiskey deep? It does the same fucking thing though. Watch it go to the bottom, watch it come up. You can find it will bubble right across the top if you pour it deep. It doesn't give you quite the wine does, but it will still do it. I've poured deep before. And I'm like, well, hey, I want to see what this does if it opens up. How do I open up faster? Pour it deep. You pour it deep and that shit will bubble right up. So,
a lot of those volatile alcohol compounds will dissipate quite rapidly when you do that. Yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah.
It's an amazing thing, but I think people do it. And the only reason I do a 6-step process is that I know people are doing it, but if you're jumping on and trying to learn, because there's every day someone jumping on trying to learn.
Yeah.
They don't know that you're doing what you're doing. They don't know that you've opened that up. They don't know that's your second pour. They don't know that you're doing that. And so I find myself a lot of times focused on what's the brand new person coming in here doing, and how do I give them as much knowledge as I can to advance and enhance their palate. And and it makes for really dry commentary. So this last week was just a blind fight. And I had people come out and they said, oh my God, this was so much different. And I was like, well, yeah, because I was like, I could do me. I didn't have any idea. I didn't even know what I was fucking tasting. And I was just so now I want to try all kinds of shit that I've never had. Just because I can remember there was a time when I tried like Glenfiddich 12 for the first time. And I was like, well, that's scotchy. And then I tried it the second time and I was like, well, that's kind of lackluster. And my palate's advancing so fast. I had this Glenfiddich 15 Solera age. And when I smelled it, I was like, wow, the nose on it was amazing. But when I got to the palate, it was really good. It was really smooth. It had a lot of good qualities, but it didn't have an explosion. It didn't make my palate.
You won't get an explosion. Yeah.
And I think the thing is that like people say tater chasers, and I understand the process of that, right? But people that find themselves really enjoying some of the tater chasers is because they're more into drinking, not palate exploration. Where most of us, we want to try things because today I want my palate to be this.
Yeah.
And that's
that's it. Most of the people on whiskey YouTube, we're tasters. We're not drinkers. We're not here to get drunk.
We're not trying to
side effect.
Yeah. It sometimes is a byproduct of the experience.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
But we're not. It isn't the journey. I'm not trying to get somewhere. Sometimes I end up there.
Yeah.
But
no, we're not trying to get drunk.
I've ended up
have
there
an experience.
I was like, hey, Ken, how's you doing? You know, I've been slurring. But
fuck yeah. You want to see me after 12 hours of streaming?
Usually, you know, though, right? You start noticing like simple things. You're like, okay, I got to start drinking water, and you're doing stuff, and you have to make a stand. You have to stand up occasionally to figure out, am I drunk or not? You know.
Oh yeah. No, I'm pretty sensitive to my alcohol influence. I know what my levels are. You know, I know the telltale signs. You know, and that comes with age and experience, of course. But I'm definitely not about getting drunk. I don't want to get drunk because I'm too old for that shit for the next 2 days to be hungover.
You know, the good thing is, right? The one word of advice that we can give, if you are going to get yourself to a point to have a hangover the next day, you want it to be a whiskey hangover. They're way easier.
They are a lot better. Yeah. There's a lot worse.
Wine is fucking horrific with hangover. You're like basically puking tar.
Yeah.
Tar.
Yeah.
It's miserable because your head is going to fucking explode.
Yep, that's what I was just like. Oh, the headaches.
When you have a whiskey hangover, you just feel like you haven't slept in 3 days.
Yeah, that's it. You just gotta
You're just
guts
tired.
ache and you're just worn out.
Your eyes don't work right. Your body don't work right. But you don't feel like vomit. You don't feel sick. I've never gotten sick on a whiskey bender, and I've been on some benders, same as you. I've been on a bender.
Oh yeah,
and
water. Yep, but I have the water.
Walked upstairs, and my wife was like, "You are so slurry and could barely walk." And she was like, "How are you up making breakfast for me?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "You went to bed at like 3:30." I was like, "Well, yeah, it's like 7:30. I got like 4 hours of rest." And she's like, "But you were like drunk." I was like, No. I was inebriated, but alcohol dissipates fast, and my body adjusts.
Yeah, my missus does the same thing. It's like, how are you,
dude? I've been
drinking all night. How are you not? Yeah,
this horse soldier is really good for being young. I mean, it's not bad. I'm really surprised. I really thought it would be something I didn't really care for. It's interesting.
I just heard some weird noises and I'm stressing because I had a fucking power supply open a few streams ago that fucking blew up on me.
Oh, really? I don't know what a house of flabbin' is, but it sounds terrible.
Whiskey hangovers are better than other ones. That is true. Fucking oath.
That is fact.
Yep, that is definitely a fucking fact. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I told you I'd make an appearance.
His lunch break.
What?
Your lunch break.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, Bobby. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Glad you could join.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a bottle hiding in the trunk to join in.
Oh, well, hey, you know what? That's why you got to get one of those fancy drinking hats.
Fucking flask. The quantum slipstream flask.
So I figured there's no better way to kill my second COVID shot than hanging with Ken. So this is my Moderna 2 COVID extraction killing session.
Yep.
I had my first Moderna on Tuesday, and I had COVID. I didn't have it anywhere near as bad as you did, thankfully. And I guess I didn't react too bad as the shot. I had a sore arm the next day, but other than that, the second shot is next month on the 12th, so we'll see how that goes.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll give you a real honest to God way to get rid of your sore shot, right? You can either windmill it, like windmill your arm like 100 times, or just like go to your. Do you have like a kitchen island, like a little counter area, or
kind of.
Go to your stairs, right? You don't have to go on the floor and do like a real push-up, but do like an inverted 45-degree push-up and just do that as many times as you can. And it helps move all that shit around and you won't have any pain in your arm. So if you can get sick with the first one, you probably won't with the other one. My wife and my daughter didn't either. I'm expecting that tomorrow's going to be a shit show unless this kills it.
Yep.
So I'm going to do a straight bender until midnight tonight in hopes that tomorrow.
Good luck to you.
Hey, I can drink. Listen, I can literally go. Me and Ken could do a 12-hour show. I could do that.
I do 12 hours all the time. That's not a fucking problem. I'm already 4 hours in. Yeah. That's nothing. That's
I don't know how long I've been on here, but I've been on here a little bit, right? A couple hours.
Yeah. JD said the Green Flakless 105 is finished, and now you got no fucking whiskey until your next shipment.
So, Ken, how old are you, Ken?
I'm 46 this year.
And you?
38.
38, motherfucker. It's hard being this good looking and this old. I'm just saying.
Hey, at least you got hair, man.
Oh, you know what? Hey, listen, I give my parents some straight love. My mom and dad are both passed, and none of them ever went gray. I'm 49. I'm all natural, no products. And my mom and my dad passed later, and he was 80. Let's see, he was 86, and he still had salt and pepper. So mom passed when she was 60 and she was salt and pepper. So no one in my family gets like gray. So I don't expect to have like substantial gray until I'm like into like my late 60s, 70s.
Oh
yeah,
I'm
definitely going fucking gray.
I have gray. I mean, you can see it. It's there. There's gray there. It's just not substantial. Like on the sides or some. There's a little bit weaved in the middle here. But yeah, for the most part.
No, I've got something here. I've got it all through here. It's all fucking.
And no one in my family, on my mother and dad's side, ever had any kind of baldness.
Yeah, if I take it after my mother's side, her father, I mean, granted, he died when he was 66 from emphysema.
Yeah.
But he went gray, but he had a full head of hair.
That's weird because it usually travels on the mother side, right? That's the genetic code. My wife studied genetics, and she said baldness comes from the mother side, which I have to believe because my son has
everything I've learned about.
Way bigger receding hairline than I do, and he's 21. And my mother's father has a huge receding hairline. So I'm like, no one in my family does on my at all. We have big.
He's been bald. Donald just saying he's been bald since he was 18, but the rest of the men in the family still had hair. I suppose that I was pulled out of the cabbage patch by the hair.
Yeah,
that's why it all came out.
He was that little kid they let the dog lick all day long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my father's father's been bald as long as I've been alive. And
wow, weird.
My father, I mean, other than the fact that he's got dark hair and I got light hair, we look pretty similar.
I'll tell you what, I want a blind flight from Donald Rance.
Yeah.
That's what I want. I want a Donald Rance blind flight that I will do live on the stream, and he can mod it. Because I know he can
get some fancy Irish.
He can throw up some shit that I have no clue of.
Yeah.
And Donald Rance has been, listen, Donald's one of the first people that ever followed me. And so I have a special heart for him because he's always been there in the beginning. And there's a couple guys that have been there. What the? Why are you putting out
Get
fancy
trash,
shit?
yeah.
Mate? It's green.
I'm having
Irish.
some.
Green spot.
This is wine. This is wine finished.
Which one is? What is it?
Oh, is that the Chateau Montelena?
It's the Louis Vuitton.
Ah, you bastard.
Oh man, this stuff, and there's a couple more bottles left in my bottle shop. But I have to go fucking get one ASAP because this stuff, I'm in love with this shit. Yeah.
I can bring the Chateau Montelena with the break in the sweat the Barton. Forget it.
I'm like,
oh man, this is bad.
I'm in like fucking Ohio, and you're just kind of like, hey, look, I'm gonna go fuck your old lady and laugh at you. Like, what a dick.
I gotta get more of this. That's what I know, Donald. That's what I was saying. Get your ass in here. Come and drink some with me.
Donald. Mr. Rance, how you doing? Oh, listen, the Gunny has some old Barton. The Gunny has a lot of shit. The Gunny has stuff in the hold that people would be like pissing themselves over.
No doubt.
But he's like, it's in the hold. I'm just there. And so,
and I love the tube on this. It's like satin fucking velvet finish.
We know you like stroking tubes. Get off it, Ken.
Oh yeah, this is a good one to stroke. you can fist this one because it's smooth on the inside too.
Take that for OnlyFans, buddy. Censored.
There is nothing better than the transition of stroking the tube to jamming the hole.
Okay.
Oh boy.
That's that nice texture on the outside and smooth on the inside.
That is the best whiskey tube transition I've ever seen in my entire life. Literally just went from stroking to jamming. Oh my god, it's the best.
I'm still out completing my errands before the likely announce of curfew here. Yikes! That's not fucking any good.
Oh my god, that might be the funniest thing I've seen in a long, long time. Oh god.
You get plenty of that crazy shit at the Munted pub.
Hey, I've seen crazy shit a lot of places, but never someone I was like, yeah, you like stroking a tube and you're like this, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, hold on. It's like a subliminal message that's like, hello, and you're like, wait, bad, good. It was like the funniest transition without being a transition I've ever seen. Oh god, it's so good.
Drinking on a streetcar is strongly discouraged. Yeah, it is kind of a bit.
Is he in San Francisco? He's in a streetcar. Where's the streetcar? Where's Donald Rance at?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
When I think streetcar, I think San Francisco all day long because they have streetcars for days.
True that.
Well, you know what? You just put that shit in a freaking sun-kissed glass or some kind of Coke fake bottle, whatever.
Oh, just have a fucking hip flask. Be a man.
So it was really funny, right? I had a really good Marine Corps buddy give me this.
Toronto.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, duh.
You see my flask?
Yeah. Oh, Donald.
Wait, hold on.
So,
Oh, that's right. He's in Toronto, right?
Yeah. Jim just left, but Donald will appreciate this. He's in.
Better not be a fucking Blue Jay. Fucking.
No.
Oh, hey, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm about to show you. Hold on. Where'd I put it? Oh, motherfucker. Where'd I put it? So, I had a bottle made into a cheese tray, a cheese platter, right? You know where I'm going with this.
I can see that.
James T. Kirk bourbon.
No way.
Bourbon bottle made into a cheese plate.
Oh, fuck yes. Oh, that is sick. Oh,
See the
yes.
little- Oh, I knew you'd get like a fucking little Aussie boner. Fucking weirdo.
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
Yeah, so
I
this
like-
is the James T. Kirk straight bourbon whiskey, aged 12 years. I have a friend that actually has a kiln that makes bourbon bottles into cheese plates. And she had this one, and she's like, well, no one wants this one. Do you want it? And I was like, yes.
Yes.
So, you know the offers I've had for this? It's like stupid. I've had some like stupid offers for this.
Oh, fuck yeah. I mean, I want it.
It's just nothing more than a cheese plate, or you could put like whatever on it, but it's the James T. Kirk edition with the Star Trek logo and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. So when you threw that up there, I was like, oh, I know that he's going to want that.
Yes, I want that. I want it.
James T. Kirk
Donald.
signed William Shatner. Yeah, awesome.
It's got William Shatner's signature on it. Oh, yeah.
Well, it's him signing James T. Kirk.
Oh,
So it's not, yeah, and it's like it's not his, it's his actual reproduced.
yeah.
But
So we're having
It's-
our first.
it's the only James. It's the only Star Trek James T. Kirk cheese plate I know that was a bourbon bottle.
Yeah, fuck yeah. We got our first Whiskey Trek show tonight.
What? Where? You?
On this channel, yeah.
What
It'll
time?
be 1100 EST.
Oh, so tonight.
So 2300 my time, but it'll be 1100 EST.
Hold on. So you're talking about 1100 is 11 a.m.
Correct.
So 11 a.m. tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. I can do that. Because I'm like 1100. You know, we talk military. And I'm like 2300's PM, 1100's AM. It's 2:12, so it's 14:12. I was like, we've already passed 11. Did we do something wrong?
Yeah, but well, it's still it was 0200 here, so that's what I'm saying. 2300 my
Oh,
time.
it's 02 for you, right? So it's 12 hours change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's 02:12 for you, 14:12 for me.
Yep.
Yeah. Awesome. Where in Australia are you?
West Coast.
City, name, town.
I got the job.
Did you?
I just got a call, and I got it on the pediatric ward.
Woohoo! My daughter just got a job working in a pediatric ward of a hospital. So she's
Congrats.
getting-
15 an hour plus $1.65 differential. shift.
Ken just said congratulations.
Thank you.
She said thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, just got the call. I start the first week of May.
First week of May?
Mhm.
Proud of you.
Nice.
Love you.
Fuck, this is good shit.
What is that? Oh, that's that
It's
shit
the
I can't.
drinks one, Saint. Yeah, the St. Julian.
I'm gonna open something you can't get, motherfucker. Keep that shit up.
Oh, there's fucking plenty of shit you got I can't get. This stuff is so good.
You know, I have certain things. You know what? I have something that I need to open. I'm not saying you can't get it, but there is certain things that people have given me that I haven't even opened. And then, you know, that's the thing that's, and you'll understand this, right? It's when you get into doing this and you love what you do, and you know you do, and you want to try to be as good as you can to the people around you. You want to try to get to the stuff that gets to you because they want to know what you think of it. And sometimes that's a lot of shit. And you're like,
Yeah.
holy Christ. I mean, I was looking at like, in order to do all the reviews I want to do, I have like 15 reviews I have to do. And I'm like, I can't do 15 days of freaking reviews, recordings, and have a work schedule and a life and be sober.
Nope. No, that's exactly it. That's why I only do one review a week. Otherwise, oh yeah, and I film and edit 2 shows. I do my show and I do a whiskey show, a wine show.
Now
as well. So I film and edit the wine show as well.
I film, but I never edit anything I do.
Yeah.
Everything I do, and you know, I think that there's things I could definitely edit, but for me, I think the thing that's been really fortunate for me is that I've been a front end forward for 10 years staff corporate trainer. So usually if I go through and I get ready to do a show or something like that, I've already pretty much threw it all out in my head.
Prepared. Yep.
Go to do it, I'm retrieving it so fast when I'm doing it. I don't typically have a lot of mistakes because it's more of like business. I'm sitting here.
Once you're in the role, you're in the zone, you're onto it. Yep, exactly. And yeah, we could do the same, but it's just easier.
With like really big customers, you don't have room for mistakes. You don't have room for errors.
No.
And if I do have one, I just kind of blow it off and move on. I don't even act like it. So now, having said that, because although I'm very tech savvy, I'm not when it comes to like editing, producing, not that kind of tech savvy. I'm an electrical engineer. So I've recently been in contact with someone that is helping me. Like my new banner on the Bourbon, you see like a really soft light of the backdrop. He came and did that. He's like, hey, you know what? I think this would be good. So he's actually putting together an intro video and all this kind of stuff. And I said, listen, I'd be happy to pay you and give you props. I just don't have that kind of time. I don't know how to do it, and I can't spend that kind of time figuring it out. And he's like, well, how about you hire me to do it, and then I will also teach you how to do it. And I said, well, that's counterproductive to your business, because if you teach me, I don't need you. And he's like, well, you know, I'd rather teach you and you know how to do it. I think that's just a quality guy. So
yeah.
You know, and his prices are ridiculously affordable, which is absolutely wonderful when you're talking about trying to afford something. Because like I don't really have much. I don't have much fundage coming in from the universe, right? From the tubes and Patreon and that stuff. I have one Patreon.
Me neither.
So most of everything you see here is out of my personal budget.
Same.
And so, but, you know, I mean, slowly but surely, you know, and listen, I don't expect to have anything overnight. I've been doing this a short amount of time. Do I think it'll get where
I'm not here to make money. I'm here to enjoy it with all you guys. That's what it's about.
I want to enjoy it, but I want somewhere along the lines I have to fund it.
Well, it would be nice to have the money to buy bottles and stuff.
Even if it's just like just enough to buy new stuff, right? Because I was sitting there looking the other day, and I was talking to Steve, the gunny, who's my brother, and I was like, you know, it's really hard for me to go through. Like I mapped out like my Wednesdays for the next 6 months, and it's all stuff I have.
Yep.
But when I go through and think I want to review stuff, so if someone's going out there and it's like, hey, I'd really like to try this, it's new. Well, if I go out and buy something new, you know, it's all out of pocket.
Yep.
And the older I get, the more I'm more aware of retirement. And I'm like, you know, I have to be like really somewhat sensible. And it's hard to compete with.
I mean, Joe said congrats. And Donald said, when I get home, I'll pour some Middleton toast to your daughter getting the job. Congrats.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I'll tell you what. So my youngest daughter, I have four kids. I have 3 daughters and a son. And my youngest is, you know, it's the youngest. You know, with the youngest, you have the opportunity to watch the older ones and learn from their mistakes and push yourself into these areas. And it doesn't mean you don't go without struggles and that stuff. But man, I'll tell you what, I could not be prouder of her. She works hard. She's the only 19-year-old kid I know that has multiple jobs and a full-time college curriculum and is a 4.0 and has been ever since her entire existence. She's never had not a 4.0, which is the highest grade point you can have.
Yeah.
Works hard at it, and she takes
That's
everything
impressive.
to heart. She's incredibly considerate. She's, as volatile as any young kid, but she pushes through it, and it's hard, but she does it with her grace. And so even though this isn't like a significant job as far as you and I concerned, it's significant for a 19-year-old girl that's been in the nursing.
Fuck yeah.
That just got first application, instant hire to be in a pediatric ward of a hospital working as this while
That's
she's
pretty big.
Yeah, and I think the thing is that you and I know that, but it's really something that could be fallen. When think when you were 19, what did you really fucking know? You didn't know much.
Yeah.
I was married in the Marine Corps, getting drunk, and shooting.
I was still in the army.
I was in the Marine Corps blowing shit up. So
yeah.
and
Yep.
and so, listen, I love all my kids, but all my kids are different. And for someone to say that you love all your kids the same, I disagree. You don't. All your kids are different, so you love them different ways. There's certain things about them you love differently. For her, I love her heart,
for
passion, and I love her drive. And those things come from being honest. And so, I will definitely raise I will crack something new to cheers her.
Yep. Jim just says, congrats.
Thanks, Jim.
I just saw the JD drink. Wife will be traveling to Europe in June and vacation time for me. Sweet.
I've been waiting to crack.
Working at an auto shop during the day and a kitchen during the evening.
I'm going to crack this guy.
Come to Poland. Nice. And Scotch will be popped for sure.
So this what I'm going to.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah.
So I'm going to do a Russell's Reserve single barrel non-chilled filler Kentucky Straight Bourbon store pick. It's a private barrel. So this one happened to be distilled on 12/12/11, dumped 09/08/20, bottled October 3rd of 20, barrel 20-0420, warehouse B, floor 4, selected by Goody Goody Liquor. So I'm going to open this and drink this, and cheers to my daughter who kicks ass. And I'm proud of her more than she
Donald say, do you get notes of rich custard on the green spot? Yes, there's definitely custard. Very thick custard, yep. For sure. I love this stuff.
Holy Christ. Do you ever find yourself putting like your drippage on your beard by your mustache just to see how it evaporates?
Yep.
Oh, I always do.
I find with when I have my vape, sometimes it gets a bit moist on the old mustache.
Freaking, you can't go from this to moist.
I just love the way that word sounds, moist.
You're like
I know a lot of people don't like it, but
like
I just
moist.
Like yeah, well, that makes moist, and that makes moist, though. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so good. I gotta focus. Donald's like, at age 19, I was working in an auto shop during the day and kitchen. You know what? That makes you a better dude than most 19-year-olds, right? Because, I mean, really, you either were in college or you were trying to figure it out, or you were military, or, and things are different, right? Things are different because I think of, when I was 19, it doesn't seem like it was that long ago for me. But, when you really look at it, I was 1991. I was 19 years old. I was in the military.
Just said moist.
And but I think that the thing that makes me the most proud about her is that in today's generation, it's more of this entitlement. I don't think that there was that entitlement back when we were a little bit younger, and then generations before us, definitely not. But there wasn't this entitlement. And I'm not saying that there isn't ever a little bit of it, but there's never been from her an entitlement without a work ethic. So that's the transition today that I think makes her more elite, is that there may be a mindset of entitlement,
Ken.
but not without a work ethic.
Just said moist, moisty, moistest, moisty, moist.
That is absolutely true.
I was working both those jobs to support my family after my dad had a heart attack and save money to pay for school. Exactly.
Well, you're a good man.
You're stepping up and doing what you had to do.
To you for being what you were meant to be, and I'm sure, without a doubt, you made your family proud. Make me proud to know you.
Yeah, ditto.
Man, I'll tell you what, this fucking Russell's barrel pick is freaking delicious.
Yeah, well, I don't have a barrel pick, but I've got the standard fucking Russell single barrel, and I fucking love that.
For 110 proof, that does not taste 110.
Nah, this stuff is delicious.
I'll tell you, let me show you something, and you'll appreciate this. You'll understand me a little bit better. I have a regular Russell's 10, and someone asked me one time, why don't you ever open that? And let me see, where is it at? Where are you?
Yep, you do what you need to do. Fucking oath.
Well, it's over there. It's like deep. I'm not going to dig it out. I have a Russell's 10 signed by Jimmy Russell.
Donald Rance.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Just said AS. Justin Trudeau said, speaking moistly.
Yes. He sure did.
Moist. Hold on. I feel like I did at the telephone company, right? I got caught out for this one day. I was at this business and I was talking to this lady and we were sitting there, I guess, and I got a phone call. I was like, hold on, I got a call. And I was like, oh, welcome to Verizon. This is Rob. How you doing? And she's like, did your nuts just drop? What just happened? And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, you just went into like straight phone voice. And I was like, well, thank you. How can I help you today? And she's like, can you talk to me like that the rest of the time we talk? And I was like, for a small nominal fee.
Yes.
Then you get to the point you're like, welcome to Verizon. How can I help you today?
Moist.
Moist. If I do it in the morning, bad things happen because I have like this really deep baritone voice in the morning when I haven't been like right now it's higher pitched and it's different, but in the morning it's like bow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like those numbers when they come up.
One thing,
it says concurrent viewers 11, likes 11. Likes that. Legs 11.
Yeah, and there's no doubt about it that anybody that's ever been, it's totally different when you can jump on someone else's because you get to be like you. Because someone that would watch my feed, this is not like they probably don't even know this is me. Like I am. Okay, this is one thing that we share in common, right? We're military guys. We are the most
old man Joe.
Arranged,
just said
terrible.
Moist you munted can't.
Yep.
But the things that you
and just like you were saying, with the most messed up fucking people, and I was like, yep, that's why. At 18, left the house and told Mum be back in a week and never came back. Mum and travel and see the world. Glad I did as she passed away from MS and lived through me seeing the world.
There's a bunch of people in here that said congratulations.
Thank you.
She said thank you. So this actually is my picture. when I was a young
Yeah.
leatherneck
Yep.
dog
Yep.
shot shooting, and my dog tags are right there. So it's really an interesting story, right? So, not to get on a sidebar, and I'll make it really quick. Hold on a second. I just got a notice from Amazon. I got to run upstairs.
Roger that.
Sorry. Did your mom shoot?
But
this
JD.
thing?
Good day. Donna Pass Whiskey.
Oh yeah, Donna Pass, sorry about that. Yeah, I killed the stream just as your name popped up. I was like, fuck. Just mate, the last thing in the last stream, glad you and the family okay after the storm. Yep, we're all good here. I mean the power's back on, it's been stable. Now. Touch wood. Been able to get some work done today and yesterday, and I'm streaming again. Second night in a row, so that's a win-win. For sure. A lot more lucky than the poor old bastards up north. Fuck. Poor buggers. But we've got the ADF in town and they're supporting. We've got a shitload of emergency service workers and yeah, everyone's banding together and helping out, which is good to see. So I got invited to a service tomorrow night, actually. You should tell Bobby when he comes back. "46 countries down and more to go." Oh yeah. That's the point. Where the fuck are my dog tags? Well, I've got one set on my old keys. But I've still got a pristine set. Actually, I think I know what they are. They're stashed away in the box. Still hasn't melted. So that just goes to show how not hot it is. It's humid, but it's not hot. Which is a good sign. Two out of the 3 boxes shipped for you today. Nice! So it shouldn't be too long and you'll have a resupply. Whiskey! Swap that over. Frozen. So put some water in that one. This one's frozen as well. Little pea sounds. More crystallized water. Crunchy. Back a bit. Actually, that reminds me. I need to fill up my sample, not sample, my fucking dropper bottle. So this is the water I get from New Zealand that I use for putting in my whiskey. It's not the cheapest water around, but it's pretty damn nice water. It's fancy shit. Okay, fucking get bastard. Fucking. Ah, there we go. Slippery. See if I can. I was going to filter this, but yeah. Put a funnel in. Didn't drop too much. It's all good. Ah, awesome. Please thank her personally for sorting that out and sending it off, man. Much appreciated. I'm one happy little camper. Very much so. Definitely gonna have to be conservative with some of those bottles, not to drink them too fucking quick. I'm itching to open this. But I'll be a good boy and wait till we do the stream. That's the back of the box. I'm gonna have to find somewhere up the top there to fucking put it. There's a lot of shit for the Lego up there. I'll open it when I do the stream, so I'm not sure exactly when that stream will be yet, because we've got the Star Trek stream tonight, and then Sunday night. Yeah, I won't be able to do it before we do the Lego stream because I've got to go to that service and then prep for the Lego stream. Make sure we have everything ready. I'm in that Star Trek stream. I might go on for a couple of hours. Pre-show. So maybe next week sometime? Don't know. But it won't be too far away because I'm itching to get into that and start building it.
Sorry about that.
Ah, you're all good.
You know that moment when you get up and you start running around doing things and you realize, I don't think I've had water.
Oh, you got to do that. I just did a resup on my water.
Oh.
I was just thinking to myself, it's like, where the fuck did I put my dog tags? Because I managed to get 2 pairs. I got my original pair and they're stuck on my keys. But I got issued another set and I've never worn them. So they're completely fucking brand new. I've got them. I think I stashed them away in the box.
So it's really interesting, right? So of these, and you know, I didn't want to digress because it is what it is, but when I went into the military originally, you know, in the United States military, especially, you know, and I guess it's all military, but I don't know. I just only did the Marine Corps. So I'll talk about what I know. When I went there, you had to get your dog tags. So you did your name, your social, blood type, and your religious preference. So if you passed away, what kind of funeral to have for you. And my original preference was none. I didn't have a religious preference. And later in life, that changed. So I went and had a second set of dog tags made that actually said my religious preference. And So I have both my original and my second on the same thing back here behind me. But
Nice.
you always got to make
That's
sure you
the
keep
same.
out of focus, because you know everything you had in the military has your social security number for us.
Yep.
So
do you call it what? Social security number is not the regimental number?
no,
So no. Regimental number.
Stage, you have a social security ID number.
Yeah, I know that, but in the military, so it's the same number, is it?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. Because in Australia we don't have a social security number, and when you join the military, you have like in the army, you have a regimental number. Right.
So it's really funny, right? So if you ever see like the battalion wall, like the HQ wall, there's like so over here there's a dress blues of my brother, the gunny, and then there's two flags folded for my wife's grandfather who served and died in the military, and I had an uncle. So we have two folded flags. One represents her family, one represents mine. Now on my uncle's dog tags, it has a number that I was like, what is that number? I couldn't figure out what the number was, because it wasn't a social security number, because a social security number is a certain number of digits. And I was like, what is that? Actually, it was back then, they put the number on your identification of when you got the typhoid fever shot to make sure you didn't have typhoid. Really? Yeah. So it was like your validation to typhoid fever. And so I was like, well, that's so weird. But
that's interesting. Yeah.
So I actually in his little triangle box with the flag in it, I actually have his dog tags put in there.
Okay. Well, that's yeah, because I didn't know that. I didn't know your actual, what we call a regimental number is your actual social security number. Yeah.
Yeah. So for
you don't get issued. You don't get issued a number. You just stick with
later
in life. Okay.
So like at least in my generation, actually, my brother, who is 12 years older than me, his was socials. So Steve joined the military in '78, and so all the way back to '78. And I think when I looked at, I'll have to go back and look at my uncle's, because I have my uncle's information too. He was a Marine that served way before us. And I come from generations of Marines. Now we have Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard. We have everybody represented. But there's an elite group of us that are Marines, and the rest of the family is just a bunch of shitbags. So, and we can say that, right? We can say that because, hey, they're not Marines. But having said that, and I always preface this, and every time I ever say that, as far as the United States military goes, I've been privileged enough to serve in different theaters and different avenues of stuff. And I always believe the one thing that's true about the United States military. The thing that makes us great is that we're somewhat funded, but at the same time, we're a 100% voluntary military. And every branch is absolutely the best of what they do, but not every branch does the same thing.
Yep, it's the same here. Yep, on spot. Yep, definitely.
I've served with branches back when they were mandatory. Different European countries were mandatory. They had to serve their time.
Yep.
And they did not want to be there. If you're in the United States military, you chose to serve. You wanted to serve.
Yeah.
So there's a difference between volunteering for something or being required to do it.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't want to go over there. I'm going to digress just because we're both military.
But I know what you mean. You don't want to be over there and the man next to you doesn't want to be there.
I don't want to put my stuff. I don't want to put my junk in that hole. I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things that, like, I had a huge debate about this one time. There's about women in the Marine Corps infantry, and it's like, do you think that women should be in the Marine Corps infantry? And my answer was absolutely not. Yeah. And it wasn't because I thought that they wouldn't do good. Listen, women have been proven time and time again, all the way back to the communist Red Sniper Brigade, which was nothing but women.
Oh, yeah,
And
even before that. I mean, you look at Israel, they have frontline forces. Yeah, but I know what you mean. It's been frontline infantry is a bit different.
Yeah, but listen, I thought if you want to serve forward as a woman in the United States military, you would be best suited to be a sniper. One, because you probably don't have a lot of training and you'll probably be really fucking good at it.
Yeah.
And two, it's not because I think that you couldn't do your job to the utmost. You absolutely can. But we as boys / men have been raised our entire life to defend the shrieks and the screams of a woman.
That's right.
If I'm on the battlefield and there's a guy next to me that got shot, it will not deter my job.
With your mission.
I hear the screams of a woman, I'm instantly triggered. I'm triggered.
Yep.
I'm triggered because I've been trained my whole life to defend that. Now I've become non-mission oriented. My mission oriented has become mission unorganized.
Yep.
Therefore, there's a bigger chance of me to fail mission wise because I've been conditioned to step up to defend the rights of a woman, where I was not conditioned to stand up and defend the rights of a fellow man.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with whether I think they can do the job. They can fucking do the job. There's no doubt about it. But the psyche of the men will make them non-mission oriented. So I think there's absolutely a place, but forward, you don't have the opportunity as a guy forward to think anything other than mission oriented.
No, that's right. That's exactly right. I agree with you on that. Yeah.
So it was pretty big. And I thought when General Monday first got asked that years and years ago in the United States, they did this like weird thing on TV. I don't know if it was 60 Minutes or whatever bullshit media thing it was. They had all of the commandants, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. And the last person they did was Marines because they did Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. It's the way it always goes. And they said, is there a place for women in your blah, blah, blah? And each one of them said, yes, yes, yes. It got to General Monday. And General Monday was like, absolutely not.
Yeah.
He said there is a place for them, but not as a forward infantry Marine.
Yep.
Not because they can't do it, but because the rest of the people, the majority of the people that are on the front lines could not effectively do their job. And I agree completely.
Well, yeah, you're not going to see a... I mean, yeah, I totally agree. They can do the fucking job, but you're not going to see them be in a team, for example, SF.
You can, and me as Bobby, I'm not going to be able to be the same man fighting when Brett gets shot and John gets shot that I will as Christina got shot.
Yeah, that's right.
Because there's a noise difference.
Protective instincts are going to kick in. Yeah.
There's something vocally and audibly, and it's not her fault. And that's the fucked up part. It's not their fault. It's just a conditioning, right? When you go in the military, you've been conditioned, right? The United States Marine Corps, you're definitely conditioned. You are absolutely, in every sense of the word, you're a different person than you were when you went in. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not.
Yep.
You know, so, and with that, it's like someone asked me that said, do you have PTSD? And I say, well, that depends. Was I ever post-traumatic syndrome because of something horrible? No. But PTSD is the change. Is there a change of who you are and the way you think because of an event? Well, yeah, I don't think anything like I did. Listen, some of the things I would say and I think is funny, I would have never thought was funny ever prior to the military.
Yeah, the military sense of humor is...
Out someone's eyes and skull fucking would have never came into my vocabulary ever in the real world.
No.
Ever.
I mean...
I can remember I had a staff sergeant tell me, cheers. I had a staff sergeant tell me one time, he's like, I've never thought of an esophagus, the throat, as something other than a throat until the military. And so I was just like, so, you know, I mean, but the thing is, it's like, it's not that we're crude and rude. We've been retooled to do a job.
Yep.
So forgive us. It's not meant to be anything
Good
other
day.
than that.
The mash
No,
bill.
fuck no. Yep, we certainly are. Cheers.
What's
mate.
up?
Cheers,
What's
Swag.
up, Swags? Ken's helping
And that's
me
the
on
thing,
my
messed up sense of humor. When you got to think about it, that we're young guys, and you know, you're doing a hard job, and you need that fucking bit of fucking leeway.
Well, you have testosterone for days.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you right now, you could have been told anything, and you'd be like, "Oh yeah, I can do that."
Oh fuck yeah, fuck yeah.
You think you can do that? Yeah, sir. Are you sure? Oh, like I made a mistake one time, right? Because I always do military terms, especially Marine Corps terms on a review. And I was doing an about face. My about face is a second pour. And someone said they heard me under, and I didn't even know I did it. But I was like, okay, we're going to the about face. And I was getting a report, and I was like, yellow boat, hurt. And I was like in my head, I was actually doing it out loud. I was
Yeah.
back and watched it. I did it. I literally said it out loud. So have you ever found, like,
That's
this
the
is
training for you.
I love that we're talking, because it's so nice, because this is one of the things that is an important process for vets of every country, of everything, right? Be able to talk to someone else, because you can't always do that. And
no, fuck no.
it's so hard.
When you're away, I was saying, because my missus, like, I'm part of the RSL here, which is the Return and Services League of Australia. So it's all veterans, you know, and because of the cyclone here, a bunch of the ADF, which is Australian Defence Force, they've all come up to support. So they're all camped out in the fucking basketball courts. You know, they've all got their fucking racks set up and everything like that. But they've invited us to a ceremony, so they're going to do a service tomorrow, because it's coming up to Anzac Day, which is pretty much like our Veterans Day. So we've got Anzac Day coming up, so they're going to do a service while we're here, and I'm invited to that. My missus, because she's part, you know, with me, she's part of the RSL. She's a volunteer. She runs the bar. So yeah, she got invited tonight, so we're going to the service tomorrow. And yeah, it's just one of those things. Once you're in the military, you're always in the fucking military.
Well, you know, and the thing that is important, right? Because you know as well as I do, and I've talked about it earlier, dealing with the job that I do, I deal with customers of every country. They speak English or they don't. I can read facial language. And the thing that I can appreciate with you right now is being able to talk about that totally changes eyes, demeanor, because it's personal. Now you've gotten into something, because, you know, my brother, who, you know, so first of all, the gunny, my brother is 12 years older than me. So he joined the Marine Corps when I was in kindergarten. I was 5 years old. And I didn't always know that I wanted to be a Marine, but I think subconsciously I did, because he was my big brother. And I came from uncles and great uncles and a lot of people that did. And even though I went to college, I just had this yearning. And in that, there's a brotherhood. There's a brotherhood in the Marine Corps, but there's also a brotherhood of veterans. I don't even think it matters what branch you served or what country you served. Regardless of country, if you could have a dialect with someone that was even if they stood for a different platform than you believe in, it's the idea of the sacrifice.
Sure.
So the gunny said, hey, you know, the one thing that was true, the day I signed on the dotted line was the day that I signed my life away. I did not expect to ever come home. He said, the fact that I did puts me somewhere between happy and survivor's guilt, but I need to have a legacy to say and be the voice of those that did. So that's what kept him saying. You know, I mean, you're talking about he went in the 70s. I went in 91, and we both got out. We were actually stationed together for a little bit, which was really cool. And, you know, it doesn't matter how much you served. I don't care if you were an admin clerk. It's irrelevant. When you signed on the dotted line, you signed. If you signed and weren't forced to sign, but if you signed and chose to do it, I feel as though that day you signed your life away for the country and the thoughts and the beliefs that you stood for. And you just happen to be a living representative of the ones that didn't make it.
Yep.
And so cheers to that, because let me tell you, there's a lot of people that didn't make it. So kudos to you. Now, I have served with some British guys. I've served with some Aussies. I did a lot of NATO war ops and stuff like that. The one thing I know for sure, just because it's important, right? It'll get us back on track. If you ever do a NATO war up and you ever serve with the Italians, you're going to be drunk a lot. Like fucked up. Like really fucked up.
Same with us. We drink a lot.
The Italians straight up, without a doubt, absolutely take grappa to the field by the cases. Here, let me answer this real quick. Daniel Halston's calling me.
Nice.
What's up, Daniel?
Wags. Don't work too hard, mate.
Yeah. Oh, holy shit. So I'm actually on a live feed talking to you right now with Ken Scotchdownunder. I was talking to Zach earlier.
Yeah, I was going to say that, JD. Like the
Nice.
Russians and all those guys, they fucking drink as well.
Oh.
I think it's pretty much
Let
military.
me do and all that stuff, but it was really funny because Zach was on earlier. I'll mute myself for a second, Ken. Sorry. And
no, you're good, mate. I think all militaries across the fucking planet, because you know it's young guys at drinking age, and most guys in most countries when you join the military, you're not even legally allowed to fucking drink. You're legally allowed to kill somebody, but you're not legally allowed to fucking drink. So yeah, alcohol is definitely a big thing in the military. Not as much as what it used to. I mean, I'm looking at the guys now that are serving and stuff. They're really restricted in how much they can drink and when they can drink and what they can drink. Even in my time, it's changed a lot. So yeah, it's definitely cut back. But and it's kind of interesting watching Roy Cavite and then when they did it on what's his name? I can't remember his fucking name yet. But yeah, 50 years old and he never had a drink of alcohol. And he was a fucking Marine. Which, that's some fucking feat. Very impressive. Yep, you can work within the military and the world and fucking get on fine with a few fucking drinks. That's for sure. Whiskey Tribe. Yes, it was on Whiskey Tribe. So Roy had him on talking about it, and then it was a little bit while, and then because originally he was going to go to Glendranie, but because of COVID he couldn't. So he ended up going to the States and then did it there with the Whiskey Tribe, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, he just ran into a store where they had the brand new Four Roses. So he was all excited.
Yeah, I heard that. I was like, "Oh, Four Roses, nice."
Yeah. So I'll tell you what, Daniel and Zach are some dudes.
Oh yeah,
Good human. I mean, just fucking stellar humans.
started drinking at 18. Yeah, I started drinking a bit earlier than that, as one does.
Pass. Is Donner Pass? So is Donner Pass just outside of Sacramento? Go into California. It's just like, I think it's just like due north or whatever, heading into Sacramento, right?
I'm not sure. I'm fucking.
Well, I had to go over Donner Pass to go into Sacramento, so I just, I mean, in my mind, it's like,
Oh yeah, Donner Pass makes sense. Yeah. Fucking Munted.
let's drink something together, man. What do we have that we can drink together? I don't have a lot of
started
Scotch.
with the.
Honest. So,
Well, you're on the Russells. I'll fucking pour some Russells.
yeah, we'll stick with Russell's.
Yep.
I think Russell gets the least amount of love of the. I mean, Russell's is good
The
shit.
turkeys.
The
It
turkey is good. Have you had the wild turkey rare breed barrel proof rye?
Not yet. That's what everyone keeps saying. Yeah.
Swear to God, I would put it toe to toe. A little bit different, right? The profiles are different, but toe to toe with the Michter's limited release toasted barrel proof rye.
Okay.
It's absolutely different, but it's funny when I first started talking about it. I had a bottle before the bottles were cool, I guess, and I had already drank it and I couldn't find it, and so I started talking to people and I was like, "How am I going to find another bottle of this?" So it's this guy,
Yep, that's the one. Yep.
and lo and behold, some people ran into it and it's like, "Hey, I just found it. How many you want?" I was like, "Yes." So
How many do you
So I
have?
actually got 4 bottles of it right away. I kept 2, and then I actually was on some live streams. Pretty sure I was like half drunk, but so I donated them. And Mike Stahl was one of the people that got one.
Nice. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Mike got one. That was on the Mash and Drum.
That was the that was the one for the charity.
Not for Wheels. It was prior to Wheels.
Yeah. It was the big one. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I'll tell you what, how awesome was the Wheels, the Mash and Drum Wheels donations was insane. It was just short of $3,000 in 2 hours.
Yeah, man.
So I was modding that. And it's just over 2 hours, I think. And I still have the list right here. There was 186 separate donations.
Nice.
186 donations. Now, Top Shelf did
he
100,
definitely dropped some.
he did 100 and he did 125.
Yeah.
Which the only thing I was really like, I wouldn't say upset. I was just kind of irritated. Is that earlier in the thing, who was it that said that they would donate something for the top bid? Someone said that they would put something in they would donate X
Just
for the
said,
top
well,
bid.
let's say I was 18 years old for drinking.
Yeah, so was I. Yeah, I was 18 as well. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
But I was like weird because so when that was first announced, it was like top bid gets it. Well, then later it turned into an auction. I was like, well, you just took someone that did $100 and $125 out of the auction, but it was originally said the top bid gets it. There was never an inkling of saying a new auction. It was just who was the top bid. And so
no. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to remember that now.
Listen, I modded it. I was watching it. I didn't chime in because I'm not trying to decipher what people are thinking. But when I heard that and it said the top bid gets this, and then you see someone throw 100 out, and another person does 100 out, and another does 120, 25, and then later they go to an auction and say, okay, the top bid on the auction. I was like, whoa. No one said there was going to be a separate auction until later. So
yeah.
I thought without a doubt, Dustin should have got it. I don't know if he got it, but he should have. And but it changed later.
Now, because I was working and lurking at that time, so I must have missed that.
And I can remember thinking when they said an auction, I was like, wait, that was never said originally.
Yep.
So I mean, listen. I'm not discrediting anybody, and I don't think anything about it. That was just my own determination, right? I was just thinking myself. I know this. If I ever get to the point that I say, hey, listen, you're in the running, I will never, ever put you get one point for every
party
5.
Foul yawn? What the fuck's a party foul yawn? What's a party foul yawn?
Where's this at?
Last one Mike just said, party foul yawn. What the fuck's a party foul yawn?
Well, I know what a party foul is. Party foul. Oh, so a party foul is if you're having a party, someone that's acting like they're about to tap out. So he's talking about a party foul yawn, like you're getting tired. It is 3 a.m. for you. So tell Mike Stahl.
Oh, party foul. You yawned. No, I'm just yawning.
Foul. Listen, I'm a person that yawns all day.
Yeah, I'll yawn, but that doesn't mean I'm tired. That's just a lack of fucking oxygen and shit.
Yeah, that's all it is, right? Your body's saying you're oxygen deprived. Well, that's because, listen.
Yeah, like JD says, Ken never taps out. Exactly. I never fucking tap out.
Hey, you can be a party foul, but you're not tapping out.
Yeah, I ain't fucking tapping out.
If Mike Stahl's back, why ain't he on the feed?
Yeah, man.
Party foul is not getting on the feed, Mike. Mother humping.
Yeah, that's right. Then back at you.
We've been on here since the first round. Get back on here.
Fucking party foul.
Fucking battalion down under. We're gonna fucking teach Mike some shit.
Yeah. Moving your office around. Sounds like a
you know what? They did talk about trying to change that up a little bit.
Give you 15? What, 15 seconds?
No, 15 minutes. And even then, it'll be like, we need to update his profile picture. It looks like when he's 19, right?
Yeah.
I expect to take a small break, like an hour break between 4:30 and 5:30 p.m., which is your 4:30 and 5:30 a.m. Because the wife will come home and want to eat. And I probably, by that time, probably should eat. So.
Dick.
I'm going to go upstairs for dinner, and she's going to be like, oh, is that Moderna, like, working on you? And I was like, yes.
The alcohol's not working enough. I need more drink.
Yes, I worked really hard on killing Moderna shot number 2. I figure I'm going to take a drink of water every time you do.
Oh, you're going to be drinking a shitload of water if that's the case.
That's okay. I usually do.
I drink a fucking shitload when I'm drinking whiskey.
I typically do, but today my liquor store sold out a Doc Swenson's 15-year-old batch number 11. I've never even seen Doc Swenson's, so JD, how about hooking a brother up? Swear to God.
Yep. I certainly ain't seen it.
Join us on Discord. Yeah, absolutely. If you're not on Discord and talking to your favorite whiskey community page, you should be. You absolutely
Well,
should
that's my
be.
Discord, but I'll put in the...
It doesn't matter. It's just Discord in general. There's a lot
Yeah.
of people. You have my Discord in there?
On Discord, yeah.
Yeah. But that's the thing, right? That's where you get to do some individual talking and tasting that's awesome on the Discords, right?
Yep. Let me know they have 75 bottles of the batch 10. Damn.
JD, yes. bourbonbattalion@gmail.com. Just hit me up.
What's with the fucking screenshot? Shane Long just sent me a screenshot on the stream.
Motherfucking Sir Lord Shane Long.
Yeah.
Why is it on here?
Screenshot. That was at 22:56. That was fucking ages ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, if you're a Sir Lord, you should be able to get on whenever you want. Quit being a pussy.
Yeah. If he's even in here.
He's not, but I'm
Yeah,
throwing
but
it out.
Whiskey Trek isn't looking for a Star Trek.
Star
Cobbler.
Trek Fleet Cobbler.
No. It's kind of... Cobbling is a bit fucking redundant when it comes to fucking replicators.
Who's Bourbon Approach? Do you know who Bourbon Approach is? I don't know.
Yeah, it's JD.
Is it? Hold on. I'm going to go over here. 'Cause
Yeah.
I just got a message saying someone wants to send me a message, because, I don't always know people on the difference.
Yeah, no, that's
So-
JD. JD can hook you up.
Cheers. I'm working on it. I'm getting to it. I swear to God, fucking iPhone. 2 requests. Oh, it comes up here as JD.
I mean, Joe, you'll have to... What other job? I mean, there's a few officer jobs left. We need some more people in tactical. We need some more security officers. There's a few positions. Have a look on the list.
All right, JD, I just responded. Thanks for reaching out, though. I appreciate it. Well, you know what? For whatever reason, Instagram's been really weird lately. It'll come up and say, you have a message pending. So they almost like filter messages. So in order to see a message, you have to accept a message.
Yeah. Yeah, if you haven't got someone who's your friend with it or whatever, you got to accept it.
Yeah, so I just went through it. I keep throwing my YouTube channel back up to us because, when you're on here, you can't see stuff. And that's the hard part about being on. If you want to wrench someone on YouTube, but you're on like StreamYard or OBS Ninja or whatever, you have to jump off to do it, to jump back.
If you're on one screen, yeah.
Yeah. But I always keep my phone up. But the phone doesn't let you wrench, and I think that's shit showy. Why can't I wrench on the phone?
True. NASA Family Reserve Batch 3 and 6 as well.
Oh, nice.
Or
Yeah, so NASA is the one doing the what are they doing? Obtainium?
Yeah.
It's really funny. Did you ever watch that James Cameron movie where they what the hell was the name of it? Where they were on some like weird thing and it was people that went in there and they were trying to get this mineral or whatever it was. what the fuck was that?
Oh,
What's the big-
Avatar.
Avatar, right? Did you ever listen to what the name of what they were trying to get? Unobtainium.
Yeah, unobtainium. Exactly. That's that. Every time I hear obtainium, I always keep thinking of unobtainium.
I always think of unobtainium. I was like, you couldn't come up with something more unique than
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
No, I have the same thing. I always mix up unobtainium and obtainium because that's in
JD, I would be all in for obtainium. I will never find that. And listen, I don't have the pull that Jason does. Jason gets his stuff sent to him, and he should. Listen, he puts up a great thing, but in Ohio, we're liquor controlled, we're state controlled. Unless I travel and go somewhere and find something and that stuff, I'll never see it. And what weird samples I do get, I either get from Jason, Daniel, whoever. Like I have some really kick-ass 4-gate samples, but Jason C gave them to me. Awesome. Yeah, dude, just email me, hit me up, let me know what you need.
Are you reloading the safes now? Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're going to move your safes around. That's right.
I'll tell you what, Mike. If I'd have been there, I could have moved them. I could have moved them fully loaded. I have before, but then again, I was really fat and strong then, so I'm probably like lighter and weaker now, I guess. I had a really good buddy of mine, Ken, that asked me to come up. He was reflooring his one office. He's like, "Hey, I want to move this safe," and he's not a little guy by any stretch of the imagination. He's like 6'2", about 190 something. So it's not little. To me, it was little, but not to him. And he's like, "Well, I'll hold the dolly and you can do." I said, "Whoa, you ain't going to hold the dolly of that safe. There's no way." At the time, I was, yes, only 5'11", but I was 364 and a power lifter. And I said, "You better have some grip strength. And that grip strength isn't because you've just been servicing yourself. You better have been grabbing like 500 pounds and holding it for a substantial amount of time." So we went in. I said, "All right, I'll put the dolly on." You know what? And that, I love him to death. He's like a brother to me. I'd die for him. I'd kill for him. But he's like, "Okay, I'm going to move the safe," but I didn't want to unload it. It was fully loaded of guns and ammo. And so I was like, "Oh, fuck off." So we got it on there, and he said, "I'll ease it down to you." And as he tried to ease it down to me, it just pulled him all the way up off the ground. And I was like, "Dude,
yeah,
you got 30 seconds before my forearms are going to give out. So get shit done." And so he was like throwing down pads and throwing this and this and this. And I'm holding it like this. And then I got it back to him and we moved it in and got everything done. He's like, "Dude, I would have died." I said, "Dude, this would have fell on you and you'd have been dead."
Yeah.
And so I said, the next time, how about getting out like the 500 to 600 pounds of shit in there? And it wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah, exactly. That would kind of help.
Yeah. Don't tell me to move a safe fully loaded.
That's like when you move any fucking like a wardrobe or a fucking cupboard and shit. You empty that fucking thing.
Hey, here, you want to help me move my freezer, but I just got 2 sides of beef. Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like empty that fuck.
Yeah. JD, I'm in for that. I can either Venmo or PayPal you this coming Friday, which I think is the 23rd. You just have to let me know what you want and I'll Venmo it to you. I'm in for those.
Nice. All right. Buy a break. Back in 20.
Yeah, so just let me know. As long as you are okay with the 23rd, or if you can wait until the 23rd or whatever, 23rd is payday, I'm happy to Venmo it, PayPal it, whatever you want me to do. But I'd really like to go through and try some NASA Family. I haven't had it. I'm really interested in the light whiskey. I'm also interested in the Obtainium, the high proof stuff, any of the cask strength stuff they have. I'm pretty much in. Just let me know. bourbonbattalion@gmail.com. But I will say though, if you don't have a Russell's Reserve private barrel selection, it's only 110 proof, but man, is it delicious. And the one thing that's really nice about it, besides the idea that you're getting like this weird, besides the bourbon, you're getting like this cherry note, these like big fruit notes and that stuff. It just has this really good musty note to it, which is really weird with a bourbon.
Live wire whiskey.
Live wire whiskey. What? Good day, live wire whiskey. Oh, Ken's throwing up shit. He must be on the pisser freaking sending messages.
No, live wire. That's either going to be Mike or it's going to be fucking.
Well, it says Scotch. It says Scotch Down Under. Good day, live wire whiskey.
No, that's my bot.
Who's Scotch Down Under?
That's me. That's my bot.
Yeah,
the
that's
bot
what I'm saying.
Announces when someone comes into the chat. It says g'day.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah, I got voice commands.
I didn't know that. I was like, I thought you said boss, and I was like, dude, you got a killer boss that's being like your fucking bitch.
Yeah, that's my bot. Nightbot's my bitch, and the speech bot's my bitch. Almost done. Yeah, it's mine.
Yeah, that's it should be Mike, and I'm. Oh, yeah, Mike's the one.
Yes,
on
I knew that. He
But
logged into
Adam-
the other machine.
Yeah. No, I knew that. I know that it's Mike and Adam. I've been on both their live streams.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, those guys have been like absolutely supporters from the beginning for me. So I just appreciate this community, right? Because this is probably this is definitely the loosest I've ever been, where I've been like talking the way I would talk to just like listen, there's no doubt about it. If we was to ever have a microphone up when me and my brother was down here just shooting the shit, and if he did not know he was being recorded, one, we would have probably one of the most bitchin' podcasts ever, but we would be banned on almost every station.
Yep.
But it was something that you'd be like, dude, I'm never missing this podcast, because we've been sitting here and talking stuff, and he's like, Tate something. He's like, oh, that's like fucking bilge water. You know when they repump the fucking ship and it tastes like you're just retasting your own shit? He's like, this is fucking
Yep. Bilge pump fucking water.
And
Yep.
like we sit there and talk about shit that's like so hardcore military, and it's like it's like extreme graphic. And sometimes I was like, we'd be banned if this was ever out there. Someone would ban us. And
I forgot never mind on.
He said something one time that was like the funniest thing I ever heard. He said, this tastes like that bitch just dropped a quarter in my drink. The only reason you're laughing is you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
I was like, oh.
I'm like, oh.
That's kind of like filtering your water through a group of bluegill. Oh, fuck off. What's up, Mike?
What's up? I'm tired now.
You tired? How'd that fucking safe move go, eh?
Dude, one of them I didn't empty. I was just sliding across the carpet.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it
There we
works.
go. We're getting it.
Nice.
Good day. Bourbon Baller.
Yep,
That's
still
just
going.
what I keep in here
I'm
for
only 5.5
eating
hours in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
you
just
guys are going long.
How long have I been on
No,
here?
this is only 5 hours. This is nothing.
How long have I been on here? I've been on here a while, right?
About 5 hours, yeah.
Yeah, I've been on here a while.
Oh, no, because I did the...
I think I'm about 4.
Yeah, I did all the... I could
Because
probably tell you
3:40, I
exactly.
did my fights and I did my stuff. I did my shots and I came back. I got on here about 11:30 and it's 3:30. So, yeah, I've been on here probably 4.5 hours. 4:25.
Yep. So I'm looking back at about 1 hour 50 something in on here. That's when Zach was on, yeah, ages ago.
What you got there, Mike? Besides a telephoto lens looking at how awesome I am.
Yeah, I was trying to see Australia.
Yeah, good luck with that. It's a bit fucking dark.
So I get like weird pixelation on the Ninja. Is that just me that's seeing my camera be kind of weird?
It's just
No. So it's the peer-to-peer connection between us. So what you're seeing is a real low-res, shitty view. That's just the connection for us. What's actually going out on YouTube is the perfect stream.
Yeah, you look.
Yep.
Yeah, you're good to go.
It's just my laptop camera on this one, so I'm like, could be.
No, but the actual stream itself is perfectly fine.
Oh, okay, good. Oh, so what are you guys drinking
2
now?
more
Russell's
hours, Jim.
Reserve?
We're on Russell's
Yep,
Reserve.
Yep. And Bourbon Baller, the blinds. I got a couple of awesome bottles. So I got a Strathmere 12, Flora and Fauna. This is grass and hay and oaty goodness with honey wrapped around it. It's fucking delicious. And
So I
then
assume you're.
Hazelburn 12.
Yeah, fuck off.
Yum, fuckity, yum, yum.
Fuck off.
Yep.
I do like how I can zoom in on this and see like what you're looking at without somebody else having to zoom in. That's kind of handy. It's more like,
I haven't even looked.
Yeah, and that's completely independent.
yeah, it doesn't even show up. Yeah,
Where's that at?
No.
up in the corner, you see the little brackets of your face, of somebody's face.
Oh, hey, yeah.
You can just you can minimize, you can change the views, and you can do all sorts of cool
I'll
shit.
tell you what, Mike. I don't need to see that. Fuck off.
Yeah,
How do you? Oh, it's like I just zoomed in on your fucking yeah. How do you get back
Yeah.
away from it?
no, just hit the same button.
Hit it again, yeah, and it'll zoom back out.
Took me a while. If I'd have known that, I'd been looking at all the shit Justin was showing earlier, or Dustin. He was showing shit, and I was like, "What?"
So
the
your connection on the stream now, Mike, has gone pixelated, but it'll come back.
Kinda
It did
weird,
that
right?
earlier.
Actually,
Yeah,
I think it's
just your connection.
you, Ken.
Nah, it's not me.
All right. Well, hey, let me pause for a second. I'm getting a call that I gotta take.
All right.
Where's my phone?
Here, I'll turn the camera off and then back
Where the
on.
fuck's my phone?
Better go and see what that does.
Hey. What's up? You on your way home?
Yep,
There we
fixed
go.
it.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
So your Saturday is
Nothing,
already
just
over,
refreshing.
huh?
Because
Oh, Saturday's long gone.
you won on the Ohio.
Oh no, sorry, no, it's Saturday now. It's
I'll tell
3:30
you
in
what,
the morning.
you little
Saturday.
fuck.
Oh, okay, good.
I've been doing
Oh,
this
yeah,
for
that makes
years
sense.
and years and years, and I've never won. And your first fucking go,
And I'm frozen.
you won for
Oh, no,
me.
I'm not. Yeah, pretty cool, man. I've never used Ninja before. It's pretty nice. How many can you do at one time?
It's pretty damn cool. Depending on your connection, you can have 10, 20, 30 people.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. And it's free.
Yep. Yeah, depending on your machine, how much you can handle and the connections. Like it'll depending on the connection, it will because it's peer to peer, it will change the bandwidth from each person. But the stream that actually goes out, and you can get real nerdy and configure all of the bandwidth parameters and the audio bit rates, and you can get right into it if you want to. The way I've got it set up, it's just automatically come in because I'm using another machine, but I'm going to play around with it, use another instance of OBS so I can actually do it, because when you set it up normally, you can have it so that when a person comes in, they don't automatically get added to the feed, and then you can just push them out if you want to, and you can pull something out. So if you want to make someone full screen, you can do that. You can do so much cool stuff with it. It's really, really
yeah, because you could do all the OBS scenes you want, where you can do different scenes with it too, right?
Yeah, well, that's separate from what I'm doing from OBS. Like I've got OBS here, and then I've got my tablet here, but I can do all the different stuff remotely, just using the tablet to change all the OBS.
So this is just an input for your OBS, or you're just streaming via Ninja?
I'm using OBS to stream.
Okay.
And OBS Ninja is what's pinning you guys in.
Okay, so you use it as an input in your OBS. Okay.
Yeah. It's just a browser source. Yep.
Browser source. Okay.
Yeah. You just put it as a browser source, and then bang, you've got this is the group scene, so this just pulls it out as the group scene. But in the group scene control panel, you can pull people out and pull people in. You can do it just like you do on StreamYards if you want to. But then I've got all these buttons set up so I can change all cool stuff. So I can change it. So I can go to a smaller scene right now. I can change the background because I've just got it all set up remotely, so I can just change the background.
So you're just changing the scenes in OBS right there?
Yeah. And I'll just set it up with my tablet, so I don't even have to touch the machine, and it's just, it's on the fly.
And then I know OBS has plugins for YouTube chat and all that stuff too, if you want to do what they're doing in kind of like the junkies, they use OBS too, right? So they highlight chats and super chats and all that.
Super chats, there is plugins for that. You can't highlight. There is some workarounds to actually make it so you can do the highlighted chat. That's the only thing I haven't. Someone needs to write a plugin to do it, because it's just pulling in the chat into like a HTML parser to be able to click on and then pull those feeds in. Someone just need. If I had the time, I could actually sit there and write the thing to do it, because it wouldn't take that much to actually plug it into the Can set the pub on fire again. Yes, I have. Burning down the house. Yeah, so you could actually set it up to do that. Just someone hasn't written something to do it. Because I've got this in the bot that does all the text to speech. All the streams coming in through there, so you can just pull that in, but you can't click on each individual one. So you just need a HTML parser to actually grab each one of those, and you click on it, and then it'll just pop up. So it could be done. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought OBS. Maybe I was looking at XSplit, because I have an XSplit too. I was going to try to see what was better.
I mean, I'd go to OBS because it's free. It was XSplit.
Yeah, I mean, I paid for XSplit because I used to stream on Twitch.
Yeah.
And it's like one of those things.
You can stream to Twitch with this as well. I've done dual streaming.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know you can do it both. Yeah. XSplit was really easy to set up and use, and I started it back when OBS was kind of not what it is today. It was a few years ago.
Yep.
And now it's fairly wizard driven on OBS, which was kind of surprising when I set it up the other day.
Oh yeah, it's pretty cool, and the new update's coming out, I think, next week, with all the new cool plugins and stuff. They've actually got source transitions as well now, and you can do some really cool stingers, and it's actually got a fucking Control Z function, so when you're putting in your sources and you're lining the window and you mess it up, you can actually go backwards now, which is really cool. Times that screwed up. I have actually set it up. I can highlight. I can do this, so if I turn on, I've set it up so if I select a chat, someone's chat message, and then I hit chatbot, it should pop it up on the screen. There it goes. Bang. So I have set that up. So all I need to do is highlight the chat, and it'll pop it up on the stream. That works pretty well.
Yeah, that's pretty handy.
So I can do that. Yeah. And that's just one button.
Oh, whiskey shits.
And then I can bring up
stuff.
And I have set it up.
Oh,
I
yeah,
can actually bring the chat feed in as well.
Whiskey shits just got a Redemption 10 and Discovery 4 Bardstown.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that was actually really easy on this. I couldn't believe how easy that was. Let me move this over here, and then go shared. There you go.
Yeah, I know. For sharing stuff, it's so fucking bingo. You can just share stuff straight up.
And then he got a gold Glen.
Yeah, I got a gold one. I got the whole
you
box
need,
and
you need to use
set.
them because we're doing it to kind of get to Dan Shook. We're gonna see if he notices everybody in Whiskey Tube using a gold Glen.
I can do that. Well, I used the black one and the blue one tonight for the blind because they were sitting on the shelf. I just grabbed those.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I thought that was kind of funny. I thought that was a funny idea, and Hot Buttery Rolls like the idea. Hey, old man Joe, I saw you. Sorry, I forgot to say hi. Yeah, it was funny. Oh, okay, so that's the whole chat you can put in there that you see. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, like if I grab the
Am
chat.
I still sharing?
No, stand off.
Oh, okay, that was what it was. Okay.
Yep. But then I can do, you know.
I was trying to see if
but you can actually control somebody's camera as well. Like if you look at Bobby's camera, I can now fuck with his settings remotely.
Oh yeah, look at you. Oh, that's kind of nice. That way, if somebody's coming across as
too bright or too dark or saturated or undersaturated, yeah, I can make him black and white. Here we go.
It's funny if I move a lot, this thing starts to pixelate on the stream.
On the actual stream or just on Whiskey?
On the stream. It looks good here, but I'll do it on the stream and then it's still holding.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, some cameras seem to. It depends on the camera and the computer and all that.
Yeah, I still need to clean up in here. This drives me nuts. I gotta like hang pictures because on this I had like, I didn't have many. You know, behind me I didn't have many of those. Oh, you know what? I'm not even looking at the live. No wonder everything seems to be going slow. Like I'm not looking at Ninja. I'm looking at the YouTube stream. I'm like, gosh, why am I showing so much delay?
Yeah, that's the wrong lag.
Yeah, there we go. But this used to be just like photos of my kids and stuff like that. So I put what I mean, I had like the bottom two shelves just stuffed and then pictures. But this looks better than gun safes in the background. So I was like, I'll do that instead. Actually, it's easy to use a virtual background on Zoom for calls.
I actually saw a video. Somebody actually, you can actually do that in the fly. You can actually use that functionality on the fly. So I was looking at it to actually set it up for mine, so I could fuck around and do some cool stuff.
Yeah, on my other computer, this is my so using StreamYard, you can't like sync video and audio. You kind of have to get what you get. There's not like tunability to it. Whereas like OBS and XSplit, I can delay the audio just a second so that the video catches up, so that I'm not, hey, you know. But you can't do that on StreamYard, so that's why I use my Mac, because I can't get them in sync on my PC. Which my PC is way bigger. I don't know why. I just can't get the drivers for my camera to work right or something.
So that was the all-important call to my son, because this last time I did the Ohio Liquor Bottle Lottery, and I put my name in, which I've done it for years, so I've never won. And I put my wife, my middle daughter, and my son in for the first time ever. And that little prick won the very first time I ever put him in. And so
really?
Yeah. And I was like, hey, so you won this. And he's like, so how much you giving me to pick it up? And I was like, I swear to God, don't make me. So,
I brought you into this world. I'll take you out.
Yeah. You know what? I was like, you know
Exactly.
what? All those things I pay for, they can mysteriously get cut off really fast. So
can you still hear me on that phone?
So it wasn't really all that big a deal about what he won. It's just that is a lot of trading power.
Yeah. What was it? What bottle?
E.H. Taylor single barrel store pick.
Oh, yeah.
Not that I care about it, but it's a hell of a trader.
Yeah.
I have the H Taylors and that stuff. They're all right. They are where they are. I'm not hating on them. I'm just saying that where I've advanced to, I'm looking for more.
Yeah, I'll tell you. That's what I did with the blue spot. But then I tasted the blue spot, and I was like, I don't know if I want to get rid of the extras.
Well, you know what I'll do is I'll take this Taylor single barrel pick and replace it with my E.H. Taylor single barrel that's not a barrel pick. And I'll trade that one.
So Bobby, check your Insta.
You can get a lot of shit for an E.H. Taylor single barrel.
Yeah, you can, because they're hard to find.
Yeah.
It's not always about the best whiskey. It's about the hardest to find. Like Blue Spot's only a $90 bottle after tax, right? But, you know, because there were, 1,200 of them or something like that brought into the country, everybody wants one.
Yeah.
And it's cask strength Irish whiskey, which is not normal.
Yeah, and there was a bunch of that dropped in Ohio. Jason C. got it. I saw it. I was just like, I didn't know anything about it, so I didn't like whatever.
Yesterday, I almost bought the Redbreast cask strength, the new one, the blue one.
Uh-huh.
I've just heard it's not the greatest, so I'm like, I already have the 12s, which are on the way.
Yep, if you got the old ones, you're better off keeping them. Don't bother with the new ones. Redbreast is kind of.
That's the thing, right? Is that I don't know what's good and what's not good in some of those areas. But our local liquor store, I'm not in a big community, but we have a good liquor store, and I'm in a central location where there's 3 within 30 minutes of me. And there's a lot of shit in there that you get that's, you know, in Ohio, it has to be MSRP. They can't sell it anything but MSRP because we're liquor controlled. I just don't know
Jim,
what to.
Did you say this earlier?
Me or Mike?
No, Jim.
Jim Morris in the chat.
What? On JD's. Oh, I gotta check something out. I
want to get one of those gallon ones that, what's his name got? Where the heck did I put my glass? Gotta be in here. I don't even know where I put my flask.
Thanks, Chief.
Here. My 15-year-old probably stole it.
Official. Yeah, this is official Captain's Flask. The whiskey track.
Do you like drinking out of a flask when you're on the, out and about? I mean, not like while driving. I think it changes the flavor.
This is my flask. I always have this flask for Anzac Day because we drink like 5 o'clock in the morning before we're about to march to do the dawn service. So we always there's a few of us that always have our flasks. So always,
Do you
that's the only
guys-
time I drink out of it.
So do you guys do? And I'm just assuming when you're talking about Antioch Day, do you guys do the what is it, cherry blossoms?
Cherry blossoms.
Yeah. So in England, the military people do a flower thing. I thought it was cherry blossoms, but maybe
Oh, you mean poppies? Poppies.
poppies.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Oh yeah, most definitely.
So I have a set of poppies upstairs that a military guy from the UK gave me in reference to the idea that he knew as a military guy, and he gave. That's awesome. He
Yeah,
gave them to me, and I was like
Dang.
so dumbfounded that he gave
Mr.
them
Whiskey
to.
Shits.
Oh, there's Adam. Get your ass in here.
Fucking Adam! Swear to God. You know what was the best the other night, Mike? You literally sat there for like what 45 minutes before you realized he had that on the banner rolling across.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was fucking funny.
I was like, why isn't Mike commenting on this? And
So
I was
it's like our first stream, right? And so he
that was
isn't
the
doing
second
or
stream.
the second stream, yeah. So it's hard when you're trying to keep up when you've got 8 people on the stream. You're trying to keep up with all those chats. You're trying to keep up with the chats in this, the YouTube chat itself. Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, the poppies. I have the actual poppy lapels he gave me as
And
poppy.
it's
lapels.
hard to keep track of when
Yeah,
like
you get the
somebody's.
poppy lapels, but we usually just wear these in our pocket.
I was
Yeah.
muted. It's
No, I
so it's yeah, so it's like it's hard when you're in the stream, right? Because you're like, I'm trying to keep track of chats in YouTube. I'm trying to keep, we had 7, 8, 9, 10 people in the room also trying to follow the conversation, trying to highlight people's chats. You miss people even just trying to join. You know what I mean? Like they click on the link and they're sitting in the waiting room.
It's so hard. It's so hard. And because somewhere along the lines, you got to realize to quit reading and get back to what you're doing.
Yeah, and then we both were
That's why this is
controlling.
cool, because you don't have to. When someone comes in, they just come straight in. Hey, Mike,
Yeah,
just
that's nice.
turn your camera on and off again. It's pixelating again.
Oh, yep. Sorry.
No, you're good. It's just glitchy. There we go. Don't know
Yeah,
why
so
it's
then
doing that.
last time he's like starting to control StreamYard at the same time. So I go to highlight a message and then he goes to highlight it and it disappears right away. It's like tink tink. And I was like, oh, okay, if you want to do it, you can just do it. Jim saw your flask.
Yeah, you saw it. Nice glass.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I've got
I'm
one
definitely
more.
never going to spill anything out of this hit flask. That's why it's got a nice metal seal and everything on there,
Yeah, don't you think the
Clean.
metal though kind of changes the flavor?
Well, I usually drink when I'm having it on Anzac Day. I usually just hit the lava.
Oh, the lava.
Lava.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm going to try to
Supposed
find
to be
the poppy because I think it was like one of the coolest military things I got from a different country.
Oh, you can definitely find them. I'll send you
So
some.
I was on somebody's stream yesterday as Livewire, and I typed in dick, and that was all I did, and then ... el. Oh, it was Whiskey Nose, and I think it like timed me out because I made a couple of it never showed that chat, and then I didn't see several other of my chats for a little bit. Unless maybe I
Oh
was in-
yeah, probably. It probably was Nightbot that did it.
So I thought that was kind of funny. I was like, gosh, YouTube.
Yeah, fucking Nightbot.
Yeah.
Yeah, YouTube will block shit, and then fucking Nightbot, she can be a bitch at times. But if you type speak, the speech bot will say anything. She's not shy.
So bang speak, right?
Exclamation point speak, and then whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Wishy Shits, you coming in here or what? Gotta have the full Livewire crew.
See what she says here.
it come up?
Oh, I probably won't hear it, huh?
Yeah.
Let's see what she says here.
Did it come up?
Oh, I probably won't hear it.
Just
Huh?
that. Yeah.
Let's see what she
Live
says.
wire whiskey. Just said whiskey shits is a dick.
Oh, I probably won't hear it. Huh?
Old man Joe. Just
Yeah.
said moisty munted cants.
What she
Live
says.
wire whiskey. Just said whiskey shits is a dick.
Oh, I probably won't hear it. Huh?
Old man Joe.
They want an infinite
Just
loop.
said moisty munted
What
cants.
she
Live
says. That's great.
Oh, it's awesome. And it's a free bit of, it's just a free website, and you can change the voice, you can change the commands, like, yeah, you can do so much cool stuff with it. It's really cool. So
That's
you
funny.
can even set it. You can even set it. I can pretty much just turn the chat off, and like if you got 10 people in it, it'd be, or 20 people, it'd be fine. And she will speak every single thing that comes in the chat. So you don't even have to read the chat. You could just sit back like this, and she'd just talk to you, and you could just keep talking back. She'll just dictate
Yeah,
everything.
can you mute her and say, "Shut up, you bitch"? Let me respond to this one comment.
Yeah. Like I've set it up with a shortcut that if I just make sure I've got the browser selected, I hit the shortcut and it'll pause it, and then she'll say everything, or you can just stop it. So I've set up the shortcuts for that. Yeah. But then
That's
you can
fun.
just turn it off, and it only works for me, or you can only have it so it only works for the mods. Yeah, you got quite a bit of controls you can do with it.
So that's another plugin for OBS.
No, that just plugs into YouTube.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's
So I
it's
wonder if
called
that would-
speechchat.com.
I wonder if that would work with StreamYard.
Yeah,
You think?
as long as you pipe the audio back through, the people can hear it.
Yeah, Adam's doing kid stuff right now.
Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, as long as you pipe the audio back through, like I'm using Voice Meter Banana, so I'm just getting the audio that comes out of the browser,
Mr. Whiskey shits.
and I push it back
Just
through
said,
the mic.
hey Mike, go stick a bottle in your prison wallet. JD Bourbon approach. Just said Polish rye, light whiskey, Doc Swinson's 15-year batch 10, NASA Family Reserve batch 3, and 6 from Cats. I will be shipped to Bourbon Battalion next week.
Nice.
Nice. Well, I haven't got anything
That's
from
nice.
Big League Bourbon. He was supposed to
Jim
be trying
Morris.
to find me a filters.
Just said Nightbot can kiss my ass.
Yep. Kiss my ass too. Fucking Nightbot. But Nightbot is pretty good. I mean, you could turn all those prompts off and all the other stuff where it bans people and stuff like that. But it's good that you can set up the commands, so like you do on a Twitch stat. So if you type in exclamation point Discord, it'll come up with the Discord channel. You type in Patreon, it'll come up with the Patreon link, or my PayPal link, or my social links. So I've got those set up.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, I need to do more in Discord. I never do anything in Discord. Whiskey Shits is always telling me, why aren't you in Discord? I'm like,
Discord.
I'm trying not to be on Facebook. Like, let me be real here.
Well, Facebook
Mr.
is
Whiskey
shit.
Shits.
Discord's teeth for that.
Just said Nightbot is a coont. Like Mike Stall.
So he's busy with his kids, but he can throw some shit in the chat.
Well, now he can because he's not having to say it out loud, right? He just types it.
True. Yep.
All right, I got to jump off again. I have a call here at 2:00, so I got to grab this. But I can probably come back on after that.
All right, man. I'll be here.
All right, cool. See you, Bobby. I'll be back
Later. Couldn't find it.
Well, I have it. I just don't know where in the hell we moved it to. I know what jewelry box it's in. I just don't know where the box is.
Yep. Yeah, it's one of the. I know the ones you're talking about. Is it one of the hand knitting ones? Or is it one
So
of
it's
the
actually,
paper type ones?
something that they would put up on the shoulders, right? Or actually, maybe it's the collars.
Yeah, you stick it on the collar, or
They're
you don't
pinned.
stick it on the epaulet. Yeah,
They're
they're
pinned.
pinned. So you usually, you usually just stick it here.
Yeah, whatever
Or
it was,
if you got the small one, you stick it on your lapel.
he gave me his poppies. It's Jeff Levy from the UK. And I was so honored when he gave them to me because I knew what they were. And he's like, here, I really want you to have this. And I was like, dude, that's like, you know, you and I know that like anytime you trade something of significance in the military, it matters.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And he gave me that. And I was like, dude, I mean, because you're talking like, there's mad respect when you're talking about, especially not only in the military, but cross-national. Like you're talking about the U.S. to the U.K. or U.K. You know, I mean, I remember trading stuff with the Royal Brits. I remember trading stuff with the Spanish Marines, Italians, and everybody in NATO ops. So,
yeah.
So, no. But have you ever, you know, I said it earlier, do you follow the sarcastic whiskey wench?
No, but I will definitely check her out. I don't actually go on social media much, so even if I follow her, I wouldn't
her real name is
because
Sarah. Her real name is Sarah, and she is freaking outstanding.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even look at Facebook or Insta. I just don't have time.
This is just Instagram. Yeah, but she was like, she just posted something a second ago. And so like, anytime I see something that comes up from Sarah, I'm always, you know, intrigued because she's such, I don't really care about much. I care about the human quality. Do you love what you love? Are you passionate about it? And are you a good human? Outside of that, I could give a shit.
Yep. That's it.
And she is that, definitely. You adding a couple of drops to that?
Yep.
Is that Russell's or something else?
No, it's still the Russells.
Yeah, Russell's.
Yeah, single barrel.
Or I'll pour some more and add a drop. You know what? I'm so bad about this. And I'll be honest with you. I'm absolutely bad about this because I like really high proof expressions. So sometimes I'm like really bad about not proofing it down. And sometimes I know it makes it better. So let me try this. How many drops did you put in?
Put in three or four. Because I got a bit of a.
Oh my god! It's such a cherry bomb. Oh my god! Just like. So, I've had this a few times. So let me whirl it up here.
Oh man, Joe, he cut and tasted and he couldn't wait.
That's nice. So I'm going to throw in some Kentucky limestone water for my official crowded barrel dropper.
Nice.
Now they sent me Texas water. I'll take the limestone. I'm from Ohio. They can F off.
Yeah, I get this water from New Zealand, which is pretty good. And Tippity's.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's a lot for me. I don't ever do that. That's like a whole nother world. But I know this for sure. It's got to marry. I'm not going to drink it right away. I need it to open.
No, that's why I'm letting mine sit there.
Swirl it up a little bit. I might even double pour it.
Top shelf, Dustin. Just then take that limestone, turn it sideways, and shove it up your.
Dustin, you know what? Fuck off, dude. Just motherfucking fuck off. You're from Ohio. You know we were in a limestone state. I swear to God. So I'm going to pour it deep. I'm going to let it aerate a little bit. Just a smidge.
Bit more of that whiskey ASMR. That's what I was doing with my water when you were away. I was pouring it deep.
Hey, listen, there ain't nothing wrong with being an H2O sommelier.
Fuck no.
That right there is good H2O.
Yeah, that's it.
I know you've watched The Water Boy.
Oh fuck yeah! I knew exactly what you mean.
There's some good H2O.
Good H2O.
She brings that Arctic pure natural H2O, and he's like, "What?
Ain't no son of mine gonna play no fool's ball."
Let's go. Open up a can of Hoop-Ass.
Hoop-Ass.
Hoop-Ass. Grady, I'll tell you this. I have not had a bad Russell's Reserve experience ever. They're different, but I've never had a bad one.
They're all pretty good. And I'm pretty lucky here in Australia we actually get the proper fucking stuff. We get the 750ml. We get the fucking 110 proof. We don't get a bastardized version. We actually get the same shit you guys get.
Right. I'm pretty fortunate because Ohio is a Kentucky bordering state. So I can either get it here or I can just make a trip down and get it like Dustin does, just go across the border.
Yep. Yeah, it takes a while with the old slow boat to get it over here.
Yeah. But hey, you have a lot of charred earth and a lot of things that are amazing there too.
True.
I look forward to making it to Australia sometime. I just got to figure out if I'm going somewhere, I need to be somewhere in the vicinity of where you are so that I can do like stupid stuff.
No, fuck yeah. Yeah, come over to Perth and then fucking head up my way. We'll fucking hit the trails, hit the piss.
Oh, that's all that matters. All you had me at piss and trails.
Yeah. We'll go bush.
Top shelf, Dustin. Just said their toilets flush the wrong way. What more do you need?
No, they fucking don't.
They do. You know what?
You
just cross stream really hard on a bender and try to push it the other way.
True.
when Ken actually makes it to the loo, he probably pisses against stream.
Yeah,
creating a southern cyclone.
Vortex.
Vortex.
Yeah.
It's cyclones in your world, right? Not hurricanes?
Yeah. Same dog, different leg, but yeah. So they rotate clockwise here, whereas hurricanes
they just spin the wrong way. They just spin the wrong way.
So that's something that does spin the opposite direction in the northern and southern hemisphere. And that's caused by the Coriolis effect. But the Coriolis effect cannot affect the water that goes down in your fucking plug hole or your fucking toilet because it's way too fucking small.
I don't know, but your meaning of plug hole and mine is probably totally different.
JD Bourbon Approach. Just said my liquor store has tons of Doc Swinson's, Frey Ranch, Redwood Empire products, so I have to settle for what I can get.
Oh.
Yep, true that. Same here. We've got to settle with what we can get.
I got to answer this call real quick. It's the chief.
Now, roger that. Way too small. That's what she said. Yep. Exactly. So if you use the @ symbol to do the speak, it ain't gonna work. It's gotta be an exclamation mark. Well, I was intending to stream all night, but fuck it. Let's keep going. I'm going to be going for 6 hours because I did start late. Because the missus didn't get home from the RSL until late. Yeah, no period, that's for sure. Yeah, the old
JD
wave
Bourbon
keyboards.
approach. Just said I am glad you like the Redwood Empire Lost Monarch.
Yeah, man, that was a fucking awesome pick. I mean, that's some tasty stuff. I do like that. That's yeah. And I do like this fucking textured paper they're using. It feels nice. Nah, that's some tasty shit. An interesting fucking picture, isn't it? What's it say? In every walk with nature, one receives far more than he seeks. Damn straight. It's got the latitude and longitude on there. Nice. Was largest coast redwood by volume, 320 feet tall, 26 feet in diameter. The Lost Monarch can be found in the Grove of Titans, a legendary stand of ancient conifers in Jedediah Smith Redwood State Park, here in amid lush ferns and densely matted. I can't even. What the fuck is that? Lost Monarch reigns over some of the world's largest trees. Nice. Buy a bottle and we'll plant a tree. That's the kind of place I wouldn't mind going to see. It's like the Valley of the Giants, what we've got down here. Oh, really? Oh, that'd be awesome. Thank you. This is good stuff. I'll definitely do a review on it, that's for sure. I like it. Yeah, there's no way in living hell I'd be able to get to try this. I do like that paper texture. I'm muted? Oh. He's off the call. There you go. Sorry. I muted you when you're on the call.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're going to review the Last Monarch?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good shit.
Yeah, fuck yeah. JD's going to hook me up and send another bottle. Like, sweet.
I told the wife, I was like, hey, you know what? I love you, but you should probably call Bristol. She got this really cool job, and she'd love to hear from you. She's like, okay. And I was like, bye.
Nice pass.
I've got a particular set of skills.
Yeah. When I first read that, I said it says you're munted instead of you're muted. That's what I read it as. It's like, you're munted. I'm like, well, I'm in the munted pub. I'm meant to be munted?
Well, I was sitting there. I was like, Ken, can you hear me? Can you hear me? And I was like, wait, I'm not muted. I didn't do anything to mute me.
Well, you're on the call. I didn't think you'd want everybody to hear it, so I thought I'd mute it.
Good
It
day.
doesn't matter. I don't care.
Lava
If I throw
Man.
something on there, if I throw something
Oh,
on
man's
there,
in the house.
Lava Man was just on last night. I just was on there with him.
Yeah. Love man, get that sexy beard in here.
Old Man Joe. Just said you're munted.
Thank you. Old Man Joe, remember to put it in full caps, because if you don't put it in full caps, it says you're munted. What does it say?
Muted.
It's something fucking
It's something stupid.
Munted or yeah, something fucking stupid. You can't say munted.
Lava Man, you need to jump on here with your sexy fucking late night voice. Holy Christ. Did you hear him last night? He was like,
yeah.
Do this with a live wire. He did
with the mic. Yeah, fuck yeah, he did that.
Welcome to Livewire. We're here to service you.
Yeah. Here we go.
Welcome to Livewire.
Yeah, where we're here to. Welcome to Livewire, where we're here to service you and your family members with no additional cost.
I can change. Yeah. How about this one?
There you go.
Welcome to Livewire.
I haven't advanced to that much technological understanding yet. But I'm looking
Voice
at
made
it
a banana. It's pretty. Voice made a banana. I should put that through my. We'll change it up to here. Over here. Over here.
Welcome to Livewire Whiskey, where we get a change.
Jim Morris
Change of view.
just said welcome to Livewire Whiskey, where WE get a charge out of you.
That's right.
WE.
Where
we get a charge out of you.
Good day. James Morgan.
James is in the house.
What's up, James
What's up,
Morgan?
people? You on late, Ken? And hello, Bobby. No, I'm not up late. This is early. I mean, I've only been going for 6 hours. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. This is standard. This is SOP for me.
This is just trying to kill off the COVID #2 Moderna vaccine shot. So Ken's helping me.
Yep, and I'm in here for support. That's it.
Ken's just supporting me and drowning it. Make sure that tomorrow is a better day than yesterday.
That's it. Yep, James, you'll have to catch the blind pause on the replay.
So do you ever find that, like, so my wife has always said that she understands it, but she doesn't hate it, but she understands it. Like, so when I get on a bender, right, I'll go through and I'll drink whiskey or bourbon, whatever. And I'm instantly like, dude, I want a cigar so bad. It's like, I'll go out and I'll have a cigar. And so, you get the cigar mouth, you get the bourbon mouth, and all that stuff is good to me, but not necessarily to her. And I have found that the easiest way for her to know that I'm a loving, true, compassionate human, she'll be like, "Aw, you went and ate some Jif right from the bottle, right?" I was like, "Oh, you bet your ass I did." Jif butter is absolutely the best whiskey cigar fucking combination. Jif peanut butter just skull fucks it right now. And you're like, "Yeah, I feel better," and they ain't gonna bitch. What's up, Adam?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
What's up? Got that
My ears and all this Livewire talk.
I'm doing better than I deserve.
We got the kid down for a nap, so I'll jump on for a minute.
Oh, we'll jump on for like at least.
JD Bourbon Approach.
Yeah.
Just said my wife says you're not a man unless you drink whiskey.
It's true.
I disagree.
Respect that.
I'm okay with that.
Me too.
My wife told me to build a bourbon bar. You know what? Okay.
Well, my missus said to me the other night, she goes, "You ended the stream early. I thought you'd be up all night." And I was like, "Well, that sounds like a fucking free pass to me to fucking get maggoted."
I thought it was sounding like a challenge. It's like, "What are you being a pussy?"
I was like, "Oh, really? Oh, really? Well, how about I just stay up all fucking night then?"
Like, she's like, "Hey, why are you using lube, you fucking puss?"
Yeah, where's that shit?
Bobby, sounds like you got some good stuff coming from JD.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm excited because I think that's I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but I think that all of us, we have to be pushing our palate. We have to be pushing to this because I did this weird thing. There's certain things that were my bourbon experience over the years that was like my go-tos. I'd go back to, and it's like, hey, I always know this is good. This is good. And about 2-3 weeks ago, I did a Instagram Fire Friday, and I did an Evan Williams flight. And I love Evan Williams. I don't have a problem with Evan Williams. And I did it. And I was just like, wow, this does not taste good to me. And what's up, Lava Man?
Oh, there's that sexy beard.
Hey, Lava Man, what's up, buddy?
I'm glad to know Old Man Joe is a lube specialist.
Yeah,
I was going to say that's what I was laughing about, the fucking lube
Pennzoil.
specialist.
Figured that's what Ken was laughing about.
Yeah, welcome to
Yeah, that's what I was
Pennzoil,
laughing at.
his synthetic Pennzoil lotion.
And James, yep, she knows where the bread gets buttered. Fucking A.
But I think that you have to be challenging your palate, right? Because it may not taste all right now, but I would challenge to say, listen, I don't really care for this. Well, go back to something you thought was really good a long time ago, and you might find that it's not so good anymore. Your palate's changing. It's evolving into something more. So I think that's the thing that I'm trying. I want to try new stuff I don't know anything about. That's why I'm doing this whole Texas shootout. It's shit I've never had. I don't even know what to expect. Oh, FAE01? It's not focused, but I know what it was because you're just like
Quality.
your dick up there like.
I got mine yesterday.
Yeah. Mine's in the works. So do you know what FAE stands for? I just learned this. So
Fatty acid esters.
Oh, you know what? Fuck off.
Yep.
You and your
Even I knew that one.
You and your beard of power.
No, it was on the stream last night.
Yeah, it was on the master
Yep, it was on the stream. Yep.
You trying to talk to us there, Lava Man? Because we can't hear you, buddy.
Yeah, I was going to say, we can't hear shit.
Did I not hear him? Oh, no.
Nope.
He's not.
No, maybe he's working. Maybe he's on a call for work or something.
Could be.
I don't know. Yeah, I saw it last night on Jason's where he put up the fatty acid esters, and I was like, I felt so enlightened.
Yeah.
And then
you're like, I'm gonna go teach some guys something on Scotch Down Under.
Just is a no loop purchase, but I'm
now it
not
should
into
be
platinum,
hearable.
so no bending over from me.
Hey, speaking of what you're saying though, Bobby, so I went back to a Boo Rye, which I hadn't tried in probably 4 months. And when I first got into it, I was like, it's all right. It's nothing special. But now, dude, I freaking love that thing. Like my palate is at a point where I like the higher rye bourbon more than the regular stuff, you know?
So Ken and I have been doing this, which is a Boo Rye, right?
Oh, the Redwood Empire?
Redwood Empire
Yeah,
Monarch.
Good.
Monarch is a
Ken,
Boo
is that part of the package you just got?
Yep.
Yeah. Nice, dude.
Fuck yeah.
So it's
Yep. JD's the man.
Adam, you
Oh,
would definitely, if you sampled that, you would definitely be like, dude, that has to be a Boo Rye.
Yeah.
There's no way around it. It has to be because it has so much. There's no way to say that it's not a Boo Rye. So we've been drinking on that. When I first saw Ken bring out the Boo Rye or the Monarch, and I was like, on. So,
Can you guys hear me now?
yes.
Yeah, there you are, buddy.
Cool. All right. Yeah.
I've got another bottle of this guy.
I've been seeing that one in the case at my store. Is it good? Is it?
Dude,
what'd you pay
the
for it?
10-year barrel proof. It's a high rye bourbon. So good. So freaking good.
Name on it.
What's that?
Who is it?
Redemption.
Redemption. I thought it was Redemption, but I wanted to make sure because
Yeah.
it's hard for me to see because it's just the print of the bottle.
That's my second bottle. That's probably my favorite bottle I have right now.
Well, I'm stoked. You were on Whiskey Nose last night, right?
Yeah.
I
was in the chat. Yeah.
I'm as stoked to try the his Dickel barrel pick because I mean that dude sit there and like just.
Oh, I just said I'm gonna try his Dickel. I'm like, what?
I think Lava Man's about to get me a Dickel barrel pick.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, like last night, man, I had a crazy run at the store. I went over there to get Mr. Whiskey Shit's a Redbreast Cask Strength 12, but they had put a bunch of stuff out. So I got the FAE01, I got a bottle of Senator, I got a Knob Creek 9-year store pick, I got a Knob Creek Cask Strength Rye from 2018, I got a Dickel 15-year store pick, and a Buffalo Trace store pick.
Oh, you can't beat the store pick Buffalo Trace.
Man, yeah, it's my third bottle of it from this store, and
Like,
it's good.
Buffalo
Yeah.
Trace is one of those weird things. It's a great bourbon, but when you get a store pick of it,
Oh yeah, that's the only one I buy. Like the regular Buffalo Trace, I'm going Eagle Rare.
Buffalo Trace store pick is a whole different world.
Yeah, the store picks are fire. Yeah, they're so good.
I can tell you right now,
man, are you drinking yet?
No, I'm about to pour this Makers. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel weird being on here and not actually drinking whiskey, so I'm gonna
Are you
pour.
drinking Diet Mountain Dew or some bullshit, Adam?
Yeah, I'm gonna pour a little. I'm gonna pour some of just the basic smoke wagon.
Yeah,
You know what? I swear to God, you smoke wagon people. I love you to death, but if I was there right now, I would choke you out. Like literally, it's gonna take me like 10 seconds.
Dude, the straight bourbon one, like it's so good. And it's like
that one too. It's
bottle.
Good. Yeah, no, I whip that out when I'm like, do I want to pop the uncut, unfiltered, or do I want to save it? I'm like, no, let me just get that regular smoke wagon. I'll drink that right now.
So I reached out to someone, and I'm on the hook for splitting a case of unspoken or uncut. And I was like, listen, I've never even.
I'll buy one off you, buddy.
I've never had it, and
I want some of that uncut
case.
It's worth it, man. It's good stuff.
People talking about it.
3 bottles, right?
There's a lot of people that I've talked to that are all about like, dude, this is like. So I mean, their palates I appreciate, right?
JD Bourbon approach.
And they
Just
said,
said
hey,
Old Forest Statesman is better than Blanton's, but both
yes.
average for me when compared to Scotch.
Hold on, who's JD? What the fuck's JD saying? I think Old Forest or Statesman.
I prefer Statesman to Blanton's.
I don't have a problem with. Listen, Blanton's is what it is, right? Blanton's to me, and I hope this makes sense. Blanton's is a drinker.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not into drinkers. I'm not trying to go and get to X. I don't want to get from A to Z.
You want that face smack of flavor?
To see, I want a profile. I want expressions. I want the taste. I want the sample. I want the 4th of July on my bent palate. I don't want the 4th of July at my buddy's house.
Yeah, you want to.
That's what the Crown Peach and Tea is for.
I'm not trying to get drunk. It may be a byproduct, like Ken and I said. It may be a byproduct of our journey, but we've been on here and like, Ken, what have I been on here now for? Hold on, I'll tell you.
You've been here for about 5 hours.
About 5 hours.
Yep.
Holy shit!
But you know, it's an evolution of just trying a bunch of different things, talking about it. What did I like? What did I not like? You know, and it's not about like, hey, let me go glug 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 glug, and then puke and say hello. Yeah.
You said Glenn's gold
must be well lubed by now, Bobby.
Hey, listen.
Shelf Dustin.
It's like somewhere along the lines,
Just said the worst part of drinking is the drunk.
I've been drinking. Yeah. I have water and Moderna, so it's like my body's like this, but I feel good. I've been up a couple times. I didn't fall down. Yeah.
JD Bourbon approach.
Ken's teaching me how
Just
to do
hit the like button.
So my plan is to go until his real stream, which is like late tonight.
There you go. Do it. I dare you.
I
dare you to do it.
You know what? You didn't have to say dare. I will be on here until Ken stops. I already told Ken, I said, I'm killing Moderna too.
All right. Ken's doing a 2-day stream then.
Trying to break the previous record?
Hey, we're both military.
Previous record is 20 hours.
We both military. We can do some crazy shit.
I'm sure the other half of my channel didn't have a drink with you guys, so the better half of the channel has to come on and pour some whiskey with you.
Well, hey,
show him up.
Because I appreciate that you contributed, and I appreciate that.
Who's Dan and who's Sean?
Mike was I got an easy answer for that. Half a second here.
Mike was on earlier.
He's pulling. Are you getting the Savant Glen? Do you have a Savant Glen? That's what it is, isn't it? I already know.
Yeah,
I already know.
I'm gonna get mine.
The Golden
Glen. Yeah, mine showed up today,
Yeah.
actually.
Fuck yes.
I don't know how. So I'm going to be like from the aside, right? I would never, you know what? And maybe it's just because I'm like whatever I am. I want to see what the fuck I'm drinking. I have a hard time not seeing it. I want to go back and revisit it. Color
you don't like blinding stuff to compare?
I like the legs. I had a blackout and I didn't like it. I was like, I felt like, I don't know, just like, I think somewhere in my head, it was like, I want to see it. I want to see the leg. I want to see the viscosity. I want to see the breakdown of the protein. I want to see that. And my brother gave me a blackout and I was like, ah.
I got the whole sexy set.
Baby.
Oh,
all the colors of the rainbow.
All the colors of the rainbow.
The gold. Nice.
There ain't nothing worse than the rainbow being just fucked. Why did someone fuck with the rainbow? Couldn't you have fucked with like something like, I don't know, like something besides the rainbow, for God's sakes?
I got this boy today too.
Oh, nice. That 4?
Yeah, the 4.
Is that the blue?
So good.
Blue or maroon?
That's the maroon. That's a disco. Yeah.
Discovery.
Yeah, that stuff is so good.
Did you have the blue label? Was it Discovery 3?
I think that was 2, right?
No, I have 2. It's a green label. The blue labels are the Fusion.
Yeah, the Fusion series.
Yeah, I have Fusion 3. Fusion 3 is great.
Fusion 3 is fucking delicious.
Yeah, but the disco kills the Fusion, dude. If you haven't had the disco, it's
I haven't had the discos because we don't have it yet.
Yeah. I've disco 2 and 4, and like they're like, I mean, the Fusion's good, but the discos are like a whole other level.
It's like sad because I'm sitting here like, you know what? Fuck all you guys all suck nuts. But
hey, bro, you don't want to pay my rent. Let me tell you that.
I won this.
Oh, nice! I got a sample of that from Young Pei Chang. I haven't tried it yet.
But off HBRs?
That's the only mash bill number 2 I haven't had.
Now the bottles that I have had, like I always go to this, so I feel like such a hoe because I always go to my Evan Williams 23.
Oh yeah,
because we don't have that one.
It's understandable, man.
I drank half of it, and the other half was all samples. I just sampled it out to everybody.
You're just holding on to that last little bit.
Well, this is actually allocated already as a sample to Daniel Houston, so I won't touch it.
Yeah, I hope I can get another bottle of this FAE01 because, man, I'm already almost halfway through it, and I got it last night. I mean, it's so good. I'm like, oh.
I'm trying like crazy to get one. I have some people on the hunt for me because I just don't have. It hasn't dropped in Ohio. Ohio does so much of fucking OHLQ liquor control.
Oh, yeah.
Dude,
so Horse Soldier is made in fucking Columbus. I had to go to Florida to buy it.
Wow. That's crazy.
They didn't produce enough bottles for OHLQ to sell it in Ohio as an Ohio fucking brand.
Right. That's not a good look for your brand, really. Like, you can't get it in our state. Like, that's weird.
And it's good, right? It's good. I'm not saying that like there's other things I've had here that aren't good. They get sold, but it's really fucking good. I just irritate. Ugh, annoying.
Yeah, those makers releases. So our state's like yours, it's state controlled.
Yeah.
We've had like 400. So it lists how many bottles. I don't know how many cases. It's like 400 something bottles in the state inventory for like 2 weeks. Yesterday they dropped the first 6 bottles. It took 2 weeks. I don't know why, but I was able to grab one of the 6, luckily. So
what the? You know what? I swear to God.
We have a place.
You want me to grab it? You want me to show it off? Or
we have a place here in Denver.
I know you have it, but I know that I'm coming out to Utah this summer.
Yeah, we have a place here in Denver that's it's a mezcal bar. It has the largest selection of mezcal outside of one place in New York in the whole country. Wow. Right, and the guys that opened it, they actually started their own distributor because you can do that here to import mezcals that like nobody else has. So you can go to this bar and try a mezcal that you won't get anywhere else in the United States. And they were able to just like start a company to import liquor from another country, like super easy. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, Colorado, like they're just, I mean, we have so much. And I mean, we got like 72 distilleries, I think right now. I don't know how many hundred breweries. Like, yeah, Colorado, man, they're like, go ahead. It's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, old man Joe, I know you were joking. About me shitting on Mike, but it's ongoing, back and forth, me and him going on other people's channels, talking shit on the other guy. So
dude, there was nothing funnier than the other night being about 35 to 40 minutes in before he realized you had that banner roll.
Well, then like the whole end of the stream for like an hour had some shit talk about me that I didn't notice.
So hard, I was like, oh my god, I can't believe he hasn't. And I thought really he did notice it and just blew it off until he realized it. And I was like, dude, that's been like rolling for 40 minutes.
He got me back at the end of the stream. I didn't notice either. Like, you just don't realize unless you're switching over to YouTube and looking at it.
Right. Oh man, I'll tell you what, this Russell's single barrel store pick is pretty fucking good though. I thought it was good with those drops of water, but I don't think it was as good as it was straight without it for me.
I have to agree.
I mean, it opened it up to a sweetness, but I'm not necessarily looking for sweetness as much as I am for, just total mouthfeels. I want I want insanity. I want the Joker meets
the water didn't. The water kind of diluted it a little bit.
It sweetened it up. It made it a drinker. It made
definitely.
It a mid-range drinker, but I don't really want drinkers. Drinkers make me like do dumb shit.
Hey, did you watch Big League Bourbon's channel last night, Bobby?
I didn't make it on. I went to bed pretty early because I had an early morning. I knew I had to get up and do Moderna. I wanted to get on really late. And I was bummed because I knew exactly who he had on from the Twins.
Yeah, it was a shit show too at the end. Like, he let everybody come on, and we just it was like 2 more hours after that, dude.
Well, and I'm all for doing something, but if I have to get up in the morning and do something that I don't, I try to be somewhat sensible.
It's a Thursday night. Not many people want to do that.
Hey, you know what? What was it? Like, I thought it was really funny. I did my feed, and then I did the Mash and Drum. I moderated the Mash and Drum. And then I did my Patreon. I spent time with my Patreon. I got back on the last end of the mash bill, and he was jumping over, and you guys went straight to Livewire. So I jumped to Livewire, and then I got freaking chewed out for being on Livewire and not on the mash bill. Well, I got a live. Like, how do I not take care of your Patreon, right? To me, if you're my Patreon, you have a direct number. I literally give them my phone number.
Yeah.
Call me direct. If you want to sit, I will light a fire right now, walk outside and have a cigar with you, and we will just talk shit. I don't care if you can't even say your name.
Yeah, I might join Patreon just so I could do that with you one night, man.
Dude, I love doing it. And, and there's cool things in there, So what I would ask, because all you guys have, I told Ken this earlier, jump on my Patreon and check it out. Bourbon Battalion at Gmail is my email. If there's something in there you think I need to change up or do something different with, I wrote it up, did it all on my own and all that stuff. I did look at different accounts to try to get ideas from it. But if you have
my boy just popped up. I'll be watching, but
I completely appreciate any feedback. I'm always looking for. How'd you cut out Lava Man? It was really funny. Didn't it look like he cut out?
Oh, I'm playing with the Mercedes.
I didn't do nothing.
It looked like he said, "I'll be right back." And then
JD
I've been playing with OBS
Just said
a little
life
bit
is too
recently,
short.
and,
You sleep when you
just messing
die.
around with things.
Ken is a
I
beast
had,
for streaming.
Hey, Top Shelf Dustin's done working. Get the fuck back on here, Dustin.
Yeah, I was
man.
I was seeing this weird little artifact in my video, and I was like, "What the hell is it?" And I was like, "Oh, I had been playing with my phone through OBS Ninja, and it still was on there, and it was like waiting for your camera to stream, but it was like really tidy in the background." And I was like, "What the hell is going on? What is that thing?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah." So yeah, OBS is fun stuff. It's weird.
That's funny.
It's awesome.
And this is my first experience with OBS, right? I've always ever did StreamYard or YouTube. So
Yeah, the OBS Ninja is like just dead simple. Like I'm running my actual OBS is my virtual camera that I'm feeding to OBS Ninja. So I have all the stuff.
Yeah, that's what I
can do all the I can do all the like weird stuff. But yeah, I forgot I was playing with it, and I was like seeing this little like dot thing in the background. I'm like, what is behind my head? What is that? And I was like, oh yeah, I had a whole other thing over there.
I'll tell you what, Ken, I'm looking at your feed. There's a couple guys in here. JD and James and Nightbot and some of those guys are like legit dudes. They're like some of the best dudes out there as far as followers. I think there's a couple other people in there that if they wanted mods, they probably should get it.
Oh yeah,
you know, I always look at the more mods that you trust, the better, because they're going to help you not have someone out there saying stupid shit.
Mm-hmm.
No,
as long as it doesn't, WhiskyTube doesn't turn into Reddit and have mod wars.
I mean, the tubes are pretty good, right? Like,
no, for real.
That's right. Nightbot is not legal.
I think the thing that's cool is that you go through and you mod some, and it isn't because I'm not upset that what you said, but it's more about the idea that I don't want you to say something that can cause grief to the person that's trying to have a show.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. If it's marginal, and if I think it's marginal, listen, I'm a 4th generation Marine. If I think it's marginal, then hey, listen, I only did it because I don't want the dude giving the show to have some kind of weird repercussions.
Yeah. I mean, in WhiskyTube, mostly what I've seen is people getting timed out as a joke, and that's awesome.
There's been a couple.
No, there have been, but I'm saying like the majority of the times you see people are just laughing about it. It's a total joke and not like a necessary thing, which I think is awesome.
And some of the statement, like there's been times that I've actually,
Old Man Joe
retracted the statement.
Just said Nightbot is a bitch.
I didn't think it was funny, and I didn't think it was inappropriate. I think that someone else would have thought it could be inappropriate.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, I think that's your job as the mod is to say, hey, listen, if something's marginal and I have to question it, then it's better to be retracted.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it or not. Listen, it's different when you're speaking. We literally, Ken and I have been talking some military jargon that if it was in the text, they definitely would be fucking crazy. We were talking about using esophaguses for other things and, you know, military terms. And, you know,
dropping coins in glasses and
quarters. And at one point he was doing stroking and some. Dude, that was a funny segment though. We were both like dying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, you know, old school. Like, I got my first computer in 1988, right? So I was on, you know, bulletin board systems and AOL and CompuServe and Prodigy before there was dial-up internet and all that. I've been through the whole thing. And, you know, gaming online was like beautiful and like nice until about mid 2000s. And then everybody got an Xbox and everybody got online. And gaming just got toxic like overnight.
Just said wrench me at Scotch Down Under.
Yeah, you should wrench him. I would always do like Mike Stahl. I would always do Adam. There's certain guys that are like some.
JD Bourbon Approach. Just said Nightbot is my lady, but she has issues on common sense.
Yeah, she does. She certainly does.
Yeah, fucking Nightbot. She isn't wearing enough lingerie, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, I know. Bloody Nightbot.
Although she sounds like I don't know. It's like he was on there. It's like, hey, I'm off work now, and I was like, all right, cool. Dustin's gonna jump back on.
Yeah, no excuses.
What? Do you have an empty Glencairn of your Russells?
Nah, I finished it.
Yeah, but I'm saying, is it empty? Did you put it away?
No, I flushed it and gone to this one.
Oh, you flushed it? Yeah, the nose on that is freaking amazing. I love
James, you'll have to watch the replay. But Hazelman 12.
Yeah, I haven't gotten any Wild Turkey store picks yet, but I mean, their regular stuff is so good. I can only imagine how good those store picks are.
They're really good.
Cracking on 12.
I will say this, you know, they're cherry bombs for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have most of the Wild Turkey line, you know, the regular stuff. Yeah, we haven't gotten Rare Breed Rye here yet.
So I just got a sample from Dusty Dan that'll intrigue you. So of my Wild Turkey samples, I got a 1978 Wild Turkey Decanter 101.
Yeah, Ben was in there Wednesday night. Ben showing off his beam decanters and stuff. Yeah, I was like, oh, you man, shut up. Like, I'm not getting up at 5 a.m. for an estate sale for that, but it would be cool. If he
sold one of those, he could get a haircut and get groomed, for God's sakes. I don't know that I want him that way. I like him the way he is, right?
Yeah. It's part of the charm. Yeah.
So I'll tell you something that was really intriguing, right? You'll enjoy this. Is that I was telling Ken earlier, and I showed it earlier on the stream. Sometimes I do like custom smoke for people that want something. So Dusty Dan had told me that he wanted me to take an Old Forester 1920 and make it barbecue ready.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So I smoked it with mesquite and applewood together. Mesquite and applewood I blended and I charred it, and then I smoked it and I let it set for. It's going on 2 months now. So if you think of 1920, Old Forester 1920, and what it looks like, let me show you what it looks like after 2 months of smoke.
What?
Yeah, it's insane.
Wow, that is so dark. That is crazy.
Yeah, like it looks like freaking tar.
Yeah.
What's up, Dustin?
Mr. Whiskey Shits. Just said Bobby. I just got a Dusty Dan today. I need to hit him up for the info, but I know it's a 70s turkey.
It's probably the 78 turkey, right?
Nice.
Because he just sent. Usually when he sends sample, they're the same. I'll bet you it's this 1978 Wild Turkey decanter. It's an 8-year at 101 proof.
Man,
I just got mine within the last week.
There's a spot here off in the cut that like has some like
Sound guide.
I've only been in a couple times, so I haven't really inquired about it. But there's a cheesy foil like turkey in one of the cases there. It's like this shop that's just been around forever. Like I got a Redwood Empire Batch 1 before it was even Redwood Empire Distilling, when it was like Grayton Distilling Company still or whatever. Their first ever release. I got one of those there for like $42. And I don't want to ask him like I know like I don't even want to know what it costs, but I'm like I gotta ask someday. I gotta ask him sometime what if I can get that or not.
So it's really funny nowadays. All three of there may be more, but there's 3 Redwood Empires that are here in Ohio, and at my local liquor store they're always there.
Yeah. So you got their releases now. Yeah. So this is like before those releases. This is when like the bourbon was called Redwood Empire, and the distillery was called the Grayton Distilling Company. It was their very first release ever. Then after that, they changed the name to Redwood Distilling, Redwood Empire Distilling, and then came out with the line of the 3 that you see. But yeah, that Lost Monarch is. I killed that bottle so fast.
This is my second bottle, and I opened it up with. Well, I had already opened it, but I did it when Ken had it on. And I was just like, he was doing Redwood, and I was like, what the hell? So I'm just going to this. I have a Buffalo Trace, but it's just a whiskey kitchen out of Louisville store pick. And Buffalo Trace is average, but their store picks are usually pretty fucking good. The Whiskey Kitchen has a really good job. So if you're ever in Louisville, go to the Whiskey Kitchen. Yeah. Not only do they have good shit, they're a reseller, and they do it at cost, which is nice, it's surprising. It's not that pricey.
Yeah,
so a lot of Whiskey Kitchen. Like I have a lot of Whiskey Kitchen store picks out of Louisville because they can sell it.
Yeah, my main store here in Denver is called Argonaut, and it's one of the biggest stores in town. Like
you should go in there and tell them your name is Jason.
Right. But they do a lot of store picks, and they have like really serious whiskey people in there. And we also get which is interesting, like a ton of store picks from Colorado distilleries, which you really don't see outside of Colorado pretty much at all. Obviously we have distilleries here that you can't get anywhere outside of Colorado as well. Some pretty interesting stuff going on. Like my friend actually found out that Denver Distilling Company, they did their first whiskey release, and he went by and picked me up a bottle. And like some of these Colorado whiskeys, man, I mean, they're way more like Scotch than they are like bourbon. Like I don't know what it is about the climate out here or whatever, but man, these things are like, they're not subtle. You know what I mean? I got a Stranahan single barrel from Argonaut the other day, and I mean, it's so complex. Like what you're talking about with not wanting to like just drink whiskey, but wanting it to like do something for you. Man, I got to send you some of these Colorado whiskeys out here, man. These things are like they're face smacking. Like there's so much going on.
Well, what is it? Is it Diamond Peak that actually has like some really, really like young Scotch notes, right? So
yeah.
Stranahan's is a single malt, so that's why.
For sure. Yeah,
I think the thing that's important, right, is like to a Scotch drinker, maybe not, but to a bourbon drinker, it tastes like, hey, there's something fucking different here. And I think that's what Dustin was saying, that that malt like is like, hey, you notice there's a significant difference.
Yeah. Well, and it's like, and it's across all Colorado whiskeys, really, because it's sort of a similar thing with like Texas. People are finding out like Texas whiskey is its own thing, and I feel like Colorado is the same way. Just people haven't gotten enough of it yet to figure that out. I think because really, you see Stranahan's, you might see Breckenridge, but like like I said, we have I think 72 distilleries in the state right now.
Good day.
And pretty much all of them are producing, have released or are planning to release a whiskey. So yeah, it's just and it's like even between distilleries here in Colorado, there's just vast differences. It's crazy, like how much variability there is here. People doing a lot of interesting stuff with whiskey.
Right.
But yeah, that Redwood Empire, man, that Lost Monarch is one of the few bottles I'll buy under 100 proof. Like I buy hardly anything under 100.
It is a straight up cigar smoker all day long. The finish on it is delicious.
This isn't bad for under 100.
Yeah.
Is that Rhetoric?
Yeah, it's a 20 year.
Yeah, Rhetoric is. Now, unfortunately, the Gunny has all the.
If you're interested in cracking it, I haven't cracked it yet.
Yeah, this is one you can actually get here. So the older expressions are harder to get, but for some reason, a ton of that came in a while back, and they're still kind of available if you know the right place, know the right people.
Where's that at?
Well, I think the whole proof thing, like
Northern Kentucky, there's still some bottles.
And I tend to be like way more flexible on proof with age because lower proofed old stuff. Yeah, because sometimes you don't. Yeah, you're sucking on an oak stick. You know what I mean? Like it's so I understand proofing some of that older stuff down.
Yeah, well, the other problem is really I think you want more proof on older stuff, not less, because the more you bring water in, the more oak tannins come out.
Okay.
So when I'm tasting like some of the older bourbons I've had, when you start adding water, that's when the oak really gets overpowering. And I think that's why a lot of people don't like the Orphan Barrel 25. Is I bet you if they'd not watered it down and they left it at a higher proof, that oak wouldn't be as noticeable and the sweetness would be stronger. Well, because when you start watering it down, you bring down sweetness first before the bitterness. And so you start losing sweet first. I've noticed it consistently when you get like into higher proof stuff. Like, if you're looking at like, one of these Four Roses limited editions where they put in some fairly old whiskey. If you bring water into this thing, you can bring out oak heavy. But if you leave the water out, it doesn't start taking on that character as much.
And I would agree with that because the Gunny has all the Orphan barrels. He's got like a ridiculous amount of Orphan barrels. And he always likes dropping some water in there, and he talks about that heavy tannings expression. And I was like, well, I'm not getting that, but I don't add water because I like the high proof expression. And so we started talking about it. So we switched one day, and he's like, wow, yours tastes completely different. I was like, yeah, because he doesn't like high proof. And I do. And we talked about it. And so so now everything we do, no matter what, low proof, high proof, we start out with it out of the bottle, straight. What do we think it's missing? How do we change it? And what do we change it to that we like? And we both are, him and I are like different worlds.
That's always good though, to have like somebody who's got a different palate.
Yeah, he's a 101 and down, and I'm a 101 and up.
Yeah, because when you try to like kind of judge a whiskey, I always go back to this, and people always want to argue with me, and that's fine. Everybody's got an opinion, but I think there's objective. there's objective problems and strengths with whiskeys, and then there's personal. I like XYZ. You like ABC. That's fine. That's personal. But if I'm getting certain bitterness from oak, that's a flaw after a certain point. Like right here, this guy right here. This is flawed bourbon. This is the William Heavenhill 16 year.
Okay.
The oak notes in this thing are over the top. It's hiding flavor from you. And that's an objective thing I believe you can really pick up on. If I give this to 50 people, all 50 people, if they are looking for that, are going to know, yeah, this is missing stuff. And when you want $250 a bottle, well, that's objectively a flaw.
Well, wouldn't you say somewhere along the lines there, Dustin, that you know that when you go beyond the sweet spot, you're gambling, and you're trying to hit a palate, and you're hoping that your consumer has enough knowledge that you're not sharing with them. You're hoping they have enough knowledge how to make that their own. And I think that's one of the flaws as well. because you have stuff that's like really good. You know how to tune it to you.
Mr. Whiskey
I know
Shit.
how to tune it to me.
Just
Everybody
said
here
it
knows
top
how to
shelf.
tune it.
Dustin Whiskey flexin' all over this biatch.
But anybody that wants to go in there that doesn't have that background, they don't know how to make that their own. Whether it be, letting it sit, opening up.
What do you mean flexing, shits? What are you talking about flexing?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Fucking Adam.
Yeah, what's the name of those ones that are coming out from with the bourbon that went to Canada and came back? That's like the 14 and 15-year-old stuff. It's not Redemption, but it's something like that. It's got the writing all over the front of the bottle. Oh man, I can't remember what the name of it is, but people here are like going crazy for that just off the ages, and like everything that I've heard and read about it is just like, this is crap. Yeah, that one. Yep, that's the one. What's that called?
Dustin's doing this.
So this is actually the Rare Perfection 12-year.
Rare Perfection. That's what it is. Yeah, I was like, it's not Redemption.
So what you're talking about were those were the ryes, which
and I know they got a bunch of them, and I know one of them's good, and basically all the rest of them are terrible.
this is good, but it's not a $300 bourbon. Good.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Yeah, especially
and that's the retail.
Like, why would you pay that when there's like bottles twice as good for half the money? I'm like, okay, I guess I won't get any of those.
I'll be honest with you,
because it's on the shelf. That's why we would pay it, because those other bottals you can't get. And this is $400 bourbon retail.
Yeah.
Markup. MSRP $400.
I have no beat paying the MSRP on Evan Williams 23.
If I could buy that, hell yeah.
Evan Williams 23 is fucking liquid gold.
Oh, it's delicious. It's delicious. Yeah, I paid $50 at a bar.
So
all
I can
day.
tell you
Charles Ashworth.
the easiest way to get that.
Just said Dustin, just take the camera to your closet, it would be faster.
So if you've never done this, Dustin, right? And I just know that I've been fortunate enough to be a part of it, and it's happened multiple times. If you go down to Louisville to the Evan Williams Bourbon Experience and go upstairs at the counter and go up there and say, here, I'm here to pick up my annual Evan Williams 23, and say just that. I'm here to get my Evan Williams annual 23, because you can only buy it every year. They swipe your ID and say that. If they have it, they'll smile and they'll just walk to the back and get it. They never put it out.
Wow.
Yep.
But
honestly,
I'm
I make it to Louisville once every 5 years, maybe. I never go there. I hate that city.
Yeah, well, I just go because, one, I like going down the road. I like doing my stuff. I always go to Louisville Slugger. I love baseball. And but Evan Williams, I like going to get my 23. I've been fortunate enough. I've never had a problem getting it, but it's last year I was going to go and COVID. So I'm not saying you'll get it every time, but what I've experienced is say, I'm here to get my annual Evan Williams 23. And if they have it, they'll just walk back and grab it.
No, I've heard that. It's never been like I said, I've never been there. I've honestly not been to any of the distilleries in Louisville.
Yeah.
So I'm actually going to, for the first time, be in Louisville and actually at a distillery. I'm going to be at Bullet on the 28th to do a pick with Mash and Drum.
Oh, nice. You're going down there, Jason?
Yep.
Now, I've had really good experiences at the Michter's at Fort Nelson down there on Row, where I went back in the back and spent some time tasting barrel picks and stuff like that. I wasn't part of a barrel pick. They just let me go back there with them. And I tried some stuff, and I got the barrel pick something and bottle it and label it for my for my grandson, who's now born. But back then he wasn't born yet.
Wow.
And I just wanted him to someday open up a whiskey that was poured and barrel and done everything, and it has my name on it. So someday he can open up and say, my grandpa did this. So
that's cool.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool for sure.
Every day I'm like, you know what? Somewhere along the lines, that fucker isn't going to drink it. He's going to sell it. And I'm going to be pissed I ever drank it.
No. He's going to be 15.
100%. That's what's going to happen.
He's going to be 15 and steal it from the closet. It'll be his first time getting drunk with his friends and not be able to appreciate it at all. You know what I mean?
At least he can say his grandpa did it, for God's sakes.
Yeah, dude, if he gets hammered for the first time on grandpa's whiskey, that's cool.
Yeah.
It is, but you'd hope he waited a little while till he actually tried some other stuff and was like, oh, this is why it's different, not this like,
at the worst case scenario, he's like, This is my grandpa. He's a Marine Corps. Fuck you. He'll fuck off. I'm like, winner. I'm in. So I'm hoping not, but I vowed to never ever try it. And I was a very limited number of people that got to do their first pours and all that stuff when Fort Nelson reopened. So I have a Fort Nelson Michter's that's never been, from the time I poured it and did everything and bottled it and labeled it, and I did all that, I've never ever pulled it out of the bar.
I tell you what, this Four Roses has been changing in this bottle a lot.
Which one is that, Dustin?
This is the 2020 limited release they did.
Okay.
Man, like when I first got it, it was over oaked. Like I was looking through it and I was like, one of those barrels they had was just too oaky. Oak's gone. Now I'm getting wintergreen, just like an insane amount of wintergreen.
Spearmint?
Mint. No, wintergreen mint.
Wintergreen?
Yeah, like that very like wintergreen gum, but bitter, biting.
Do you ever, and I'm just asking because listen, there's some of these things you guys have done differently than me for years. Have you ever got something like that and then open up a new glass and deep pour what was remaining?
I mean, just that?
Yeah. Well, so it'd be like this, right? So if I took this and deep poured it.
Just to kind of aerate it out?
Yeah. Just to get it to air out and see, is there something more that if I let it go longer, that it might change?
I would have to put more whiskey in here. As you
I don't have much.
Well, I mean, you got like half an ounce. I've got like a quarter.
Yeah. I'm just saying, have you ever done that?
I've changed glasses before. I'm trying to think. I mean, I've kind of effectively are decanting it there. I've done that. I've actually decanted a bottle before.
Sometimes I try to do a reproduction quick decant to figure out if I want to decant it.
Yeah, it makes sense. With this one, I'm kind of going off that Heaven Hill profile, from here, which is, I think this is old. This may be pre-current Heaven Hill juice, but anyway, just going from that, which is super sweet. This is so much more rye.
Ken, what do you have for roses?
Whew.
Just a standard Four Roses. I haven't got any at the moment.
Oh, son of a monkey's uncle.
Yeah, I mean, these limited releases are kind of hard to get. Although some people were talking about UK prices. I've seen the limited releases show up in UK for very fair prices compared to US secondary. I mean, like maybe 200-ish, 225. Which I think we're paying 160 retail. So.
Oh, nice. I think one of the things, have you been there's one of the sites I follow and it's hit and miss. Some of them are fair price, some of them aren't. But out of the UK, there's a place called Must Have Malts.
Haven't shopped there before.
Dude, I'm telling you what, check out Must Have Malts.
Okay.
There's some stuff on there that they have that are really, really good that's fair. They have other stuff that's not fair. They have some stuff in there that's just like, yeah, fuck off. But they have stuff that's fair too. So I always look at Must Have Malts.
Nah. What the fuck are you talking about, Jim? I'm just relaxing.
Yeah, Ken's letting other people talk.
Fighting.
Ken's just
kicking back. I'm enjoying it. This is a pub. This is what we do.
Hey, this is the first time he had someone on there that was on here for 6 hours that could talk paint off a wall.
No,
I don't know. Swag's on here.
Yeah, I was gonna say Swags has been on here.
I miss classic Food Quake streams, man. That guy doesn't stream much anymore, but man, he used to put in these 7-8 hour just marathons. Man, it was amazing.
Yeah, Swags can talk.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I can't tell when he's drunk if he talks less or more. He just never stops.
Right.
Well, if he drinks, how many times do you ever see him actually drink?
That's true, because he just doesn't stop talking long enough to put the liquid in.
So many times I've sit there and watched him talk, and I was like, when are you going to talk about whiskey or bourbon, and are you going to drink?
Or drinking it, yeah. Like,
I mean,
he'll throw up some bottles sometimes, but yeah, you don't really see him drink it.
He'll talk about it, but he'll talk about it. You almost never see him drink.
Anyway, back to this Doc Swinson as I'm exploring it tonight.
Which Doc Swinson?
That's the one I showed you guys earlier that I came in. This showed up today, so batch 11.
I haven't
It's
seen
reminding
any
me a
of
lot
those
of
yet.
I'm looking for some Doc Swinson. I think
Yeah.
hopefully JD is going to hook me up.
It's reminding me a lot of the. I don't know if you guys got it locally for you guys, but the Lost Soul I picked up, which is the best bourbon buy I had all year.
Which one?
It's Lost Soul.
Lost
It's
Soul.
a Mississippi distillery.
Huh.
I have to look at
And
that one.
they just like Doc Swinson. It's the same juice. It's the same like Kentucky distilled, 78.5% corn.
What was it called?
Lost Soul.
Lost Soul. I'll have to get my mom to get me a bottle. I grew up on the coast of Mississippi.
Yeah,
and
but
she's
again, it's
still
the
down there,
it's
but
the 15 year you're looking for, like not the regular stuff. The regular stuff's crap. I don't know if you'll see it. It showed up and went past.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing she has better luck than I will. You know?
But the thing was, it was the same stuff. 15 years old. It's cask strength at about 107 proof, and it was, I want to say, $130 though.
Oh wow! Yeah.
And for $130 for a 15-year cask strength bourbon, like shut up and take my money, and it was delicious.
Yeah, I mean, that's Disco 4, and they don't have 15-year bourbon in that. Like, yeah, so.
Disco 4 does have 15-year-old
Is it
bourbon.
15? I thought it was 14. Okay, maybe, yeah.
No, it's got this exact same bourbon. Is the headline. It's the same mash bill. It's that weird mash bill that just showed up. Nobody knows where it's from. We're all debating if it's Heaven Hill or Jim Beam. I'm going to stand firmly. I believe this to be Jim Beam. I think this was Knob Creek that somehow these barrels lost proof and they couldn't use it in their single barrel program, so they sold it. But I could be wrong. It could be Heaven Hill. It could be that it's Heaven Hill that was aging in some weird rick house that Luxco had, and that's what happened. It's one of the two. There's no chance this is any other distillate. But I get all of the wonderful notes I get on those old 15-year-old Knob Creek barrels, but it's not quite as oaky. It's a little sweeter, and it's so much more approachable. But yet, like at that lower proof point, the problem is usually when you get 107 proof bourbon, they had to add water. This one they didn't, so it's perfect.
Justin, did you get a chance to try? Did you ever go out and try that Buckner's from Augusta?
No, I didn't. That was just it was Barton juice and it was too expensive. I'm done paying $200 for Barton.
Price point was pretty high, but it was a 13-year-old Bardstown. And I'll be honest with you, it tasted to me because like I went through and I profiled it, I tasted, I reviewed it, and then at the end I did a review where I said, like during my review, I was like, listen, I want to put this against Evan Williams 23 because I felt like it tasted as if it was like Evan Williams 13 that hasn't made it to 23. It was really similar. Now, I thought the price point was ridiculous. I didn't think there was any reason why you should be dropping a $200 bottle as your first release. But having said that, it was really fucking good. It was solid. I thought the price point was shit. And I said that. I said, listen, the price point on this is ridiculous. But overall, it was really fucking good.
Yeah. How many of the 12 and 13-year-old and 14-year-old Bartons have you had so far?
Oh, I've had a few with my brother. I'd have to go up and look at my review notes with him because we've been doing it for so long. I don't know. He's had Bartons for years. So.
Well, I mean, like over the last year and a half, a ton of 12,
I haven't
14-year-old stuff has come out.
I haven't had Bartons in the last year and a half for sure.
Okay. Well, not official bottlings. We're talking independent bottlings. So
no, I haven't. I don't think so.
For example, the Blue Run came out. That was 13 years old.
Yeah.
My bottle is actually sitting over at Mash and Drum's house right now.
I didn't have Run. I might have tried a sample of it, but it just isn't ringing a bell.
Then the Cream of Kentucky's been coming out. Those are Barton as well. No. Jim Rutledge again. So let's see here. Blue Run was 160, 170. Cream of Kentucky are running about 120 to 150, depending on where you're at. Same juice again. Then there was Old Par. You can still pick that up for about $108 at Party Source. There's Calumet 14, which you can pick up for about $115 at Party Source still. It's on the shelf. It's available. There was the Sam Houston 14, which was 100 proof, about 120. Barton juice again. And then there was Down Home. They did a batch 1 and a batch 2 of their 12-year. By the way, the Down Home batch 12 or batch 2 12-year. Oh my God, yes. And 120. So for that one to be 1 for $200. I was like, bruh, I've been paying $120 all day for these, and now you want $200?
Right.
Nah, I'm out.
When I don't have that kind of, I'm not that close to the border to go through and get a chance to do that, right? I'm kind of, unless I'm traveling, right? And 2020 was a shit show for me. I was a mule. I was an international mule for like a lot of people. Listen, there ain't nothing better than being an international mule that is not only TSA, but absolutely being able to walk through anything. And I can remember walking back from the UK and I went into customs because I'm a TSA preferred traveler, right? So I have that.
Yep.
Do you have liquor? And I said, yes, a ton. And they said, how much is a ton? I said, a lot.
Like an entire suitcase full?
Said, well, you should have. And I say, triple. It's like, all right, thanks for being honest.
Yeah.
And just let me go.
Yeah.
And, I came through from the UK and UK is where I left from, but I picked it up in Stockholm. I picked it up in Helsinki. I picked it up everywhere. And I came home with 9 bottles and they didn't stop me. And you're not allowed to do that. But technically you're not. But, if you're good and you're honest, you're straightforward, you're just smiling and nice, they're usually pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I like when I head up to Columbus, I'm usually bringing with me a couple $1,000s worth of whiskey.
Sure.
And then also I bring a couple thousand for others.
Yeah.
I'll get up there. All right, did I pay you? No, you haven't. Yes, you did. I think you owe me too. And it's just like PayPal's just start flying in.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the, like I've always been fortunate just because most of that happens between me and my brother. Because we're like 2 doors apart. We both do a lot of swapping, trading, and I've been his mule. He's picked up shit for me. So for us, it's always just a.
Just said Bobby, check your email, Patreon whiskey glass.
All right. I can do that. I'll tell you what, I like that bot thing. It makes me focus on things I would not focus on.
I love the whole speak thing. It's great until you get to like 30 people in the chat, and if they're all doing it, it get annoying.
Right, and it just keeps going constantly.
Yeah.
But that's the cool thing about it. You can control it, so I can just turn it off, so only mods can use it.
Tell it to shut up. Yeah.
Just pause it, stop it. That.
Yeah, but you're right, Charles. Eric Wade did bring back a metric ton.
Yeah, I've actually written a few chat bots in my time.
Yep. Can you?
Yeah, definitely.
Write one that actually passes the normal chat from YouTube, and then so it passes it into individual blocks, so you can click on it and bring them up like they do in StreamYard. I
don't see anything. Wasn't that like an inbox from Adam? Didn't that come from Adam? I don't have anything from Adam.
I gotta say, this Doc Swinson is definitely my least favorite of the
hold on
of the crazy distillate. It's just not very aromatic, and it's not quite hitting on all the cylinders that some of the others are. It's still really good though. This is awesome bourbon, and I've had another Doc Swinson. I think I had a batch of 9 that was better as well. So it wasn't my bottle, but I've had it. Yep, really good, but not. If you have a few Doc Swinson's 11s, maybe one to pass on. I think, guys. We'll see here. I'll let it open up for another week or two, and I'll come back to it.
This is I used to mess around with like college radio and stuff or whatever, and it's so funny to
JD
be on
Bourbon Approach. Just said Doc Swinson's batch 6 and 9 are the best of the 15-year-old series.
There you go. I had a 9 that was really, really good. But like I said, this one's still very good. But I've had better of that 15-year-old stuff, and this one's a little light in flavor, but it's also. I just opened it, so it may open up, but like the nose is just a little closed still, so it's possible it's going to open up.
Yeah. So what I was saying was I used to be on college radio a little bit back in the day, and it's so funny to be on live streams and stuff, and when there's a lull in the conversation, because I just automatically hear in my head dead air, because the FCC, you cannot have dead air on
Dead
live
air,
broadcasts
yeah.
on radio, right? There's a whole law about it, right? And so but then being on here and it's just like, oh, nobody's talking. I'm just like, it just screams in my head from like 20 years ago, like dead air, say something.
But you know, Lava Man, you're like,
welcome
to KYC Cincinnati. Thank you for coming in. And what the hell's going on with the pigs?
Welcome to NPR, and we'll be discussing some things in some dulcet tones to put you to sleep this evening. Yes.
Hey, Ken, don't start stroking and pumping. I know Lava Man will get you stroking and
Welcome to
pumping.
the Munted pub where all your whiskey is ours.
Oh, you know what? I swear to God, both you guys need to stop that, because hey, your voices are what's sexier than mine, and the chief came home, and I don't need her up there like, what's that?
maybe they'll get her ready to go, man.
No, exactly right. Yeah, then you can
Easy
just duck
peasy.
out. Yeah, then you just duck out and
Just modulate your voice.
I'll be like,
get some filters going.
I'll get like some kind of reproduction thing, and I'll be like, Ken, talk now. She's like, you're not tonight.
We'll send you some sound bites. You can put it on your phone and just have some buttons,
I mean, let's just be honest. You know, Bobby from iWhiskey, puts on a little video of Roy right before bed. He's like, yeah, I just wanted to watch a quick video here, Sam. And then he's like, so, is tonight the night for anal?
Oh, that's oh man, swear to God.
And that's when Sam's like, yeah, still no, but hey, he tried.
Hey, you know what? Kudos for trying.
Exactly.
So I got to ask you, Dustin, what do you think of Horse Soldier?
Aspect
what it is with an age statement.
So I've only had one of their Horse Soldiers, and it was a pick, and it was a Dickel pick, and it sucked. But it's a great looking bottle. So yeah, I haven't had their official stuff yet. They're a little pricey for what they are, and I've heard some I'm very picky with buying $50 bourbons, because I feel like that's a place where you can either get a great bourbon or you can get complete shit. And I spend a lot of money on whiskey, but I don't have money I want to spend on shitty whiskey at $50, $30. Okay, whatever. 50, man, it's a lot of money for disappointment.
Right.
So I haven't pulled the trigger. I missed when Party Source had the tasting stuff open. I would have just gone there and be like, hey, let me try all the Horse Soldiers. And they would have been like, here you go.
Well, I was in Florida, and I was really intrigued by the idea that I wanted to try their barrel strength, because I like barrel strength, and I wanted to try their straight bourbon. I passed on the small batch because, truthfully, I'm not really a small batch guy for the most part. I don't mean that I hate it. Listen, my go-to bourbon decanter is always Elijah Craig 94 small batch, because for $20-some, you can never go wrong with it. It always is a really good fucking bourbon. I think it's probably one of the best cheap bourbons you can get. And so it's always on the decanter on the bar. For anybody that comes in, I always have 5 decanted ones. And those 5 decanted are best bang for the buck: bourbon, wheated, rye, Scotch, high proof. So that I can help you to explore your palate, not what you like, but why do you like it? And then we just do that. But Elijah Craig 94 is always my bourbon. It's always my bourbon.
It's not a bad choice.
It's never bad. It's never bad. If someone says Elijah Craig 94 is shit, I was like, you're a fucking tard, man. That's not true. It's not.
Yeah, not at all. No, yeah.
It's a great Heaven Hills product that is solid for what it is. I've had other bourbons that over the years have changed, but Elijah Craig 94 has not changed to me.
Yeah, that's one of the better base level regular expressions of pretty much anything. I mean, it's better than Turkey 86. Not better than Turkey 101, but it is better than Turkey 86.
101.
Yeah.
But 101's a little bit stout for someone new.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
I haven't had a 101 in so long I couldn't tell you what it was, but I remember liking the Elijah Craig better. So,
Yeah.
But
Right.
again, I couldn't tell you the last 101 I had.
I will say this though, Elijah Wild Turkey 101 came out with a fancy new bottle that makes you feel like you should buy it because it looks really
Those two labels are wild.
Wild Turkey and then printed it into the glass. It has a little label and has a lot of like character, and you're like, how you doing?
Mm-hmm.
How you doing?
Hello there.
But some would say they're just giving 101 its proper bottle. Then at that point, you know what I mean? Like the bottle it should have, right?
You can't say that Wild Turkey 101 doesn't have a place. For the price point, it has a place. Just like Wild Turkey Rare Breed, in the barrel proof world, it has a place.
Mm-hmm.
The price point is fair. It's fair. You know, is it number one? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that where it's at, it's good shit.
Yeah, I mean 101 and Rare Breed. I mean I have backup bottles of both all the time. Like those are ones that I want to have. I mean I've been bunkering the early times these days, but I always keep an extra bottle of Wild Turkey. Did you guys? Somebody on a stream in the chat was saying that Barton is going to be making the new early times juice.
What?
Yeah, I don't remember who said it, but I don't know where they came from. But that'd be very, very interesting if that was the case.
Why would they not just use MGP's distillate? MGP is like the largest producer of bourbon in the world.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like I mean, but that's there's like everybody's been wondering what they're going to do with that brand since they bought it. So who knows? I mean, who knows what they're thinking? I don't know. Yeah,
because I assumed Ed at Rotgut had it right, that the reason they bought Luxco was to put their name on stuff, and I assumed the same thing was the case with the early times purchased by Sazerac, was that they wanted to put they had some cheap whiskey that they needed a brand name to stick it in.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you would think with this company that large, but then somebody's like, "Oh no, they're going to source it Barton." I'm like, really? Like,
why would Sazerac source to Barton? That's a bigger company sourcing a smaller company's whiskey.
Yeah. I don't know. Unless they're just going to radically change like its brand positioning or something. You know what I mean? If it's going to be some like new limited thing, or you know what I mean? Like then I could see it if they're going to try to elevate that brand like super high somehow. But otherwise, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I was like, "What? That doesn't." Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying that person's wrong, but that doesn't make any sense to me. Just hearing it.
Yeah. It didn't to me at the time. That's why it stuck with me. I was like, "Wait, what?" Yeah.
Asking how much is that Dickel pick?
I
know that whiskey knows.
I don't know. Yeah, I think it was around 60.
Most men send their Dickel picks out for free, Mr. Whiskey Shits.
And it's very, very good. Like it's very like I was drinking FAE01 before, and so this is basically like the opposite end of like the expression spectrum, right? Like this is all vanilla and oak as opposed to the fruitiness of the FAE01. It's like vastly different.
Well, you're talking like super cream and sweetness.
Yeah.
And the other one you're talking about the tart acids and the fatty acids.
Right, fatty acids. Yeah. This is Denver, man. We're all about them terps, man. The volatile organic compounds. We're on that. We everybody knows about the terps out here. That's what you want. Yeah.
Yeah. Usually you have to pay for the bottle of bond picks from the ladies. But the Dickles are free, man.
now this is good. Like I got another Dickel that was like the Dickel pickle, and it was I didn't drink much of it at the time. I gotta go back and try it again, but it was the Dickel that people were like, "Ew, Dickel." This one is not that at all.
Yeah, I saw Bourbon Junkies were giving Mash and Drum crap for liking the Dickel 15 year, and it's like, bruh, they're all single barrels. You can't drink one single barrel and then bitch at somebody for not liking it. You didn't have the same bottle.
Right? Yeah. You almost certainly did not have the same bottle. Yeah.
Also, Bourbon Junkies. I know you guys are kids, but you've had whiskey before. You know what single barrels are.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, right? Listen, we all have a palate, and we have people following for a reason, right? Someone identifies with your palate. That doesn't mean you be shitty to someone. Listen,
yeah.
Listen, I had someone tell me and say, "Hey, you know, when you tried that Balcones Grand Cru, that note that you said was asphalt sealant was really black tea. That doesn't make it wrong. It just means I hadn't had black tea."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, I've never had black tea, but to me, I know what. Like, I have a driveway that's asphalt. We seal it, and I'm very familiar with that sealant." And I was like, "Oh, you know, it didn't taste like asphalt, but there's this aroma that, like, when I look at aromatics, it's like, what is the backlash coming back up towards me?" And I was like, "Dude, I actually am perfectly okay with the smell of sealant." And
yeah. Well, and there's a reason they call them. There's a reason they call them volatile organic compounds.
Yeah, and
they break down into different things at different times, so you're smelling like multiple chemicals at once because it's breaking down. And so there's going to be all sorts of weird crossovers and smell that you're just not going to be able to like account for. That
I appreciated it, right? And the idea is it was not sent to me in a negative thing. It's like, hey, check out black tea. So I had like, listen, my daughter's a tea freak. My wife's a tea freak. I said, "Do you guys have black tea?" And they're like, "Yeah." And it's like, "Hey, you want Earl Grey or do you want Swenson? What do you want?" I was like, "Black tea. Just give me black fucking tea with no cream." And so I got it, and I was like, "Okay, well, I get why they said black tea, but I wasn't getting like if you had sealant, like hot sealant, there's this like smoky presence from it being hot. The only thing the black tea missed was that like." And it was probably the malt, but for me, it was like black tea with smoke. The same as like hot sealant is smoky. So I thought they were tit for tat, but it wasn't said to me in a derogatory manner. It was said to me in a positive manner that made me want to go try black tea. You know, so I think that's the thing that's good when you have good reverb.
Yeah.
You take it.
You know, also you got to remember we're talking to people over the internet. We're talking to people who are likely drinking, and we might be drinking when we're reading the comments. So
that's another thing that amazes me about the whiskey community is like how off the rails it doesn't go, given that we're all drinking all the time.
Yeah. Well, I remember like when iWhiskey She Wines first came on the scene, I commented on a bunch of their videos, and I gave them a ton of shit. And I meant it all in good fun. But I remember talking to Bobby and Sam. They're like, "Yeah, man. At first we thought you were just a complete ass. Then we realized, no, you like us. You're just giving us shit for fun." And they're like, "Okay, you're actually." You know, like, all of a sudden it was like, "Oh, this guy's cool."
Well, I think there needs to be so I appreciate, and I think that most of us would appreciate the idea that when you have someone that says something, I am not intimidated by your confidence. I'm more intrigued by your experience. You have something that I haven't tried, and you're saying that it has a flavor profile that I don't know. What makes me think, hey, you know what? I need to expand my flavor profile because this is something that I don't know. Like I've had people say, "Listen, how can you sit there and say pancake syrup and it's not maple?" I said, "Well, listen, I was raised a poor kid, and we couldn't afford maple syrup. So brown sugar and butter in a cast iron skillet melted was pancake syrup. It wasn't maple syrup." And, Lava Man, we talked about this, I think, on one of the streams, right? You have this and it melts and it ends up being your pancake. So you've taken brown sugar, mixed it with butter, melted it, and it comes out. And it's a great pancake syrup, but it's not maple syrup. And so when I say, hey, listen, now I have had maple syrup as well, and I've had maple from the wine. So I was like, oh, this reminds me of maple from the wine. It hasn't been boiled down. It's the water extract and blah, blah, blah. So those are things that are synonymous for me. I've had people look at me like I was the most weird dude in the world when I sit there and say, hey, listen, I can pick a rye note right now because it tastes like fucking oatmeal to me. I can smell oatmeal. Doesn't mean I'm wrong. It just means that's what, for me, I hit a rye, I'm like, oatmeal. That's oatmeal. Doesn't mean that it tastes like oatmeal. I don't know. For me, it's always oatmeal. So I think that's the thing that if we listen to each other, it challenges us to like, oh, dude, I don't know what black tea smells like. I need to go fucking see what black tea smells like. And
oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing is, though, tasting notes are very helpful in getting some general ideas. But what I think the most important thing, especially when you're trying to communicate a whiskey to somebody, is how sweet is it? How creamy is it?
Right.
Is it bitter? Is it sour? Is it salty? Is it savory? I think there's some people who are doing the whiskey too, but I can't think of anybody off the top of my head. But I feel like there's channels I'll watch and I kind of go through their notes and I'm like, they didn't really tell me salty, savory. They didn't really kind of touch on that stuff. And I think in our communication, we got to think about that a little bit more often because some
the basic
are
5 flavors, right? And how do things how do things show up on the with sweet, salty, sour.
Same thing like something I don't do. What I should do is I don't talk about where I pick up flavors on my tongue. But that's so critical in really understanding a whiskey. It's like, is it heavy on the front or is it on the back? Am I picking it from the sides? Like, where am I picking up the flavors? On the finish, again, like I think we don't do enough of that. Just I can't think of any channel that does it. Even Ralphie, who I think is phenomenal about kind of really explaining a whiskey, he doesn't touch on it enough.
So I think the thing that's really good for me, right? And Ken and I have talked about this, right? So Ken and I can validate this back and forth. So it's so important that you jump onto these things, Dustin, because there's things that you said that I'm like, you're right, I don't do that. But there's also things that you've said that I absolutely do.
Yeah.
And like I don't go through the 5 simples because I think somewhere in my mind I'm thinking that people know stuff. So I don't go say like sour, sweet. Now, having said that, I definitely say forward, mid, finish. I talk about the palate all the way through. Like I talked earlier about when we were doing the Redwood Monarch. I was like, listen, mid palate, this is going to hit you here, but on the finish, it's going to change. And the more it opens, it's going to. So I definitely communicate a 6-step process, but I know for sure I don't ever say sweet, sour, salty. I don't say that.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he's advocating for like, categorization of that sort, but it's clear that some people that's not what's informing their notes, right? And you'd be like, hey, like it'd be nice if, this was in the back of your mind while you were talking about this, because you're like the way you're talking about it's like it's clear that you're not thinking about it in those terms, and you should be.
Yeah, because I mean, here we go. Here's this Doc Swinson. It's 15-year-old bourbon, so it's got a lot more oak contact than say your Buffalo Trace, right?
Right.
So I drink this glass, right, and initially the front of my tongue lights up. That's all the way back. Nothing is activating except the front of the tongue because it's super sweet. Then I get into like the mid palate, and I start getting some tinges in like the mid tongue. And that's suddenly now where I'm tasting it. And then I get little hints on the sides, and then it goes away. This is much more sour, much more tannic than a Buffalo Trace would be because, well, there's flavor in here, and there's no flavor in a Buffalo Trace.
The store pick's good, man.
They are good, but they're very basic, boring bourbons.
Fair enough, yeah.
It's
not
Trace's
complex,
profile.
but it's good, yeah.
No. Oh, I love store pick Buffalo Trace. I'm not dogging it, and if you like store pick Buffalo Trace, we're in agreement. But it's sweet. There's a little bit of oak.
It is what it is,
and that's it. That's it.
Yeah. Occasionally a little bit of a cherry note, but not much going on. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's sweet and there's some fruits within that. We can get into more depth with it, but my point being is on your tongue, sweet up front, a little bit of bitter oak. We're done. It's quick, simple. Finishes.
Yeah, there's no spice.
Maybe
there's no
medium.
pepper,
Yeah. You're not getting any saltiness. You're not getting any savoriness. You're not getting any sour. You're not getting maybe a hint of bitter from the oak at the end, but it's very little. Like I always refer to the taste when I drink Buffalo Trace is, this is the smell of the rickhouse when you're at Buffalo Trace. If you've been to Buffalo Trace, you know that rickhouse smell. It's distinct. It's different than anybody else's, and it smells and tastes just like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a clean, simple, basic oak. And that's why people love it, because it is simple. It is clean.
The vast majority of the Buffalo Trace line is incredibly easy to drink. That's why it's super popular. Yeah,
it's a drinker.
Yeah. It's a boring whiskey, but boring in a sweet, approachable way, and that's what people like about Buffalo Trace. It's approachable.
But I think that's the thing, right? We talked about this earlier when Ken and I was talking. Is that it's really easy to find that for those of us that have spent time that really enjoy taste profiles, expanding our palate, and those kind of things, that drinkers don't typically fall in a wheelhouse of something that we find as something that is spectacular. We find it as in, oh, that's really good, and I understand why someone would want it because they're drinkers. I'm not trying to get to an endpoint. I'm trying to explore. I want to find out what is my front palate? What's my mid palate? What's my finish? What's the chew? After the chew, what have I acclimated to? What's my second pour? What will it be decanted? We're thinking about so many different things than someone that's just like, Blanton's is good.
Just said I think Doc Swinson's batch 10 is a Jim Beam product in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Doc Swinsons, as far as I know, they're all said that's 78.5% corn mash bill, which started at least far back as I know, batch 9. So I think they're all Jim Beam. Personally, that's my opinion on that mash bill. But I absolutely, positively could be wrong. It could be Heaven Hill. There's no other option though.
Do you guys know if Dickel is high rye?
I have never seen their mash bill. Does anybody have the new? Anybody got the new?
I have
Discovery
the new
number 5. No, if you have the new Discovery 5, that one would have the mash bill on it.
Yeah, because I was just like, because I was nosing this Dickel 15-year store pick, and I was like getting some rye notes from it, and I wasn't sure if that was just if I was crazy or if this is actually a high rye mash bill.
I'm going to mute myself and consult my Google goddess in her Australian voice.
Yeah, I don't have a Dickel. I'd have to go digging through. The only Dickel I've got is I got the 13-year. No, I got the 11-year.
Yeah.
And then I've got a couple picks.
Yeah, and for me, it's just like I noticed that like with older bourbons of any sort, like I tend to have like more of a rye. I tend to get this like these kind of rye notes from them. I don't know if it's just like stronger oak or what, but
it says Dickel is 8 rye and 8 malted barley.
Okay, so it does have some rye in it because
I just said George Dickel though. I didn't specify something.
Yeah. But yeah, I would not be surprised if it had rye in it because
I would expect that if it has anything above 6% malted barley, somewhere on the finish is going to have like a weird cocoa note. You're going to have this.
Yeah. The Chattanooga 111 cask is chocolate on the back end. It is. Yeah, it is.
You know what? And I want to be clear, right? So when I say cocoa, I'm not necessarily always saying chocolate. Sometimes because I'm old, and I'm not old. I swear to God, you fuckers, I'm not old. But Nesquik,
you're old.
The old can Nesquik, you pop it open.
And that's what I'm talking about when I say chocolate too. Yeah, it's that Hershey's Kiss bag smell kind of chocolate, like not like the nice super good dark chocolate, but like
hey Dustin,
like cheap ass 80s like Halloween candy chocolate.
You probably got more gray than me though. I see that gray shimmering.
My beard's like half gray, but I'm 36, so
I'm
bald and gray. I'm 36.
I'm only 49, but I'm the oldest one in here, I think.
I'm in gray at 35, man. I'm only 40. Yeah, and I'm all gray. Yeah.
I'm old. It's in my name.
No one in my family is gray. No one in my family that has passed.
Everyone.
90s, he was still salt and pepper.
Everyone on my mom's everyone on my mom's side of the family is gray at 35. Everybody, all the women dye their hair. Like everybody goes gray at 35.
Yeah, no, this is the most gray I got right here.
Yeah, and to Old Man Joe, I believe Discovery 5 is going to be released at retail, but it just came out, and I don't know how it comes out, but I know Kentucky gets it late. All these fuckers in Michigan and like
Ohio,
other states,
Ohio, Michigan, they for some reason they get everything first. I don't know what is going on.
Ohio doesn't get that one first. That one comes late in Ohio.
Well, different things, but like Ohio gets some things before everybody, gets some things that nobody else ever sees. Yeah,
DC BPs tend to come here early, but unless you're one of these guys who goes and chases the trucks, mash and drum.
that is basically my reference for the Ohio whiskey scene. So,
but I think we need to understand something. So when you're saying what comes to Ohio first, the Cleveland market. The Cleveland market, the northern Ohio market, kills the mid and southern market easily. And I don't know why, because no one up there seems to be like a significant bourbon drinker.
Yeah. No, it's
Cleveland and Columbus do well, and then Cincinnati gets completely screwed.
Well, Columbus does okay, but Cleveland fucking kills it. There's like little podunky stores.
Yeah. It's the age. It's that old Rust Belt city thing, man. Because there's places in Pennsylvania that do that too. You know what I mean? That have just been around forever. And we've been working with you for 50 years. So you're not going to send me your shit? Come on. What are you talking about?
Well, also, I think there's only one distributor in the state of Ohio, and I think it's actually in Cleveland.
Well, I'm telling you right now, you can look at, and I have
Ridiculous.
friends in the north, and they'll be like, dude, if you want to go over to like Avon, you can get whatever you want because no one goes over there and drinks bourbon. So I thought it was really strange, right? So, and Dustin will understand this, right? Because Ohio has the weird liquor laws. So if you are a restaurant, if you're a restaurant, you're not allowed to technically serve anything that you can't buy at your liquor store unless you have paid off and made corrupt your liquor store guy that says we can't get it for you, and then they can go do it. So there's a place in Twinsburg that is one of the best barbecue joints that goes and has Blanton's single barrel, Blanton's single straight from
Straight from the barrel.
their bourbon selection is ridiculous. But they've got their local distributor to say, hey, listen, we can't get this, and they've requested it. So they'll literally go and do barrel picks and come back up.
Oh, wow. And buy all of their barrel picks and just buy the whole lot.
Barrel picks in the store, in the restaurant for days.
Yeah.
So I need something new. What should I go to?
What were you drinking before?
Oh, man. God, Lord.
No, I mean, just most recently. Like,
I'm going to just say do a Blood Oath, man.
Blood Oath? Which one?
I don't know, man. I've only had the last two releases, but I would recommend not the rum one.
You want me to go to my oldest Blood Oath?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, let me see what I got. So they're probably unopened because I'm such a douchebag.
That would make you a douchebag, so we'll make you open one.
That's okay.
It'll be less douchey at the end of the day.
But I'm perfectly comfortable in my douchebagginess.
Well, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
I've always said there's something weird with the guy who gets mad when he gets called a douchebag. Like,
yeah, no, I'm
why
not.
would you get mad?
Dude, I am so confident in who I am. Listen, there's people that's like, hey, what do you think of yourself? I was like, dude, I'm the best looking motherfucker you've ever seen. You just don't understand.
I'm cool just saying I'm an ugly motherfucker. I don't care.
Yeah, well,
you know, if you do care, we call that living rent free in your mind.
Yeah. Rent free when you think about what someone else says about you, that's pathetic.
Right? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like, what status do you have? Like, why should I care about your opinion at all? Like, like, what? Come on.
Okay, so the oldest one I have, because me and the Gunny, it's really weird. Steve and I have two separate bars, but we share bars. So for me, I have Blood Oath pack number 3, which is finished in Cabernet Sauvignon barrels, 49.3, 98.6 proof.
Well, that sounds good.
So it's a very limited release, so I'm going to crack it.
Well, they're all 98.6 proof.
Well, you know what?
Because that's the temperature of blood.
I've been on here for about 6 hours. Actually, it has been 6 hours and 7 minutes.
Well, no, I was just informing. That was not a critique.
No, it's like it's just like a brand knowledge thing. Yeah.
Yeah. That they put it at that proof because that's the temperature of blood.
I think that's the thing, right? Is there's a lot of things that you go out and get, but it's really hard to remember to revisit because you're spending so much time trying to inform on the new stuff and that stuff. You forget you have all this shit. That's why I'm doing like after I do this Texas haul. I have a 3-part series. Actually, one I did this Wednesday, next Wednesday, the Wednesday after that, and the Wednesday after. So 4-part Texas shootout. I will go into Battalion Hump Day, and every Wednesday I'm going to go into. So for future, it will be a battalion hump. So in the military, you do humps. That's long marches. They're usually 26.2. A marathon hump.
Or over a mountain. What
we based on is the idea of doing collections. So I'm going to start with Bookers because I have 14 unopened second pick Bookers, meaning I've already been through all the firsts, but I have 14 back in that I haven't got to yet that I've already had. I just haven't done again because I'm greedy. I'm just a greedy fucker. So I'm like, hey, I want to go through and revisit these 14 and figure out of the 14 I have, what's the best of the 14. And then after that, I'm going to do another battalion hump of Knob Creeks. I have 14 Knob Creeks, all different. I just want to go through some of the collections because I have so many things that I have drank. I drank them on the first, but I've never reviewed them because I never reviewed until I started this. So I usually only open stuff my bar.
Simon Del Vecchia.
Yeah, usually for me, if I open something, it's because I had it in the hold. Because I didn't know if I was going to see it again. So I always bought everything in pairs. And so like the gunny's like, hey, if you're doing this and this, let me know. And I was like, dude, you're talking a marathon, like a legitimate marathon. Because like Dusty Dan sent me an Elijah Craig, what is it? He sent me an Elijah Craig barrel proof old style 139.4. And my brother looked at me at coffee this morning. He's like, yeah, I have 3 of those. And I was like,
what?
But he's been collecting since 78.
Wow.
His hold, I'm telling you what my brother has on the hold is ridiculous.
Oh, that's right, because your brother's like much older than you, right? Is that
12 years? 12
yeah,
years.
yeah. Okay, yeah. I remember hearing. Okay, yeah, like that's crazy. Yeah.
That is the.
So
William Heaven Hill.
I probably shouldn't even pour this, but if you've ever had Elijah Craig Barrel Proof,
I have.
This is the best version that could ever exist of it. And I probably shouldn't drink it because I don't know if I can even appreciate how, like, it's hard to be better than Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. But this one does those subtle things that makes it better.
You should drink it because I want your notes on it.
And well, the thing is, I've done this side by side with the Elijah Craig Barrel Proof, and it's so hard to pick up why this is better until you like. It takes time to pull it out because all you can Elijah Craig's just like this punch in the face of just wow, oh my god, that's flavor.
So I'm going to say something, Dustin, that I mean, and I think the guys on here, because I think this is a unique group. I think YouTube is a unique community. Anybody that wouldn't say that, I think, fuck off, is that one of the things that's needed, everybody that I follow does a really good job of what they do.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with someone coming in there and saying, listen, this is good because this, and if you don't think this, fuck off. Or if I think that if you want to, because like you have, not everybody has dropped on what you've dropped on. And you sit there and you come out and say, listen, if you haven't had this, then you might find that this ECPB doesn't match this. Well, now you've intrigued me because I've had a lot of ECPBs. And I'm like, well, why are you saying it? I know you've had it.
I've only had one ECBP and I'm intrigued.
I trust you because I know enough about you from talking to you on Discord. And listen, I never ever think anybody that's a confident human knows confidence does not make you a douche. It just means you're fucking confident in what you say.
Mm-hmm.
People that don't like it, they're not confident. And so they're going to be butthurt.
Yeah.
F off. They can fuck off.
Well,
you know the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Yeah.
So the problem I think you run into with a lot of people is that they jump into giving their opinions when they know very little.
Right.
And they have no idea how dumb they really truly are.
Yeah.
One of
my favorite subreddits is confidently incorrect.
Yeah.
It's so good.
And the thing is now there's a lot of people who get into like the whiskey tube game who they're very truly new to whiskey. Like a good example, who I consider a friend, so I can give him some little bit of crap, would be Chris from Bourbon Saint. When he first got in, he was crazy about bourbon, and he was buying all kinds of stuff. He was buying tater bottles. He was paying secondary, and he really didn't know a lot. Now he wasn't dumb. He wasn't completely ignorant, but he was kind of at that top of the the curve where he jumped in enough where he felt like an expert, but he hadn't realized how far he was from that. And then as he continued, he realized how far he was, and he was like, oh shit, I got to get into Scotch. I got to get into this. I got to try new things because I am nowhere close to being where I want to be as a whiskey guy. And again, I only say that, use him as the name because, again, I talked with Chris here and there, and we know each other pretty well, so he's a good guy.
Well, I agree, right? Because, when I talked to Ken earlier, I was like, listen, I'm trying to do this palate exploration because I know the things I thought were really good back when I thought they were really good, and I'm not new. Listen, I may be new to the tubes, but I am not by any strange of the. I've been doing this since '98 with my brother, who's been doing it since '77. But the thing is that, but it's a limited palette, right? You're dealing with a limited palette. So now, the more I've got into this and talked to more people, I found that, hey, listen, they're saying this. Well, they really like this, and I did like this. So if they're saying they like this, well, maybe I'll like this. So, and then you find this palette exploration. And in that, I think that anybody that says, I will not drink scotch, then you don't have a right to be on the fucking tubes. Because, listen, you should be evolving to figure in both ways, right? Because like earlier, I came on, I was watching you, but I came on because you opened up Redwood Empire Lost Monarch. I reviewed it, and I thought it was a kick-ass finish. And I literally said, hey, listen, this is really good, but the finish on it is cigar worthy.
Yeah, amazing.
And that's what started us doing it. So, and I trust my palate. I'm an extremely confident thing in the thing I know. But I'm open to the idea of understanding there's going to be people of all walks of life that have experiences that I don't know. So,
yep. This is the next bourbon Mike and I review. We're going to have to do it.
I've been a bourbon drinker for probably for 20 years. I only started collecting probably about 6 months ago when regular Buffalo Trace went allocated in Colorado, and I was like, okay, what the fuck is going on? Like, I was like, what? And then, because I knew that, McKenna had one in San Francisco, but I didn't know about all the Forbes stuff and, just how crazy the whole Buffalo Trace thing had gotten. I was not paying attention at all, then, coming into this, it's been a weird thing, but, that Lost Monarch bottle, man, that was, right when I started getting into collecting and whiskey tube and stuff, that was one of the things that was being reviewed constantly, right? And I was like, come on, it can't be, whatever. And then I got that bottle. I was like, it's one of the most shocking bottles I've ever opened. I was like, how is this that good? I think
it was so surprising.
Yeah, it really was.
Surprising because when I went through and I did it, I was just like, because coming from the wine world, and I know that there's other people that are wine people.
I can confidently order wine from a book. Oh, yeah. I'm at that level. I know enough. But I'm not yet.
I'm a member. I was way before. I spent a lot of time out in Napa, Santa Cruz, all the way down to the southern part of California. So I've worked in California for 10 years. So for me, I spent a lot of time in that world because when I'm taking customers, they want to do wine. So I felt like I needed to understand what is going on with the tannins, the sulfites, what can it pair with, what can I do with it? Is it earthy? Is it a single vine? Is it old vine? Is it drops? What is going on with it?
Yeah, so, regions, different.
So someone would say, hey, listen, I'm looking at Alexander Valley and it says that it's a Alexander Valley old root. What does that mean? I was like, dude, Alexander Valley, first of all, is great, but old root, it's going to be deeper. You're going to be a single root system dropping off stuff instead of single drops. And so we went through that. But, it's not surprising when you see people like Nancy and that stuff blending stuff, and you find people in the whiskey world finding that these casks that are port casks or sherry cask or Cabernet casks, it's not overly surprising to me. What I wish they would disclose, right? And I never see this, and I think it would mean the world if they did it. This was put into a port cask that was French oak or American oak or stainless, right? Those are your three big wine guys. Because a French oak is buttery. It's made for seafood.
Yeah, those rich Chardonnays,
How it's oaked, French oak, American oak, or stainless is significant in wine. So if you're telling me you cask it in that, well, which cask did you put it in? Is it French oak, American oak, or stainless? Because it could be all three and they never disclose it.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, when they do ports and they do sherries, if they say bodega, it's going to be French.
Right.
So when Wild Turkey did their thing, it was a bodega sherry. The Chateau Labarde or whatever it is from the Barton did, I'm pretty sure they only use French oak for those.
Yeah, I'm not a huge Scotch guy, especially the Isla stuff. I mean, sorry, Ken, but yeah, that peat, I just
no, that's cool.
Not as bad, but Yeah, but one of my favorite scotches, like that I've ever had, and that apparently a lot of people agree with, like Glenmorangie La Santa. Man, that is just that stuff is so good. It's so good. Yeah, and it's like that cask finish, man, and from the wine stuff, it's just it's amazing.
So if
I actually bought a La Santa Oloroso just to try it. Maybe a year
for
ago.
you poor guy, well, it's gonna be hard with Ken. Ken, you fucking Australian. I don't know if I can get it to you. But so I will do something. I'm going to be in California next week. And my favorite winery, hands down, that's unknown to most people, is in the Santa Cruz Mountains up on Montebello Road. It's called Paquetti Brothers. It's the oldest living root in California. It didn't get cut down with Prohibition because they were a Sacramento church wine. And they're above the cloud base. They're old vine, so like you're getting like this huge deep limestone root, all this like earthy rock stuff.
Like the San Francisco monks planted the vine, like old school
it's
stuff.
Like they kill it every year at the San Francisco, but they're
no, I'm talking about the San Franciscan monks like planted those plants. Like that's the old, they've been around for like that long kind of thing.
They're there forever, right?
Yeah.
So like, and I've seen pictures of it. It's up on Santa Cruz Mountains up in the top above the cloud base of Montebello Road. And you go up to Paquetti Brothers. And anything that's either Paquetti Brothers estate or Leslie estate is old vine. And they do a great a port, but they do a white port. And what that is, it's a Mission Angelica. So if you're talking like one of the best summer drinks you can get from a wine, if you do a Mission Angelica over the rocks with an orange twist, it is probably one of the best summer drinks you'll have. If I go up there next week and they have Mission Angelica, I'll buy a case. And I'll make sure you have it, and I'll tell you exactly how to prepare it, because it is one of those things that you will like, because it is what it is. It's a white port. But if you put it on the rocks, a twist, it is absolutely delicious in the summer. It's a great summer drinker where you're not getting plowed, but at the same time, it's just fucking amazing. So if you're ever out in Santa Cruz area, whatever, it's called Paquetti, Picchetti. It's very unknown, but very heralded. And they don't sell outside of their small batch little distillery, I guess you would say, winery. And I know all of them. I know the owners. I know the son, the daughters, all of them. I've been there for 10 years.
I have some friends that got married and they took their honeymoon in Portugal, and they brought back some port, from there, and gave me a bottle. And oh my god, oh man, just some, good, so good. Yeah,
I go to Portugal other than COVID, just locking down the borders and just freaking ass raping you. Just.
COVID has not been fun for anybody. I'm sure of that.
Dude,
I mean, hell, I just moved into an apartment where I'm paying almost twice as much money as my last place, just because I couldn't keep working in my old place. It was just like, I need this fucking good port. Nice.
That's a fucking good port, mother.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed
fucking good.
Guaranteed to be fucking good.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say earlier, speaking of the blood and like the blood oath, are we looking at a little Nas X blood oath collab with the Nike sneakers? You know what I'm saying? Can we get we need to bring all those brands together.
So I will tell you this on this Blood Oath 3.
Yeah, how is that? How's that coming off to you, man?
So I've only nosed it, but I've been nosing it like consistently. The nose is really like it's really good. It's there's this weird sweet blood orange, like it's girthy. Yeah. It's not like citrus. It's not like a sharp citrus. It's a deep citrus. It's like if you put some sugar crystals on a blood orange, it's somewhere in that nose. I would say that, other than the fact I know that, I'm trying to act like I don't know something. I would say that on the nose, I could tell that it was finished in something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I could pick out the finish. And it's not that, but it has this really dark, deep citrus, like blood orange, but it has a little bit of proof to it. So it tells you that it's not like dull. It's not like dull proof.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember the proof. I'm just going, like, I get this sharpness up in here. You know what I'm saying? You get that sharpness in your upper cavity. And on the nose, I don't get anything that gives me this weird graininess, you know, that I would expect from like oatmeals and rice cakes and stuff like that. It's very, on the nose, it's something that's like, wow, this is really fucking good. It's really good. But I don't know that I've went to the palate yet. But I think that there's this weird hint. If you took a crystal, sugar crystals on a blood orange and just an undertone, like a really slight undertone of brown sugar.
Mr.
There is
Whiskey Shits.
there is a bourbon.
Just said,
There is
hey,
a
Bobby,
bourbon.
do you know what FAE stands for?
Yeah, you fuck off. fatty atom fucking estrogen. That's what it stands for. So,
fat ass esters.
Fatty ass esters.
There you go, fat ass esters.
Fat and esters, you know, and
fat ass
esters
esters.
yeah. From
But, there's a little sweet note to it. So hold on.
Yeah, let's get your notes on there. I'm interested. That's one I haven't had. As I now have 3 glasses in front of me now.
So on the front of your palate,
Lori,
it has a very smooth entrance. Mid palate, it opens up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And this is going to be rough because it's my first introduction. There's definitely an introduction that says, hey, I'm rye, I'm spicy. I taste higher proof than I actually am, which tells me it's a rye. The finish is really thick. It's thick. It's a thick finish. I mean, it's still going to me. I feel like it's something that when I say a thick finish, I feel like I need to swallow, even though it's just.
That's what she said.
Yeah. Well, you know what? He, she. Yeah. But I think that, so on the first introduction, I like it a lot because it makes my palate open up. It's like, whoa, there's like chaos going on in here. I would have to like sit there knowing that it's Cabernet finished. I don't think though, based on what I read, it'd be really hard to pull Cabernet because from what I read, it says 1 day. And
really, 1 day aged in Cabernet.
It literally says that, right? I was reading it earlier. It says, and it's like some weird font, and I have bad eyes. But the one thing I did know is that
yeah, those are hard to read for sure.
Finished in Cabernet Sauvignon barrels for a day. That part I can read. So, but
it better have been some wet ass barrels, otherwise, what the hell?
But having said that, the one thing I can tell you on the back end of this finish is very dry. I'm feeling this like weird, dry, really dry, non-typical taste I would have that I would say, hey, listen, I'm used to having a dry cab. I'm used to having tannins. I'm used to having this. I'm not saying that I don't taste cab, but it's really dry. I've suddenly gotten very like I need a drink.
Mm.
You know, that's not unfamiliar because I've had cab finished bourbons that are very like you want to water after you drink it.
Oh yeah, very dry. I felt like my palate just like turned from being like, you know, like if you have something that's like really old, the older the oak to me, the more that you salivate on the back end of your finish. You start, you're just like, whoa, this is like oak because I'm just salivating. I can't. This is exactly the opposite. It's like this is going to be a terrible thought, but I don't mean it for a taste. I'm just saying it feels like I have a slug finish. There's this like thick, mucusy type of thought back here that I need a drink because I don't know that I can to push that. But it's still there. The taste is there. The nose is on point. I mean, the nose is on point. It's still a blood orange. I don't know that it's went beyond a blood orange. It's like a blood orange with an undertone of maple. but they're sugar crystals. Like, you know what I mean when I say sugar? Like sugar. There's a little bit of sugar crystal in there. Like if you had something that's sugar crystal and you bite into, you're like, oh hey, welcome to sugar, but not fine sugar.
Tell you the thing I'm looking most forward to getting here currently is that new White Claw Surge 8% blood orange, baby, in a 16-ounce tall boy. Yeah, white boy summer. Woo!
Yeah, when I think blood orange, I usually go to like there's some IPAs that do that for me a lot of times.
Oh, there is definitely.
Blood orange saisons are so good. Oh man, that's yeah.
Oh man.
Well, I will say that if you like a big second and third pour palate that keeps opening up and still gives you the feels. I'm still getting feels. Like my palate hasn't declined to the point that it's acclimated that, okay, now it's not, I don't taste it and it doesn't make it nummy, gummy, spicy. It still is. It still is that. It hasn't changed in that aspect. As soon as it hits front end is really sweet, but you're talking about like just front end. Mid palate is heavy, like big, spicy, aromatic, all these notes. And finish is like, it went from syrup to like syrup that's been out for like 2 days and it's barely moving. If I was to have this with a cigar, I would have this with a Maduro, and I would probably do a Maduro Churchill because I think it's
that's a strong cigar.
I think it's so slow. It would take you quite a few hits of your cigar to need a second pour. But like I don't know if you can see it, but I'm like trying to swallow. I'm like, it just made like heavy innings. I mean, I feel like if I was
that's impressive. That's only 98.6. So I mean, it's
not high, but man,
the
finish on it is spectacular, and the nose has stayed consistent. It hasn't changed. So I'm gonna kind of just like set it aside, but it's real.
Wow.
It would tell me the only thing that I would pull off of it if I didn't know it's Cabernet, I would say the tannings. There's some heavy tanning notes on this guy.
Tannins?
Yeah, there's tannins. I'm in Ohio. Tannins. You're almost Kentucky. So, but yeah, there's that weird.
What you said tannings? I'm like, what are you just sitting out in the sun?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Tanning? Are you tanning leather or?
Got a few deer skins out back here.
I was tanning last week in Florida. Look at this bronze bombshell. Are you kidding me? So,
you go, girl.
Yeah. Hey, you know what?
I have definitely not been tanning.
Really happy.
I look darker than I am. Trust me. I am see-through pale. I assure you.
I was like, why would you go in Florida and lay in the sun? I was like, why would you not?
I'm this fucking color.
Exactly. You're gonna turn lobster red.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, here we go. Yeah, white versus me. Yeah. It's the same color, really.
Yeah.
I have a small percentage of American Indian, so I tend to get like my dad used to look like he was dirty and needed a shower.
Oh, that's why you don't lose your hair. You got American Indian in you.
Yeah, we have a small, so it's like I think I'm a 32nd.
Oh, don't tell people that, man. They'll start calling you what's her name? Nancy Pelosi or not? Who's that? No, it wasn't Nancy Pelosi. It was
they won't call me Nancy Pelosi.
Elizabeth Warren.
Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, it'll be Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, well, I don't claim it. You know what? And for me, hey, listen, I'm a military guy, so there ain't nobody gonna come talking to me about that shit.
Last election, our active duty troops voted 50-50 evenly between the two parties.
Yeah.
So they said.
Hey, Bobby.
I mean, polling, people said what they voted. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I was wondering if those tins had cookies in them because
those are blood oranges, right? Those are blood oranges. Are that chocolate?
No,
oranges?
these Anzac biscuits. Each year.
Yeah. Oh wait, hold on.
Yeah, they're Anzac biscuits.
Oh.
So each year, there's a couple of companies that bring out Anzac commemorative tins. These ones are more about the Battle of Crete because it's the 80th.
I was actually gonna make a joke about those boxes having cookies in them because it reminds me of everybody's grandma and the navy blue tin with the sewing supplies in it. You know what I'm talking about. The Americans know what I'm talking about. That
I know what you're talking about. We had that.
But that's I was like, is that booze or is that cookies?
Yeah, these are actually got cookies in them. Ends up biscuits.
And I'll tell you a funny story, right? So when I was in the Med, I was in the European Theater in '95. One of my favorite stops that I ever had was in Malta, and I never went to the local places. I never went to that kind of stuff. I always wanted to go to a local, like regular pub or bar or whatever. And me and my buddy Tom, we went into this local pub, and there's this like really, so a lot of people in Malta are really small because it's like Irish descent that went to Malta, whatever. And so we were sitting there, and he's like, "Are you American?" And like, we're jarheads, like we have high and tights, of course we're. I was like, but being a respectful guy, I was like, "Yes, sir, we're American Marine Corps guys. We're just here. We wanted to go, and we actually wanted to meet locals instead of just going to like a party establishment." And he's like, "Will you wait here until I get back?" And we're like, "Okay." And so I thought really just bailing. I was seeing how long we'd stay there. But we did. We sat there and talked that stuff. And he came back, and it was like I swear to God, it's like one of the memories I will never forget. He came back and gave us each a book of the Maltese Cross, the Maltese Falcon, and the history of Malta. And there was nothing cooler than seeing someone proud of where they come from, because I'm proud of where I come from, and I'm excited to talk to someone that's proud of where they come from, and they want you to know their history. And he gave them to me and Tom, and he's like, "I want you to read these, and I want you to think of me." So we both had some like Marine Corps stuff on us, and we gave them to him and said, "Hey, listen, just understand, you may hear things about the Marine Corps, but understand, in the end of the day, we're humans just like you. We just are called to do some other things." And to this day, I have all the books. So does Tom. And I hope that guy has the things we gave him Marine Corps, because it was like one of the greatest interactions of the entire campaign I spent for 7 months in '95, whether it was Bosnia or whatever. But I will never forget that one dude that was so proud of where he came from. It just was awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome.
That's cool. Yeah. I mean, it's fun anytime you can talk to anybody about anything they're passionate about, right?
Exactly.
Like that's part of what makes we all happen to be into whiskey, but it's fun to find people who are passionate about the same things you like.
Right.
But if you talk to somebody and they're into,
I could talk your head off right now about Amazon Cloud and how to deploy large-scale web environments, but nobody wants to hear it.
Exactly. Well, I mean,
I can talk your head off.
I just noticed when Ken was overhead, I saw he was wearing a watch. I love watches. Like I'm over there going, "Oh yeah, what watch has Ken got on him? What's he wearing?"
It's
I'm with
Roma.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Like I love watches. I mean, I'm a mechanical watch geek. I got my Tudor on right now. I'm literally at home wearing a fucking V-neck undershirt, and I got a $3,000 watch on because I love this watch. And it's not even
a new keyboard, mechanical keyboards. That's the whole thing, man. I get
the whole thing.
I can get you a $3,000 keyboard if you want.
Yeah. I love it, man. I'm fucking spewing. I had some of the old classic fucking IBM ones. The ones that everyone wants.
Oh yeah,
a bunch of them back in the day.
Yeah,
This isn't even an expensive watch in my collection.
The Model 101s. Yeah.
So I think that's like one of the weird things that I do with Discord, right? Is that I think more people need to understand that although we have a common connection with whiskey and bourbon, we have a lot more connections than that.
Yeah.
Most of the people in the YouTubes, right? And I say this confidently with YouTube. Most of the people in YouTube are incredibly intellectual. and they
See
have.
that, Dustin?
That's why YouTube is
Yeah.
different.
No, it's got a nice, that's a nice watch. The only thing I don't like is the Cyclops. That's always been one of the things that kept me from buying a Rolex.
It's vastly different than Instagram, right? But when you come here, there is, and you understand that there has to be an intelligent factor because there's no bashing, there's no hating, there's an intellectual.
Well,
there's a little of it.
Well, to be fair, there is that part of YouTube for sure.
Yeah.
It's just not the part we're paying attention to. Because Logan Paul exists. Like that's
but I mean, even within WhiskeyTube, like there's some back and forth that's a little trashy, and some people do it some people bash politely, which I actually enjoy. Case in point, Sipper Social Club, when he effectively took a giant dump on the Bourbon Junkies. He did it in a hilarious, absolutely amazing way, and he delivered it on April 1st. He did it in a way that wasn't super rude. Now, one of the junkies took it in stride, and one of them seemed to get a little butthurt. And I get it. At the same time, I'm like, bro, it's April 1st.
Yeah.
You're a giant channel.
Well, yeah, and the Junkies versus the podcast tonight, and their videos leading up to that have been hilarious. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and so again, it's one of those things. Like, sorry, but when if you're going to be a public figure, you're going to get some crap. And I've heard the Junkies talking a lot of trash about other YouTubers on their channel occasionally, and I take it. I believe they mean it as a good-hearted stuff, but I know for a fact some of the other YouTubers who've been commented on have not taken it so good natured.
Yeah. And I agree that it is probably good natured because, like, they talk about, like, they don't really dog on whiskeys, right? They're like, we don't really want to talk about stuff that's not great. Like, we'll say it's not our favorite, but they're not like, just putting up bottles to be like, this is trash, this is trash, this is trash, this is trash, right? Like, and so I think it's the same thing. Like,
hurts the product.
Yeah, well, but I'm saying, like, I think it's they're mentioning you, like, and to be mentioned, like, you got to take that in stride because, like, they have to have some kind of love for you to be doing that. They're not doing it to talk shit like that,
Well, yeah, but I don't know. Some of the comments they made in their last live stream definitely left me going, whoa, that was kind of rude. But
not saying they can't cross the line, but I'm saying, like, I don't think it's coming from that place where they're just like trying to be mean.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to be funny. Sometimes it doesn't connect, right? Like,
it's kind of like the Vault. I think they try to put out a funny program, and because a lot of people clearly it's working. So someone like me, when I first started watching them, I'm like, I hope they thought that was funny, but God, it's not. They are just incredibly boring people who are obnoxious, and I'm like, please never show me a video of these guys again. And then they became a huge channel. I'm like, really? But that's me. Personal preference. You guys love the Vault? Go watch the Vault. I don't want to tell somebody they can't enjoy reality TV. You like Survivor? I think that's insane. But
the Bachelor is very popular. Cool. Yeah, the Bachelor is very popular. I've never seen a single episode, but it's very popular.
TV.
I've
heard little like clips from it, and my brain hurt from like how
dumb exactly. It was. Yeah, the little bit, the little 30 seconds here and there that I've seen, I'm just like, I will never watch that ever.
Yeah. Let me just say, if you do watch The Bachelor, let me know. We'll never talk again.
I don't watch that.
Ouch. Yeah.
Like I'm sorry, but you're not someone I want to have a relationship and personal connection.
No, I don't. I am.
Oh, hail the almighty Cheech is in the house.
Everybody has their guilty pleasures.
How you guys doing?
Come on.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily hold that against you, but yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. There's been a couple TV series I watched that were just absolute trash, and
yeah. I mean,
I just kept watching them. Like
my girl, she's like a huge into murder shows. I don't know if y'all saw that SNL skit where they did the whole like song and dance about murder shows, but I was like, I sent that to my girl. I was like, "That's you," and she was like, it is. It's me.
So you're like addicted to the ID channel.
Oh my God. So guys, I've just been going back and forth with these 3 bourbons, and I'm telling you what, man. When you go back and forth, these $200 plus price points on bourbons that actually deserve that, at least the 200 price point. These cost more than that, but deserve the 200 price point. Cheech is having. He seemed like he was.
Connectivity issues. It looks like.
Yeah, his frame rate was really slow, so I'm assuming he was having a connection issue. But you go back and forth between these things
on OBS, but on the stream it was actually fine.
Oh, was it really?
Well, no, he was just frozen though. Like the resolution was fine, but he wasn't moving. Like
yeah. I just saw him up there on the screen. He was just.
Hey, Dustin, if you want to sample this pack 3, hit me up at bourbonbattalion.gmail.
Yeah, sure.
I think you'd like it. It hasn't changed. It's stayed really, really good.
Cheech over there sipping wine. You got to work tonight, don't you?
Oh no, I don't have a gig tonight.
No.
No, his audio is perfectly clear.
Yeah, your audio's good.
Terrible.
Yeah,
the audio,
for some reason that video's not. Yeah,
the audio's good. It's all good, right? No one cares.
My video is bad.
Yeah, well, your frame rate's just like
you're just stuttering. Like it's high resolution, but you're not moving. Yeah,
that's weird. I don't move.
On the stream,
it's
fine.
Still the whole time.
You've got impressive. You should be a mime, dude, because you can just talk without lips moving at all.
That's funny because I get paid to move. You know, I have to move all night. The rest of the time, I find a nice restless.
Yeah, but yeah. So I poured this William Heavenhill 12-year, and I wanted to compare it. So I grabbed this $300 Rare Perfection, which has become my new. Just I want to get rid of it as fast as I can bottle because it's incredibly complex whiskey. It's incredibly complex. There's just nothing about this that's really good. There's just a lot of really. It's rich, it's complex, but it's just not. Trust me, I can get samples to people. I'm probably gonna slow down on drinking this thing and probably do a lot of samples.
I would say the one thing that's surprising about this, I think that you would totally, from beginning to end, I think you would totally miss. If you didn't know the proof point, you would guess wrong.
Yeah, and then I threw in the 13-year Baldwin Bond Heavenhill, and I think what I like about Heavenhill is that it's that middle of the road bourbon where it's got a little nuttiness. It's got a little bit of extra oak, especially on these older statements. It's got sometimes funk, sometimes no funk, but it's depending on the time of day. It is like that between for Buffalo Trace, Turkey, and Bean. Like it's in between all of them. It's got a little of all their characters, and so this Rare Perfection needed something like that to compare it to, and I'll tell you what though, this 12-year William Heavenhill, it just blows these other two bottles out of the water. It's just so much better. From nose to palate to drinking, it is just absolutely one of the best bourbons I've ever had.
Wow.
In fact, so I was over at Mike's place, I don't know, a year ago maybe, and his boss is a huge bourbon guy. Like, he has a bourbon collection that puts everyone in this room to shame, truthfully. Like, he puts my bourbon collection to shame. And so I had a can of Kentucky with me, and I had this William Heavenhill 12-year, and he brought a William Weller last year's, the 130 proof one, and he brought it into so we decided, hey, let's just do all three of these together. And so we all nosed the three of them. We all just took the can of Kentucky and said, okay, that wins. We're done. Okay, now between these two, because nothing touches can of Kentucky. So we went back and forth between this William Heavenhill and the William Weller for probably 20 minutes, just kind of nosing, tasting, talking it through. And I think we all came to the conclusion. We all came to the conclusion that this one was slightly better than that WLW 2019, which was probably one of the most epic, prestigious, well thought of versions ever, which tells you how much we like this 12-year-old Heavenhill.
Yeah.
So speaking of all these unicorn bottles, hey Ken, what's your most desired bottle from the States?
Ooh.
The one I just received today from JD.
What's that now?
The Ackerman.
Yeah, the Ackerman edition.
Sorry.
I had to get it. I had to get it
so,
to add to my collection. So I had 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
All right, so let's rephrase that a little bit. what American whiskey bottle do you want? Like not Scotch, but like what American whiskey is like? What bourbon is you're like? Oh, I want to get that. What's your favorite? What's your most desired?
With the Obtainiums, everyone keeps talking about them. I want that port finish one. The Woonthella, I want the port finish of that.
I can get that.
It's bloody uncut, unfiltered. I want some of that.
What's all the easy to get cheap shit? That's beautiful.
How do
right? Yeah, I was like, oh, you're naming stuff that's like on shelves. Like
these are things you could actually get.
Yeah, right. For you guys, not for me.
No, sure. But I'm saying, like someone you know has access to those is what I'm saying.
Yeah, us guys could get you some of these bottles potentially. Whereas, the correct answer is always King of Kentucky or Michter's 20. Like those are the two best whiskeys being produced in this country.
Right, like Pappy 15 or something, like whatever, something silly, but like whatever.
Those were the two.
The Discovery Infusions
made in America.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting BTAC at least, or whatever, but that's wild,
I went through, and you know what? I would not pick them as my favorite. I wouldn't pick them as
not necessarily favorite, but I'm saying as far as if you had to pick one bottle, if I'm only gonna get one bottle, what's the one? And it's it's because it's gonna be some combination of hype and FOMO type of deal or whatever. Yeah, that's
that 2017 George T. Stagg was pretty effing amazing. I had that this weekend. I had a couple of pours of it, then I blacked out shortly after.
If you want Woonthella port, I can get that all day long.
Yeah. I mean,
the
uncut
you were
unfiltered
talking about that, I'm like,
gettable around Denver easy. Yeah, that's not a problem.
I
get that delivered.
I know for me, Woonthella port is probably the best blender cigar blend you can have if you want to blend it with something, because the port is so prevalent.
I want to find those good wooden bills, man. I only have the regular line, and I can't find any of the cast strengths or the finished ones. And I'm like, I want to get those.
Finish is such a cigar oh my god, it's so amazing. If you think you have something that's really good cigar blend and you're like, hey, I just need it to be a little bit more molasses and a little bit more of a cigar blend finish, you put some Woonthella port with it, because that Woonthella port is dope for a cigar blend. And I know my liquor store today, and they just got a new case of it. It's all sitting there and no one's buying it.
Wow.
Oh.
Because I'm always trying to figure out, how do I pair something? What do I pair it with? And what do I like? What do I want to pair it with? And what's up, Cheech? Blink your eyes and let's see if you're like.
Yeah, man.
I'm moving.
Yeah. It looks like
Is that any better?
No, it looks like you're trying for 4K and you need to just go 1080p.
I'm 720.
I'm like 720.
720, really? Yeah, that's
720 max headroom.
Yeah.
Well, that sucks.
I mean, we can hear
you.
I
even restarted everything.
Yeah, we can hear you fine, but yeah.
I don't know. There's something.
You need to build that
fine on the stream. I'm seeing it on the stream. It's perfectly fine, but it's just on the.
Is it really?
Here, it seems to be really.
Oh, interesting.
I think it's OBS.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just OBS.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I'm on an iPad.
Well,
And
it's
it
the
doesn't like
connection.
OBS.
Might be the.
It's a peer-to-peer connection, so it's just not getting the packets too well.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I just popped on the YouTube. Yeah, you look totally fine on YouTube. That's good.
Okay, let's stop talking about how good looking I am.
We're talking. Well,
I feel like max headroom now.
If we're talking about absolutely gorgeous people, it's got to be me. Because
well, you definitely have a glow about you, Cheech.
There's nobody that loves me more than
you got a good start on the beard. I'll give you that.
Oh, hey, listen.
It was way longer. I shaved it off when it starts getting hot. I'm in Florida.
Lava Man, let me tell you, I can show you some pictures.
Yeah.
This is not my decision. I had it down to here, and mine is wavy.
Yeah, so's mine. Yeah, it's pretty.
I had a big one, and my wife's like, "Please shave. Please do something. Trim it up." I've lost a lot of weight. Like, I want to see. So I was like, "Okay, fine, I'll trim it."
Yeah.
And so I went to like, this is a true story. I went to the guy that does my hair and beard. He's like, "I will not cut your beard." I was like, he's like, "I won't do it." So I had to go to a different barber.
Wow.
He wouldn't do it.
That's crazy.
He said, "I'm not going to be the guy that cuts that."
Yeah.
And so I went to someone else, and it's like, "Are you sure you want to do this?" And I was like, "Well, yeah." And it's like, And it was a lady, and she's like, "Why do you want to do it?" I said, "I have a really solid chance of getting away by my wife if I cut it."
So I'm hooking you up. I got you. I got you, boss. Boom.
She said, "All right." She did. She's like,
Yes,
laughed.
Jim,
And
of
she's
course
like,
we're still alive.
Mm-hmm.
she's like, "Let's go." Because like I've been married longer than a lot of YouTubers are alive.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Yeah.
I've been married. I've been married 30 years this year.
Yeah, like I mean, getting around 40, man, I still feel super young, but like it's starting to be like, oh wait, like you've never heard what? And so it's music and stuff, and I'm just watching these reaction videos. I'm like, how is this like you're a grown adult, you're drinking age, and you've never heard what? Oh, it's wild to see.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'll see like a high school kid like streaming, and like they're listening to the same music I listened to in high school, and I'm like, okay, the world still kind of makes sense to me.
Oh yeah, no, they appreciate it and stuff. It's just like just the being like, how have you never even heard of this band or this musician or whatever, or this song? Like, how is this even possible? That you're a fully grown adult. Yeah, this.
Well, the thing is, though, with that said, a lot of us have heard tons of music, and we have no idea who did it.
Sure, yeah. But, but most times they never even they don't even recognize the song. Like, oh yeah, I've heard this before. Sometimes they do, but most of the time they're just like, what is this? I've never I'm like, how is this possible? It's but getting to that age where you're just like, oh, there's fully formed human beings that just do not share your experience at all.
Yeah, but then again, they could put on some like, I don't know, Taylor Swift song, and you'd be like, I have no idea what the hell this shit is.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I used to be able to crush Trivial Pursuit. But now, there's like so much stuff where just like in the last like 10, 15 years where I'm like, I have no idea who that person is. I don't know. Yeah, sorry.
Well, so like I just found out recently that there's a local YouTube guy and not far from me that graduated from the high school right here in town where my daughter did. And he's only a year older than her. And it's like, dude, you need to hook up with this guy. And I was like, well, I don't know who that is. And he's like, well, check him out. And I looked at him. He has 190,000 subscribers. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what does he do? He's called the Gun Drummer. And all he does is do heavy, hardcore metal drumming, half of the riff. The other half, he does the same beat to big guns. He does like 50 cals, 249s, M60s, and A1 tanks. And literally will drum the song to gunfire. And I saw it the first time. I was like, I subscribed immediately. I was like, this is fucking amazing.
So
nice.
Send me the link.
Is that the guy who actually did the drums for Metallica's albums?
Just go to YouTube.
Wasn't Lars.
Oh, AC/DC. Big guns.
Go to YouTube. If you go to YouTube, it's Gun Drummer. And he is dude, it is some of the best. I mean, if you like guns and you're military, the Gun Drummer is where it's at.
As soon as you said M60s and 50 cals, I'm like, sign me
he
up.
does one. I think it's Slipknot. I think he does Slipknot, but he's doing it on an army base. He got permission to go on a fucking army base. And he went from a saw to a 60 to the 50 cal on a tank to an A1A tank back to a Scout Sniper 50 cal on rhythm. And I was just like, dude, I remember that when this kid was like in kindergarten. I was like, what the fuck? That's amazing. And so he's just a new bourbon enthusiast. And so he reached out to a guy and said, hey, can you hook me up with a bourbon battalion? I want to get together with him because he knew my daughter. And
that's awesome, man.
One guy's like that. And I said, yeah, we'll hook up and figure out something to get together. I said, but we have to taste bourbon at the range. I was like, what do you want me to bring? Because I have guns too. I mean, listen, that logo right there doesn't mean I have.
Yeah, like private range, because I'm pretty sure otherwise you're violating a multitude of state and local laws.
Federal law.
A lot of private ranges.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of big government, but I definitely support not shooting lots and lots of guns in city limits in your backyard.
Absolutely. I'm not saying there's not good reasons for those laws. I'm just saying, we're at a private range. We're not. No.
I'm joking. I know you guys are right. I'm just like, don't out in your backyard. Probably not the right place to just start shooting off.
No, yeah. So I grew up on the coast of Mississippi, outside of New Orleans, and every holiday there's commercials on falling bullets kill, because that's a celebration. People walk outside their house and pow, 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 pow in celebration, and people get hurt. It's wild.
You got your gun up here. Turn it down to the ground and shoot it in the whole ground. You're good to go. Don't shoot it up in the air.
Well, in Ohio, in order to shoot at a range, it has to be downwind and it has to have a certain incline to the hill behind it, so you don't have anything tumbling.
Yeah, I remember. So back in my first job when I moved up to Cincinnati, one night I'm out with some friends. We're having a few drinks, and one of the guys goes, "I just got a new pistol. You guys want to go shooting?"
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. He goes, so there's a gun store right over here. They got a target practice thing, so we went over there. We went back there. He's got this little, it's a small gun, but hell, who cares? So we've had like probably 5 drinks each, maybe 7. And so we're shooting, having fun. And then, we go back and forth. And it was weird because we only had one gun, so you only could have 2 people at the range at a time with one gun. So there's 3 of us. We had to like kind of rotate a little bit. But anyway, we go there, and of course, everybody else has got these, high-powered rifles, and we were like shooting this like 9mm. But then we got done with that. We looked at some guns there, and I was just like, dude, that looks like fun, but dude, I'm not dropping $900 for like the cheapest gun I'm seeing here. That would even be fun to have. So we head out. We drink some more at another place and get dinner. The next day, my boss is in town. My boss worked in New York, so he was only in town like once a quarter. He was like, "Hey, Justin, what'd you do last night?" And like, it's an open office. I'm talking open. Like, my coworkers are eye level, all of them, and they're all within earshot. I was like, "Oh, not much. We went out, had a couple drinks over at such and such, shot some guns, then had dinner over at such and such, and then went to bed." And he's like, "Wait, what?" Like, yeah. We drank, shot. Drink some more. And he goes, "Nice. You didn't call me?" We're like, "It was impromptu, man. We would have called you for real."
I had a funny situation, quite the difference. My corporate headquarters is in California, out in Sunnyvale.
Mm-hmm.
And I went out there the one day because I was out there to just work in the lab. I didn't have customers or nothing. I was just rebuilding some stuff. So I walked in a pair of jeans and my 3rd Battalion 8th Marines Marine Corps shirt that was created by another Marine. And I got about halfway down the hall before the COO called me in. He's like, "Hey, I understand you're Marine Corps." And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Listen, don't tell anybody, but I'm a Marine Corps officer, went through Naval Academy, but you can't wear that." And I was like, "What do you mean? There ain't nothing on here saying whatever." He's like, "It shows a guy double armed with a lot of gunpowder. And there's going to be a lot of people here not okay with that." And I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "I was literally just going to the lab." He's like, "Yeah, you're going to have to change that shirt." And I was like, "Fuck off." I was like, "Come on, Lonnie, what the hell?" He's like, "I know, but you can't wear it." I was like, "Oh." So I said, "Well, give me an Infinera shirt." Fucking swear to God.
Yeah, I get it though. I mean,
guns in the workplace is a touchy subject. Yeah, I mean,
I understand. When you're a multi-generational military guy, listen. I'm a 4th-generation Marine and a multi-generation military guy. It's
but like I for example, I had we had an active shooter training, legit in office, like
my wife did too.
Literally like active shooter training at work. And here's the problem with that. Some of us were like, "Cool, dude, we're talking about air guns and and we're like throwing stuff at each other and there's it's fun." And there's other people legitimately thinking to themselves, "Oh my God, there's a real chance somebody could bring a gun into the office and kill people," and getting paranoid. So I get it. And it's not even a political thing so much as people are actually legit scared of the sight of a gun because of unfortunately, the world we live in. So
I agree because my her in an elementary. And she said, well, don't you think it would be more beneficial if I got my concealed carry? And they looked at her. It's like, what? And she's like, well, who's going to expect me? I'm a 5'2", 140 pound on. Who's going to expect me to pull out freaking something and go at it? And they're like, oh, no, you can't have that. So my wife came home and it's like, hey, yeah, I want a gun and I want a concealed carry. And so we went out to the range and she was like, I don't feel comfortable with this. So we went through the gamut and she's like, oh, I like this. And so she settled on a .38 revolver. And I was like, yeah, it's kind of idiot proof. Just point, shoot.
No
evidence.
It will not fail you.
No evidence.
The problem, though, with that, though, again, is, well, now you've got a idiot-proof gun in an elementary school where an elementary school kid, like this dumbass right here, if he got a hold of that, he would have played with it.
Yeah. Well, she's not allowed to do it, but she.
Concealed carry, you have to have it on your person. You cannot have it like that. Yeah, like all concealed carry permits, it has to be on your person at all times.
Yeah, she doesn't have it. She's not allowed to have it because not right now. But listen, one of our local colleges, it's actually up against the board, and my brother's a part of it. And they're talking about that they think the safety of the kids would be better with a true concealed professors on campus.
It's a complicated topic. It's complicated.
It is.
It's a complicated.
That's what I always say is anybody who says they're right on these kinds of topics is an idiot. It's complicated. It is.
Yeah. No one has all that information, enough information to be like, I know exactly what should happen and all that. Yeah.
Like we can talk theory and concepts till we blue in the face, but guns are dangerous, people are dangerous, and shit happens, and I don't know the right answer. And if you think you know more than that, I think you're full of shit.
Yeah, I'm not one that like, and this is just being sarcastic. So let's just be honest with it. I'm going to be like stupid for a second and just be like funny. So I don't really believe this, but Ken will get a kick out of it. I'm like, well, I don't really need a whole lot of teachers to have guns if I have a principal that has the button to a bunch of claymores outside.
Fuck yeah.
Hey, you look back.
Okay.
She just like thumb click.
Yep,
yeah,
just
okay.
Clacker.
Click. Yeah, everything's gone. Hopefully no one was in the field.
Vicinity.
Well, interestingly, so in middle school, we had, so I was in this, like, we'll call it a slightly better middle school than the average person got into. And but it also happened to be in, like, the roughest part of Lexington, Kentucky, which, mind you, is not a terribly rough city, but, slightly more issues than most schools would have. And somebody basically broke out of a mental institute, had an axe, I don't know why, and walked right into our middle school. And so we had the whole school put on the lockdown. And thankfully for us, our vice principal was a former NFL player.
Yeah, awesome.
Suffice it to say, the guy got speared and jackhammered. And was put down very promptly.
He got Goldberg and Stephen Austin at the same time.
Like, I'm telling you, like, our vice principal was a legit, like, 6'6", 290, and was still, like, looked like he lost 12 pounds. He could go play in the NFL, and he was, like, 60. And we also had a former NBA player as a janitor there. Just randomly.
Yeah.
Don't know how that happened. I think he only, like, played a year or something, but, like, legitimately had, like, another 6'10" guy. It was, like, the worst place you could ever go to, like, try to, like, mess with anybody.
It was really funny, right? When I was a kid growing up in the little elementary our principal was Addison Phillips, and he was 6'5", and he was probably about 200 pounds, not super big, but all that stuff. But he was a World War II Normandy vet.
Okay, cool.
He didn't say much, but being this big, tall dude, I don't know why, but he had this like baritone voice. And, he would sit there and he's like. And he'd come. I don't know why, but as a kid, he was like super imposing. But he was like the nicest human on earth. And he like,
well, he's 6'5".
He did this. He's like, Bobby, what you did was wrong. Yes, sir. You're gonna get your ass whooped. Yes, sir.
Oh, what? I was killed.
So I literally had so many run-ins with him because I was a defender, and I didn't really care if anybody ever.
You're on.
But I had such an issue with someone that picked on people that couldn't take care of themselves, and I was a defender guy. But he would tell me, he's like, I know you were defending him, but what you did was wrong. And I was like, I understand. He's like, so I have to treat you the same. I was like, I understand. And he would like, oh my God, just crack you, like crack your ass. And you're like, are you okay? And I was like, yes, sir. And I'd walk outside and I'd wait till I got down the hallway and I'd be I wouldn't show in front of him, but man, I'll tell you what, he had a big board that had holes in it.
Dude, I'll tell you, that's definitely a generational experience. Those do not exist anymore in schools in America. Like, not at all. Yeah. And I had the same, like, yeah, I got paddled by the principal a couple times in middle school, like with the same, like the frat boy hazing paddle. Like, yeah. With the air holes to get more motion, so the air doesn't down, like slow it down. Yeah, like it was crazy.
Yeah, like I said, my middle school definitely would not have been the time to act out. When you've got literally like monstrously large dudes as the vice principals and stuff, it's like, holy God.
Oh no! You think monstrously large dude? No. The tiny women in charge. Those were the ones that you did not want to get the spanking from. They had something to prove on every single lick. It was the tiny women principal. Man, that was the one. That was the worst beating I got in school by far.
Yeah, my mom was someone who carried a wooden spoon with her at all times and had no problem just pulling it out and just letting me have it.
Yeah. I had to pick my own switches off the bush outside.
Oh my God, Lava Man, you just dated yourself.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Old school for sure.
So the guy talking now is Dustin. Okay, thanks, Jim.
I just got a box from somebody.
Okay, I had no idea who you are. You're Dustin.
Yes, Dustin.
Right there. All right. Now I know.
So I swapped samples with the guy in March, like 4 weeks ago. And I sent him basically BTAC because I wanted the Jack Daniels rye. And he's like, I sent it, dude. Like, I don't know what to do. We got to wait a little bit. And I was like, well, what's the tracking number? And he was kind of, not super forthcoming with it. Sure enough, he sent it on the 23rd. I just got it today. Sent it 3-day mail.
How many days did 3 days mail take to get to you?
Took 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Hey, the only thing I've ever had shipped to me that didn't get to me was a sample from Dusty Dan. And I had tracking and everything, and I don't know, somebody stole it, or I don't know what happened. And I was like, and he's like, I'll send you another sample. I was like, nah, dude, you don't have to waste extra whiskey on me. It's all good. I won it randomly on something. It's all good. He was like, you sure? I was like, yeah, good. I don't even know what I won. I probably regretting it now. Like, oh shit, that was a Dusty turkey.
Happy 25.
I'd have been upset if I missed out on that Rip Van Winkle 25. That is the one Van Winkle I've not had.
What the fuck is going on, Lord Shane?
Today.
Get your ass.
Well, I haven't had the 23 Rip Van Winkle either. That's also on my list.
There's 2 empty spots. Fill them.
Had the 23 Pappy. I've never had the 23 Rip. I bet you that. I did see it though up for retail back in the day for $300, and I thought, oh my God, how could anybody ever spend $300 on a bourbon? And then here we are today, and I'm like, yeah, I've got a few of those.
Then you're doing it like whiskey shits, buying it on the wrong $300 bourbon.
Yep.
Just kidding, whiskey shits.
Oh, and Shane, where's our nuclear vessel?
Some bourbons are worth the money.
Whistle.
Some bourbons aren't. Some bourbons are really worth the money.
That's the same. Some
drinks are worth it. 100.
Some drinks are not worth it.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I like the bonded pepper stuff. That stuff's pretty good.
Yeah, this is a single barrel.
Yeah, that's like a special release or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's single barrel. It's barrel number 20. 11-year-old MGP.
Is that good or not good?
Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Everybody raise a glass to Murphy. May you be in doggy heaven, chasing your tail forevermore.
Oh.
Cheers.
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 Cheers, Shane.
Yeah, no. I picked up one of these. These run about 120-ish, and one of my guys at the store was like, "Hey, dude, you got to come over here." He goes, "You got to try this thing." He goes, "This is MGP, and it's near cask strength or is cask strength, I don't know." And he goes, "And it's 11 years old." And I said, "Oh, thank you." Next time I went in there, it was gone, and then one of these showed up at one of my other stores, and I bought one. I bought that one too. I mean, they're both awesome. They're not the greatest bourbons you'll ever have from MGP, but they're good.
Yeah, I went into a store that I don't frequent, and they had both of the bourbon and the rye, the bonded ones, just like covered in dust on the shelf. And I asked, and I had the bourbon already, so I got the rye, and the guy behind the counter was like, "I don't think I've ever sold one of these." And it was just like, "What? I don't even know what this is. I forgot this was even back here." Like, it was crazy. I was like, "Wow, people sleeping on that pepper for sure."
Yeah, I've heard good stuff. I mean, actually, they're from literally my hometown, so like 10-minute drive from my parents' house almost. So, but I've not actually had any of their stuff. This is the only thing I've had from them is these MGPs.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. There's just so much bad bourbon coming out from these small distilleries that it's tough to spend the money if you can't get a sample first.
Right.
And it used to, before COVID, we had places around here that would let you, give you a little sample of stuff so you could like try it.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why I would buy certain, cheaper bourbons, just like I want to support people putting out good stuff. But the problem is now that there's no sampling, and I'm not a big. Well, I have to go to Kentucky to go to bars that have good selections. Man, that's
we got a few in Denver, and my friends actually own one, so I'm able to go in and be able to try things basically at employee pricing. Yeah, and so that's where I've been able to build up my collection pretty well just off trying things and make sure they're like, "Oh, is this worth the money or not?" And it's I've been very lucky in that respect for sure.
Yeah, it's a 20-minute drive for me to get to Kentucky, roughly 10, 15, 20 minutes. And then the bars that I want to go to are going to be another 15, 20 minutes. And I don't mind driving after a drink or two, 3.
No, that's the thing. Yeah, you can't do what you want to do. Like get a hotel room or something, and then like in an Uber and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Bobby from My Whiskey She Wines. They live about 35 minutes from me, roughly. And so Union 42 is about 35 minutes from me. So I went down there 2 Saturdays ago, and I sent Bobby and Sam a message. I was like, "Hey, look at this. There's still Larry here." And then Bobby's like, "Oh, you gonna be there for a while?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." So Bobby came down, and we closed the bar down, which was not my intention because I was there at 5 p.m. And I was pretty good. I had maybe 6 drinks. Mind you, they're 2-ounce pours, but 6 drinks over that, 7-8 hours. And I felt okay to drive. But it was like, man, this is really not a great decision to drive home. I think I'm fairly sober, but still, you're like, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't want to get pulled over, And again, that was, if you do the math, over 7 hours, 2 ounces an hour, 230-pound guy, you go, yeah, it's probably fine. But man, you get scared. But that, that's one of the first times I've been to a place where I could actually try bourbons I've not had, purchased myself in a long time.
Ken, what is that stuff sitting next to you?
Which one? This?
Those boxes. Yeah.
Oh, these are Anzac tins. So the Anzac cookie tins.
Oh. Dang,
So
hold on. I got to zoom in on it.
Yeah, hold on. I'll zoom in. So each year, to celebrate Anzac Day, well, we don't celebrate, to commemorate Anzac Day, so they bring out these cookie tins. These ones are the 80th anniversary battery. So all about, this is oil in Canberra, warm oil. So that's the German Bolshevik. I can defend that, and yeah, pretty cool. They're always a limited release thing they bring out each year, so I like to collect them. And they're good cookies.
Pretty cool.
There you go. I said this earlier, but for anybody who didn't hear it earlier, this is my value whiskey of so far this year, and it's not even close. Hazelburn 13 year. 150 is probably the high side of what you're going to pay for these. Absolutely amazing.
I'm fucking in love with that 12-year-old, so I can imagine what the 13-year-old's like.
Well, yeah, the 12-year-old's like refilled sherry cask. This is all fresh sherry, meaning wet barrels. At 50.3%. Dirty as it gets. I mean, like you can just see the particles floating in this thing. I mean, it's just gorgeous. Yeah.
Let me have a look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's class. Nice.
Yeah. I mean, and again, I think 150 is actually a really high price I paid for these. I every time I drink it, I'm just like, really? Like, I mean, this drink's like a $200 Scotch, easily. Wow. Like this puts stuff like Macallan 18 and those pretentious, overpriced whiskeys to shame. This is so good.
Oh, that's pretty easy to blow out the fucking water.
Yeah, well, no. If you go get some of the older Macallan 18s, they really did actually have some good casks. They really
that's a different kettle of fish. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was surprised when I sort of got into the collecting thing and hearing people talk about scotches and stuff, because like 20 years ago, like that Macallan, like, man, I was like, it was, like that stuff was so good, and now everybody's like, man, fuck that shit. I was like, really? Like, is that what happened? But yeah,
Macallan got so pricey.
Yeah.
I mean, when I first had Macallan 18, it was $160 a bottle, and I had it at a bar. And I loved it. It was delicious. And I was like, 160.
I got
too much money for me.
Like 20 years ago, I was like getting Macallan 12 for I think like $35 a bottle or something. You know what I mean?
Now it's 90.
Yeah. I was like, so 90. Yeah, definitely. I get it. I'm like, what? Yeah, but I didn't realize it had gotten crazy like that.
Well, if I could get the Macallan 12 from 5 years ago, the old like the maroon boxes, I guess.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I could get those for 90 today. I'd still buy Macallan 12. I thought that was a great whiskey. Mm-hmm. Every now and then they show up here and there. There's some old stock floating around Kentucky, but that new black box 12, oh my god, it's shit.
Wow,
that's a $60. That's a $50 bottle max, and I don't drink $50 scotches. Like $50 bourbons that are good, dude, all day. $50 Scotch.
That's barely entry level. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Like with Scotch, it costs $30 to get the bottle to the States. Like there's a cost to get it here, and so good ones are going to cost $60
minimum. $60 minimum. I will not drink a Scotch that costs less than $60 ever. Yeah,
with tariffs now, it's probably 75 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, well, and it sucks because they're reversing the tariffs, but at the same time, they had to buy all this stock with the tariffs, so the prices aren't going to go down for another year. It's going to.
Yeah. But this guy right here, man, I'm telling you, this Hazelburn. Again, I think you can get these as low as 130. You may go 175 at some store that's kind of trying to get a little extra price. Buy it. This is everything you want from like old world quality whiskey, high proof, incredible casks. And it's Springbank distillate, but it's Hazelburn, so it's not peaty, really. There's a little bit of saltiness and some coastal stuff, but it's not the peat stuff that people hate. This is a whiskey that everybody who's into connoisseur whiskey should try.
Nice.
Like, it's truly, unless you just absolutely don't like single malt, and then, well, I can't help you there. You just gotta learn to like single malt. You're wrong.
Yeah,
no, exactly.
Well, and like that's one of those things, like especially like with what everybody's talking about on like Whiskey Tube and stuff in terms of scotches right now. It's all this Isla stuff, and then I'm like, yo, these are not good introductory scotches. If you're coming into the game right now and watching these videos and saying this is the best stuff, and you buy these bottles, you're gonna get punched in the face in a way that you're not gonna be happy with. More than
Well,
likely.
saying that, it has a lot of people have had their first taste in Islay, and bang, they've been hooked ever since.
Yeah.
But I was like, when I got into Scotch, as soon as somebody gave me peat, I was just like, oh my god, yes!
See, that's why, because for me, that's the thing that turns me off of Scotch. Like, it's just, completely the opposite. And not that I can't appreciate smoky flavors and things like that. You know, I love barbecue and all that, but man, that stuff is just something about it. Like, it's like even the lightly peated ones, it's just so intense to me. I don't know if it's like something about like, you know, genetically something I can taste, like cilantro tastes like soap to some people or something. But that smoke is just like so intense. Even on the lightly peated scotches, I'm just like, did I just spit out a cigar butt right now?
Yeah,
like, what's happening?
The funny thing is, though, like, you know, I love like the peated scotches, but I'm the kind of guy who gets a cheeseburger with just cheese and bacon on it. I don't want lettuce on my burger. I don't want tomato. I hate it. I'm like, no, that's gross. It doesn't go with these other flavors. Not for me. But meanwhile, I peated scotch. Yes, please, more. So again, we all have different palates.
Yes.
We have different taste buds, textures. Again, I always go back to, there's opinion, and then there's objectively, this is flawed. Like, we all can go back, we can all go and drink a young whiskey and go and say, yep, I can definitely taste the new make in that. And that is, to me, objectively a flaw. That's like, that's not a sign of quality when I can taste the new make. And I can still taste like that metallic alcohol thing. But when you go and say, I don't like peat, well, okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
But that's not a flaw. That's just, I don't like peat.
Mike.
And this dude's over here showing me your old tumble dice.
I'm not pretending like cool, like the base cool Ela is a drain pour. I'm just, it's just not for me.
Well, no, again, it's one of those topics I'm passionate about, is that I think there are tastes in whiskey that are inherently bad, and there are tastes that are inherently subjective. And I always get annoyed when people want to go, "Oh, that's just your opinion." I'm like, well, yeah, but like, dude, it tastes
Just
like
said the still. Awesome
still.
stream at Scott Down Under.
Yeah.
Thanks
this
for having
point,
me on and on again and again.
At this point, mellow corn is objectively bad. Like, there's no come on, that's not good. It's not good shit. That's something you want to mix in with a bunch of fruit juice and shit and a fucking hunch punch to get a gang of people
Mr.
drunk.
Whiskey Shits.
That is not something you should drink straight under any
Just
circumstances.
said, what is everyone drinking?
Well, I got Hazelburn 13 year in my glass right now. 2020 bottling, so.
I've got this.
And I'm gonna buy more tomorrow.
Strathmere 12 one corner.
I've got a Diggle 15-year store pick.
I have Blood Oath pack number 3.
And
Ooh, it's the Jefferson's Cognac.
Cognac.
Ooh, nice.
Nice, yeah.
And Jesus pulled his dick out and
Live
slapped us
wire
in the face
whiskey.
and said, "Fuck you guys."
Just said
Well, all
teach
of you.
out a
Not
load.
all of
You
you,
are my
just one of
heroes
you.
with the cigar blend.
Like,
Oh no! He literally slapped every one of us in the face. Like, it's just like bam, bam, bam.
You know what?
To be fair, Cheech was drinking wine. Cheech was drinking wine right before that. So, like, how you gonna go from wine to whiskey and do anything
easy.
but a finished? No, but do anything but a finished. You have to have a.
Well, I was
finished
drinking
whiskey after-
port.
Yeah.
I was drinking port. So.
See, so you got. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you got to have a
I
proper
like
transition.
port to warm up the taste buds. Port does
That
really
was a
well
big
before
glass
whiskey.
of port then, dude. That's a huge glass of port then.
Port is amazing.
Like, you had a full wine glass. Nice.
No. It was only up to here.
Yeah, it's a huge glass, not a huge amount.
But
of
it is a
port.
big glass. Yeah, there's probably about 3 ounces.
Yeah.
There's about 3 ounces.
You missed the port discussion.
That's a
earlier
big
that we
pour.
had,
That's a big pour of port. That's impressive.
Well, tell that to my wife. She's probably 12 ounces in at this point.
A port? Wow. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I drink port like it's a dessert, where it's like just a little is all I need.
Yeah. Well, and I do that because I know I will drink the entire freaking bottle otherwise, because that is it's so easy. Yeah.
We've been on a port kick lately.
Jen Black.
Oh my god.
Old Man Joe. Just said Peach is my hero too.
Ken, Ken, going back on it. So are you gonna stay on till 2300, or are you gonna
No, I won't be staying on until 2300. I'm only 9 hours in at the moment. I'll go for a little bit longer.
When are you going back on live?
Probably before 2300. I might do a little pre.
He takes his 2-hour whiskey nap and then he goes right back to streaming. That's how he.
There you go.
You got a short nap coming up, man. You need. We've been on here for a solid amount of time.
Nah, Bobby's not used to it, Ken.
Oh, I'll listen.
Yeah.
I've been on from
that's
Ken
true.
from the morning to the afternoon to the night to the next morning.
Listen, it's 7 o'clock here. I've been on since 11:20. So
Mr. Whiskey Shits.
I can go. Listen, the
Just
Marine Corps
said
taught me
one more
one thing.
hour, Ken.
Whatever your body says, fuck it. It's wrong.
The mind's in control. Screw that body.
Totally.
That's right.
Yep.
Nice.
What do you think? I'm still
Yeah,
sitting
Jake, I gotta say, I've only bought 2 American whiskeys at secondary prices in my entire life. The first one was a Booker's 30th, which I bought from a friend of mine whose wife was giving him shit for having it and not selling it. So I kind of worked out a fairly good secondary price on it. And then the second was a cigar blend because I cannot get them here. And Jason Mash and Drum, he thought he had a store up in New York that was selling it for
Just said
$250 or something, and I said,
"Yes,
yes,
we are not munted enough."
take my $250.
Yeah, I think at $200 even, I could.
250. No, 250 was 200. I'd buy cases.
Yeah, no,
250.
That's the one bottle that
I had to have it shipped it's from New York back to me, so it was $250 plus tax plus shipping. It got really close to $300 at that point.
Yeah,
and that's like where I'm like, it's really good.
My most expensive bottles so far have been Bardstown at $130, right? And the only thing that would push me higher than that is that cigar blend, man. That's the only thing, because I've heard so much. I'm just like, oh, like that one. I would do 200 too. Yeah, I would push that price limit for the cigar blend.
Williams
Man, have you tried it?
I have not. That's what I'm saying.
I'll
But
send you a
I've heard,
sample.
I've heard so much that I'm just like, it's got to be that good. Like, because
Evan Williams 23 is worth every dollar that it.
Sure, but that's
what's the price on Evan Williams 23?
But cigar blend actually shows up on shelves in multiple states. I don't know about that. I don't know about that bottle you're talking about. But yeah, we're never gonna see that in Colorado. The cigar blend has been here in Colorado. I just was not able to get it. That bottle you're talking about, I'm never going to see that ever.
But if you go to the Evan Williams Bourbon Experience in Louisville, that's where I found it.
I'm serious. Yeah, but I'm saying I mean, Magnus is distributed at least.
I thought it was really steep when I got it, but I was not upset to the point that I wouldn't buy it again.
Yeah.
And so me and both have ventured out to buy it again.
Yeah, that's the 360s. Actually, that's high for that bottle. I was thinking 300.
It's 360
is really kind of pushing it for me.
I thought it was. I mean,
that's a really, really good bourbon. Don't get me wrong.
It's not secondary. I'm getting it from
Mike.
No, I know.
Mike.
But the nice thing is, it's 107.
Who is this Jagoff?
I guess my cunt's the Jagoff.
Yeah. Hey, it's good to see someone not driving and talking and drinking. That jumped on here earlier.
What was that?
He knows who it is,
Mr.
Mr. Captain. Captain America was on here earlier on the phone, on his car.
Oh, I see Captain America right there. Woody, and your mic's off.
Can't hear you, Jim.
Joe just said, I think that I found Mike Hunt.
She says it's nothing.
It's it's an experience every lady has in her young life.
Yep.
I didn't know. Old man Joe. In a moment of discovery.
Settle down, right?
Oh my God, that's so funny. So it's funny because I actually know a guy that's named that. I grew up.
Me too.
hometown, and every year at the fair, someone would go page him.
Yeah. There's I was watching some videos the other day of this comedian who's a white comic who works in black crowds, and his last name is Nickerson. And he's like, the most important K that's ever existed in the in the English language, right here. So I make sure always to stress that K. Yeah.
Mr. Whiskey Shits. Just said lick my cunt. I mean lick the light.
Oh, we have degraded instantaneously.
We're now in the
how we do it.
We're now in that South Park episode with Cartman and the Alexas and the Siris and like all that stuff where they like the Google have y'all seen that one where he has like 100 of them in his bedroom and he just makes them all talk to each other and say terrible things? It's ridiculous. Yep. Yeah.
Oh god. Poor Mike.
Cartman might be the greatest cartoon character of all time. Discuss.
Yeah.
Like he's a parody of himself, and yet it's so awesome. It doesn't come off as fake.
I will say in the later South Park seasons, Randy Marsh has given him a run for his money. Randy has become so iconic.
Integrity Farms.
Yeah. Well, and even before that, when he was Lord, like
the Lord.
You
just don't understand.
Do any of you guys on Netflix watch Paradise PD?
I haven't seen
that.
Oh Jesus Lord!
Nobody's seen a couple of episodes.
Go to Netflix and watch Paradise PD.
Mm-hmm.
It is well worth. I swear to God. There's very few times in my life that I've laughed enough that I wondered if I was going to be able to make it to the bathroom or not. And it's right there. It is so crude, so rude. And so when they make the old cop think he's a ghost, I swear to God. Watch Paradise PD on Netflix. Oh, Jesus Lord.
I feel like that's going to be like retrospectively one of the best things to come out of the whole pandemic of the last year is like so much more animation has been coming out.
Oh, dude,
that's all you've been able to do. Yeah, because there's so many of these like small like animated shows or whatever, like Pen 15. If you haven't seen that one, is really good. Like or not Pen 15. It was it's Big Mouth on Netflix. That's another one.
Yes, I know Big Mouth.
Yeah, that one is crazy.
That started pre-COVID. That was pre-COVID. When they started.
No, I know. Yeah. But I'm saying like it's going to be a boon, like retrospectively, like for a bunch of animated series coming out because that's all these creative people had to do during the pandemic. It's going to be interesting.
Paradise PD is like if you ever thought any adult one was ever graphic, it just skull fucked it, like straight up. It literally comes up with.
I did see that thing. I did watch that a little bit.
Says, nudity, raunch satire. But I mean, just like it's. Oh my God, it's.
But what was that? What was that like? 80s cartoon. There was a movie. It was like X-rated, like literally, like there was straight up fucking in it. It was like heavy metal kind of thing.
Heavy metal. That was the name of it. Heavy metal.
Heavy metal was yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Graphic magazine, comic first.
Oh yeah, heavy metal. That's awesome.
Dude,
yeah.
For the best of times.
Paradise PD is just fucking. Oh God, it's so amazing and terrible at the same time.
Yep. Yeah, I watched a little of it. The problem, I don't know, it just didn't engage me. Like I feel like BoJack Horseman to me was like the best cartoon they've done on Netflix so far.
Paradise PD, I think you have to get through like the first 2 episodes. Get to like middle of the first season.
Oh, what's the one with like the dad, like where like they show like him like starting off, young and like fresh, and they show his gut suddenly pops out and his hair starts receding.
F for Family.
Oh
yes,
Bill Burr. That's Bill Burr. I'll throw you through the fucking wall.
Yep.
Yeah. It's so good.
I'm gonna put you through the wall.
That one, and then again, BoJack Horseman. Those are my 2 favorites. Paradise PD is good, but it's just it got I don't know, it was too slap happy for me.
Listen, get past the first few episodes. It gets better. It's so much better.
Okay. And definitely check out Big Mouth on Netflix. Big Mouth is like crazy. It's like if you're like
that's a great video.
Yeah, if your pubescent hormones were animated, that's what Big Mouth is.
Oh.
And they're talking to you in your ear, like, and saying horrible things to you while you're trying to like conduct yourself in middle school. It's so funny. It's really good.
So Paradise PD is very similar but different, right? So like you get past like I think it's like the third episode. So there's like this female cop that is like infatuated with the fat cop, right? And it comes out later that she has a bullet in her brain that has made her really attracted to the fatter he is, the more she orgasms. And so there's this one episode where he loves cats. So he gets his bath by laying naked in the cats, and you see her creep in a cat outfit. And he's like, no, don't be licking down there. And it's her. He's like, don't lick there. Oh, that's not so bad. But he has no idea that it's the female cop.
Oh, that's
dressed like a cat and is just licking taint, ass, you name it. God, it's like so. I've never laughed so hard in my life. I was like fucking in tears.
Yeah. If you guys like Rick and Morty, have you seen Solar Opposites on Hulu? It's just,
I don't like Rick and Morty though. I can't get past the drooling. That drooling shit they do. I cannot deal with it.
Yeah. So Solar Opposites is like a similar thing. It's like these aliens that crash landed on Earth and just like into a house and like murdered the family in there and started living there, and none of the neighbors like really cared. They were just like, hey, how you doing, neighbor? And they don't look like humans at all or anything, but everybody treats them like normal people basically, and nobody freaks out. But it's the same sort of comedy as Rick and Morty. It's funny. Yeah, it's pretty good. They got 2 seasons out on Hulu right now.
Yeah, I like the humor of Rick and Morty, but I can't deal with the drooling thing.
Yeah.
Same with like was it Ren and Stimpy or something like.
Oh, so yeah, and like Ren and Stimpy is one of my favorites but just because of how just disturbing.
But I like
every
everything
bit of it was.
But it's the bodily fluid thing. I just like.
Yeah. But they take it there. They're just like, yeah, no, we're gonna we're
Rocco's Modern Life, another one, like the dog like drooling in the bowl and licking. I couldn't watch that. Like,
man, but for Rocco, it wasn't even like any of the animation. Rocco was like all the existential, crazy, like soul crushing stuff they did in that show that was just like, you should not be showing this to fucking 13-year-old children. What are you doing? Like, this is,
the thing is though, like again, I think these were great shows, and there's just this one element, the bodily fluids, where I'm just like, I love everything else here, but God, stop.
I'm telling you what, Ren and Stimpy, me and my brother, I swear to God, there's so many times we're like, nope, sir, didn't like it a bit. And we're like the horse. It's like, hey, these feel good. And it's talking about the rubber nipple. It's like, they make knee warmers. He's like, hey, that feels pretty good. You're just like.
Just said top shelf Dustin is a pussy.
Next one to no one, Mr. Hunt.
Yeah.
That's right.
Cunt.
We still do not have audio from Captain America. We still do not have audio from Captain America. What's going on?
Yeah, what's going on, Jim?
Come on, Jim.
You're an engineer.
Yeah, leave and come back.
Get those subroutines working.
16 times.
Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again?
Hey, Ken. Jen Blackledge put up a really funny thing. You need to.
I'm reading it right now.
But Jen Blackledge's is Audible. She's a 7th grade teacher.
Speaking of that, I'll take some minutes to have this meeting as my content was like in the Beavis and Butthead episode.
Testing.
My name is Julio, and he did it for my bottle.
Testing.
Did you know they brought back Animaniacs?
I am the great Cornholio.
They brought back
Animaniacs.
Yeah, now we can hear you. Yeah, they brought back Animaniacs. There's new episodes.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, the original voice of Wacko died, and so now it's more of like a weirdish, like more of this like John Lennon-ish thing. It's a little weird.
Yeah,
that one throwing me off a little bit, but but it's Animaniacs, and it's still
Wacko's whack.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say was, okay, in fairness, Ren and Stimpy, it was kind of gross at times, but you don't get a lot of the cartoons that came after it without Ren and Stimpy. What made Rocco great was that Rocco had to get away with a lot of the same humor, but they had to do it in much more subtle ways because Ren and Stimpy wrecked it for everybody after them. Because Nickelodeon went from to we're watching all of you.
Yeah.
Well, you know, what shocked me is, and I didn't realize this because that stuff came out when I was a kid, was that Ren and Stimpy started on HBO.
Yeah.
Did it?
I did not know that. Yeah, it started as an HBO show, where they were legit, it was HBO, and then they adapted it to Nickelodeon. They brought it down a little bit.
The first one that came out that was I thought a heavy adult but not adult was Angry Beavers. I thought Angry Beavers was start out on Nickelodeon.
Yeah. But without Ren and Stimpy, Angry Beavers would not exist.
Yeah, Angry Beavers wouldn't have been there without
SpongeBob.
Yeah.
Even SpongeBob.
Yeah.
If you watch SpongeBob, there's
I love
a ton of the animation tricks they use. They stole straight up from Ren and Stimpy. That's where they came from.
Yeah.
Every time you see them zoom in and SpongeBob looks real, that's where they got it from.
Yeah. Those close-up, photorealistic close-ups of the animation of the armpits and all the glands seeping and stuff. And Ren and Stimpy, that was unprecedented in animation.
I'll tell you what, there is some stuff there that I have the Gunny has all the collection of everything Ren and Stimpy ever did, and the one we always watch the most is when they're firemen. Oh, geez.
Yes.
It's
it is we who are your fire dogs.
It's just fucking wrong. There's so many things wrong, but it's so funny. I think that and I may be wrong because it doesn't matter how intellectual you are as a boy. You have this rudimentary, really stupid, simple.
Fart jokes are funny.
It's just
fart
fun.
jokes are gonna be funny. Yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
I don't care how old you are. Someone could be sitting there last night. Whiskey Nose is sitting there like that, and you see him do this. Dude, I was in tears. Just absolutely let one go. And she's like, "Did you fart?" And he's like, "Oh, that was the chair." And she didn't.
I just popped a Dusty. That's all.
It absolutely was not the fucking chair. He didn't scoot no fucking chair. He just shit. Dude, I was dying.
Oh, Jesus' wife is here. Time to straighten up and fly right, guys.
He's worse than I am. Love you, baby. She loves all the fart and dick jokes. She's got the humor of a 12-year-old boy. So I'm like,
Jen?
yes.
Is Jen in here?
Noise.
She's in the chat. She just showed up. Now, the other thing with Ren and Stimpy is they rebooted it in 2003 and absolutely wrecked it. The only thing that served to do was prove that when you let John Crispolucci, the guy who created it, off a leash, you get garbage. There's a reason it worked under Nickelodeon is because they kept him on a fucking leash.
Jim Blackledge is a teacher, and she said the first 8 parts in the classroom are funny. The 9th one puts me over the edge.
Yeah. 8 parts or less. No more.
And supposedly they're rebooting Ren and Stimpy again.
Please don't.
Yeah.
They're going to be social justice warriors now.
You guys watch Archer? You ever watch Archer?
Oh, Archer's amazing.
I mean, Goalie for the best of times.
Wait. By the way. Anybody saying there's going to be social justice warriors, Archer is the most I fuck every hole I see, and every woman has big ass titties.
Yeah.
That is literally the premise of the show.
Yep.
On top of I'm ripped, I have solid abs, and I'm drunk every minute of every day.
That's true.
And I've not heard anyone try to take down Archer.
No one's ever gave shit to Archer. And he looks at everybody as just a fuck toy.
So
even his mom is an annoyance to him drinking and fucking. That's her role. It's you're stopping me from drinking and fucking.
And also an enabler at the same time.
Oh, absolutely.
You're how can you be both for and against what you're doing? The whole thing.
It's amazing.
Home movies. If you home movies is so good. It's a sleeper from early mid 2000s or whatever. But
2003.
Yeah, like the voice of Archer, like that was like his.
Yeah,
first
he was the
show.
coach.
Yeah, he was the coach. Yeah, and that's also Justin Roiland who did
Archer
like
clips.
who did
right?
Rick and Morty and Solar Opposites. Like that was one of his earlier ventures. So good. It's just like these three awkward kids, and like their experience in elementary school, and like the coaches, like the voice of Dan. I forget his name, but the same voice as Archer, and it's some of the best animation ever because it's just like life problems like through the lens of like 7th grade kids or whatever, you know what I mean, like middle school kids. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah. Archer's some funny stuff, man. Go.
But is it as good as Growing Pains back in like the 80s or whatever it is?
Alan Thicke, Alan Thicke, and
Winnie. I don't know what her real name is.
No, that
was
Wonder Years.
Wonder Years. Yeah, Wonder Years. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Winnie.
It's totally different thing.
Bobby, you look like Alan Thicke.
Winnie Cooper. Winnie Cooper. Her name is Danica McKellar. She has a PhD in mathematics.
Really?
Yes.
And I feel like though, if you have that kind of financial success that early, like, why would you not just like try to big dick like your education, because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean,
you want to be rich as hell.
Blossom, Maya Bialik. She came back. She got a degree in science.
Yeah. I don't even know if there's comment on that.
I'm not sure you want to know, man.
I don't even know how to comment on that. That's yeah.
And
special.
Simon is in the chat. Holy crap.
Funny. Oh my god.
Oh god.
Ken, do you want to tell us that was that you just got?
Well, on the 20-hour stream, the thing of mankinis came up, and then Cuba decided to actually present a mankini. And then something about subs and something. I said, if we get to 1,000 subs, by the end of the year, we'll do a mankini episode and we'll wear mankinis. So yeah, it's been. So everyone,
skip the mankini. Go for the V suit with the nip cover. Like, you know what I mean? Get the V.
We're talking about going straight Borat. Right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Do the
Borat.
Go straight to the sling.
The super deep V. Yeah.
But serious talk, Ken. Like, a lot of major, big time YouTube channels know who you are and like you. Are you gonna go live with like Mash and Drum, Whiskey Dick? Like, is that in the works? 'Cause, I mean, I know a bunch of those guys know you. They like you.
Oh yeah,
they definitely have you on.
Yeah, if they want me on, I'm okay. Let's go.
Well, but
my question is Encore. Do you want to be on with Whiskey Encore?
Have you talked to them yet?
I mean,
He's working his way up the ladder. He started down at the bottom with Cheech.
Kid is sitting there like 24/7, 365. Ping me on Discord, and I will start streaming.
But my thing is, again, Ken,
Yeah,
if
pretty
you
much.
talk to the bigger channels, like to go and do a live with them, because I mean, you'll get to 1,000 subs in like 5 minutes. Like literally, you go on Jason's channel, you get 150 subs instantly. I guarantee it.
Well, Jason comes on here quite often.
Yeah. In the mornings when he's editing videos, hangs out with us. All four of us.
Simon.
Yeah.
But if you went on his actual 9 p.m. Wednesday live,
He's talking about the reciprocation. Like, if you go the other way, then you get from him. Yeah, bunch of views.
So I'll tell you this, right? Every Wednesday, I do pre-Mash and Drum. I'm 7:30 to 9. I don't have a lot of subs, and I'm good with that. I want the ones that want what I'm doing, but everyone on mine jumps to the Mash. You got to figure out how do you jump, go in there and do that. Jump over here to this and get on with Jason.
Yeah, there were some other things I was talking about that we were talking about earlier that kind of like got my whole like techie brain going. One of which is like a shared, like we could just share a Google Calendar of broadcast times. Like that would be super simple.
We so need that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you don't have to like build anything or do anything. Just be here's the calendar. Share it with all the people, and then
I
there it
mentioned
is.
something
Yeah.
to Jason about this, Lava Man. I literally told him, I said, last time I was at Jason's house, I was like, why doesn't everybody have something in their feed that says my normal time is X?
Right, yeah.
Well, there is one in Discord, but not everyone
Yeah, I was
knows
gonna say
it.
there's one in the Discord.
No. There's a channel in Discord that Cliff posted a schedule in, but it's not the same as like a Google Calendar link where you can go and look at like, here's what's going on, right? Yeah.
Not
and not only
everybody.
that, you can put in your other streams. You can put it in so everyone else can see when you're going to be
let's
on.
be honest,
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You're not if you're not a Discord, like you're either way too big for it and you don't care, or you're way too small and you don't know what the hell's going on. So, yeah.
I agree.
At this point, like legit, like if you're not in Discord, you got to join the community, man. Like that is the biggest, best community.
True.
And Discord is actually an easy
it is.
I have Discord on my fucking phone, dude.
But
I hate even.
But that visualization is like so helpful. Like of like time slots and things. Like I mean, just for like people that want to catch what they want to catch, it's just so easier to see it there than to see a list of times printed in a channel in text. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, no,
like that
no,
visual calendar thing is like, you know, like the visual aspect of it is just so helpful.
Yeah, for viewers, for sure.
For everybody. Well, honestly, for everybody. I mean, if you're trying to keep track,
for everybody.
It's like TV Guide. It's like going
thinking
back
of popping on. Yeah, I mean, like, because you know, if everybody had etiquette capabilities, they'd be like, "Oh, we canceled this week. Who's going to pop on?" You know what I mean? And just for even the people that want to get in on that, you know what I mean? Like, it'd be so helpful all the way around. And then the second thing that I was thinking about, like, I'm not a front end like graphical type of guy. I'm way in the back end of IT stuff, but when people talk about like, you know, how to describe flavors and things like that,
Mr. Whiskey
I was thinking about this concept of
Just said I keep my Discord in my prison wallet.
well, yeah, for sure. Because he likes the notification vibrations. That's why he keeps it in the prison.
Yeah.
It's a grunting wallet.
But
Good God.
like so I was thinking about this concept of
Whiskey shits likes big dicks. We all knew that.
Yeah.
I'd like it.
Yeah.
So it's like really funny, right? So like this is the opportunity you have when you go into Discord, right? So I said something to Dustin, and I was like, "F off," and he's like, "F your mother," and I was like, "Nasty." She passed away in 2004. So, but you know, I mean, like, listen, there ain't nothing harm with it. That's fun. Just like you know, listen, I appreciate people that bring it, and I want Discord. I want people on there, but you don't see very many people jump on. It's the same people. And I think the way you learn is to get in there and talk and shoot shit and talk trash but
we need to grow. We need to grow all these communities, but I think Discord's a place that really needs. I think it's a great place to push growth.
And
We just got, you know, in the last like 6 months, we got Richie Z in there. We got some good, you know, regular people in there. And
I'll tell you what, I was excited. I did a live. It wasn't like live where anybody else can see, but I actually went live with 4 people, and one of them was Richie Z.
Oh shit! You
really?
I made Richie Z.
That's the goal. That's the greatest thing ever.
One of my streams.
It was private. It was a private live.
Oh, that's why you got him. Because he will not do public lives.
It was super. Oh, dude, we had so much fun. We laughed for hours and we dropped trash. So I'm hoping that next week I'll see him because I'm going to San Jose, and he talked about coming up to see his family in San Jose so we can meet up.
Richie's such a good dude.
Dude, he is like.
Yeah.
There's certain dudes that you know are the biggest tube supporters, without a doubt. They're just tube supporters.
But not just that. Richie's just good people.
Yeah.
He's a good human.
Yeah,
Great.
Exactly. And he's also a YouTube super guy.
Yeah,
but he's just quality human. I mean, geez, that guy is just an awesome guy.
Yep.
I mean, same with like we talked about this earlier. Wheels, man. Like, you know, I donated some money to him. That's just a good person, man. Like, you've got to help out good people.
Yeah. So
like Richie Z, if life ever goes wrong for him, man, we're all gonna be there. You know, because he's good people.
We helped out Swags, and then Swags comes back around and is like, "Yo, we got to do this for Wheels," and I'm like, "Oh, dude, I got a bottle for that, whatever." Like, yeah.
Well, I think the thing I think that Richie Z, like for me personally, there's certain people that you can find on everybody, that no matter how big they are, no matter how little they are, that I don't know that there's anybody that has the presence that Richie Z has.
He's there more than I am.
He's in every stream always, for sure.
Yeah,
and
I think Steve A did at one point.
And not only that, like you come in and you make a random comment, and Richie Z is the one who's coming back at you like, "Hey, cheers, how you doing?" Every single time.
Well,
every
like
time.
said, Cheech is like, "Hey, listen, Cheech is a model about everybody, right?" But
No kidding.
Not everybody.
Well,
bourbon junkies. They need me. I'm not a mod.
Richie Z is out. He's out there. He will send me a message and say, "Hey, I'm on this stream. They only have 2 people," and I'll be like,
"Yeah, I mean, Richie's up there. Steve A, absolutely. Like Steve A is on so many channels in a mod. It's worked for him at sometimes.
I think
Trev Wilson's another one. He does.
Yeah, that's a good example.
Daniel Houston does as much as he can. I'll tell you what, Daniel Houston's out there. What he doesn't make up in mod, he makes up in samples, without a doubt.
And the thing that you always run into is, like, for example, I used to be on every Bourbon Junkies live stream, and I've talked a little bit of crap about those guys just because I like them and that it was fun. Because I really do enjoy them, Dan and Sean. But my favorite YouTuber is, in terms of like small YouTubers, is Telex Whiskey Tech, who comes on the same time as those guys. And I love Telex, and so I'm going to watch Telex over those guys because, well, one, they don't need my support. 2, I'd rather talk Scotch than bourbon, and Telex is the guy I just enjoy, and he's now he's got Malt Muser on with him. Malt Muser is a guy, great guy, by the way. I don't like the fact that Malt Muser's on with Telex because I like Telex by himself. But at the same time, though, I love Malt Muser, so it's all good. But I love the fact they're together.
I jumped over to them because Richie Z and Daniel and Ben Demon Hunter and Dram Hunter, they all like, "Hey, we're on Telex, jump over." So I was like, okay, like I trust them. I get on there, and I was on there. They're like, "Hey, Bourbon Time," and they're not talking bourbon, but understand, my name doesn't mean that I'm not palate exploration. Right?
Yeah.
So, you know what? I tell you what.
Just so you know, I don't actually have lava in my in my veins. It's not. It's not a thing.
Yeah.
You talked to?
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, again, Telex is just a genuine, hard soul whiskey lover who just talks whiskey, and I love that about him. And I'll be honest. Some of these channels are trying to get big. They're trying to get popular, and they're trying to get viewers, and the work that goes into that is not something I want to watch.
Yeah.
And it's not that I dislike them or I'm mad. It's just
respect the hustle, but it's not for me. Yeah, I'm here to have fun. I'm here to have fun. Like that's the only reason I'm even on this stream at all, because it's fun. Like if you're trying to like build your I'm not fitting into your program. I'm not going to come in your slot to do the thing that you like. But no, as long as we can sit here and casually talk, I'm down for that. But it's just not for me to go and like do that whole super produced, scripted level of thing. Yeah.
It's pretty Bourbon Junkies for a channel. I respect them.
I mean, it takes a lot of work. I mean, they're putting in mad effort. I'm not, no disrespect to the hustle at all. It's just
but they're no longer my cup of tea.
Yeah,
they're just their channel. I'm like, oh, okay. I liked you. I still like you, but I like you not enough to focus on you. And that, it's Bourbon Night. I used to watch them. I enjoyed what they did, but over time, I just kind of their act got tiring. It just wasn't fun for me to keep watching. And again, I wish them nothing but continued success, bigger and broader numbers. But for me, they're not interesting.
I'd like to see. I'd just like to see a lot more focus on Sarah's palette because it's actually better.
I don't want to comment on that because it's not going to be positive.
It's not a productive area of conversation for us. Yeah, we're gonna just move on from that.
Yeah, I'll just leave it at. I don't think either of them know bourbon well enough where I want to talk to them about bourbon, and one of them I really don't want their opinion. And
upset.
What
are you drinking?
Right? Yeah, and I got this Russell's Reserve. It's not a store pick, but it's still good because everything Russell's Reserve is good always.
I'll go back to it.
But yeah,
I'll go back to
it. Again, there's channels that do a great job, and there's channels that do a good job, and there's channels that pander to get views.
All right, everyone, whip out your Russells.
The thirsty channels. The thirsty channels. That's
Yeah, I always enjoy the fact that with Mike and I've told Mike, like, dude, we're gonna do bourbon every time we get together, and he's like, okay. And then I'm like, dude, our bourbons aren't getting any views. He goes, I know. He goes, but we're gonna keep doing it because you want to do it, right? And I said, yes. He goes, so we're gonna just keep pounding forward, and we're gonna keep doing one bourbon every time we get together, and we're gonna eventually it'll catch on or it won't, but we aren't going to change what we want to do because of the views. And I think that's the way you got to look at it. It's like, put together something you think is quality, and then just keep pounding along.
Well, I think the thing that's also important as a noob, right? Because let's be honest, I've only been like 5 to 6 months. You want feedback. And I always am asking for feedback, and I've been really fortunate that I've had positive feedback and say, "Hey, listen, I thought you did this good. I thought that this could be better." And blah, blah, blah. And the last one I did was the first time I ever did a Wednesday live feed where I did a blind palette blind fight. So not a double blind, but technically I've never had any of them, and it was just so natural. Like someone came on here earlier and said, "Bobby letting loose." No, this is really me. But when you're doing a live feed and all that stuff, there's so much time you're like not being you, you're thinking.
Okay, Bobby, let me clarify. So when I said Bourbon Battalion Goes Wild, it's because you were talking about when you peed at the campfire while you were streaming.
Oh, no, I was right here at the bar. It wasn't even the campfire. Dude, it was right here. I literally I took one of my smoke calendars and I went over like this, and I literally took a week on a live feed. Right here at the bar, because I could not. I was gonna piss my pants, and I knew it. So I literally just slapped that shit in there. I was like, "So hey, what do you guys think of this?" And the whole time I'm just like pulling a calendar all up. And,
oh dear God, that's awesome, man.
I remember exactly what feed it was. If you look at it, I don't say nothing. You'll just see me do something like this. I just simply go, and I just turn and start. I just pulled out something and took a week because I was like, no one was talking. I'm not going to leave. So, I have a particular set of skills. And so
what the heck? Our shots and great brothers.
Let it go.
Now,
that's awesome.
I have to give Cheech a ton of credit here because he's even greener than Bobby. He's got a small channel. He's still growing it, and yet if you look in the chat here, he's not, he's not pushing his channel. He's pushing the channel that he's on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. And I was about to say, make sure
everybody
goes over and subscribes to Whiskey On Call. Otherwise, I will reach into the screen and bitch slap.
Emperor Ming demands your patronage.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know who Baseball is, but dude, what the heck?
Well, I'll tell you what, I was pissed off. I was in the Mash and Drum on Wednesday night, and I was modding it. And I was like, dude, we have 2 to 1 people viewing than likes. So all I simply did is say, hey, don't forget to smash that like button. And then every now and then I'd say, hey, don't forget to smash it, because it matters in the tubes, right? It matters.
It does, yeah. Sure.
Jump on there and said, you begging for likes is pitiful. So I wiped him out. And he's like, why did you wipe me? And I said, DM me. And he DM'd me. If he said, if you don't understand why I'm asking him to like, get off the fucking tubes.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not about that. It's about that, hey, YouTube has they have certain things.
It's not about screen capping your like count and posting it on Twitter or whatever. It's about influencing the algorithm that drives your content. Yeah.
People on there watching and that number isn't dropping, you're obviously liking it.
Mm-hmm.
So just hit the fucking like button for God's sakes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're actually legit watching a live stream, you should hit the like button or hit the dislike button. Just interact.
Yeah.
Just interact.
It's exactly the same to the algorithm. Yeah, it's engagement. yeah.
Just
it may affect if that content shows up in your feed on YouTube, but it's going to drive that content up whether you like it or dislike it. It doesn't matter.
Even if you dislike it, then hit the dislike. Just don't do nothing.
Engagement. Yeah.
Engage.
Yeah, we need responses like, hey guys, like help the channel out.
Mm-hmm.
Now I will say this, right? And I think this is like food for thought for all of us in here. And I don't know how to do this. If you happen to be watching on your iPhone, for example, and you're in there, I have looked and I have looked and I've looked. I do not know where to find the like button. I can't.
I have never been so disparaged where I had to use an iPhone for something.
No,
I feel bad.
I'm like on the road.
What's poverty like? Because I can't imagine using such an inferior product.
Wow.
Damn, Dustin. Wow, you're really opinionated.
So
here's an iPhone, and here's a real phone.
So if you have an iPhone and you're on it trying to watch it remote,
something I've never used ever is this thing because I hate it. It's so terrible at everything.
An opportunity to look at the regular lives, the top chats, and the live chats. Right? It doesn't give you an opportunity to hit the like. And let's be honest, there's a lot of people that are on that, watching it, driving, at work, whatever. I don't know how on your iPhone to hit the like button.
All right, I'll try to figure it out. Now, as we all know, iPhone is known for being the least intuitive web thing ever to exist.
It would be a huge benefit to anybody out here because I think a lot of times.
All right, so I'm going to get on through a Safari, which is like a browser that no human has ever used before. All right, so we're on YouTube. All right, and now we're gonna search for.
You won't see
Scotchdownunder.
There's no like. Top chat and live chat's all you get.
I assure you, I expect nothing more than.
I will say like Apple and the iPhone and everything, like they drove a design concept.
Wait, really?
That has done a huge disservice to mobile users.
I'm sorry. Here we go. Right here.
Like
Donald.
Like the lack of easy context switching on mobile is a travesty. This should not exist.
Right here.
Technology is more than good enough.
Hold on, this is important. Where are you at? Is it before you've gone into the stream?
No, I'm in the stream on Safari. I'm just straight on Safari. And I see
I'm there too.
Plus minus is right there.
I don't have that.
I mean, I did nothing special. I literally just Safari.
Yep.
I'm not signed in. I'll sign in. Maybe if I sign in,
let me go to
Safari. Top shelf, Dustin.
I don't usually go Safari. I go straight into it. So you did Safari and then what? YouTube?
Yeah, I just went to the website.
Well, I'm going to try this because I usually just use the app. So
the app, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the apps are lacking,
that's good.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I
think that's the problem, right?
I'm saying like the overall.
This is what we're figuring out, right? So go into.
I've never used the YouTube app ever.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like all of those app experiences or whatever. They're trying to drive the simplicity so much for these small displays that they're like. People can handle more information in this, and they don't make it easy to switch between things or like apps, like inside an app, right? Like YouTube, it should be seamless, like switching between like the video, the full screen video, and the chat. It should be like super simple, but they don't make it that way. I don't know why, but because I mean it's entirely possible, but yeah, like having all those features and everything, it should just be there. Like, but they're just not good at like, well, we have to have this unified. Seamless, like looking experience the entire time. And I'm like, well, why can't we have two screens? Give me 2 screens in your app. It's not that complicated. What's the problem? But then, no, it has to be as simple as possible. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't use apps unless I have to, and I hate apps.
So I will say this.
I've never seen an app in my entire.
I will say this. I just went through this. I've been battling with this for a long time. So if someone's looking at you on YouTube, if they want to hit the like button, they have to go through Safari. They can't go through the app. There is no point on the app where you get what I just got. I just got to where he was at, and I had to go through Safari to get there. So,
all right, so I do have the YouTube app on my Android phone. I don't have it on my work phone because I don't even know how to download apps on things.
Yeah, so this is
Apple's so hard to use.
This is the iPhone YouTube app, and there is no like, dislike, nothing. The only choice you have is live chat or top chat. But if you go to Safari, you can choose like or not. So I'm glad you did this. This is I appreciate this, Dustin, because it matters. Because
yeah.
A lot of times this is a major obstacle that people are at work, they're doing this, they're on headphones, they're watching it on YouTube, whatever. And if they have an iPhone, they can't hit the like.
I deleted the iPhone app, the YouTube app on my phone. And I hated the YouTube app so much, I just deleted it.
I just did a very conclusive experiment by randomly searching for like video in YouTube app, and literally not a single link came up even trying to describe that. It was all, here are the best apps to watch YouTube on. So I can guarantee you it's not in the app. Like the functionality literally does not exist in that app, which is insane. There's no reason that should be the case. Yeah, it's crazy.
So if you go into Safari,
because that's a web browser. Yeah, because you're getting the web experience. Even the mobile web experience is not the web app. It's a whole different thing.
You go to scotchdownunder and go in there and find it. You'll get a chance to like it or unlike it, and that's not anywhere in the app. And that's a major flaw.
So, yeah, it is.
It's worth pointing out because I just did a Google search on that because I'm like, there's got to be an answer here. And there's people complaining about not being able to find those buttons on the forums from 5 and 6 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's not a new issue.
Which is ridiculous. They just never put it in. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
All right, so I'm enabling and updating YouTube app. We'll see what happens here. I got
my thing is, like I said, like all I did was just went and search for it. But like I have been doing this so long that like just the character of the initial search results can tell me so much about a topic. You know what I mean? Just like what the first page of links is, I get so much information for that, not even clicking on any of those links. Just knowing how the system works, and I'm like, oh, there are no like buttons in the mobile app. Just off of the simple search for that, and like literally nothing in the first page even remotely trying to speak to that, just doesn't exist. I know it doesn't exist. Those buttons are not there. It's crazy.
All right, so I'm on the the Android version of this, and oh my god! First off, the app is so terrible. I don't even know what to say.
Old Man Joe just said close the chat. Hit the like. Then open the chat.
Oh my god.
Sure.
Like, holy shit. Like, what is this button? Yeah, there is no. Let me try doing this thing.
Can't do it in the app.
Oh my god, the app is just horrid.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear god. Delete. I'm literally deleting this app instantly. Like, that's a horrible app.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no wonder nobody uses it.
Mm-hmm.
It's because it's shut.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah. Well, and you say like people don't use it, but at the same time, some of these huge channels, 80% of their views come from mobile, and you're like, how does anybody even want to do that? It's wild.
No, you're right. All right.
We'll say
I got to hop off a little bit, but I'll be back.
The one thing that Old Man Joe said is really true. If you close the app, once you close the app, it pops up with an availability to like it and then jump back into the app. So if the app, you close the app, you can like it and open back up.
Just said
But that's-
iPhone.
yeah.
After
That is
Bugger
incredibly
suffering from
half-assed.
buggery.
Well, I mean, no, I understand the
Yeah.
impetus behind it. So that comes from a time when YouTube was primarily like non-live content, right? So you went and you searched for a thing and you found it and you watched the video. Hey, did that tell you how to fix your sink? Yeah, it did. Awesome, right? But not for the live. Yeah, but they just haven't updated it for it to be the live, like the interactive, like level of things that are today. You know.
So, Ken, it's almost 8 a.m. for you. You're going back on at 11, right?
11 at night, yeah.
Yeah, 11 p.m.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
for Whiskey Trek, if you're so inclined.
Yeah.
Well,
When
we
he's
already
around.
talked about it. I showed him something he wants.
Yeah.
Cool.
So 11 p.m. Australia. So yeah, I'll wake up at 5 a.m. Every time to watch that stream for sure. I'll be
Just
there.
said fuck fuck.
No, I mean, it's not a perfect time for everybody, and we completely get that. There's only so much flex between Western in that 12-hour swing.
So,
Yeah.
when we talked about
Although
Trek,
it wouldn't be 5 a.m. for you.
I have a James.
I wasn't actually calculating. I was just throwing out a number. Just
I have a James T. Kirk bourbon whiskey,
Random number.
12 years,
Ah,
has been kiln fired into a cheese plate.
yeah, you showed us that. Yeah.
what?
Yeah, it's like, what?
That
Ken
is-
was sporting wood. Like, he was
Yeah,
stroking,
I want it.
he was
Fucking
stroking
awesome.
You have to turn off his video for a second.
hey! Don't Kirk
Yeah.
block Ken. Don't Kirk block Ken. Okay, it's like let him get his Star Trek on.
Yeah. I'll just play with my whiskey flask.
It's a lot different than
Uh,
Okay,
fighting
whiskey
that earlier. There was like, this is really good.
Yeah. Oh god.
We had so much fun earlier. Oh my god.
2 a.m. Sunday is a perfect time for a live stream. It certainly is. So we're 9 hours 56 minutes. So we're almost in for 10 hours.
Yep.
So I have to say, just based on the neck pour of this Jefferson's cognac cask finished rye, I think this is going to open up really nice.
yeah, no, yeah. When I saw that cognac on that bottle, I was like,
I mean, now, that being said, if someone poured this to me blind, I wouldn't guess in a million years this was a rye. Because there's not a whole lot of that rye spice going on. The cognac is stepping on a ton of it. But it's very nice. It's very sippable.
Nice. You gotta have a good sip of a whiskey. Speaking of whiskey,
yeah.
I'm gonna have me some wood.
You've been having, you know what, you had wood earlier. When I showed you
No,
that
this is
James
wood chop. Yeah, that's why I said I'm gonna have some wood.
Nice.
America.
America. So,
Well, this is Ireland.
I think you like America.
Yeah, it's crazy. I went
Mr. Whiskey
last night
Chips.
to
Just said
Goodbye.
catch live wire whiskey and Scotch down under on Cheech Adolino's channel, Whiskey Encore. Sunday at 2 a.m.
all right, yeah. So
That's
I
it.
was just buying Mr. Whiskey Shit's a bottle of the Redbreast Cask Tank 12 last night when I picked up all this other insane stuff that I did not expect to be able to buy. But yeah, that's the only Irish whiskey I own. But I got it for the St. Patty's Day a few weeks ago. It's so good. It's really, really good. I mean, my experience is primarily in Jameson because people force me to drink Jameson. And yeah, that's
You won't drink Jameson.
Oh, it's so bad.
Yeah.
It's so bad. And I have friends that are literally like that. That's what they will buy from the store, like by the handle. They're like, "This
Bourbon
is what I
Baller.
drink," and I'm like,
I don't get how anybody
Just
drinks that
said
much of that.
Monster Tree Kitty.
The cask make stout, that's fine. I don't mind that, but the regular Jameson's
"Yeah,
just like,
the
No.
Cask Stout was the one that I had that I was like, oh, this is drinkable, yeah, for sure, yeah." And then like last month, having like gotten in on this whole whiskey too thing, I was like, oh yeah, like St. Patrick's Day's coming up. Get that Redbreast 12 cask strength. And I was like, all right, cool. I got that. Yeah. And I was like, oh, this is good. This is good. Like, yeah, there were the spots around as well, but like that was yeah, just from what I've seen, it's like way more hit or miss. And I was like, I don't know which one. Like, yeah, it's too confusing. There's too many of them for me to to not pay attention to like know which one to get off the shelf. Went with that Redbreast, and it really is good. And then I heard that like they switched it out for a new one, like this, not
small batch.
that not 12-year age stated or whatever. And that everybody's like, oh, it's trash now. I was like, man, I can go buy 6 more bottles of this right now. Maybe I need to do that. I don't know.
Yeah, that's it. Donald's right.
Good day.
Redbreast 12 cast strength is not great
Okay.
from the 2018.
RK.
onwards. Yeah.
Just said,
G'day,
what was
RK.
that Redbreast 12 cask strength like?
Hey, Ken, how long are you going to be on here?
I mean, he's going to break out a new Lego set and spend the next 8 hours putting that together. So
At some point, he'll just start.
Don't worry about Ken. He's good.
Yeah, at some point we'll be talking and we'll look down and he'll be putting the shuttle together.
Well, he doesn't have to do much.
We'll be like, what?
He has the Discovery, so you only have to put part of it together. So.
That was bad.
Just being honest. You only need to do like little pieces here, fuselage here, this here, whatever, just parts.
Shouldn't laugh at that, but I am.
Yeah.
Have, like, little pieces, parts of the people and throw them around. Make sure you have a bowl of water, whatever.
Hey, I was in school and watched it blow up. It was wild. Yeah.
I was too.
Yeah.
I was too.
I'm talking about the Challenger, or the Discovery.
Discovery.
The Challenger, yeah, that was
Challenger was the one that blew up in what, 85?
86.
Yeah,
I was
that's
3 years
when I was
old.
at school. Yeah, that's
The
Challenger, I think,
Discovery-
was 2003.
The Discovery blew up when
Discovery was 2003, I think.
Yeah, it was like when all my kids were born and grown and all that kind of crap. Yeah, so. But neither way, it depends on if you're building it pre-launch or coming back. If it's like coming back, then it's like I don't know, a lot of pieces.
Yeah, Elon Musk changed the game with all that. Yeah, we going to Mars, baby.
This is
we
the
going to
launch of the
Mars.
Hubble, so it was all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
So this is the Hubble launch. Okay, you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did y'all see that they re-picked up the signal from Voyager 2 last year sometime? Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Listen, I live on Science and Discovery Channel for sure. It's the only channel.
Yeah.
So
I grew up on the coast of Mississippi, and down there is John C. Stennis Space Center, and they had the privilege, I suppose you would say, of doing the main space shuttle rocket engine testing. That was the test stand for all the space shuttle rocket engines. They have an easement area for the noise and everything, right? And they have deer that live in the forest around on this government super secure. Like they also do like Navy SEAL training, like wild, environment. Like it's a huge complex that they do tons of stuff at. But all the deer are deaf from the rocket engine testing. So you can drive on to this, to go to the visitor center, and a deer will walk up right next to your car and not even have any idea what's going on because they all went deaf from the rocket engine. Yeah, it's not the case anymore, but back in the day, it was there were deaf deer just stepping everywhere, just not scared by anything because they couldn't hear.
So are they blind too? I mean, Christ, you just
no, but deer don't have good eyesight. They rely heavily on their hearing. They're not,
listen, I have more deer in my backyard on a daily basis than people see ever in the wild.
Mm-hmm, yeah, no, I mean, I got a friend that lives up outside of Denver here in Conifer, and they get tags for hunting and stuff. And he has a friend up there who's a vet, and literally walked in one day while my friend and his wife were doing yoga in their cabin, and he walked through with a 308 and opened the back sliding glass door and shot 2 deer from the sliding glass door of their cabin.
They're like, downward dog. What the fuck?
I have a deer that's been in my backyard for years. For the last 4 years, I've had a new doe every year come back to my yard and give birth right next to my picnic table. We watch it.
Oh, straight
So
Bambi. Yeah, straight up
they
Bambi.
come
That's
back.
wild.
Once they do that, they come back every year to do that.
Of course, yeah. I mean, even stray cats will do that. Yeah, even stray
After
cats
the
will do
first ones did it every spring. We have a doe that comes back and gives birth to
Yeah. Cats will do that. Ducks will do that. There's a bunch of species that were like, we could breed here, and you took care of us. Oh, we're coming back. We're coming back every time.
I'll tell you what. There was this dude that walks a beagle in my neighborhood, right? And he's like an absolute douchebag. Like, and I mean this in the most negative way.
Mm-hmm.
So he thinks that, well, his dog, he loves it so much that your property isn't as important as his dog doing whatever. Now, so I was sitting there and I saw him walking in my yard. Listen, I just had a new fawn, like was maybe 4 weeks old. And there was a rabbit that ran. So he actually ran from the road into my yard. And I happened to see him and I was in the backyard and I jumped out. In my, not my Bobby voice, but in my Echo 6 Whiskey Staff Sergeant Marine's voice, I said something. And he looked at me, and I said, and I'm being like really nice when I say this. I was like, "This is my animal sanctuary, and you can take your fucking animal out of my yard." And he looked at me, and I was like, "Don't ever fucking walk in my yard." Now listen, this is really calm. I mean, like. This is like as nice as I can possibly say what I said. Because, I can project my voice. I just don't do it because I don't like to. But when I do, like people open their doors. And I walked out and he did that. And and then he didn't talk to me for like a year. And then he stopped by one day and he was walking his dog and he's like, I was really upset by what you said. And I said, I was really upset that you didn't understand the idea that my personal property is not your fucking personal property. Mm-hmm. So you can go ahead and just, take your dog and go home and fuck it for all I care. Mm-hmm. And he looked at me. He's like, I was an officer in the Navy. I said, that explains everything. You should be used to fucking nasty shit.
You fucking squid. Yeah.
Oh, God. I was like, you don't even need Vaseline. I'm sure you're probably already used to it. And he looked at me and I was like, yeah, fuck off. Yeah. I mean, everybody knows I'm a Marine. I have a Marine Corps flag. I have a Marine Corps truck. I mean, I scream. Listen, I love every branch until you're a fucktard.
Right.
You're a fucktard, I will absolutely fucking
Well, and speaking on that and like treatment of animals and then going back to, gun ownership and like both of my grandfathers were in World War II. One went to Utah Beach and the other one was airborne parachuting into France, right?
Greatest generation.
And I learned to shoot from them and I learned like about hunting and all that. Like there's no trophy hunting. That's not a fucking thing. Like that should not exist in the fucking world. Like you hunt, like you're gonna eat what you hunt and all that, and like just all that kind of thing. And like and seeing these men who like they taught me how to kill animals for food. But at the same time, like if they saw an animal in distress, they were the first to go out of their way to like take care of that animal and like to release it from a trap or to like place it someplace that it needed to be or whatever. At the same time as they're like, oh, we're gonna eat that, and I'm like, yeah, it's a weird, like it's just weird to come up in that kind of scene and then see, just how people treat animals in general. A lot of the time, it's just
I think the thing is that like I'm weird. I live in the city, but I live in an old part of a city, right? And my city is like really small. We're talking like 30-some thousand. And I'm very fortunate. I live in a non-major metro because Cleveland is X amount of miles to the north. Columbus is there. So my county is probably I think at one time we were the 7th most affordable place to live because we aren't a major metropolitan. So I'll tell you, I've been here 14 years. So 14 years ago, I have a 4-bedroom, 3-bath on an acre lot in town that I got for $100.
That's worth $5 now.
Yeah. The thing is that the cost of living is still really affordable because we're still not labeled a major metropolitan. So most people that live here do not work here because you're an hour to Columbus, an hour to Cleveland, an hour to Akron, an hour, 2.5 hours to this, 2 hours. We're not anybody. So it's like this really, but it's a nice Midwestern state, you know, where everybody is really good to each other. Everybody's like really decent. You don't have to worry about crime. You don't have to worry about anything.
I'll tell you one of my favorite places I've ever been, just like that happened randomly, is Dayton, Ohio. And I had a friend from college, and he married a girl, and she got a job working at Wright State University outside of Dayton. And she actually worked, her office was next door to Dave Chappelle's mom.
Always.
Dave Chappelle's mom ran the
Adam
at Wright State
Monday.
University. Yeah, and it was crazy. And but that part of Ohio is just, it's beautiful. It's like it's a really nice place. Like and of course, but like, you know, these days Ohio with especially the opioid epidemic and everything is just being so disparaged. But like there's some really nice places there.
Being talked about, but it's like it's happening and it's real. But the only place you see it is if you're seeking it out. You have to seek it out.
Yeah.
I've been here my whole life, other than traveling and, you know, I mean, I lived away in the military and that stuff. But the thing was, when you come here, you know, you're going to have a good town. You're going to have a good education system. You're going to have to not really worry about your kids because it's pretty safe. And everybody kind of knows everybody, not technically, but yes. I mean, you're still talking 30-some thousand people, so you don't know like 30-some thousand people. But, you know, you have to get away from it to realize how nice it is. You know, and so when you do that, I love it. I love it here because it's so safe. I haven't locked the door of my house in 14 years.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't needed to. I haven't felt like I needed to.
Yeah.
And,
well, I think like so much of that I think is like blown out of proportion. I don't know. It like comes from people's experiences, and I'm not gonna like, you know, disparage that. But like I misspent my youth in New Orleans. I worked in Atlanta on the corner of Godby and Old National, and if you asked anybody from Atlanta, I mean, there's open air pimping and drug dealing at noon on a Tuesday on that block, and I worked there like at a data center for like old school airline stuff, and they would round up the Indian contractors and say, this is the last bus before dark comes. You cannot wait for the bus after dark working here. You have to leave now and get on this bus and go back to your hotel because we can't vouch for your safety. Like, you know, and so there's just degrees of things that people have been experiencing, like, so and so many people equate like poor or run down as dangerous, and I'm like, it cannot be further from the truth. Like it sometimes coincides, but you can't just say because it's poor that you're in danger, and that's the biggest, like, that's the thing. It's really frustrating.
I'll tell you something that I can speak to, and I can speak to this like very, very honestly. So in 2018, I had this weird thing where I traveled the world, and I did this for years. And I found that like in 2018, there was certain areas I went to where I didn't like talk to anybody. I just kind of was reclusive. I didn't say anything. So in 2019, I decided, listen, if I feel uncomfortable talking to anybody, I'm going to talk, because I don't know why I'm feeling like that. So I came out of 2019. I was on every continent besides the Arctics and Australia. I did 180,000 miles in the air. I was everywhere. And the one thing I came out with a simple truth. Everybody's nice. Everybody's just waiting for someone to be nice to them.
Mm-hmm.
The moment you're nice, it changes their demeanor. It changes the preconceived notion they had about you that has been given by someone else. So the only way you're going to change what someone thinks about you is by proving them wrong.
Yeah. And like I've never left the continental United States.
Dude,
but I could go anywhere in the world and feel comfortable going anywhere in the world just because I know, like, I don't have that attitude. You know what I mean? Like, I know that I can deal with people and like relate to people. And so like people talk about, oh, you go to this country and they won't fuck with you. It's like, you were probably an asshole, because I don't think anybody on the face of the planet, pretty much anywhere, is going to just be like, no, just no. Unless you're talking about North Korea or something. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, like, yeah.
In 2019, I was a very big guy, right? I weighed 364 pounds in 2019, and which screamed American. I have an obvious American voice. I'm a black hair, blue-eyed guy, so I'm not European. And I walked the streets of the Middle East. I was in Pakistan. I was in different places in the Middle East. I was in Africa. I was in all these places. I never had anybody do anything but me nice because I was nice. I wasn't a douche. I wasn't a dick. Every time I had a Uber driver or someone come up, I was like, hey, because it gives you your license plate number. It gives you the name. I'd butcher the name. I was like, I think your name is blah, 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 blah. And they'd be like, I was like, well, hey, how are you doing today? I appreciate you coming. I'm glad you came up, and I'd talk to them. And, I had one guy, and I'll never forget it. I was in Stockholm, Sweden, and I had this guy. We were driving, and he was from Hungary, but he lived in Stockholm. And long story short, while we were driving, ended up being that he talked religion and all that stuff, and he was a Jehovah's Witness. And he got really apprehensive at first. He's like,
Mr. Whiskey Shits.
And I was
Just
like,
said
well,
Cheech is the Fukin man.
I said, well, that's your faith, that's your walk. I mean, that's not my walk. I said, I'm perfectly happy with you doing whatever, as long as you're not out with the idea of trying to bring bodily harm on another human. And he's like, well, what do you think? And I said, well, for me, it's really simple, right? Everybody has a faith, everybody has a walk, and whatever that is, it should have two elementary elements: kindness and goodness to other humans, and accountability for actions. Outside of that, I don't care about your rules. Just don't care. Everybody has a walk. And he was like, you've talked to me longer than anybody has in 8 years. And I was so sad because it was so little that I did. I mean, seriously little that I did. And he said, when I stop, can I just take you off the clock and just talk for a little bit? And I said, absolutely. And we did. We just talked. He's like, I have some kids. And he was talking about his family. He's like, I've never been able to tell anybody I have a family. And I was like, dude, that's not okay. And I think it's one of those things that we can get caught in this world of being apprehensive. If you feel uncomfortable saying something, guess what? That person's uncomfortable too. Mm-hmm. So most of us here remember old Christmas cartoons, right? Santa Claus is coming to town. He goes up and he meets the Winter Warlock, right? The Winter Warlock is a mean dude until he gives him a fucking choo-choo train. He gives him a choo-choo train and this ice melts and he becomes this guy. Dude, he was just nice. That happens in real life every day. Just be fucking nice. And people...
Donald Rance just said come to Toronto. On my way home from the grocery store, I had a dude asking me to party with a chick with a dick. Also had the first president of the Second Republic of the USA give me a speech.
Okay, Donald.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like you have flavor in Toronto. That's a good thing. I don't see that as a bad thing at all. Because I mean, misspending my youth in New Orleans, bro. If you didn't have hustlers and crazy people on the street, come on, you're not getting no kind of experience. You're not seeing nothing, man.
There's still people, right?
That's all.
It doesn't mean they're not nice. It doesn't mean they're not nice. It just means that hey, they're doing what they got to do for whatever situation.
Yeah. That's the biggest problem with people, I think, in the world and generally is it's just anything different is by default dangerous, and it's
no.
Why do you want to live your life that way, man? I want to go find out about all this. I want to get in there, be like, oh, what are y'all doing over here? What's happening?
I don't have to do it to appreciate the idea you're in a situation that you have to.
Yeah. But I'm also not going to be like, oh, I don't want to know anything about that at all whatsoever, whether it's for me or not, just because it's different from anything I've seen before. And because we got a big problem in Denver right now, man. With the immigration that's been happening here, internal to the country. But we're getting the most flavorless people, man. We're getting just no character, just chain, Chipotle loving, Patagonia wearing, I'm saying, you know what I mean? And yeah, we could have so much here in Denver, but just the people that move here, because it's so easy to just integrate and oh, nothing is offensive here, but yeah, that's my biggest issue with where I live right now is just people are just taking it easy. Yeah, mediocre does very well. Mediocre everything does so well in Denver. That's what I like to say.
There's the
mediocre food, everything.
There's the old adage that ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance is ignorance.
Yeah.
I think one of the I guess, skills that has been lost over the years that I think people used to be a lot better at. And I'm not opposed to not being offensive to people. That's fine. People used to be a lot better at reading the situation and the room that they're in, and knowing, okay, I can be this way with this person. I can't be this way with that person.
Oh yeah.
It's not about not having. It's not about not having a filter. It's about knowing when you can and can't use that filter.
Yeah. No, so like, I mean, like all the comics they're talking about right now, the cancel culture and everything, and they're just like, you walked into a comedy club and paid a ticket and bought a drink and sat down, and now you want to complain about what I have to say. Are you serious right now? Are you serious?
Yeah. Especially in this day and age when you can probably go on YouTube and see if I'm
exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like you can get all the content that agrees with you on demand all day. You physically came out and you came into this space and paid money and sat down, and now you want to have something to say about the proceeding. Come on, no, that's ridiculous.
Don't be a Karen.
Yep.
That's right.
Redunculous. Yeah, don't be a Karen. Yeah. No one wants a Karen.
Adam, don't do any shots of Coke. No shots of Coke.
The Karens are an epidemic on this planet.
Well, to be fair, we used to call Karens politicians.
Well, they are politicians. Yeah. Politicians and lawyers.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't understand these people who get so bent out of shape, who get a hair so far across their ass that they have to go interrupt what someone else is doing that wasn't affecting them, that wasn't offensive to them, that wasn't hurting anybody because it somehow would offended their sensibilities.
Right, yeah. And not in the sense of like the legitimate political stuff where like, oh, these cops murdered this guy. No, just on some like, are you not as offended as I am? Why are you not as offended as I am about this nonsense right now? Like I have this fine-tuned sensibility. Why are you not living up to this? My own fine-tuned sensibility about what is and is not acceptable right now. Enemy.
Because of that, you are this. You are
the other.
Yeah. You're obviously Hitler if you don't agree with what I agree with.
Yeah. The whole binary interpretation of things, yeah.
Recreational.
Well, just the binary nature. Like there's a spectrum to everything. There's very few things because I work in computers. There's very few things that are only zeros and ones. I know what those are, and it's not anything that we do in our lives as human beings. None of it can be reduced to simple yes or no. Not a single thing. It's But it be that simple. Yeah.
Oh, I can reduce it. Whiskey's good. Done.
You're done.
Great. There you go.
That's the thing, man. We all have different.
Ken, you are sipping a bottle pour right now. I would not pour that on my worst enemy if they were on fire. Okay, that.
What's he sipping?
I don't even know what you're drinking. I'm just saying.
I just said whiskey's good. I didn't say what whiskey.
But that's I'm illustrating the point. Like whiskey in general. Yeah, whiskey's good. That whiskey? No, fuck you. You're drinking swirl. Fuck you.
Ken, I sent you a picture just now in Discord. I don't know if you got that or not. I sent you a photograph of a bottle I ran across today. You might be interested in it. Lava Man, Mr. Binary, zeros and ones. How much do you think social media has come into play and making people choose a side on everything?
Just said
hard
whiskey
side.
is good.
You're either one way or the other.
Yeah, so it's not the existence of social media; it is the fact that it can be so easily manipulated that has driven that division.
Say it. I was setting you up for that. That's exactly right.
Yeah, absolutely.
It can make people choose sides.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, like we know for a fact, like the last election, there was a lot of stuff manipulated by bots driven by other state actors. Like not even just on like some shady political stuff, but I'm not talking about politics. I'm not talking about who you support or whatever. I'm talking about like the idea of technology and it being manipulated to influence like elections, like not who you support. I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about like the fact that we exist in political systems, and those are now being technologically manipulated in a very specific way. That's not who you support or anything. That is happening. That is happening.
With that, like
Social
the
media
cancer culture
platform,
thing.
technology, like that's everything right now.
Well, I think
you're not going to get away from that.
Yep. Cancer culture has been enabled by
what he's saying, right? Like you could go on there, and no matter what your political party was, you either saw a positive response or a negative response, to regardless to what you were looking at.
Yeah.
You know, I may look at
and like we were talking about earlier with the
I
likes
saw-
or the dislikes, engagement. Like that's the metric that drives all social media platforms today. Engagement. How long do you spend consuming media on there? Yeah, so we can show you more ads and everything. So whether you hate it or love it, it doesn't even matter. How much time do you spend? So outrage, people get engaged with outrage very easily. And so they drive all of these views and a lot of this like ad revenue and everything through manipulating outrage specifically. And this is not politics. This is how they're manipulating human discourse. This goes way beyond politics. You know, it's just
All right, I digress because people are asking in chat for us to get back to whiskey. So Ken, did you get that picture I sent you?
What's everybody drinking?
Jefferson's cognac cask finish.
YouTube told me that Blanton's is worth $250, so I'm going to go ahead and buy a bottle of Blanton's for $250.
Speaking
I've got
of the
one
chat,
I'll sell you for $225.
And I'm not trying to step on.
Whiskey is more expensive
wait,
than drugs,
can't wait,
pause,
buddy.
or anything else here. I could get a Toronto trumpet much cheaper than whiskey. Sorry, A.
Okay, Donald.
Sorry,
I do not know what a Toronto trumpet
I know,
is.
I know,
I'm
I
pretty
kinda
sure I
wanted
don't
to
want to
jump
know.
on. I wanted to jump on now and-
I saw Two Girls, One Cup. I don't want to know about the Toronto trumpet. I don't need
Explain
to
in detail what a Toronto trumpet is, please.
So speaking
Hey,
of
Lava
the
Man,
chat,
have you seen 2 Canucks and 1 poutine?
I don't even want to know. You're God. So speaking of the
Mr.
chat,
Whiskey
and
Shits?
What you got, brother? Cheers.
Thank you.
Yep.
so speaking of the chat, and I'm not trying to step on James Morgan's toes because he's already helping her, but
Hobbit who
Jen
drinks.
Blackledge was looking for a suggestion as to if she likes a caramel undertone, what would we recommend at a $30 to $80 price point? And I'm going to throw that to you guys because bourbon is not my thing.
Caramel undertone.
G'day, Commander.
30 to 60.
Russell single barrel.
30 to 80.
Yep.
30 to 80. Okay.
You can definitely get some caramel notes off of Old Granddad 114.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I get
don't
it
bring
off
that
the
114.
Rotary.
That's a green apple with caramel on it. That's that 114.
Coffee
That's yeah.
Tasty.
So if my palate's adjusted to rare breed, I get it off rare breed. So if I'm already on the higher proof stuff, like I can drink rare breed and I get caramel all day.
Yeah, but I think the problem you have is you're talking about proof
Promoting you.
16.8. And if you're new to bourbon, 116.8, you're going to pull that out, but a newbie won't.
Yeah, but 30 to 80, like you're getting a lot of high proof shit in that range, you know?
Maybe throw a couple drops of water or something.
Yeah.
He didn't say beginner. He just said price range. So yeah.
Well, she earlier said new to. Listen, I know Jen.
Okay.
Okay.
I know
new.
Jen. She's relatively new to bourbon.
Oh, Russell's 10 year. It's cheap. And it's got.
I would say Russell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Russell, you can find a Russell's 10.
Oh, Russell's
You
10
get
is great. I got
$30.
Okay. I've been educated.
Okay, Donald.
That's what I was thinking.
Russell
Like, Commander
10 is
is
great.
short for the Senate Commander. Yeah. Jimmy right.
And all this before he's had anything to drink.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Hey, Ken, I
Oh,
guess you
Ninja.
just saw my subscription there. Is that what that was about?
I did. Yep. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. By the way, everyone,
to
we're
do-
going to
we
be
need-
on live with Cheech, not tomorrow night, but early Sunday morning.
2 a.m.
Tomorrow night for some people, California and
It
West
starts at my
California.
time. It starts at midnight. My time.
Let's see if I make it.
It's last week. It's last week for Ken.
It starts at 2 a.m.
Next week for Ken.
Yeah, next week.
yeah.
2 p.m. Monday morning or Monday afternoon for Ken.
Cinco de Mayo for
Sunday
Ken.
afternoon. It's Sunday afternoon for Ken. He's only 12 hours ahead.
420,
Yeah, it's Sunday,
420,
yeah,
bro. 420, bro. That's
Monday
what's-
afternoon.
Totally, bro. Actually, I might go on earlier than 2 a.m., but 2 a.m. is I should be on no later than that, but it could be a little earlier.
Yeah.
My gig tomorrow night is outside, and we have some bad weather in the forecast, so it might turn into a really early stream for me to make up for last week.
Cheech,
No,
where are you,
dude, I hope it goes earlier. I'll be ready.
Cheech,
Yeah,
where are you
yeah.
located?
I'm in Florida, Northeast Florida.
All right.
Oh,
Well,
Jacksonville?
Yes, you're right. I blame
Yeah,
you.
Jacksonville.
That's fair enough.
Cheech is in the middle of White Boy Summer right now. They're going hard.
Pretty nice out.
That's a thing. Like they're out there on South Beach in Miami with the spring
yeah,
break.
no doubt.
White Boy Summer, woo!
Well, let me tell you,
Fueled by
I don't go
White
to the
Claw Surge, 8% tall
You
boys.
beat me to it. I was about to say, yeah, White Claws and Jameson.
No, yeah, and they got the new White Claw, 8% tall boy. Yeah, the Surge boy. Woo!
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
we're going hard. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to stop drinking whiskey and go right back to the White Claw.
I mean, how can you not? What?
At
That's-
8%, I got to drink 44
I mean,
of those things.
It's slamming, right? Yeah, no.
A White Claw.
Yeah. I'm trying to pee
Listen,
every
White Claw
10 minutes.
whiskey with some
I'm
white
trying to
off the
pee
back.
every 10 minutes. That's my goal. That's what I'm trying. That's
Every 10 minutes.
Yep.
You break the seal.
That's what I don't get. I don't get that. It's like you're out on the beach party. Why are you going to drink something that's going to make you go to the bathroom like every 20 minutes? And I'm just making that on my own experience.
Yeah, so
Whiskey.
we're all old, and primarily we consumed alcohol. Now they're all on all the drugs, and the alcohol is just flavor in their mouth. That's hydration for them.
Yeah.
Like
Helps
the
to
White
kick it
Claw is
in.
how they get their. Like, I'm telling you, that's what's really
Oh
going
man.
on. They're on all, like, they're on ecstasy. They're on all the crazy experimental drugs, the 2CB, the wild. You don't even know. Yeah, so it's all about hydration. They're not even getting drunk. They don't care about alcohol buzz anymore. They don't care. It's all wild ass crazy research drugs. That's what's going on.
If Sam from My Whiskey She Wines is watching, I promise we're not making fun of you.
Oh, shit. I am. Why the fuck did you do that stuff?
So Jim wants to know, I'd love to hear everyone's opinion.
As I said,
I missed that.
bourbon is not really my thing. I don't have a good palate for it, so I defer to everyone else.
I'm in this apartment life right now, so I got my upstairs neighbor practicing saxophone. I'm in closed wooden earphones, and I can still hear my upstairs neighbor playing saxophone right now. Ridiculous.
I think Adam's listening to like some Britney Spears or something. Is that Britney?
Hey, it's all look, free Britney, but it's all
You're
about
muted,
K-pop right
Adam.
now. Okay,
You're muted.
you don't even know what's
I
going
love
on.
Britney.
Like, come on,
I love Britney.
Free Britney. No, that documentary is crazy, man. I don't know if y'all saw that on. Oh yeah, like, but that Britney Spears documentary is. You're like, what is going on? Like it's weird. It's weird. That's a weird.
I don't have
situation.
time to watch anything. I'm always on Whiskey Tube.
Yeah,
Literally.
Oh, right.
That's all I watch.
I've had time just to catch up on Whiskey Tube.
I'm watching 5 movies and listening to 3 albums right now. Cheech, you're slacking. Come on,
Yeah,
step your
I'm,
game
like,
up.
I'm,
Step your
I'm
game up,
7
man. What are you
videos
doing?
behind on Shelf Turds alone.
Do you not have Elon Musk's beta version brain computer interface? Because I'm sucking up all the data right now.
Plug it in.
I'm sucking up
Oh,
all
yeah.
the data.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the upgrade. I want to be able to port it directly in.
Version
I don't want to have to have a
2.0,
visual.
Yeah.
2.0 is where it's at.
Yeah.
I'm not an
Gotta wait
early
for that.
adopter. I want to wait till the bugs are worked out.
Gotta wait for that next version. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah.
Don't want those glitches. Hey, Jim.
I wonder how that works for people who stay up late.
With Jim.
most updates are done at night. If you stay up late, you miss your update.
Mm-hmm. No, just queues.
Well, that means I'm busted. I'm stuck.
We just
Yeah,
queue the
you're totally
updates in the
fucked,
middle
Ken.
of the night.
Yeah, I'm fucked.
Updates happen in the middle of the night because data transfer rates are the cheapest.
Yeah.
And so we just queue them up.
Bandwidth.
We just queue them up in the background. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Prime time, business hours, day trading. No, that's expensive bandwidth. Push them
What
updates
about all
at 2
these
a.m. for sure. Yeah.
all these idiots streaming all the time? They're fucking killing the bandwidth.
Oh, do not even get me started on these streaming assholes who think that their opinion is so good that people
That
deserve
today.
it. Like,
Bardstown.
That 4?
Yeah.
Bardstown.
Yeah. No, yeah. He definitely doesn't have 5 in Utah. I can tell you that. If I haven't seen 5 in Colorado, he has not seen 5 in Utah for sure.
There's no 5.
I had to order out for my 4. I had to get some hand delivery going.
There you go. I got 4 all over the place and 1. I still have Discovery 1 on the shelf at 3 different stores near me.
Yo, I got a
no
Disco
2,
2.
no 3.
I got a Disco 2 not too long ago, and I think there's bottles sitting on the shelf. We might we might need to trade some 1 for some 2. We might do that.
Are you still seeing those C919s?
I saw C191 on Wednesday when I went to Georgia.
If it's anywhere near MSRP, hit me up, dude.
89.
All right, I'll take it.
That means I got to go back to Georgia.
Yeah, give me that shit. Yeah, give me
This is what drives me nuts. Is you got Cheech down here talking about, I got batch 1 on the shelf, and Lava Man talking about how he's got batch 2. That shit doesn't make it up to New England. We don't have it. It's not here.
Yeah.
Where do you?
It never got that far. And I get it that their distribution only goes so far, but it's like, what the fuck? Come on.
Get the hand delivery, Floydian. That's your best bet.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Cheech, you got some of this coming to you. I just got a new bottle of it, dude.
Which one's
Everybody's
that?
flexing on here. Jesus Christ.
The 10-year? The rye?
Okay,
I can't see. Oh, 10-year, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
I'm gonna
Monday's
grab
gonna be a
that
fun
bottle. Yeah, that's sitting in the case at my local store. Yeah, I've seen it a couple times, and I was like,
Yeah,
"Ooh, do I get it or do I not?" Yeah, but if it's good, I'm
I
gonna
pulled
get it.
it out earlier on the stream, dude. I was telling everyone, like, it's literally probably my favorite bottle that I have.
Wow.
It's
Okay.
only 114.4 proof, but dude,
yeah,
it's a hitter.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate like super high proof stuff just for like the flavor punch, but like if it's something I want to actually like enjoy and drink more than one of to like for non-comparison reasons, it's got to be in that 1 to 120 range. Like 115 is about my top for like more than one of the
116 is
same
beautiful. 116,
Yeah,
118
yeah.
is a beautiful proof.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say I'll go even up to 120, but yeah, like
Plus-
that's
plus
that range. Yeah, like yeah.
Plus, it's high
Said
rye,
there's
so you're
loose.
getting that
Boot
punch
the
off
who's
the
on the
rye.
loose.
10-year and the high rye mash bill, that's probably pretty tasty. Can't wait.
Did it?
Yeah, dude.
You
Hope
get mad
you enjoy it,
you
man.
hoser.
Yeah, and like, and it's so weird to like go into my store, like, and look at what's in the case and not know, like because
Good stuff, Jim.
they tater some stuff at my store, right? Like some things are like there and reasonable. I got FAE 01 for $60, and it was in the case, right? But I'm like,
Okay, no worries.
Time they
Not
have
at all.
like, but at the same time they want to charge tater prices for like the like just random bottles, like Whistle Pig, like some of the rare Whistle Pig stuff. They're like $50 over MSRP, and I'm like, what is going on in here? This makes no sense.
Dude, almost everything they release in Utah is allocated. Like anything that comes from Buffalo Trace is allocated, even the base Buffalo Trace.
That's everywhere now. That's in Colorado. Like just right, yeah. That's like 6 months ago when I started getting into this. The store was like, we don't have Buffalo Trace all the time anymore. Buffalo Trace been allocated, and I was like, what? And that's why I'm here right now. Is because they were like regular Buffalo Trace allocated.
So Bobby's going to be heading out, so I'll raise the glass to him.
Yeah, Moderna's winning right now.
Cheers, mate.
Feel better?
I'll see you at 2 a.m. on Sunday.
I will let you know how I make out on this, but right now it's starting to kick in, and I expected it.
And I talked to Ken about it earlier. I mean, I had COVID pretty bad, so they said the Moderna second shot is pretty a bad reaction, and I've been pretty good till just now, but it hit me pretty strong, and so.
All right, cheers, brother. You rolled strong all day, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I
Feel better, my friend.
In the loop. I'll let you know how I'm doing, but
It's
pretty rough.
We'll see you soon, Bobby.
Leap.
Yeah.
All right.
7-5, bro.
Leap. Cheers, bro.
Yep. Cheers.
Yeah, man.
Driftless Glen. Yeah, I haven't seen that one out here in Colorado at all. Yeah.
This just showed up here in Massachusetts. Up until now, I hadn't seen it here. It was like, oh, hey. I'd heard Ed over at the Rocket Review talking about it, but I'd never seen it here. I'm like, oh, hey, Driftless Glen. Cool.
Day.
How is it?
W. O'Neill.
I haven't opened it yet. I mean,
O'Neill's in the house.
between yesterday and today, I bought this, which was the last at a local chain here between 5 locations. This was the last bottle at $63.99. Now, granted, I can't brag too much because the New Hampshire State stores beat that at $59.99, but I'm not that close to the New Hampshire border.
No, I mean, yeah. Well, and so much of the Jefferson stuff is like just gimmicky nonsense. That cognac cask, when you held that bottle up, I was like, ooh. Like,
yeah, this is actually the first Jefferson I've ever bought.
I might actually be down with that. That sounds good. Like, yeah.
And the only reason I bought it is because Jason Calori was talking about it on he tried it on his last live stream, and I'm like, okay, that sounds pretty good. But this, which I wasn't looking for, I totally found it.
Oh, you got a foolproof store pick? Yeah, I have a foolproof store pick. That's
okay.
Amazing. Yeah, and do you have the regular foolproof? Because
no.
the store pick I have is so different from the regular foolproof. It's but they're both good. But the store pick, it's like you might not even guess the same distillery. They're so different. It was weird. Yeah.
I've only got two 1792s. I've got the foolproof, and I have a single barrel pick from North Carolina that I won in a giveaway. But yeah, those two, the Driftless Glen.
Yeah, I need that 12-year 1792, and I need that Sweet Wheat.
And this.
Those are the two I don't have.
Yeah, I just got Sweet Wheat last week and the 12-year on Wednesday.
Yeah, I can get bottle of bond, I can get foolproof, I can get, Is
it the same bottle you have, Cheech?
You got a lead on the
I got one of those.
heavy rye
I
mash
think mine's the heavy rye. Hold on, let me check.
Cheech, you got a lead on that port or no? The
port. Oh yeah, the 1792 port. Yeah, I wasn't even really including that because I was like, I'm never going to get that.
That's the hard
I have not seen the port yet, Adam. But the second I do,
the hardest one for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
you got to use your vertical.
I could tell that yours was different without even seeing the label, because yours has a different seal on it. Yours is gold, mine is silver.
Yeah. Okay, mine's a seal spot, hand selected.
But I bought mine after you flashed yours a couple of weeks ago on your stream, and I'm like, and I admit it, I'm a sucker for a good label.
I haven't opened it yet, but it's coming soon.
How bad can it be?
It looks like some quality wax on there.
It's that.
It looks like some very supple wax.
Proof.
Yeah, it's got a big old pull tab on it.
That's good wax. That's Booker's wax.
It's Booker's type wax.
No, I'm telling you, I don't know if you guys have had it, but like the pinhook bottles had the best wax in the game, hands down.
Clean
that I've ever seen.
Clean.
Pinhook is such nice wax. It's crazy good.
Let's not discount Maker's wax. Maker's wax.
These are pretty good picks. You guys can find them.
Oh, Makers, I feel like is like the standard wax. Like that's the standard. That if you're below that, your wax sucks. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But
I haven't seen that Remus yet. I've been looking for it, Adam.
Oh man, I got a Remus store pick.
Hit up Mike Stahl, Cheech.
I will.
He sent me that one.
Do that. Okay.
Oh, is that from here in Colorado?
What state is Mike in?
Colorado. He's north of Denver.
So.
Yeah.
There's some other things in Colorado I'd be interested in.
Oh, hit me up, Cheech, bro. I mean, I'm in the middle of Denver, bro. We get I don't even really hunt.
When the price is not bad.
Like people hunt whiskey. I go to like the 3 closest stores and get like 90% of anything I could ever want.
Right.
It's yeah.
Where do I
like
hit
dim-
you up at, Lava Man?
Lava Man at Gmail. Yeah,
You're on Gmail. Okay.
Hey, Chief, Lava Man has hit me up with that Chattanooga 111.
Yeah, I got the 111 cask.
Oh,
yeah, that's
you know
easy.
I
That's
love
on
the
shelf.
chat stuff. Love it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
oh, so
I've
good.
yet to
Yeah.
have a bad Chattanooga yet.
Yeah, that 111 cask is so good. It's like chocolate on the back end. It's just that malted. Oh, it's
Yeah,
really,
the way their malt is done, it brings out those chocolate notes better than anybody. So good.
Yeah, that Boo Rye. Yeah,
I've seen that, but I haven't bought it.
Yes. I
I
want
love
that
the
Boo
Boo
Rye.
Rye. Oh, that's the distillery one.
Yeah.
No,
That's what's up.
it's state, so it's state only.
Yeah,
Just Utah though, right?
Yeah, just
Maybe it was last year's release because I've definitely seen a bottle with that label on the shelf here, but I didn't buy it.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
They have a Boo Rye that they distribute, like sort of allocated.
Yeah, I have one of those.
But then they had the state owned, like the local release.
I think they just changed it where they're only going to be state only. I don't know for how long, if that's ongoing or what, but
I wouldn't.
I heard the same
thing.
It wasn't a burp.
No, I would have expected Midwinter's Night's Dram to go state only before the Boo Rye.
no way,
I've never
dude. That's
had
like
the
so
Midwinter
popular.
Night.
Well, no,
I've never
exactly.
had
But
any
that's
of
what I'm
it.
saying. Like, they're so popular. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, let's make that the exclusive thing. You know what
No,
I
I think they produce way more Midwinter Night's Dram.
mean? Yeah.
That's like their high profile release that everybody like hunts because of like the rarity plus like the axe and everything. Like you want to get that vertical. You know?
Yeah.
That label.
Did you watch the podcast stream with Freddie Johnson?
Oh yeah.
Earlier
So
No, I
good.
didn't get that.
No, he was talking about. Okay, so he said they produce 3,500 bottles of Blanton's a day.
Wow, that's okay. At that point, you really have to question what kind of quality there is.
No, well, not necessarily because I mean, none of this is new, right? Like this is at least 4 years been around. You know, what I mean, they planned for this, like and yeah. So I'm not saying that, but I am saying like the demand, like just to illustrate how crazy the demand has gotten. And he addressed it. He was like, and everybody says, oh, well, we ship it all overseas. So he's like, no, 5% of Buffalo Trace's products are shipped outside of the United States, outside of North America. And I'm like, that demand is like, wow. I didn't I knew it's getting more popular, but that is some crazy level numbers. Like how? It's Well, bourbon is the only thing you drink in America apparently today.
I have heard at a local, I can't call it a local distributor, but a regional distributor covering the southeastern United States has 50,000 cases of Blanton's in their warehouse.
That's crazy.
But they only ship out a couple hundred cases a week.
Yeah.
And they're just stacking it up. Why not? Drive the price up. Just like
Tater's going to take. Tater's gonna take it's the new De Beers. Yeah, it's the new De Beers cartel. Yeah, like Luxottica owning all the eyewear places on earth. Yeah, like you can't buy a pair of sunglasses or glasses without buying them from Luxottica. Yeah,
that's right.
Maybe the one I have open.
Anywhere. It's so easy.
I don't even know when I have open a few bottles. I'm going to give away a bottle on a live stream in a couple weeks. I'm going to give away a Blanton's. I'm going to try to do a live stream on like a weekday at like 10 o'clock, where people are actually awake. And then I'm going to do a bottle giveaway just because I have some bottles I'd like to give away.
I only have 2 bottles of Blanton's. Yeah. I only got 2 bottles. I just I opened both because I wanted to compare.
Yeah.
But I'll probably never buy another bottle.
Yeah. I can get a bottle of Blanton's like I can walk to a store and get a bottle of Blanton's for $98.
Yeah. I mean, I got a store pick only because I always buy the store picks from this one particular store because they hook me up on other things. So I buy every store pick they have. So I've got their store pick Eagle Rare. I've got their store pick Blanton's. I've got their store pick, Old Scout. I've got their store pick everything. But because I buy every store pick, when they get something else in, sometimes I get phone calls, but I'm usually in there once or twice a week as it is. So they're just like, hey, Cheech, we got you something. We put something aside. So I find buying store picks probably goes the furthest in building those relationships because they like it when you buy their store picks.
Sure.
Well, and like and the other end, like just like buying regular stuff too, not just coming in for the releases and everything, just being like,
Right.
yo, like you track my account in the computer, go look at what I buy. I buy Wild Turkey 101. I buy Early Times Bottle and Bond. I buy, like I buy regular stuff all the time. And I also buy all this other stuff too. So how at your boy?
Yeah. Well, that's how I got my Eagle Rare 17. I walked on Christmas Eve and they're like, "Hey, we have something for you." I'm like, "What is it?" And he showed me. I'm like,
man,
"Yeah, that's for me."
Nice.
That's for me. But he said it. The owner said it. It's like he's like, "You buy all my store picks. You buy everything else here. I'm going to give you an opportunity at this if you want it." And I was like, "Of course I want it." Be stupid not to get it.
That's cool, man. I wish we could do that in Utah. That's all or that's all lottery stuff. All that high end stuff is lottery.
Yep.
Well, and you go back and forth. It's like, like, is the lottery better? Like, I mean, do you have more of a fair chance? I don't know. Like, it's like, relationships definitely count. And I'm not saying that, but I'm saying like, like, I'd rather be in a state-controlled state with the lottery than be in Mississippi, where it's not state-controlled, but you're still not getting shit.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I'm saying? Like even with relationships, you're just not getting anything.
But people are doing better too at forming those relationships. So
it's here in Massachusetts, it's a toss-up, because you have some stores who it's all about who you know. You have some stores, like there's a store that's local to me that has the most fucking arcane hold card system you have ever seen in your life. Basically, what they do is it's like if you make a certain number of purchases, you get a hold card. Or if you buy whiskey that they happen to stick a hold card on because it's something they want to get the fuck rid of, you get a hold card. And what they'll do,
so you're saying you bought a liter of Fireball? That's what you're saying.
I mean, it depends on what they're trying to move. It's not quite a point system. It's literally a physical, like, printed card. And what they'll do, usually twice a year, is they'll have an auction. And they'll have things like Stag Junior, Stag, the BTAC stuff, Weller, and people will bid their hold cards. And I know that Bill over at the Whiskey Deck, who lives not far from me, he went to the auction, I think, in December that they did. And I'm trying to remember what bottle it was. There was one bottle, I think it was like Pappy 23 or Pappy 15, went for 138 hold cards. Now, to get one of those cards, there's a certain subset that you can buy that if you make 4 purchases, you get a card. The rest of them, it's like 12 purchases to get a hold card. So think about how much money you have to spend. You spent a shit ton of...
That's a $3,000 bottle of Pappy. Yeah.
You spent a shit ton of money, or you pulled together with 2 or 3 other guys, which means now you have to split the bottle. And it's just like, no, fuck you. I get better ways to spend my time and my money. Piss off.
Yeah. So about 5-6 years ago, when I first realized that something was going on with bourbon in general, the store that my local store where I was living at down in South Denver, they were like, okay, we got a bottle of Pappy 20 and we're not going to sell it. What we're going to do is we're going to do a blind tasting against 2 of our favorite bourbons, and we're going to see what y'all really think about this. And I went down and I did that tasting, whatever, and I picked the same one that 80% of people picked, and it was a McKenna 10-year over the Pappy 20. Overwhelmingly.
Because of the oak or what?
No, just because it's just a better tasting bourbon. Just going in blind, just be like, I don't know, whatever. They didn't know what it was. They're like, yo, these things are in here, but it was a blind, and 80% of people picked McKenna 10-year over Pappy 20.
That's interesting.
80%, yeah.
Hey, Jim, just buy a few of these, and you'll fill that card right up, man.
There you go, man. Yeah. Proud of you, buddy, for getting that. Yes.
So back to this tumbling dice for a second. If you look at the back label here, this is what I love about this bottling. And if Cheech looks at his bottle, I don't think he's got it. They pretty much lay this sucker bare. They tell you where it was distilled. They tell you the entire mash bill.
3 years. On yours.
This is I believe it's a 3 year.
Was a 4.
It's a 3-year-old straight bourbon whiskey. It's clearly MGP. It was distilled in Indiana.
Indiana.
So they're
36% rye.
Bourbons?
Pardon?
They're both bourbons, right?
I think Cheech is also a bourbon. Yeah.
Yep.
This is the heavy rye mash bill. It's 36% rye. It's 60% corn and 4% barley, and they straight up tell you that on the label.
Mine's the same, Jim, except for mine's at least 4 years old. So mine's an extra year on yours. I think that's the only difference. Yours is a single barrel?
That's what I love about those discoveries.
I don't know if mine is a single barrel. But mine is. It's 100 proof.
Okay,
Shut up, Mr. Whiskey Shits. We've all seen the Disco 4 label. You're not big dicking out here,
Jim. Mine's a single barrel, and it's 118. So I think that's single. The golds are single barrel, and the silvers are a small batch. So.
That makes sense. Okay.
But I
was wondering what that difference was. Like, I thought it was like just the year, but that makes more sense if it's a single barrel.
Just said wake up Ken. Why a munted bitch?
I ain't no munt. I ain't munting.
Wake up Ken, you munted bitch.
Yeah, munted bitch.
Someone light a wildfire under that man's ass and burn half of Australia right now.
Dude, he's like, how many hours in?
He's only like 9. It's only like
9. He's pushing 11 because he went live at about 10 a.m. I think.
He's over 11. He's 11 3 minutes.
There you go.
According to
oh, he's still awake, man.
Yeah. Well, that time is 15 minutes.
So we've established now that we've established that Mr. Whiskey Shits is Ken's online stalker. That's a thing. He knows exactly how many hours and minutes the Ken has been streaming.
Dude, I clicked over to look at the chat.
It's right in the chat.
It tells you.
Look on the stream.
Okay.
Look on the stream. It's right there.
No, he's looking at his phone.
It's right on there.
He's looking at his phone. He's got alerts. He's like, oh yeah.
I'm watching Trev Wilson on the Bourbon Ranch right now. He's got 88 people watching.
Hey, don't say his name too many times. He'll pop in the chat.
You know that. I'm the one that established that.
The Offerman, yeah. That's Ken's favorite American bottle that he owns. Is that Nick?
Yeah,
Offerman.
so I'm very happy that you have a bottle of this, and I can't wait to see you compare this to the 16 because if I'm remembering, and I have a bottle of 16 that I've had for a few years, I haven't opened, but if I remember the 16 correctly, these are fairly different. They're not super different, but you can definitely taste the difference.
It to be different.
I mean, what's the point? Otherwise,
I mean,
just go slap a new label on it and have the same juice. Come on. People will find out real quick if you just slap your name on something that's the same juice.
Sure.
The regular bottle. But that was talked about in the stream earlier. Yeah, that Templeton stuff. Yeah,
Nigga from the barrel.
Nah, I don't want nigga.
Shane's killing a Ezra Brooks store pick about 200ml into roughly 375 left in the bottle.
I got that Ezra 99 and
Nick Offerman is the best celebrity whiskey out there. What about?
Oh well, that's pretty easy. That's not a high bar. That's not a high
very
bar.
low
that's
bar.
Not high praise at all. Yeah, like Nick Offerman, like he actually drinks whiskey and he put his name on something, so it's good. Like that, there's no high bar celebrity alcohol at all.
Oh,
yeah.
Speaking of celebrity alcohol,
I will say that the George Clooney tequila that he's not in anymore, but he started good stuff. Like I forget the name of it, but yeah, that's good. That's good tequila. It really is. But yeah, like so many celebrity
spirit. There's nothing better than Dan Aykroyd's Skull Vodka. Not because of the bottle.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I've come this close to buying that just because I want the freaking Skull bottle. But it's like,
like no, and like if I could go to an event and have Dan Aykroyd sign that bottle, that would be on my shelf forever. Absolutely.
He only does that in Canada. So ask Donald Rance if he can get you one.
There you go. Now, as far as celebrity alcohol goes, the store that I was at last night, which was the store where I got the Jeffersons, the Tumbling Dice, and the Dreyfus Glen, and I posted the picture of this in the Discord, I think in the bar channel. I was looking at what was in the glass case, and I looked down in the lower right corner, and there's 2 bottles of Ron Jeremy rum, signed by Ron Jeremy.
The Hedgehog.
I was like,
Bro, go back and buy. Bro, go back and buy me one. No, buy me. I'll take it for the signature, bro. Come on, that's the hedgehog. Come on, that's the legend. And not because but because of everything he did after that, just playing off of that legend. He's a personality, man. He's like, come on, like that's come on, that's he's.
We all know who he is.
No, we all know who he is. The problem is, if you were going to sell those, you should have sold them before he got hauled in the court for being a creep. Now it's like, ugh.
Oh, I was so surprised he turned out to be a creep.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's Ron Jeremy. Are we really surprised?
No, exactly. Like, how can you levy allegations against a notorious porn star? What did in any situation? What did you ever think was gonna come on? Like a legend. Come on, that's not a Harvey Weinstein's a dirtbag. But you're gonna get in a room with Ron Jeremy. What the fuck do you honestly, what do you expect is gonna happen? Come on.
Now, what kills me about those two bottles, and I'm assuming this because otherwise they would have had to, fly to where he was. He was in Boston, but it was over a decade ago to speak at a college in Boston. I only know this because a friend of mine used to work public security there. So they've had those bottles for over a decade, which tells you either they didn't have them on display for a while or nobody fucking wants them.
Yeah.
And the best part was I didn't even realize they were signed until I looked back at the picture. I'm like, wait.
Yeah.
Those things are fucking signed.
Yeah.
It's signed in white.
Yeah, I mean, but honestly, accusing Ron Jeremy, I mean, that's like, getting on the boat with the snake and the wolf and whatever, and whatever, you know what I mean? Like, you got bit, again, there's horrible
it's
shit
funny
going
you
on.
use the snake reference.
But I'm just saying, that no one walks into any situation with Ron Jeremy not knowing exactly what the fuck is up. I'm sorry, that's just come on. Not since 1972 has everyone ever been surprised by Ron Jeremy's behavior. Come on. I mean, come on.
I have been fortunate enough to meet Mr. Jeremy, and he is a very nice gentleman. I've met him on several occasions. He's a very nice man.
I don't know it can be.
Really?
I don't know it can be. Yeah. But again, if it goes weird, come on. You cannot be surprised by that. You cannot.
I'd be disappointed if it didn't.
Right. At a certain point,
it better go weird.
Sure. Yeah. If it's a real party like that, come on. That's what, And so, that's.
I'm just saying it's not Bible study when you're hanging out with Ron Jeremy. It's just not.
Yeah. There's no, he is not a reverend. He is not,
There
He's
might
not a
be
man of
whores.
God like that. Yeah. Well, there's somebody in the Bible, but
In the chat, W. O'Neill said, Ron Jeremy only had one thing going for him in life, and he wrote it until the wheels fell off. What do you expect?
Exactly. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never noticed the wheels.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
they were obscured for most of the shots. The wheels were obscured.
There's a lot of hairy asshole in the way.
And you know that he's transitioned, that he's he's crossed that zeitgeist from being just a porn star to a celebrity, because I can guarantee even Ken knows who Ron Jeremy is. It's that dude.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's still in here.
Ron Jeremy is.
Look, his son came in. His son came in Ken's son came in when we mentioned Ron Jeremy. That's how many people know about Ron Jeremy.
I don't know if he's still in here, but I'm pretty sure Burr Ben was the stunt double from the back view of Ron Jeremy.
Shit.
Oh shit.
Burr Ben is the only living stunt double for Ron Jeremy. Yes.
That's awesome.
Burr Ben.
That's so good.
Oh, yes.
That's so good. Hey, Ken, are you going to get the new Ron Jeremy Lego?
I don't even want to picture that.
That's a family set right there. That's a family set.
Don't finish it. Don't finish it.
Everybody around the table to put that one together.
It's 8,000 pieces.
Wholesome Lego.
And 4,000 of them are the you-know-what.
First ever skin tone Lego has been ever released.
Old Man Joe. Multitasking? I have no idea what you're talking about. think I missed something.
Are you making a sandwich? I think is what he's asking.
No. In front of my laptop, not in the kitchen.
I had some pizza for dinner. It was delicious.
I had pizza last night.
Pizza, pizza and port wine and pizza together. It's magical.
As long as there was no pineapple involved, I'm down.
No,
with
that's
that.
not pizza.
Donald
That's an
Trump.
abomination.
Just
Yeah,
said Ron
Oh,
Jeremy.
come on.
Yeah.
The 12-inch
Not the worst
charcuterie
thing out
for
there.
soccer moms.
No, it's one of the worst things out there. Like wet, soggy pineapple on pizza is one of the worst things out there.
I'm with you, Jim. Well, don't say that to my son because he only eats wine pizza. He loves it.
Oh,
Yeah, well, he's Australian. He doesn't know any better.
The ham part.
I don't mind it. I don't order it all.
Yeah, but like, yeah. Well, and like, I'm not saying there can't be a good piece of pineapple on pizza, but I'm saying when you dump the Dole can out and chop it up and throw it on the pizza, that is not
Lava Man. I had that conversation today with my wife about because she hates Hawaiian pizza, and I was like, in Italy they actually do put pineapple on a pizza. But it's not out
in
of
Italy. I will eat the hell out of that in Italy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
absolutely.
But Domino's like
Don's got a pork shallot tin for later on.
No.
Yeah, I'm not sure which Dan that is, unfortunately.
Right.
Apologies.
Me neither. Yeah. It's a Dan.
I'm assuming it's not the crazy Irishman.
Ooh,
Three to go, and I'll get to buy another bottle of this.
That's a good bottle pour sound out of that. Yeah, that was nice.
Oh yeah.
What was that? Good plug.
I got a cool stopper too.
Jim, what bottle was that? I missed it.
This is the Jefferson's cognac cask finish that Jason was talking about 2 nights ago.
The first Jefferson's I've seen that I would actually buy. I think.
Yeah. And I believe this is their first rye since 2008. They don't do them very often, which is partially why I bought it.
Yeah.
But
Well,
also because
and rye and cognac together, that seems like a very interesting combination. Like that seems like a really nice marriage. You know,
like I said, and
Don's
maybe
in my neck of the woods.
and maybe it changes when I get a little further down the bottle. But right now, so far, it's been something that even Whiskey Mountain's Adriana, who doesn't like rye, this is in the category of yes, Adriana would drink this because there's no rye notes at all. It's all cognac.
Yep. And Don was
around
on
the
the
rye.
8:30 yesterday morning.
I'm gonna buy that. I'm gonna buy that Redemption, Mr. Whiskey Shits. I'm gonna buy that one.
Yeah.
When I go to the store, give me that Dickel. I'm gonna buy that one because it's around in the case.
I'm looking for that bottle, but I don't think it exists up here.
I just found it. I had to drive 150 miles to get this on Wednesday. I've never seen it around.
I won that bottle on Drums and Drams. He shipped me that Elijah Craig rye. It's so good. It's really
I've
good.
heard it's so good. I'm gonna crack this up tomorrow.
It's
a little low proof for me right now because I've been hitting the 10s and above.
Yeah, but I really do anything. Yeah, I really do anything under 90 proof. But that one's good. Yeah, and we were talking earlier. Ken had that Redwood Empire Lost Monarch. That's one of the best under 90 proof bottles that's probably ever existed. That is so good.
I haven't tried it because I was so turned off by the pipe dream. Pipe dream was a punishment for me.
Oh no,
I hated
it. Get as many bottles at Lost Monarch as you can find.
It's everywhere around me. It was $29.
It is
$29 all day long.
It is so good. It is so
I'll pick
good.
one up tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'll get it
yeah,
tomorrow.
for sure. Like for real, yeah. I mean that like Buffalo Trace store picks under 90 proof.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, or whatever,
good.
or under 100 proof. But like, yeah, I don't do a lot of under 100 proof anything. But that's get it. Definitely get it. It's
I
so
will
good.
buy it
I was
tomorrow.
I was super surprised. I killed that bottle.
Is that the Lost Monarch or is that the
the Lost
Emerald
Monarch?
Giant?
Yeah.
So
No, that was the Lost Monarch.
What's the review?
Pipe Dream was a turnoff to me.
the-
I couldn't. It had this petroleum note on it that drove me crazy. It was my punishment for. If I didn't deserve good whiskey, I drank that.
I can definitely vouch for the Lost Monarch. I've heard that
I'll give it a
Emerald
try.
Giant is fantastic as well for a rye. I haven't had it yet, but that Lost Monarch is it is a hitter for.
I will be drinking it on my live stream on
It is
Sunday
so
at
good.
2 a.m.
That's what's up. Yeah, no, yeah.
I'll get it.
You will
Crack it
be.
for that
Yeah,
stream.
it literally like it's like memory
I'll join
wise.
you.
I'm like, that's one of those bottles. I'm like,
That's what I'm saying,
Oh.
Ken. We'll both have a pour of
Like,
that to get
wow.
started.
Yeah.
I wonder if Adam
Okay.
has it. Adam probably has it too.
oh
Mr.
yeah,
Whiskey
I think
shit.
he does,
He
yeah,
probably has it.
yeah.
So we can all drink that
So-
on
Yeah,
Sunday.
probably.
I don't know if he's paying attention, but Bourbon is in the chat. I was trying to tag Bourbon Baller, and I got the whole list up, and he's down there. So, oh boy.
we summoned the
Oh
devil.
yeah, man. There's
No, he's
the whole
editing a
list
new
of-
video.
Oh, cool.
Mhm.
I hope so. I like the one. I like the raw gorilla footage that he did.
gotta
on
watch the
his,
first one.
Video.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
good. Pretty good.
That's
I
a
thought
big
about
cat. It's
doing some
impressive
videos
that
of my hunts. Oh, we mentioned Mr.
Hmm.
Whiskey shit 3 times, and now Adam's back.
Yep. Talking about that Redwood Empire.
Adam, do you have the Redwood Empire Lost Monarch?
I don't have any redwoods, no.
Really?
Okay,
Oh, man.
go find it and buy it tomorrow because
Isn't it
me, you,
direct
and
buy
Ken are
that
going to drink it on Sunday.
If you want a Lost Monarch, I can throw one of those
Yep.
in. It's on the shelf. Yeah, like
Nah,
like that.
dude, I'm not gonna find it in Utah.
Oh yeah, no, I got
Oh,
it for
okay.
you. If you, I got it on the shelf. If you want.
I'm
yeah.
just saying,
it's easy to
by
come by for
the
me.
time of Chica's live stream, I'm not gonna find that.
Oh no, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah.
No worries.
Just if you,
No
yeah,
worries.
if you're interested, I got that for you. Yeah, that's another one that's on the shelf.
It'd be
It's
interesting
like
to
a
figure out something that we all have.
Is it a boot rack?
Oh.
There you go. Mike can get one.
Yeah. Oh, so we were talking about like some sort of like tech related stuff earlier, and I'm a tech guy. I had an idea. Like, I'm not a front end sort of like web developer type of person, but I have a concept of like, okay, we need a visual representation of flavor profiles in whiskey that like are it's like a graph, right? And so you can pick whatever flavor you want, and then over time you can choose like to draw the graph of when that flavor shows up from the front, from the aroma to the initial taste to the mid palate to the back palate, and you can show how you perceive certain flavors in the whiskey like over the time that it like you're actually tasting it, right? And then also as part of that, like a sort of a social media aspect of like people cataloging their collections, sort of like how Amazon killed the book website, the Goodreads, like, but it's just like sitting in 1994 for some fucking reason because they don't want to do anything with it. But it's a good idea. But I thought about this kind of like thing where like, oh, like who has what, right? Like, oh, what can we share at the same time? Like you can post your, whole collection online, do that. But then also like initially, like I said, like I was thinking about like, how do you visually represent your tasting experience of a whiskey or any kind of spirit, like, and be able to like have the flexibility to say, this is the tasting note I get, and this is also how it expresses itself as I taste this. I thought that was kind of an interesting idea. I don't have the skills to actually like make that work in the real world. I do have the skills and abilities to do the back end to make it stay up and running and functional for people. But I thought that, yeah, that was one of the ideas I had. I was like, oh man, like I really think like people would benefit from that sort of visual representation of how people are experiencing things when they're not, with them and sharing the same thing or in the same moment.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I was just saying. I was just typing it out to a Livewire Whiskey. It'd be neat to have a live stream where everybody had, say, 2 or 3 of the same bottles, and we all did like a mass tasting all at the same time.
Each person have that little graph coming up with the flavor notes that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like,
Right, yeah. Well, yeah, where you can see,
Yeah.
like over the time, like, yeah, and like kind of graph it out,
Yeah.
like, oh, I taste this initially, and then it goes here, and then like I don't taste it at all, and then this flavor overtakes it at the back end. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, and as far as like finding what people have, like they do that with the flights, but you have to prepare, you have to schedule all that. You have to be like, oh, I'm going to send the same flight out to all of these channels, and then they're going to do it all and then come back with that at the same time. But that, like, like again, like I'm only here casually. I'm never going to be like one of those, like I'm building a channel, like kind of, like that's just not, I don't, it's not my nature. But I would love to be able to hop on and be like, hey, what can we all agree on at this moment that we all have that we're all going to taste right now together? You know what I mean? Because we can see what we all have and that shared database. That would be interesting. Yeah.
What are you up to over there, Ken?
I don't know whether Mr. Yeah, this is breakfast. I don't know if Mr. Irish Yoda is still in the house, but yeah, I'm having some of the
Vegemite on toast.
Yes,
he
is. Yeah.
And I think it came with 2 Lego bricks, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like it came with 2 Lego bricks.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep, 2 Lego bricks. I'm pouring a couple little samples to keep for later on. So when this bottle's gone, I can have my little collection of little sample bottles to revisit it.
You know, Ken, I just started doing the same thing. As I'm finishing a bottle, I'm saving 2 ounces and building like an archive of the end of the bottles to visit at a much later date, hopefully. But I've been doing that for the last few weeks. I've been filling 2-ounce bottles as I'm finishing a bottle. I'm like, okay, that's for me, but it's for me way later to revisit at another time.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. That's what I'm doing. If I'm not doing it at the end of the bottle, I'm making sure that I get it.
Yeah, I should probably do it sooner.
So it's still got a decent ABV in it. I notice I can't
really
fill
like
these up too much. Second?
What's that, Jim?
I should really like. I was just looking at Cheech there, and I just caught how he's got the bottle set up so it's like a little
shrine
pyramid behind his head there. It's a very
yep.
It's a very nice setup. It's very.
It just worked out that way.
And
I took a photograph earlier, and that's just how it sits. So I'm way underneath that. That's like a foot above my head. So it just looks that way from that angle, which is fine with me. But I'm sitting really low. I'm only a few inches off the ground, probably. It's a very old chair.
Simon's caught nothing.
I was going to say.
Everyone else around him's catching.
He has Lego figure legs. They're like this tall. That's all he's got.
I'm actually 6'6".
Wow, I'm 6 feet even, and 6
Damn.
feet is crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm a short Italian guy. I'm
a short ass. I'm 5'7".
Yeah, I'm like 5'9", 5'10".
I'm a freaking midget compared to you guys.
4'2".
5'4". I'm 5 on a good day.
No, let me tell you, I'm 6 feet tall. I wear a size 13 shoe. Let me tell you, after size 12, shoes are a huge pain in the ass.
No doubt.
Like they make everything up to size 12, and after that, it's like I might as well be in the NBA. Like trying to find shoes. Like
Ron Jeremy also wears a size 13, but it's not a shoe.
Size 13. I was gonna say a size 13. What? Yeah.
No comment.
Hey. Real talk, like with no kink shaming and like in the efforts of like safe sex and everything. There's a company called My One. They make all the condoms in the world. Basically, it's a factory out of Malaysia. They have 21 sizes, and you can measure and get the exact perfect size for you. Like so, all the guys, whatever, like go and do that. Like it's not. Don't be ashamed about it. Don't make like, oh, I got to take this off because it's not working. Like, just find the right size. Like they have 21 sizes.
There you go.
Like, just go do it. Go do it. Yeah, because nobody wants any expect babies. It's not. Yeah, that's not fun. It's not fun.
So, public service announcement by
exactly. Yeah. I'm here to spread the love.
Thanks for looking out.
Spread the love. Spread the knowledge. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, come on. Yeah. Everyone should know that. Yeah.
I heard we're approaching 8 billion people on the planet. Probably by the end of the year, we hit 8 billion.
God damn.
People.
Yeah.
Wrap it up. Listen to Lava Man.
That explains the blends.
That's exactly right. All them babies drinking Blantons.
And I mean,
babies drinking baby Blantons. Damn.
And I mean, I shouldn't bag on it because I've got one bottle open. It's the only bottle I've ever opened, and maybe it will open up. But so far, my impression of it is, Dr. Fraser Crane talking about Christmas. That's all I got. For all the hype it gets, it's like this is not that impressive.
It's underwhelming. It's underwhelming. It really isn't that good.
I've got a sealed bottle that I might just give away.
I mean, I'm sure there's some good bottles out there. It's single barrel. Eventually, you're going to hit on a good
Sure.
one. But
This is like, how many do you go
I've
through to
had?
get there?
I don't know. I take
I
a
just
lot
hope,
of
I
things
just hope
over
the
that.
Eagle Rare is better. Jeez.
I like Eagle Rare. It's pretty solid.
Yeah.
I have a couple store picks Eagle Rare right now. One of them is really good. But it's a store that does good store picks. So
when I see Eagle Rare here, it's $40 to $45.
That's solid. That's a good price.
Yeah, it's not bad.
here.
It's not definitely not MSRP by
Yeah, I think it's $99
$30
$35 when I see it.
But I don't complain at 45, but again, it's not on the shelf or whatever. But yeah, it's good stuff.
I did not say Dingleberry. But when we do see Eagle Rare around here, a lot of places charge a lot of money for it. I see it as high as $99, $79 is pretty common. $69 is about the cheapest, but every once in a while I can get it for $39, $49 every once in a while. Dingleberry.
Oh my God!
Oh, my wife happens to be in the chat. That's always nice.
That was great.
I love it.
You really come back with, did Dingleberry stick with you? Thanks, Dad.
She's not wrong. She's not wrong.
Speaking of store picks, and I'm sure I've harped on this in at least one other stream, but I got a Weller Foolproof recently. It's not mine. It's actually for Bourbon because he tipped me off that there was a drop in Massachusetts. How they got it, I have no freaking clue. Actually, no, I do know.
Look, but Bourbon is mobbed up. That's my theory. That's my theory. He's got family. Like he knows people where shit's falling off trucks and shit. I swear, that guy's connected.
Well, actually, I was just talking about this.
He has too much crazy stuff. He has too much crazy stuff.
It's either Italian guys or Jewish guys. They're the ones with all the connections.
Right? I'm saying. He knows people. He definitely knows people. There's no fucking way.
And in fairness, I don't recall who was. I think it was Bobby earlier. He was talking about how you had to spend. It was either Bobby or Dustin. He was talking about how it was Dustin. We were talking about how you had to spend $1,100 at the OHLQ to be able to purchase a. It was Bobby or Dustin to purchase a Weller Foolproof. What this store did, and I can pretty much see what was going on. They had the Weller, and what they said was okay. And I think what happened was there were two things. One of them was the distributor said, "Oh, hey, you want the Weller Foolproof pick? You see these 1.75s of Wheatley vodka? You have to take those two." And so the store went, I don't want to be fucking saddled with this shit. Tie it to the Weller. So you wanted the Weller? Oh, you have to buy that too. And then the other thing that they did, and I think it's because they more liquor stores in this country than I could count. We would be here until we died. They have a Heaven's Door Highway 61 blend pick. I mean, I could throw a stone and find that. Even in Massachusetts, there's like 5 stores. It's like, Heaven 61, Highway 61. Yeah, you and everybody else. And I'm guessing they couldn't move it because what they did was they said, okay.
Wasn't that like a Bob Dylan tie-in or something?
The Heaven's Door. The Heaven's Door is Bob Dylan's celebrity whiskey.
He gets $10 a bottle.
And the deal with the Highway 61 is if you actually look it up, it's always a store pick. It's not even on their website. It doesn't matter. It's their default store. If you get a store pick, it's a Highway 61 blend.
That's
and
right.
so what the store did, because I'm guessing they couldn't move it, was they tied it to the Weller. So if you wanted to get the Weller, you had to spend $150. Get the Weller, the vodka, and the Highway and the Heaven's Door. And so I've got a bag in my fucking closet with all 3 of those bottles. I'm probably gonna end up splitting them with Bourbon, and we'll take half of them. But it's just like really.
Yeah, I was talking earlier about a bar that my friends own where I can go and sample a lot of stuff at like employee prices, and they were also like, yeah, we can get you some bottles and stuff or whatever, because with the pandemic they can actually like sell stuff out of the door as opposed to previous times, right? But they were like, yeah, but we have to order to get like an Elmer T. Lee. We have to order like 12 cases of something else, but they own like 5 dive bars. so they can like do that, and I can still get like some stuff from them, like, you know what I mean? Like, and obviously I'm not like, oh, give me the VTAC or whatever, you know, but I can get an Elmer Lee, I can get like McKenna, I can get like, you know, like solid bottles from them on the regular, but they're like, the distributors are like, nah, you got to buy like X cases of this to get one bottle of this, and they're like, we can do that because we can sell it because we have these bars, but yeah, I can imagine, like
Just
what other bars would have to go through to even be able to serve
with a Bardstown
like
knockoff bottle.
a lot of products where like, oh, like you don't want to buy 24 cases of crap well whiskey to get one bottle of this. Well, you're just not going to have it on your menu then. Sorry. Yeah, it's wild.
Well, I was told by a store owner that he has to order, I think it was 80 cases of regular Michter's rye to get not one case, but one bottle of the 10-year, exactly, of the 10-year rye.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
But you know, he has multiple stores, like you were saying. Place has multiple dive bars. He has multiple stores and multiple bars, so he was able to get 4 or 5 of the rye. I didn't get one of the 10-year rye. I got a 10-year bourbon off of him. But he was like, it's such a crazy game for them not to play to get
Just
that
said
stuff.
the 15th of May is World Whiskey Day. Might have do the 24 hours stream.
And
I'm down, Ken. Let's do it.
Good luck, Ken.
Ken, I'll be in on
we
that.
Could get a lot of people in on that, I think. Yeah.
I think the 24-hour stream
like,
thing needs to be a fundraiser of some sort to get people interested.
Oh, absolutely.
You might even twist my arm into taking an hour.
Like you know, the Jerry Lewis Telethon used to go for raising money. We make it some sort of charitable thing. The charity could be Scotch Down Under. That's fine with me. But
that's interesting.
24 hours.
Well, it could be the Australian Wildlife Relief Fund or whatever, like Wildfire Relief Fund. They had a bunch of wild shit going on down there.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Whiskey Shits.
Well, we just had a cyclone.
Quokkas.
Mr. Whiskey
Relief.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I was thinking about the cyclone that just happened. Yeah,
Ken, cyclone relief would be good. Have your people call my people, Ken. We'll make it happen.
We'll make that happen.
Keep the pub open fun.
Keep
That's a
the
little
pub open
self-serving, Jen.
Just a little bit.
To keep the pub open fun. That's what we've been doing all day.
I just in the last 30 seconds formed a company, a nonprofit that supplies charity-based relief to bourbon-related organizations. Okay, so I'm only taking like $300,000 a year salary. So don't, it's very low overhead. Very low overhead.
Hey, you're close.
Administration costs are only like 94%.
Hey! Compared to the United Way, bro, we are bare bones. We are bare bones.
I worked for the United Way. I can tell you all the dirty secrets.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
For a while.
Interesting.
United Way has a lot of really nice buildings and offices.
They do.
A lot.
I worked in a very nice office. And auto allowances, car allowances, expense accounts. Very nice.
Yeah.
I worked in their finance department. I saw where the money went.
Oh yeah. Oh man. Yeah. You know all them secrets. Yeah.
Needless to say, I'm no longer a nonprofit.
No. Yeah. And not to disparage nonprofits, but there's like nonprofits, and then there's like corporations masquerading as nonprofits.
Right.
And
those people don't realize that the United Way doesn't provide any services at all.
No, their whole thing is like, we'll just distribute it to other worthy causes and take our little percentage off the top.
Our gigantic cut off the top,
right, but it comes out to like half or more. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's definitely more than half. A considerable amount. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about whiskey.
Yeah.
So
Ken,
Donald, now you're back in here. Did you see what I poured before? And James, yep. Always have to have the water. And what was the other thing someone said before that? Oh, Ken, 24 hours of being shit-faced. I'm 12 hours almost, and I'm not shit-faced.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm surprised you got this long. You're going to show up for the Whiskey Tech stream and be a wreck.
We all know Simon is the one who passes out on the floor. We know that. That's
Which is scary because he's in a boat right now.
Yeah.
Presumably without beer.
Yeah. What's the whiskey YouTube record for the longest life? Well,
I think Ken holds it at 20 hours.
Yeah, I got 20 hours.
Yeah.
James, I would bet Ken holds it. Although, yeah, I know Food Quick holds one record, but it's not one you want to hold.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's the record for most awkward whiskey tube video in the history of whiskey tube. Jesus Christ.
A little bit, yeah.
Bourbon.
Yeah.
Just said, is Simon Pocket fishing or actually fishing?
Wow.
Okay.
Bourbon Baller is not fucking around.
Bourbon Baller. Multitasking. That's all I'm saying. Multitasking. Fishing is a boring sport. Okay, you don't need both hands all the time. That's all I'm saying.
Equal rate. What the heck, Bourbon Neil?
What's my opinion on the Powers St. John's Lane? Yes, I've got a bottle in my cart waiting to be purchased when I have the funds.
And Bourbon's head just exploded. Yeah, the John's Lane. I actually have a bottle of it across the room on my makeshift shelf. I would say for what they asked for, which is usually around $70, it is absolutely worth it. It is excellent whiskey.
So are you like, so on the St. John's, are you OG with the St. John's prior to Colin McGregor's involvement in the brand, or did you find out about it and that like everyone's shitting on the rest of the Powers, so you went to the John's Lane and was like, oh man, this is good?
I picked it up because Donald Rand said it was the
oh no,
the best whiskeys for value. I certainly didn't buy anything because Conor McGregor recommended it. Mr. Proper 12 over there.
He's sharing, yeah. I saw your green spot pour earlier while I was sitting in the park earlier this afternoon. It made me want to touch myself indecently in public.
Bourbon coming to us from inside a bouncy castle.
Hope we didn't hear us earlier.
He's in a bouncy house right now, from what I can tell. There's no other explanation for that background. You're like at a Chuck E. Cheese. You're like in the ball pit at a McDonald's right now. I don't know what's going on.
I don't want to talk about my time at Chuck E. Cheese. I actually worked at one.
Oh God!
Ben,
Yes, dude.
Jerry Garcia, aka Ron Jeremy stunt double.
Oh
yeah. Yeah.
Only from the waist down.
And we're screwed.
Only from the waist down. No resemblance from the neck up. None. Yeah.
Nightbot, you hat.
I thought that might get your attention.
Okay, so Nightbot just timed out Donald Rance for 5 seconds because he said, "Oh
Fucking
Jesus,
Nightbot.
that's a Cosway Bushville."
All in caps.
Seriously, Ken, turn Nightbot off. Nightbot is worthless. You have plenty of mods. You do a far better job than Nightbot ever could do.
But Nightbot's funny sometimes by doing stupid shit like timing Donald Rance out.
Are you over 12 hours yet?
He's approaching it rapidly.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he went live at about 10 a.m.
11 hours.
Bourbon, which dick slapping bottle did you bring to share with the toddlers at the Chuck E. Cheese?
I actually haven't had anything yet. I just had way too much. I just have way too much Chinese food, and I'm like pinned to the couch at the moment.
The old MSG.
To go with the lo mein.
We got the chow mein fan. We got the General So. We got wonton. We got Mongolian beef. We got
Mr. Whiskey Shits.
Yeah, we got all kinds of things.
Is that a good bottle? I don't know much about Old Scout.
Hey, and PSA number 2 for the night. Fuck that myth about the MSG. MSG is amazing. It's delicious. There's no health effects from MSG. Fuck that. It's amazing. It's good stuff. Fuck that.
It's obviously he's not asleep. He's on the stream.
Eat that MSG. Eat that MSG all day.
These Old Scout store picks are pretty good, man.
I would keep that in mind.
Uncle Roger likes
I think I have
MSG.
about.
MSG.
I think I have about a half dozen of those.
I might be able to still get a Old Scout store pick from down here as well. I pulled one from a store that was just like there was like 20 of them on the shelf.
Just make sure it does not have a
Which
red
one's
stripe.
Marsala cask? Wild.
5-year Lava Man?
Lava Man. Just make sure it does not have a red stripe.
No, it was 5 or 6. 5 or 6.
Yeah, okay. Perfect.
Yeah,
You'll love it.
Yeah, not the 107. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's
even the 107 were okay.
Is those Bushmills Causeway bottles?
If you see 13 and 14,
and we're done. Kill the stream.
And the Whiskey Club here in Australia was the first place globally.
yeah,
to
that's
get
the hot.
Causeway release.
What Cheech is holding, that's the
Dickel.
hot garbage. Don't buy that.
Dickel. It's good. Adam, you have some of this coming your way.
Oh, so that's right with the single barrel, so I can buy it. Okay.
Yeah, dude, I'm stoked for that one.
Dude,
I can't
that's
see
good.
you in OBS for some reason, Cheech. I got to go to freaking YouTube to see you.
I mean, here's the thing. Every once in a while, there is a hitter Dickel barrel. They are few and very far between. Cheech may have a hitter, honey barrel.
I have a 15 year Dickel store pick.
Under Flintstones hitter.
I have a 15-year Dickel store pick right now that is like it's vanilla and just like a slight bit of that Dickel twang at the back end, and that's it. It's really good. It's actually really good.
Admittedly,
and it followed FAE 01 from Maker's Mark.
Wow.
Right. So, and I was like, it's a very different expression, but it's really good. Really good.
Hey, Lava Man, did you get my email?
I don't know. I haven't checked. Yeah, I probably did. Yeah, let's see.
Now, admittedly, I'm talking shit about Dickel. I've never had any Dickel, but the idea of drinking a whiskey that tastes like Flintstone vitamins doesn't exactly thrill me.
There's literally
that's the thing
no
with Dickel,
Flintstone
so-
vitamins on this one. None. It doesn't exist at all in this flavor.
Yeah,
Which
that's what you hear about some, but then you hear also if it's a finished Dickel that it's actually pretty good. So you can't always go off these movies. You gotta actually try some shit and figure it out.
Dickel was the whiskey I get to people when I want them to get the fuck out of my.
That's awesome.
The best reference I can make back to that is both my father and I are fans of Tom Waits. My mother hates Tom Waits. She used to tell my father when they were still together and married that that's the kind of music you play when you want to drive the guests away. Frankly, I disagree, but that's just me.
Tom Waits is an acquired taste.
For our younger viewers, Tom Waits is a singer, songwriter, who has a storied career, but he is known to be very somber and not to everyone's taste at all. Yeah.
I'm not that old. That being said,
No, we were talking earlier. Like, I mean, I'm 40 now, and like now I'm like, oh, there's fully grown human beings who do not share my experience in life at all, and that's the thing. Yeah, we got to do.
And the only reason I know who Tom Waits is because my father was into him, and he left a CD in the CD player, and I'm like, this looks interesting, and I can humble brag a little bit because in the last 25 years, 25 years, actually more than 25 years. You have to go back to big time. He's been to Boston once in 1999 on the Mule Variations tour. I got to see him. He hasn't been back since. I don't think he ever will.
Well, because he was in Boston. He knows.
And hey, watch it, pal.
I went to Boston once. Okay, I went to Boston.
So
once
all you
for
need to
work.
go one time.
And I was out at a store. It's called Bodega, and like you walk out there, it's a streetwear store out by Fenway Park, and you walk in, and it's like a legit, like poorly stocked, straight up New York City bodega with not shit in it. But then in the back corner, there's this Coke machine. But when you walk up, it's an IR sensor, and it slides over, and you walk back into a mahogany and brass high-end streetwear store with like limited edition Nikes and all of that.
Weird.
Yeah. And so I went there to like get some stuff and
I
like
think I
bought
broke
some
Donald.
clothes there. But then I came out and there was a game starting at Fenway Park, and I watched so many drunk, racist Bostonians fight each other on the way into the park. That was
fair enough.
I mean,
we have our problems here.
Yeah, I went to San Francisco not long ago, and I watched like in walking around 3 blocks, like in the past year, someone shoot up, someone defecate, and someone urinate within 3 blocks of walking around San Francisco. So like cities have their problems, you know, but that's what I saw when I was in Boston. I was like, oh, this is not my town. Sorry. It's not for me. It's not for me.
The problem with Boston is not that the racism is there, it's that the people in Boston refuse to acknowledge it. They get super defensive and go, oh no, it's like, have you looked? It's fucking salty. Yes, it is. Acknowledge it and fix it. Please.
It's obvious.
Yep.
And Donald, we have to time you out, motherfucker. What the hell? Jesus.
What did he say now?
Wow.
All right, let's all time out, Donald.
I already
did.
What's wrong?
Oh, Ken missed it.
No, I saw that. I was like, I think I broke him.
Ken was like, I'm not going to acknowledge that. That's whiskey.
Well, he said earlier
ADHD whiskey's going on in 30
Jen.
minutes.
Oh,
yeah, that's
got the notification. Huh.
Yeah, I swear it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago that Ken did the same thing where he just went live for hours and he blew through Kyoko, he blew through ADHD, he blew through Trev and Eric. That was going to blow through ADHD whiskey and just keep going.
12 more minutes.
That's only 8 hours before they even started.
Yeah, they're coming on his time.
The best thing that could possibly be said about like the Whiskey Tube community is that it can grow in this way and support people watching different channels at different times and everything. You know what I mean? Like that. Yeah, this is like this is so on the upslope of what can happen. I think in terms of like communities being built online. I'm an old school, like I said earlier, like been first computer in 1988. I've been doing this for like a long time.
Bulletin boards.
And I would not be here. Yeah, I would not be here if I didn't think that like there was so much potential in this community.
Yeah.
And like not even competition, just like potential to grow everything. Yeah.
Just said fuck ADHD.
This is what happens when you have too many wrenches on a channel. I wasn't gonna let that be shown, and then somebody else let it through. Like, nope, denied.
Well, I didn't let that through, but I'm guessing the Jen.
Oh, I was looking at it going.
Mike,
Like,
what are you
was
doing to us? Mike, goddamn.
And Mike's like, yeah, I have a channel. Fuck it, let's set it on fire.
Yeah, we're in your channel. Let's go ahead and fucking implode ourselves.
Well, this is called the Fan Munted Pub for a reason.
Don't blame Ken for this.
We're gonna get Ken's channel blocked everywhere in America just by spouting political nonsense real quick. Like so.
For real,
next 10 minutes.
Like a terrorist,
no
terrorist
one.
channel if we don't fucking stop talking politics. Jesus.
Hey, okay, so this is not political, but I'm telling you, the world is flat. Okay, I don't know if.
I love that the Society has a worldwide chapter.
Right? Like that's just
they're
a
known globally.
Factual statement.
Yep, globally chat. Yep.
Yeah. No. Like, so what's crazy is I grew up outside of New Orleans in Mississippi, and going to New Orleans, you cross the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. Well, there's one going into New Orleans, and then there's the one going across New Orleans to the North Shore. And when you go across that bridge to the North Shore to like Metairie and Covington and all those areas, you can literally see the curvature of the Earth on the bridge because the light poles and everything are like it's the longest man-made bridge on Earth. It's 26 miles long. And you can literally, like, driving down it, see the fact that the Earth is curved because they sunk all these things at GPS level. And, like, yeah, you just see that they're shorter in the distance. It's a thing. I don't know. Yeah, like, it, yeah.
Yep. But the Earth is all flat, and the cats just haven't finished pushing everything off.
Well, I mean, it doesn't even matter if the Earth is flat or not because we're all living in the Matrix. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's all a simulation.
This is just a simulation.
So, yeah, I mean, yeah. So, I mean, it doesn't even matter. Yeah.
Simulated bourbon.
So if we are in the Matrix, do you want to be the guy that just has the steak and he knows it's fake and just wants to
Live
live in
wire
that? So
whiskey.
we know the whiskey is fake, but we just want
Just
to keep
said I
drinking?
love ADHD,
I mean,
and so can you for $5.
like,
Okay, Stall.
wow.
Just gonna go over here and time out live wire whiskey.
Yeah.
kidding.
I wasn't.
One thing.
I wasn't.
One thing that I have noticed, at least around here, and I can't speak to anyone else's state, is that it's interesting to see the variety of different liquor stores. Like there's liquor stores here that have all sorts of store picks. There's Total Wine. We even have some grocery store chains that have whiskey. And then I have the store down the street from me. It's not a tiny store, but it's not a big store, it's a huge store either. They're never going to have a store pick. They're just not big enough to do that. But I could walk over there. Well, not now. I think they closed half an hour ago. But at 8 o'clock, 7:30, I could have walked over there and picked up this for $80.
Hey, what did Mike Stahl say now?
Can you go back tomorrow and get me one?
That wasn't
What did Mike Stahl
Mike
say?
Stahl said
if you
he
want
said,
lava,
"Fuck
man, yeah,
ADHD
willing to
whiskey."
pay the price in shipping, sure.
Yeah.
Mike Stahl said,
yeah,
"Fuck
'cause,
ADHD whiskey," or you
I'll
can
drop you
fuck
an email.
him for $5 or something like that. I was just being silly by timing him out. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, but
Damn,
I'm not even a Scotch drinker. But if there's a bottle that like isn't going to be around that I want from Scotch, it's that Nick Offerman one. Like that's the come on. I mean, come
Oh
on.
yeah, I mean, I was.
Yeah.
I
I'm
was
probably
so
gonna have to
bummed
pick up a
'cause
backup bottle, and I'm curious to
when
see
it first came out.
see
The
how
Whiskey Club bought it out, and I missed out on it.
Nah. And I'm curious to see how the next one comes out that's supposedly finished in stout barrels. Should be interesting.
Yeah, not just any stout barrels.
Guinness
stout barrels.
Wait, they're stouts? No, I'm just playing. I'm in Denver. Like we have like 437 stouts made in Denver. Like so, we have yeah.
So there's a bar in New York City. I was just reading about this called Patty Riley's Music Bar, and all they have on tap is Guinness. I'm like,
but do you get to pour your own? Because I mean, all Guinness on tap, that's fine. But if it's not the brewery experience where you get to pour your own, fuck out of here. I don't care about all your Guinness taps. Yeah.
Hey, Lava Man, have you ever tried ska brewing? Is it ska?
Oh yeah.
brewing?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we have a bunch of that out here. Yep.
Okay, yeah. My trucking company has done some runs for them between them and Moab, the Moab distillery or brewery, whatever it is. Moab Brewing, yeah. So we do runs between Moab and Ska.
Yeah. No, Scott, they have some good stuff. Like, I mean, they're based on, it's like, kind of like a lot of the distilleries, like the regular stuff that's on the shelf, but their special releases, oh, they got some really good stuff coming out. Yeah, like as far as special releases go, they're good.
Yeah, I can never actually try their stuff when I'm working, but because I'm always like, I go from Moab to there, and then I have to be back in Moab that night, so I can't partake.
Yeah. No. Like, but it's like, I mean, do you take shots at the liquor store? No, you collect. You need to like, oh, let me get that 6-pack and throw it. Yeah, I'll just take it back. I don't get to try it, but hey, let me get a few of those. Let me get that bomber real quick. I'll just throw it in the cab, drive back. Yeah, you don't have to drink it there. Cheech over here trying to show all the labels and bottles, and
no kidding. What is that?
He's about to mix up. He's about to mix up some kind of like monster cocktail that I assume tastes magical.
It's gonna open a black hole.
That's Sauron over here.
So, born in England, Magic Hat, right on, Bourbon Baller. You the man.
He came out of the timeout. He joined the live. Watch out!
Look. I know that like everything is just starting to open back up again and everything, and that your wife wanted to go and like drink wine and paint, but like why you got to be on their phone from like the the experience at the retail store right now. Like that's what it looks like behind you. You got like six white wine drinking women doing Bob Ross paint by number shit behind you right now. What's going on?
You talking about Mike Stahl?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's a
dude. It's all Ken's fault. Ken got us drinking at like 2 p.m. this afternoon. Like what?
I was on at 9 a.m.
So we usually talk
I've been
about
drinking
bottling
over 24 hours. I don't know what the fuck you.
That's
wanna
crazy,
about.
Ken. I was gonna say we're all yakking, and Ken's just sitting over there going, "Fucking Yankees."
Mike is back from the dead. What are you drinking, Mike?
Nah. Not fucking Yankees. Just what are you whinging about?
No. He is saying that, but only because we pop up bottles, and he's like, "You motherfucker, I can't get that."
So we usually talk about bottles, opening up and getting better. This is an example of one that, for me, has done the opposite. Now, this is a local distillery, Copper Moon. This is their hickory smoked rye. When I first opened this, huh?
No.
Yeah, I don't think they have any distribution outside of the state. When I first opened this, it was like this smoky, ashy rye. I got to about here, and it's like, the fuck did that go? Because now it's just this boring, bland whiskey. I'm like,
I would say hickory and mesquite both have no place in whiskey. I will say that as a hot take, but I will say
Bobby would disagree with you, man.
I'm sure, but no, that's a hard they like those two woods have no fucking place in American type of whiskey or whatever. I don't know. Like maybe you can finesse it and barrel age some shit, but nah. Get the fuck out of here with mesquite and oh no, that's way
my wife wants
it was
everybody
great to
who's
start
drunk to
with.
raise their hand.
Was that?
My wife wants everybody who's drunk to raise their hand.
I'm not. Fuck you.
She says, "Fuck them. If they're not drunk yet after 10 hours."
Hey, Mike, tell your wife she's the feds.
Yeah.
Now, in fairness,
you don't ever admit that.
In fairness, I was listening to the stream pretty much since it started while I was at work, but I haven't only been drinking since 6:30.
I've been on and off since
I noticed
10 o'clock my time. Yeah.
But yeah, 'cause I mean, it started out good, and then I got about to hear, and it's like,
me.
what the hell happened?
Shit. Yeah.
Why didn't you
I'd be
speak?
willing to sacrifice just like relatives to one of those caused by bottles. I was in a meltdown. Lol. Cast strength Bushmills is number one.
Oh, I know what Donald's talking about. Oh, those
Yeah.
crazy Middleton, those crazy
Wolfman
Bushmills
Joe.
bottles. Yeah,
Just said is my
I bet you would, Donald. I have no doubt.
Causeway.
What was? Now I got to
Yep.
switch. I only have one screen.
And I must
God
admit,
damn
it's
it.
pretty fucking
We
tasty.
missed.
I thought those bottlings. I thought those were Ireland only, or do you have those down there in Australia, Ken?
Mike's seen it.
No, this was a whiskey club only exclusive, and Australia was the first of anywhere in the world to get.
Oh,
one of the
yeah.
Causeway. We were the first
I
ones to
remember
get
that
one
now.
of those.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
You know, Ken's international. You got peeps all over the world. You know, you got connections.
He does now. Jeez.
I got contacts.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, back to the bourbon.
No, it's a crazy thing. Like, no, we're seriously gonna have to gather up some bottles for Ken. I asked him earlier. I was like, "Yo, what do you want from America, whatever?" And he asked for available shit. Like he wasn't asking for BTAC. He wasn't asking for nothing crazy. He was asking for stuff that we can actually get him.
Well, yeah, because you realize the stuff that we can walk into those liquor stores and find on the shelf, he doesn't see.
Yeah, no,
It doesn't
absolutely.
exist.
No, absolutely. But I'm saying, yeah, but I was like, no,
exactly.
What bottle from America? And it was like, give me these 5 that are on the shelves. We gotta get a case together and ship it over
Old
to them.
Man Joe.
Yeah, we're gonna ship you 10 gallons
Just
of beard
there.
oil. All right, we're gonna.
I lost
No,
it
it's the
again.
maple syrup glass. We figured out our system. It's maple syrup glassware.
It's got to be.
Maple syrup glassware.
Yep, it's maple syrup glassware. JD's proven.
Just said
Oh yeah, okay.
What does that even mean?
Yeah.
I mean, the Killsleys, that might make sense if JD was from Vermont
No,
or New Hampshire. He's from California. What the fuck?
Okay, so I'm in Denver. So I'm gonna
Nice
send.
one.
I'm gonna send you 10
Just
gallons
said
of
my punch
kombucha.
is right here.
Craft craft kombucha. That's what I'm sending you. 10 gallons of craft kombucha.
You heard it here, folks.
That's what we have in Denver. That's what I can ship you from Denver. Kombucha all day.
Hey, didn't Ken's part of the world? Weren't they the ones
had
that got
the SNWS
the Wild
coming
Turkey
to me.
Masters keep first? The 1894 or whatever.
Yes.
That old man Joe, no.
Yes.
I know who Mike Hunt is. He's not Mike's though.
Is that what that is, Ken?
But I'm not telling.
Live wire whiskey. Just said I love Mike Hunt winking face.
You love your what?
Mike Hunt.
Oh no! Oh, it's all screwed.
Yeah,
It's gone
the
off the
wife
rails,
just said,
man.
"You love your what?"
Bye, Mike.
It's off the rails.
I have to go, guys.
Sorry, Mike.
Oh, my camera's jacking up again.
Everybody's got to go to
There it is.
confessional this week.
All right, I'm gonna
How many
check,
populated
guys.
foods?
The wife and I are gonna watch some ADHD, but
Have fun.
love you, Ken. It's amazing you've gone for 12 straight hours.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's
See you
pretty
guys.
average. Pretty normal. Cheers.
What worries me is he's supposed to be back on at 11 o'clock his time, 11 a.m. Eastern for Whiskey Trek. And I'm worried he's going to show up and be like, ugh.
And I'll be
Tomorrow
doing
night,
a pre-show before that as well.
Yeah, exactly. What the hell, dude? Sign off. Go to bed. You're going to show, seriously, you're going to show Whiskey Trek and go,
Dude,
We're gonna be like,
whiskey is
okay.
energy.
No.
Whiskey is energy. He can't sleep when he's got whiskey in him.
apparently.
Yeah. This gives me.
Fucking A, brother. Got quiet with Lava Man muted. What the hell?
Whiskey is life.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
Oh, so
Let's have some.
we were talking about the space shuttles and NASA earlier. So, cool fact, and I'm not going to disclose the company name, but the company that I work for built the computers that are monitoring the rovers for NASA.
Yeah, that's kind of
Oh,
cool.
nice. That's fucking cool.
And they actually called us to complain because they apparently Windows had to update, so they restarted for the updates and didn't boot back up. And my boss was like, "You're freaking rocket scientist. Are you kidding me? You can't figure this out."
Hey,
He's
Burban,
running
jump back in
Windows,
here.
That's the problem.
Jump back in here, Burban, you pussy.
Man, how back in here? I swear, we apologize for comparing you to Ron Jeremy. Shane, my friend, good to see you.
Can you guys
Donald
hear me okay?
Rants.
We can hear you.
It's kind of quiet,
Just
but
said
I can hear you.
whiskey. The more he has, what
Is that
energy
better?
he has.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's only a look
What
at.
is wrong to mental and takes the walk off cooking.
What?
Turn you
Yeah,
up a
except
bit.
you're Klingon. You don't have the lithium. You have power cells. You're screwed. Yes, I'm a massive nerd. Moving on.
Yeah, but I'm in Starfleet, so I've still got the lithium. Yeah.
Okay, Worf.
Kapla. Don't make me get my batleth out.
Doctor, quick! I think that's Trent beam me up.
I started right there.
Bourbon Baller.
What
Just
bottle's
said
that?
Lord Schlong. Bow
Oh,
again.
Ezra Brooks.
Just said, why would
Cool.
I be insulted by you guys saying I'm carrying a baseball bat in my pants?
Fair point. Touche. I mean,
Yep.
on the other hand, yeah, Google around Jeremy, and then maybe you'll think otherwise.
Hey, can we do a cheers to Shane real quick? Sorry for your loss, buddy.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was a rough day, that's for sure. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that's tough, man.
Yeah, fuck
Yeah,
yeah,
been
man.
there. It's never easy, my friend.
Cheers, brother.
I think we've all been there.
I was lucky enough to pull up, so I'd been out and about. Actually, I was with Wheels, if you guys know who Wheels is.
Mm-hmm.
So I picked him up and we went out and did